Xue Tian traversed into the world of Dragon Ball Super, acquiring an ultimate system directly linked to the omnipotent Zeno. In this peculiar bond, the demise of one party would inevitably lead to the other's downfall. Thus Xue Tian began to lead a life akin to that of Zeno himself. Upon the awakening of Beerus, who descended upon Earth in search of the Super Saiyan God, a confrontation ensued between him and Xue Tian. Xue Tian boldly declared, "Strike me. If you possess the courage, unleash your full strength and bring about my death. At worst, we shall perish together." Upon encountering Champa, Xue Tian taunted, "Champa, do you dare to mock me? Do you believe I could strike myself down with a mere slap?" He further warned, "Quit your scheming, Quitela. Do not provoke my ire. Should I become displeased, I might just end my own existence with a single blow." The other gods of destruction remarked, "Your Excellency, you are indeed magnificent. We implore you to take care of yourself." Chapter 1. Binding to the Supreme Zeno. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, Xue Tian exclaimed, "What on earth? Where am I?" as he gazed in astonishment at the surreal, rocky desert surrounding him. "Welcome to the world of Dragon Ball Super. I am your ultimate system, and you may operate it with your thoughts," the voice responded. "What? Dragon Ball Super? Is this the very Dragon Ball phenomenon that has captivated the blue planet?" Xue Tian felt an uncontrollable thrill within. Had he not just stumbled upon a Dragon Ball CD on the road? How could he have possibly traversed into this world? Could that CD have been the doing of the system? As a youth of the new era, Xue Tian had indulged in numerous novels and was aware that traversing and reincarnation were frequent occurrences within their narratives. Typically, those chosen would wield a remarkable golden finger. He had always believed such tales to be mere fabrications. Yet here he was, unexpectedly selected. "Ha ha ha, this seems rather exhilarating." With a sudden glimmer in his eyes, he inquired, "System, do I perhaps possess a novice gift package or something of the sort?" "Host, you are quite demanding. This is the world of Dragon Ball. Any random individual could easily overpower me. Without a novice gift package, I might not even escape this desert." The system responded, "Congratulations, host. You have received a super gift package *1. Open it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained flight technique, solar flare, Wolfang fist, a random binding roulette, and a combat power of 100 million. Xue Tian stared blankly at the rewards, his expression one of exasperation. What on earth were these trivial items? The flight technique was acceptable, but the solar flare and Wolfang fist were utterly useless, one easily countered, the other woefully weak. However, upon seeing the combat power of 100 million, he felt a flicker of comfort. At least I have a combat power of 100 million. With that, I should be able to stride confidently. Wait, no, this is the Dragon Ball Super world. A mere 100 million is nothing. Any member of the main cast could dispatch me with a mere finger. In other Dragon Ball series, a combat power of 100 million would indeed be formidable, but in Dragon Ball Super, it was laughably inadequate. The power scaling had escalated to unimaginable levels, with various abilities and extraordinary techniques rendering combat power almost irrelevant. Damn, it seems this novice gift package is indeed for novices, filled with useless items. But what on earth is this random binding roulette? Let's take a look. Suddenly, a colossal roulette manifested in Xue Tian's consciousness, adorned with the images of various Dragon Ball characters. Black Goku, Frieza, King Cold, Piccolo, Goku, Vegeta, Whis, Beerus, Brianna, Champa, Zeno, the Grand Minister. Without warning, the roulette began to spin. Why is the roulette spinning? Is it already in motion? The system interjected, friendly reminder. Activating consumable items is equivalent to using them. Curse be this. I merely wish to inspect what it was. The system replied, "If you wish to inquire, you may do so directly. There was no need to activate it." Xue Tian's face contorted in frustration, tears nearly welling up. "Thank you, my dear system. Couldn't you have provided this friendly reminder a tad sooner? Check the effects of the random binding roulette. Random roulette effects. You may randomly bind to any individual depicted on the roulette. Upon binding, if either party dies, the other shall also perish. Completing the tasks issued by the roulette will release the binding. The stronger the individual or their abilities, the more challenging the task to be released." Upon reading this effect, Xue Tian cursed the system for its delayed warning. The notion that one's death would lead to the other's demise was utterly absurd. Fortunately, completing the specified tasks would allow for the binding to be lifted. The roulette continued to spin, gradually approaching the image of Zamasu, but not halting. It continued to roll past Black Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, Android 18, and Android 17, the pointer's speed diminishing. Am I to bind with Android 17? If so, there's no real danger. He's merely a forced ranger now, he thought. Just as he prepared to bind with Android 17, the pointer swept past and landed on Krillin's section. Krillin, in the Dragon Ball universe, was renowned for his romantic luck, marrying the enchanting Android 18. Yet, in battle, his fate was grim. He often played a critical role in Goku's breakthroughs that if he were to bind with Krillin, would it not mean sharing his fate? Even if Goku and the others triumphed and resurrected Krillin with the Dragon Balls, would he, an outsider, be resurrected as well? This was a precarious unknown. Moreover, who could guarantee that Goku and his companions would certainly win? In some timelines, Goku and Vegeta had indeed perished, leaving the task of protecting Earth to the likes of future Trunks. Spin, you wretched thing. Spin. Xue Tian clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The pointer slowed to a crawl, even slower than a snail. Just as Xue Tian perceived the pointer coming to a halt, teetering between Krillin and Zeno, a dazzling line of text illuminated the roulette. Host is bound with Zeno. Binding complete. In an instant, the roulette spun rapidly, revealing the task to release the binding. Defeat the Grand Minister to break the bond with Zeno. This must be accomplished within 100 years, or the two shall become one, forever bound, with Zeno as the dominant entity. Forever bound, with Zeno in control? My psyche is fracturing. The Grand Minister ranks among the top 5 in the 12 universes, and the formidable characters introduced later are nothing short of extraordinary. How terrifying must those top 5 be? To defeat him within a century is an impossibility. At that moment, Xue Tian found himself wishing he had bound with Krillin instead. The tasks would surely have been less daunting. Damn this accursed, random, binding roulette. I shall never activate it again. Just as he lamented, a cascade of multicolored light surged through the fabric of space, enveloping him momentarily before retracting. Before Xue Tian stood 4 figures that the center stands a child, resembling an eraser, clad in half-purple attire emblazoned with the words King X King vertically. Flanking him are 2 individuals, slender as pencils, their eyes perpetually narrowed, exuding an air of heightened vigilance as they guard the child at the center. The other figure, with arms crossed behind his back, boasts a complexion of pale blue, a striking white pompadour, and violet eyes and lips. Above his head hovers a pale, blue divine halo, while a belt emblazoned with the character Da cinches his waist. Omni King, High Priest. Chapter 2. I slap myself to death. The King of All, the Grand Priest. Xue Tian instantly recognized the childlike figure of the King of All along with the Grand Priest sporting a striking white pompadour. The former is the pinnacle of existence in the entire universe, while the latter serves as the steward of that apex. Each possesses the power to dictate the survival and annihilation of the cosmos. As Xue Tian's mind raced, he pondered whether their visit was a consequence of his recent binding to the King of All. Before he could utter a word, the King of All spoke first, his voice reminiscent of a child's. Why do you share a connection with me? He had been playing a marble game in the King of All's temple when he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, and the image of Xue Tian appeared in his mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. Thus, he had come with the Grand Priest to investigate. Naturally, Xue Tian could not confess. I have bound myself to you. Instead, he spread his hands and feigned ignorance. I am uncertain. I too sense a peculiar connection with you. It's as if my demise would also herald yours. He acknowledged that it took immense courage to voice such sentiments, uncertain of whether the King of All's guards would respond with lethal force. Yet, he felt that they would hesitate, and even if they dared, the Grand Priest would intervene. For should anything befall him, the King of All would likewise perish. The death of the king could obliterate the 12 universes in an instant. Xue Tian disclosed this information not out of malice, but to enhance his standing within the realm of Dragon Ball Super. In this world, lacking a background or strength renders survival nearly impossible, and one could be slain at any moment. As anticipated, the 2 guards of the King of All were visibly stirred by his proclamation, raising a finger as if to strike. Xue Tian acutely felt the overwhelming aura of hostility and oppression. Halt! The Grand Priest commanded immediately. The guards froze, casting a glance at the Grand Priest. With a gentle demeanor, he remarked, It seems you have not spoken in error. You indeed share a special connection with the King of All. As the guards were about to engage Xue Tian, the Grand Priest noticed a peculiar detail. When Xue Tian felt the pressure and fear, bracing himself for death, the King of All exhibited a glimmer of fear in his eyes as well. Clearly, the king felt the same apprehension. This validated the assertion that the individual before them possessed a unique bond with the King of All. Should one perish, the other would follow suit. Could it be that this individual was destined to balance the King of All, akin to the relationship between the Kaishins and the Destroyers? If the Kaishin dies, so too will the Destroyer. But why had he received no prior information or omens? In a moment of confusion, he sought time to uncover the truth behind this phenomenon. Moreover, why had his vast divination techniques failed to reveal any information about Xue Tian's origins? May I inquire your name? Xue Tian. Greetings, Xue Tian. Please accompany us back to the King of All's temple. The Grand Priest smiled invitingly. Absolutely not. Xue Tian replied without a moment's hesitation. Who could guarantee that they would not take him back for experimentation or attempt to forcibly sever their bond? Xue Tian was acutely aware that binding himself to the King of All had sealed his fate, should the Grand Priest attempt to dissolve their connection. It would surely lead to his demise, for they could not allow a potential threat to survive. Why not? The Grand Priest maintained his smile, although a glint of menace flickered in his gaze. Clearly, he harbored thoughts of violence, but he dared not act without clarity. Xue Tian fabricated a lie. For no particular reason, I simply do not wish to go. Xue Tian, if you refuse and something befalls you, would not the King of all also face peril? For the sake of the universe's safety, it is best you return with us to the King of all's temple. The Grand Priest implored earnestly. As a youth of the new era, well-versed in countless novels, Xue Tian saw through the Grand Priest's ulterior motives, scoffing internally at the pretense. Grand Priest, I genuinely do not wish to go. Are you planning to confine me? If so, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. With no freedom of movement, he might as well embrace annihilation. I would rather slap myself to death. He raised his hand, poised to strike his forehead. Stop. The Grand Priest panicked. The King of all also showed signs of distress. Though his mind was not fully matured, he sensed the encroaching dread. He loathed this feeling of fear. Having always existed in a position of supremacy, be it the universe or the destroyer, he had the power to obliterate anything within the 12 universes with but a thought. Yet now, he found himself gripped by such terror. It was profoundly unsettling. The King of all uttered in his childlike voice, if Xue Tian wishes to remain here, then let him stay. Very well. The Grand Priest conceded, realizing that until he comprehended Xue Tian's identity and the nature of their extraordinary connection, he could not act rashly. In fact, he needed to protect him. Xue Tian had no true intention of self-harm. He merely sought to assert his stance. Then I shall take my leave, unaccompanied. The King of all showed no desire to linger, signaling to his guards as the four transformed into a streak of light, swiftly returning to the King of all's temple. Grand Priest, ascertain why Xue Tian possesses such a unique connection with me at once. I am far from pleased. Saying this, he casually crushed a colorful marble floating in the air, resulting in a simultaneous explosion on a colorful planet in a distant universe. Understood, Your Majesty. The Grand Priest bowed slightly. Moreover, until this bond is severed, Xue Tian must not be allowed to perish. Is there any danger on that planet? The Grand Priest swiftly investigated. No, Your Majesty, the inhabitants of that planet exist at an exceedingly low level of development, nearly at the bottom tier. Although Xue Tian's combat prowess is not high, it suffices against those ordinary beings. Nonetheless, I shall discreetly ensure his safety. Chapter 3. Yamcha, do you idolize me? Boom. The colossal scorpion raised its pincers, preparing to strike Yamcha with a ferocious slam. In that moment, it could barely lift its claws. Yamcha swiftly dodged, retreating to a safe distance, and shouted, Now's my chance. Raising his right hand, he gathered energy rapidly, bellowing, Super Spirit Ball. A gigantic energy sphere materialized above his palm, hurtling towards the scorpion's pincers under Yamcha's command. Boom. The air erupted into a cloud of smoke. The view of Yamcha and Puar was obstructed. Yet Yamcha felt confident that everything was under control. Turning to Puar, he boasted with a smug smile, It's all too easy. With my newly invented oversized spirit bomb, there's no one who can resist it. Not far away, Xue Tian wore a look of disbelief. How could he say that? This so-called oversized spirit bomb was merely a manipulation of the spirit bomb itself. In the world of Dragon Ball Super, anyone capable of utilizing ki could do so with ease. Yamcha, watch out! Puar shouted urgently. Suddenly, a colossal claw descended towards Yamcha's head. Yamcha, having assumed the scorpion was already dead, was completely unprepared. Reacting instinctively, he cried out, No! In a flash, a figure surged forth with extraordinary speed, transforming into a lone wolf that delivered a powerful punch to the descending claw of the scorpion. The claw was sent flying with a screech, and without a moment's hesitation, the scorpion burrowed into the desert, fleeing in terror. Yamcha instinctively patted his chest, still shaken. Once he regained his composure, he turned to the one who had saved him. What a handsome fellow, was Yamcha's immediate thought. The rescuer was none other than Xue Tian. Though his combat power was only 1 billion, he was more than capable of handling a scorpion and assisting a supporting character like Yamcha. Brother, thank you, Yamcha said, approaching and throwing an arm around Xue Tian. Xue Tian instinctively took a step back, feeling awkward. This guy was far too familiar. Reflecting for a moment, he realized that in Dragon Ball Super, few could match Yamcha's boldness. Perhaps even Goku was slightly less forward. Brother, what is your name? Xue Tian. Xue Tian, quite a fine name. I'm Yamcha. That technique you just used seemed to be my Wolf Fang Fist, right? Yamcha asked with a grin, although he didn't want to admit it. He currently only knew the Wolf Fang Fist. In that situation, had he not used it, he might not have made it in time. Though the Wolf Fang Fist lacked tremendous destructive power, it possessed a certain acceleration effect. Yes, how did you know my Wolf Fang Fist? Yamcha asked, puzzled. Xue Tian was at a loss for words. While he scrambled for an explanation, Yamcha, with a self-satisfied grin, exclaimed, "Aha, I see. You must admire me and have secretly studied my techniques." That is not quite it," Xue Tian replied awkwardly. "Though everyone calls you T-God, I'm not that obsessed." Still, Xue Tian chose not to press the issue. "Haha, you're shy?" Yamcha chuckled. Xue Tian, eager to change the subject, asked, "How did you end up in the desert?" Could it be that Yamcha had returned to his old ways of banditry? As Xue Tian recalled, it was in the desert where Goku first encountered Yamcha, who had been terrified of girls at that time. Yamcha explained, "I've developed an incredibly powerful attack technique called the oversized spirit bomb, so I came to the desert to find opponents to test it out. Since you admire me so much, would you like me to teach you what I've mastered?" I don't think so. You should keep that as your trump card," Xue Tian replied, but Yamcha considered it and agreed. "All right, but if you ever want to learn, just ask. And I'll teach you anytime." "Got it." Suddenly, Xue Tian remembered something important and curiously inquired, "By the way, what stage are we at now?" While he knew they were in the Dragon Ball Super universe, he was unaware of the current timeline. Had Beerus arrived yet? Or had Black Goku made an appearance? Or were they still in the Moro saga? What stage? "What do you mean? I don't understand," Yamcha said, looking bewildered. Xue Tian bluntly asked, "Has Beerus appeared?" "Beerus?" Yamcha pondered for a few seconds before glancing at Poor. "Do you know him?" "No." Poor shook her head. Instantly, Xue Tian understood, silently concluding, it seemed Beerus had yet to arrive, marking this as the early stages of Dragon Ball Super. Suddenly, Xue Tian heard the voice of the system in his mind. Ding. Random mission activated. Option 1. Learn Yamcha's oversized spirit bomb. Reward, 300 million combat power. Option 2. Locate Goku and Vegeta and inform them that Beerus will soon descend upon Earth. Reward, Saiyan bloodline. Xue Tian was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected a mission to activate so suddenly. He had thought the system would have him gradually train to increase his combat power. But it seemed he had overthought it. With these rewards, perhaps he could truly defeat the Grand Priest in a century. He exhaled with relief, and without hesitation, chose the second mission. While 300 million combat power was appealing, it paled in comparison to the Saiyan bloodline. With the Saiyan bloodline, who would worry about not being able to boost their combat power by 300 million. It was akin to the difference between a fishing rod and the fish itself. "Yamcha, could you take me to see Goku? I have something to discuss with him." "Oh, you know Goku?" Yamcha asked, surprised. Xue Tian nodded yes. "All right, I'll take you to him right now." Yamcha immediately activated his instant transmission. Xue Tian followed closely behind as they flew toward Goku's home. Along the way, they engaged in lively conversation. After about half an hour, they arrived at Goku's doorstep. "Goku." Yamcha knocked on the door, calling out loudly. "Who is it?" A woman's voice responded from inside. The door swung open, revealing a woman in a light red outfit, adorned with a red scarf around her neck. "Chi-Chi, this is Goku's friend. He needs to speak with Goku," Yamcha said, smiling sheepishly. Chi-Chi gave Xue Tian a once-over. Her first impression was that he was quite handsome, and she wondered when her husband had made such a friend without her knowledge. Goku and Goten are working in the fields, over on that hillside. Suddenly, Goku arrived, dressed casually, alongside Goten. Upon seeing Xue Tian, he looked puzzled, scratching his head. He had never seen this person before. Yamcha quickly chimed in, "Goku. He says he knows you and has something to discuss." "Huh, you know me?" Goku asked, his face adorned with confusion as he scrutinized Xue Tian, confirming that he did not recognize him. "Of course I know you. Your name is Goku, also known as Kakarot. You hail from planet Vegeta, your father is Bardock. Your mother is Jine, and you have a brother named Raditz, though he was of ill intent and was killed by you." "Ill intent? What does that mean?" Goku asked, scratching his head in embarrassment, not comprehending. Hearing these words, Yamcha collapsed to the ground with a thud. Once he regained his footing, he helplessly explained, "It's just a bad guy." Sun Wukong, realizing the situation, chuckled. "Hee, I understand now. You're absolutely right. You do know me." "Indeed," Xue Tian said calmly. "I have come to inform you that a formidable adversary is approaching." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt no fear. Instead, excitement surged within him, his heart ablaze like a roaring fire, as he eagerly inquired, "Really? Am I about to face a strong enemy?" Xue Tian raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Wukong's enthusiasm at the prospect of a powerful foe. Yet, on second thought, wasn't he this typical of Sun Wukong? Yes. How splendid. Finally, I won't be bored anymore. Farming every day is so tedious. Ever since Sun Wukong vanquished Kid Buu, his days had been filled with nothing but farming. And he felt he was on the verge of becoming an agricultural expert. Seeing Wukong's attitude, Chi-Chi stepped forward and delivered a punch to his head, exclaiming, "How many bowls do you eat at each meal? If you don't tend to the fields properly, what will you eat? Always thinking about fighting." Sun Wukong dared not retort, merely responding with a pitiful tone. Chi, I promise I will farm diligently. After saying this, he turned to Xue Tian, pressing further. Just how strong is this formidable enemy you mentioned? How strong? Xue Tian echoed. He found it difficult to describe the power of Beerus, knowing that even if he articulated it, Sun Wukong would struggle to comprehend. In their eyes, the universe they inhabited was the only one, yet in reality, there were 11 other universes. Other universes boasted numerous experts, alongside the gods of destruction and angels. Sun Wukong gazed at Xue Tian with starry eyes, filled with anticipation, and continued to ask, is he stronger than Majin Buu? Yes. Let me put it this way. You can handle Majin Buu, but the formidable adversary that is about to appear would render even your Super Saiyan 3 transformation merely insignificant. He could flick you away with a single finger. Currently, even if you and Vegeta were to fuse, he could kick you both away with ease. Xue Tian stated with remarkable calmness. His words bore no exaggeration. When Beerus first appeared, the first to encounter him was Sun Wukong, who, brimming with naivety, attempted to challenge Beerus and was swiftly put in his place. Later, when Sun Wukong gathered the strength of 6 Saiyans and transformed into a Super Saiyan God, it appeared that he could hold his own against Beerus. Yet in truth, Beerus had never exerted his full power. Even after Wukong mastered Ultra Instinct, he remained incapable of contending with Beerus. It is no exaggeration to say that if Beerus were to take the fight seriously, Wukong and Ultra Instinct would be unable to withstand a few exchanges. Throughout their encounters, Beerus had never fought seriously nor transformed, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta continuously shifted through various forms. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, aware of the tremendous strength that emerged from the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Yet, Xue Tian claimed that their fusion could not withstand even a mere kick from this individual. Xue Tian, are you exaggerating? The fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta is the mightiest warrior. How could they possibly be outmatched by a single kick from that person? Sun Wukong too found it hard to believe, as they had always resolved their formidable foes through fusion. Xue Tian understood that no matter how he explained, they would remain skeptical of Beerus's strength, which far exceeded their comprehension. However, his task was not to elucidate Beerus's might, but to convey that Beerus would soon arrive on Earth. It's no exaggeration. You need only to know that Beerus will descend upon Earth shortly. If you wish to learn more about his strength, you might consider consulting the old Kai. Xue Tian suggested they inquire with the old Kai, knowing that Sun Wukong and the others would likely trust his words more than his own, as he was merely an unexpected visitor in their lives, and their lack of suspicion regarding his origins was already commendable. Sun Wukong, far from being frightened, felt invigorated. If he is truly that strong, that is fantastic. I thought my strength had reached its peak, but it appears there is still ample room for growth. There are higher realms to pursue. Go for it, Wukong. The realms of power are boundless, and the ultimate destination is capability, Xue Tian said with a smile. This left Sun Wukong perplexed, as he questioned, the ultimate destination is capability? Xue Tian chose not to divulge the meaning behind this statement, fearing it might dampen Wukong's enthusiasm for training. For now, just anticipate the strong enemy that approaches. I shall consult the old Kai, Sun Wukong declared, preparing to use instant transmission to travel to the Kaioshin realm. Wait, Xue Tian called out. Could you take me to see Vegeta first? I need to inform him about this as well. Moreover, he knows a bit about Beerus. Sun Wukong's interest was piqued. Oh? Vegeta knows too? Alright. Let's pay him a visit. It's been quite a while since I last saw him. You too. Place your hands on my back. Dad, I want to go too. Sun Goten chimed in eagerly. However, before Sun Wukong could respond, Chi swiftly pulled Sun Goten back, scolding, where do you think you're going? You haven't finished your homework yet. Stay home and do your work, aspiring to be like Gohan, and stop acting like a delinquent always thinking about fighting. Sun Goten looked on with a look of innocence. At the mention of Gohan, Xue Tian felt a twinge of regret. This child possessed a latent potential far exceeding that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, yet during his youth, he strayed from the path and became a scholar, squandering his tremendous gifts. Consequently, his later performances remained unremarkable. Even after mastering the Beast Gohan form, it did not yield the anticipated results. Chapter 5, The Terrified Vegeta. West City, Capsule Corporation. Bulma, clad in a bikini, had just emerged from the water and had yet to regain her balance. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Sun Wukong used instant transmission to appear before Bulma, accompanied by Xue Tian and Yamcha. This scene was completely foreign to Xue Tian, who had never witnessed anything like it in his previous life, causing him to bleed from his nose. Though she was now a mother, Bulma maintained her figure and skin, radiating vitality and charm, exuding an aura of feminine allure with every movement. While Yamcha had once been Bulma's boyfriend, he too was taken aback by the spectacle before him. As for Sun Wukong, He had seen it all before and remained indifferent. Just as he prepared to greet her, Bulma lost her footing and fell back into the swimming pool with a splash, creating a delightful scene. Sun Wukong, could you exhibit a modicum of courtesy? You suddenly appear without any warning. Yamcha joked to alleviate the awkwardness. Bulma shot him a glare, her expression darkening. Is that joke even funny? I don't think so. Xue Tian cleared his throat and suggested, shall we take a seat over there first? Sun Wukong, perplexed by Xue Tian's intention, scratched his head in confusion. Why? Aren't you looking for Vegeta? Bulma, where is Vegeta? Bulma, well aware of Sun Wukong's nature, knew he would not relent if she didn't provide an answer, and she snapped. In the training room. All right, Bulma. Sun Wukong responded to Xue Tian. Let's head to the training room to find Vegeta. The group swiftly flew to the training room. After they had departed, Bulma finally emerged from the water. To be honest, had it not been for the sudden arrival of the unfamiliar Xue Tian, which made her somewhat awkward, she would not have been so concerned. Yet, with an ordinary person appearing and even having a nosebleed, it left her feeling shy. Upon their arrival at the training room, Vegeta stepped out, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Sun Wukong and the others, but quickly regained his composure, coldly inquiring, Kakarot, what brings you here? He cast a disdainful glance at Yamcha, harboring a dislike for him due to his past with Bulma, of which he was somewhat aware. Although he often projected an air of indifference, he was deeply concerned about Bulma. For her sake, he had even dared to confront the terrifying Beerus, exclaiming, my Bulma. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, he is looking for you. Vegeta glanced at Xue Tian and coldly asked, who is he? Sun Wukong, unable to recall, awkwardly scratched the back of his head. What is your name again? Xue Tian. Xue Tian, I don't know you, Vegeta replied dismissively, turning away with an air of arrogance. Xue Tian approached and remarked, ah, the proud Prince Vegeta. I wonder if you remember the man who trampled your father beneath his feet? Oh wait, I should say a cat, the Kaneko Rex. Vegeta's foot froze mid-step, his expression locked in shock, his pupils dilating in sheer terror as the image of his father, King Vegeta, being trampled by that cat flooded his mind. In the presence of that feline, his father had shown no resistance, not daring to even breathe. Noticing Vegeta's frozen expression, Sun Wukong's curiosity piqued. What happened to you? Yamcha, however, realized that this cat Xue Tian mentioned was indeed formidable, perhaps capable of defeating Sun Wukong with a mere finger. The thought of such power overwhelmed Yamcha, and he began to regret his curiosity. Had he remained ignorant, he could have rested easily. Sun Wukong approached Vegeta, a look of concern on his face. Vegeta, what's wrong? You look terrible. Is this cat really that strong? Xue Tian, is this cat the Beerus you just mentioned? Xue Tian replied earnestly, indeed, Sun Wukong. This cat is none other than Beerus. Vegeta, it won't be long before Beerus descends. You should think about how to handle it. Just after he spoke, a notification echoed in Xue Tian's mind. Ding. Objective complete. Find Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Inform them of Beerus' impending arrival on Earth. Reward, Saiyan Bloodline. Hearing the system's notification, Xue Tian was elated and immediately activated it in his consciousness. Fuse with the Saiyan Bloodline. Ding. Congratulations. Host has fused with the Saiyan Bloodline. Current attributes. Host, Xue Tian. Techniques. Wolf Fang Fist, Sky Dance Technique. Special skills. None. Racial Bloodline. Human, Saiyan. Items. None. Battle power. 100 million. This power level is the base, not the transformed state. After regaining his composure, Vegeta looked at Xue Tian in dread. How do you know Beerus is coming to Earth? Sun Wukong, still confused about Beerus, asked, Vegeta? Who exactly is this Beerus? You seem terrified of him. Vegeta, however, did not respond to his question but instead gazed at Xue Tian with fear in his eyes. It was not Xue Tian he feared, but the cat Beerus. You don't need to know that. Just understand that Beerus will soon arrive on Earth. And given his nature, he will likely destroy it, especially with you around. You'll undoubtedly want to challenge him. You understand. Xue Tian chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta shot a fierce glare at Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Huh, what did I do, Vegeta? Sun Wukong replied innocently. What did you do? If Beerus truly descends, you must not engage him, Vegeta warned sternly. Yet, Sun Wukong disregarded the warning entirely. Why not? A powerful being like him? I can't resist the urge to fight. I really want to test my strength against him. Humph. Your strength would be utterly insignificant before him, Vegeta retorted coldly. Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat defiant, replied, What? We haven't even fought yet. How can you say I'm insignificant? Kakarot, I warn you once more. If Beerus truly arrives, you must not engage him. Do you understand? Vegeta stated seriously. His greatest fear was Sun Wukong's uncontrollable fighting spirit. If he provoked Beerus, they would be doomed, and Earth would face destruction. Xue Tian also wished to prevent a confrontation between Sun Wukong and Beerus. While he had a means to ensure Beerus wouldn't destroy Earth, he desired to avoid intervention unless absolutely necessary. He simply wished to quietly complete his tasks, enhance his combat prowess, and ultimately defeat the Grand Priest to free himself from the King's binding. Otherwise, if someone were to frame the king, he too would face demise. A thought that felt unjust. If the king were to discover his thoughts, he would likely say, "I'm more worried about you getting killed." Seeing Kakarot still appearing unconcerned, Vegeta, feeling somewhat aggrieved, caught a glimpse of Xue Tian and said, "Kakarot, I can find someone for you to spar with, but you must promise not to engage Beerus." "Huh? Who?" Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, completely ignoring the latter part of Vegeta's statement. Xue Tian frowned, sensing he might be caught in the crossfire. But it was not the right moment to speak up. Otherwise, he would expose himself to Sun Wukong. At that point, he wouldn't need Vegeta to suggest a sparring match. Sun Wukong would seek him out himself. "You must guarantee it," Vegeta insisted fiercely, clenching his fists. This lower-class warrior was even more combative than he was. It was utterly incomprehensible. I promise," Sun Wukong eagerly replied, uncertain as to why. Vegeta found himself disbelieving upon witnessing Sun Wukong's demeanor, deeming it rather implausible. However, there was no recourse available at present, save for confining the other party. Yet, given Sun Wukong's temperament, would he even allow that? Clearly not. Who, then, is Vegeta? At this moment, Sun Wukong was utterly indifferent to any concerns regarding Beerus. His sole focus lay upon who he might spar with. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at Xue Tian, him. He recognized that Beerus was about to descend, and thus, his strength must be formidable. Moreover, the aura surrounding him was impressive. Sun Wukong appeared to have an epiphany. Of course, how could I have overlooked that? "Xue Tian, let us engage in a contest." Xue Tian was inwardly exasperated. Possessing merely a combat power of 100 million, how could he possibly contend with Sun Wukong? It was widely acknowledged that the combat power in Dragon Ball Super had become extraordinarily inflated. When the protagonists were preparing for the Tournament of Power, Master Roshi, Krillin, and others had undergone a brief period of training that had exponentially increased their abilities. It was noteworthy that Master Roshi had barely reached Super Saiyan level during the Buu saga. In fact, he had even fallen short of that. Yet, after a short training period, he had astonishingly attained Super Saiyan 2 and beyond. Most remarkably, Android 17, who had only achieved Super Saiyan level during the Cell saga, had, in Dragon Ball Super, ascended to the level of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan Blue, after a brief training session. The prowess of Sun Wukong and Vegeta was entirely attributable to the guidance of Whis, and throughout the years, they had faced numerous battles. Meanwhile, Android 17 had merely trained a bit to reach such heights, which was indeed alarming. Consequently, it became evident to all that in Dragon Ball Super, the concept of true combat power was virtually non-existent. What truly mattered were abilities, martial arts, and various unique bloodlines. These elements were the true determinants of strength. Thus, Xue Tian was certain that his combat power of 100 million was utterly insufficient to overcome Sun Wukong in his base form. Within the context of Dragon Ball Super, even if Sun Wukong refrained from transforming, his base combat power rendered Xue Tian no match. "No need, I am not your opponent." Xue Tian had no desire to seek out suffering, especially knowing that in a true confrontation, Sun Wukong would not hold back at all. He had no inclination towards masochism. Sun Wukong promptly urged, "Come on, we haven't even fought yet. How can you be so sure you aren't my match? Let us have a spar." "I haven't fought in ages." Xue Tian, face adorned with a wry smile, thought, "You haven't fought in ages? And yet you wish to engage me? Am I merely to be your punching bag?" Ding. Random task activated. Choice 1. Agree to battle Sun Wukong. Reward. Ultra Instinct Sign. Choice 2. Decline to battle Sun Wukong. Reward. Radiant Sword Strike. Upon seeing the two options appear in his consciousness, Xue Tian was instantly elated. Ultra Instinct Sign. It was indeed Ultra Instinct Sign. A tinge of regret accompanied the realization that it was merely sign level. Had he acquired the true Ultra Instinct, he would have been virtually invincible, barring encounters with deities of destruction. Xue Tian understood that Ultra Instinct was divided into several stages, the weakest being Ultra Instinct Sign. Following that was Ultra Instinct Amplified, then Ultra Instinct Perfect, and finally the true Ultra Instinct, also known as Emotional Ultra Instinct, which required calmness and detachment to fully harness its potential. Although it was merely sign level, it was still a divine technique capable of surpassing realms, sufficient to contend with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong continued to insist. "It's just a spar, don't worry. I won't harm you. I'll only use a smidgen of my power." As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers to indicate a minuscule amount. Xue Tian felt a mixture of amusement and irritation. Such words were truly infuriating, especially delivered with such earnestness. If he were not already aware of Sun Wukong's character, he might have been driven to apoplexy. It was no wonder Frisia expressed his disdain for Sun Wukong's demeanor. Very well, if you wish to fight, then I shall oblige. I accept. Ding. Choice 1 completed. Agreed to battle Sun Wukong. Reward. Ultra Instinct Sign acquired. Xue Tian learned Ultra Instinct Sign. In that instant, a torrent of knowledge and combat techniques surged into Xue Tian's mind, and he felt his body considerably lighten. So this is Ultra Instinct? Indeed, it is formidable. Though he had yet to unleash it, Xue Tian could sense the terrifying power of Ultra Instinct, even at the sign level. It was astonishing. What would the true Ultra Instinct entail? Excellent. Upon hearing Xue Tian's acceptance, Sun Wukong wasted no time in assuming a combat stance. Bang! Vegeta swiftly propelled him away with a cold huff. Vegeta, what are you doing? Xue Tian exclaimed, bemused. Sun Wukong, are you planning to demolish Vegeta's villa with a spar here? Hey! Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched the back of his head, seemingly realizing the implications of his actions. Chapter 7. Vegeta's Arrogance. In the desolate wilderness, Xue Tian, Sun Wukong, Yamcha, and Vegeta's family arrived. Sun Wukong took an offensive posture, his gaze fixed intently on Xue Tian. I'm all set. Are you ready? Xue Tian took a deep breath, never anticipating that his first battle upon traversing into Dragon Ball Super would be against Sun Wukong, the most formidable of protagonists. Taking his combat stance, he declared, let us go. Whoosh. Sun Wukong's figure vanished in a flash, akin to a shooting star hurtling towards Xue Tian with astonishing speed. Xue Tian's vision blurred, rendering him unable to discern the movement. Before he could react, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Bang! Ah! Xue Tian screamed, foam escaping his lips as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a small hill. Witnessing this, Vegeta wore an expression of indifference, utterly disdainful. I thought he might have some fighting spirit. It seems he is merely a waste. Yamcha, overhearing this, felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment and instinctively glanced at Vegeta, who, without so much as a glance in his direction, caused Yamcha to awkwardly avert his gaze. Trunks, unfiltered in his observations, blurted out, this uncle is so weak. He was knocked away by Uncle Wukong with just one punch. Sun Wukong, perceiving the circumstances, felt equally awkward and couldn't help but scratch the back of his head as he flew over to Xue Tian's side. Are you all right? I only used a tiny bit of power. I'm not sure why it turned out like this. Xue Tian clenched his fists. Although he understood that this was Sun Wukong's nature, he felt a surge of anger, especially at Vegeta's derisive comments. If I don't showcase my abilities today, I shall truly bring shame upon all fellow travelers. It's fine, let us do this again. With that, he tightened his fists, contemplating various grievances that fueled his anger. Possessing Saiyan blood, he knew the secret to transforming. There was no reason not to utilize it. Ah, he bellowed. In an instant, the intensity of his aura surged dramatically. Vegeta, who had previously dismissed him, now regarded him with surprise. What was he attempting? Why did it feel as though his aura bore a hint of Saiyan essence? Not only Vegeta, but even Sun Wukong sensed the change. Ah, whoosh whoosh whoosh. In that moment, a golden-haired Xue Tian emerged, enveloped in a radiant aura of golden flames, exuding an undeniable charm. Sun Wukong and his companions gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. What? You are also a Saiyan? Xue Tian was at a loss for words, attempting to gloss over the matter with nonchalance. Sort of. Upon hearing this, Vegeta coldly interjected. A Saiyan is a Saiyan. Either you are, or you are not. What do you mean, sort of? You are truly bringing shame to the Saiyan race. Xue Tian cast a dismissive glance at Vegeta. It seems you have quite the opinion. Vegeta, feeling slighted, soared through the air with his instant transmission technique. His expression still one of icy indifference. I am the prince of all Saiyans. Your earlier remark can be construed as disdain for Saiyan lineage. I harbor no disdain for Saiyan blood. I merely spoke the truth. Xue Tian retorted, for he himself was uncertain of his identity as a Saiyan, as his lineage had been bestowed upon him directly by the system, unlike Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who were born Saiyans. If one were to classify Xue Tian's heritage, it would be of no consequence, merely human. Vegeta replied coolly, do not think that just because you have transformed into a Super Saiyan, you can contend with me. In my eyes, you remain a worthless being. Your current Super Saiyan form is merely the weakest stage. Xue Tian's temper flared. He could not let Vegeta think himself above others. Even the Omni King or the Grand Priest, figures of supreme power, would speak to him with respect, lest they face dire consequences. And what was Vegeta, after all? Vegeta, have you mistaken this for Planet Vegeta? Do you still consider yourself a prince among men? Let me remind you, Planet Vegeta is no more. Even as a prince, you are but a fallen one. Vegeta was struck where it hurt. Huh, he roared, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Unlike Sun Wukong, who relished prolonged battles and often withheld his full strength at the onset, Vegeta preferred swift, decisive victories, relishing the thrill of annihilation. As Vegeta's anger flared, Sun Wukong quickly cautioned, "Vegeta, why are you still angry?" Yamcha joined in. "Yes, we are all friends. There's no need to harm each other during training. Let's keep it friendly." Yet before he could finish, Vegeta shot him a fierce glare, radiating hostility, compelling Yamcha to fall silent. Despite having just developed a powerful energy blast, he was acutely aware of his place before Vegeta. Vegeta advanced menacingly towards Xue Tian, fists clenched, and coldly declared, "I will break you. You will learn that I am no fallen prince." "Vegeta, Xue Tian is competing against me," Sun Wukong interjected, stepping forward. Without uttering a word, Vegeta shoved Sun Wukong aside and, without hesitation, launched a punch at Xue Tian. At that moment, Xue Tian, in his Super Saiyan form, stood no chance against Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2. Even without transforming, Vegeta would still likely prove superior. Nevertheless, Xue Tian did not hesitate and raised his hands defensively. Bang! Vegeta's fist collided with the point of Xue Tian's crossed arms, sending him flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into a hillside. The earth trembled as the hill crumbled, burying Xue Tian beneath a cloud of dust that spiraled into the air. Bulma chastised, "Vegeta, you went too far? He came to warn you of an approaching enemy. And this is how you treat him." "Indeed, Vegeta, your actions were excessive," Sun Wukong added, having gauged Xue Tian's combat prowess, realizing he was not their adversary. "Humph, I said I would break him, so he knows the consequences of insulting the Prince of Saiyans," Vegeta proclaimed with pride. "Truly pitiful. Even as a Super Saiyan, he is still utterly defenseless." Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a silver light erupted from the shattered hillside. Chapter 8, Dominating Vegeta. A silver glow emanated from the debris, as the dust began to disperse, revealing a young man with silver hair enveloped in a shimmering silver aura. His strikingly handsome visage bore a mischievous yet alluring smile, captivating all who beheld him. Even Bulma could not help but whisper, "So handsome. Is that Xue Tian?" The figure emerging from the mist, cloaked in silver light, was none other than Xue Tian, who had ultimately opted to unleash the Ultra Instinct sign. Initially, he had intended to accumulate battle experience in his Super Saiyan form, but now it seemed unnecessary. He had no time to spare and could not afford to let Vegeta remain ignorant of the greater realms of power. Vegeta furrowed his brow, taken aback that Xue Tian had assumed yet another form. Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement. "Xue Tian has another transformation. This is fantastic." Yet, he added with confusion, "But Xue Tian's energy feels peculiar, almost elusive." It was not just Sun Wukong who sensed this. Vegeta also noticed that earlier they could distinctly feel Xue Tian's energy, but now it was intermittent. The reason for this was known only to Xue Tian, as he harnessed the Ultra Instinct sign, a divine technique. Not being a deity himself, its application resulted in his energy being sporadic and faint. Had he been a god, utilizing Ultra Instinct would render him completely undetectable. Vegeta scoffed icily, pretending to be divine. "Huh, watch me annihilate you." With a flash, he darted towards Xue Tian with blinding speed, unleashing a punch. Xue Tian, however, merely curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Vegeta, seeing this grin, felt an inexplicable surge of fury. "Huh, watch me finish you with a single blow." Whoosh. His fist struck, yet met only air. Vegeta's heart raced in surprise. What had happened? How had his punch missed Xue Tian, who had seemed so close? Sun Wukong and the others were equally astonished, as Vegeta's fist had appeared to connect, only to have evaded at the last moment. Was it instantaneous movement? No, it felt different. Realizing the truth, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches, each meeting the same fate as the first, just as he was about to land a hit. Xue Tian slipped away, as elusive as a fish in water. Frustration mounted within Vegeta. He continued to strike, yet each attempt bore no fruit. Unable to even graze Xue Tian. Whoosh, whoosh. He quickly distanced himself from Xue Tian, hands poised, bellowing, "Ha! Bang, bang, bang." In an instant, hundreds of energy blasts surged toward Xue Tian, and he could hardly believe that none would find their mark. Yet, to his astonishment, he watched as the myriad of energy orbs brushed past him, as though they possessed sentience, deliberately veering away. Akin to how Vegeta had not truly aimed at him at all. Sun Wukong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Incredible." Vegeta soared into the sky, hands outstretched, gathering energy at a rapid pace. Observing his actions, Xue Tian smirked disdainfully. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong shouted, "Vegeta, no." But Vegeta, consumed by rage, paid no heed to Wukong's warning, continuing to amass power. With a furious roar, he unleashed his final flash. A brilliant beam of energy surged forth, crashing towards Xue Tian. Vegeta, reveling in the anticipated impact, thought smugly, "Let us see how you evade this. If you perish, do not blame me. Blame your own lack of foresight." Just as he basked in the confidence of his impending victory, a magnetic voice reached his ears. "Vegeta, your final flash seems rather underwhelming. Your aim leaves much to be desired." Startled, Vegeta turned towards the source of the voice and found Xue Tian standing beside him. Sun Wukong, astonished, remarked, "Amazing." He avoided it. Despite having witnessed Xue Tian seemingly struck, the reality was quite the opposite. As Vegeta stood there in shock, Xue Tian calmly stated, "You have unleashed enough. Now it is my turn." At these words, Vegeta's mouth twitched in irritation. What an infuriating remark. Before he could react, Xue Tian delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing Vegeta to double over, his Super Saiyan 2 form immediately reverting to its base state. He coughed up a mouthful of froth, but Xue Tian had no intention of stopping there. Grabbing his arm, he struck again with another punch. A horrifying scream echoed for miles. Before Vegeta could process the pain, Xue Tian pivoted to seize his other arm, delivering yet another devastating blow. A cry of anguish pierced the air once more. Trunks, watching helplessly, shouted, "Dad." Xue Tian seized his leg, flinging him into the air, and in a flash, he appeared high above, a devilish grin adorning his face. With a casual wave, he proclaimed, "Your ignorance is not a foundation for your arrogance. Today, I shall grant you a minor lesson." With a resounding kick, he sent Vegeta plummeting like a meteor. A thunderous crash ensued as Vegeta's body struck the earth, creating a massive crater. His battle suit tattered and his vitality waning as he lay within the depths of the pit. "Dad!" Trunks rushed to his father's side, while Bulma, unable to perform flight techniques, anxiously watched from the edge of the crater. Xue Tian descended gracefully, releasing his state of Ultra Instinct. Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, called out, "Xue Tian, it's my turn." However, Xue Tian's stamina could not sustain another activation of Ultra Instinct, primarily due to his relatively low base combat power. "Having managed to defeat Vegeta was already a remarkable feat. I apologize, but I have lost the will to continue fighting." Sun Wukong understood that what had begun as a friendly spar had nearly escalated into a true battle, which was indeed disheartening. Scratching his head, he inquired, "When shall we have a rematch?" Beep. Random quest activated. Chapter 9, Acquire Final Flash. Beep. Random quest activated. Option 1. Agree to a match with Sun Wukong 3 days hence. Reward, 500 million base combat power. Option 2. Decline the match with Sun Wukong, asserting that he is not your opponent. Reward, Final Flash. Xue Tian was taken aback. At this moment, the system had activated a selection. He hesitated over the merits of combat power versus the Final Flash. Given his current situation, he lacked any significant techniques, possessing only the Wolf Fang Fist. Should he need to counter an attack, a powerful technique would be essential. However, his current combat power was insufficient. If he could enhance it, his capabilities would surely magnify after employing Ultra Instinct. Yet, if he were to unleash the Final Flash while in that state, the potency would indeed be formidable. The dilemma was palpable. Ultimately, he decided to opt for the least labor-intensive solution. Choosing the first option would necessitate a 3-day wait for the reward. In contrast, the second option promised immediate benefits. Therefore, he resolved to decline the match. "For now, I shall not duel. You are not my equal. If you truly wish to surpass me, dedicate time to your training. At your current level, you are simply inadequate, even in your Super Saiyan 3 form." At this proclamation, the onlookers were left in shock. After all, Sun Wukong was recognized as the strongest among them. And to hear that even he was no match for Vegeta, especially in his Super Saiyan 3 form, was astonishing. Sun Wukong did not doubt Xue Tian's words. As his recent display of might had been undeniable, he realized that he himself held less than half a chance against Xue Tian. During the battle between Vegeta and Xue Tian, Wukong had observed a crucial detail. Xue Tian seemed to evade automatically, dodging every punch Vegeta attempted to land. If one could not strike Xue Tian, how could one hope to defeat him? As the crowd remained in awe, a notification resonated within Xue Tian's consciousness. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing option 2, declining to battle with Sun Wukong and asserting that he is not your adversary. Reward, Final Flash acquired. Final Flash learned. Beep. Congratulations, host, for mastering Final Flash. In an instant, Xue Tian felt a wealth of knowledge flood his mind. Insights into the techniques of Final Flash. Indeed, this move was impressive. When unleashed during Ultra Instinct, its power would multiply exponentially. He wondered what expression Vegeta would wear the next time he employed the Final Flash. After consuming a Senzu Bean, Vegeta's injuries and stamina gradually recovered. Rising to his feet, he regarded Xue Tian with a slightly altered gaze, though his tone remained icy as he queried, "What transformation was that? It hardly resembles a scion form." "Naturally, it is not a scion form. It is a technique known as Ultra Instinct." "Ultra Instinct?" Vegeta asked, perplexed. Sun Wukong echoed his confusion, as they had never encountered such a concept before. Observations revealed that this transformation was undeniably potent, despite Xue Tian's low base combat power. He had effortlessly overpowered Vegeta in his Ultra Instinct state, resulting in a terrifying enhancement. Xue Tian chose not to linger. "Farewell, everyone. I must take my leave. Until our paths cross again." Having arrived in the Dragon Ball Super world, it was clear that returning soon was not an option, so he resolved to seek a place to reside. Soaring towards the West capital with the technique of flight, he witnessed the departure of his comrade. Yamcha declared, "Goku, Vegeta, I too shall take my leave." Swiftly, he departed with Puar in tow. Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta, inquiring with a smile, "Vegeta, how do you feel?" With a chilling snort, Vegeta assumed Wukong was mocking him. "It won't be long before I decipher his Ultra Instinct." Clenching his fists, he brimmed with self-assurance, contemplating that once he unraveled the mysteries of Ultra Instinct, with his foundational combat prowess, what would it amount to before him? Time to train at home. With these thoughts in mind, he no longer hesitated and accelerated back home. Sun Wukong wore a perplexed expression, pondering what had transpired with Vegeta. Had he unwittingly offended him? Yet, he shrugged it off, as he believed Vegeta's temperament was simply such. Indifference was to be expected. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ah!" Xue Tian mentioned that to gather information on Beerus, one could seek the old Kai. Instantly, he sensed the old Kai's aura and waved goodbye to Bulma and the others. Whoosh! Bulma, watching as the others departed one by one, was left with only her son Trunks, her face twitching as she gazed towards the direction Vegeta had flown off. Exclaiming, "Vegeta, really? Leaving without me? Are you not worried I won't find my way back?" Xue Tian arrived at the West capital, hovering in midair, pondering where he might find lodging. Without any money. At that moment, he spotted a martial arts tournament taking place not far below. The host was the ever-dapper MC who had consistently overseen the martial arts events, seemingly impervious to the most fierce skirmishes, akin to an indomitable cockroach. However, he now bore the marks of age, lacking the vibrancy of his youth. The tournament was nearing its conclusion, with the victor being Satan. As the crowd erupted in fervent cheers, chanting his name with exuberance, nearly overwhelming in their excitement. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the most celebrated figure was none other than Satan. Though Sun Wukong and Vegeta frequently saved the Earth, their identities remained obscure to the masses, while Satan stood as a national idol. It could be said that Sun Wukong's triumph over Kid Buu was significantly aided by Satan. During the effort to amass a spirit bomb, Wukong had called upon the entire world, yet none recognized him to contribute their energy. Ultimately, it was Satan's mere words that rallied the populace to raise their hands and offer their spirit energy, culminating in the most potent spirit bomb that obliterated Kid Buu. When Xue Tian first viewed Dragon Ball, he pondered the necessity of a character like Satan, whose combat prowess was negligible and whose role seemed primarily comedic. However, considering Satan's subsequent contributions, he realized that his function extended beyond humor. He filled the gap in Sun Wukong's social connections. A spirit bomb facilitator. With him, gathering spirit energy on Earth became an effortless endeavor, for all were willing to believe in him, perceiving him as a true master of the craft, the strongest in the universe. Look, what is that? Chapter 10, Satan's Frenzied Fans. Look, what is that? At that moment, a spaceship materialized above the West capital, the swirling vortex capturing the attention of the crowd. Even Satan turned his gaze, puzzled by the unfolding scene. At that instant, the spaceship opened its bay, and a beam of white light descended, accompanied by two figures. These individuals, adorned with blue skin and bovine features, were tall and imposing, causing quite a stir among the onlookers. Satan was equally startled, especially upon noticing their formidable physiques, which appeared to encompass 3 to 4 of him. Their intense gaze fixated on Satan, instilling a sense of dread within him. What intentions did they harbor? The blue bovine figure on the left spoke. "You are the one who vanquished Majin Buu, the super strong warrior?" Recognizing their malevolent demeanor, Satan hesitated to affirm his identity, yet with so many witnesses, refusal would expose him. Would he still be regarded as the esteemed Mr. Satan? With these thoughts swirling, he reluctantly admitted, "Indeed, I am Mr. Satan." "What of it? Greetings. We hail from planet Batter. I am Badu, and this is Badu Fire. We have come to challenge the super strong warrior who defeated Majin Buu." As Badu assumed a combative stance, exuding an intimidating aura, it was clear that he was not to be trifled with. Gazing at their muscular forms, Satan felt a wave of panic wash over him. Their fighting capabilities were on an entirely different level, and he stood no chance of victory. His eyes darted around, searching for Sun Wukong or Vegeta, wondering if they might be nearby. Goten, Gohan, are you there? Yet, the faces he longed to see were nowhere to be found. Only the crowd fervently chanting, Satan, Satan. The embarrassment mounted, and beads of sweat streamed down his face, his anxiety intensifying. Seeing Satan's frantic glances, Badu inquired, Mr. Satan, what troubles you? Are you afraid to compete? In response, Satan leaped up, nervously retorting, impossible. I am merely warming up. I require such a warm-up before battling. Quite peculiar. No wonder you are the one who defeated Majin Buu. Badu mused, harboring no doubts, for he understood the formidable nature of Majin Buu, and naturally, anyone capable of such a feat must possess considerable strength. A strong individual exhibiting eccentricities was not unusual. Above, Xue Tian observed the scene, a smile creeping across his lips. Oh, Satan, you truly are a source of amusement. Yet whether I can secure a lavish villa today hinges upon your performance. I have high hopes. Xue Tian refrained from descending to assist Satan, for the moment was not yet ripe. After a while, Satan still failed to spot any familiar faces, his anxiety escalating. The host queried, Mr. Satan, are you prepared? Satan did not respond, but instead engaged in warm-up exercises, prompting the host to awkwardly announce, it seems our Mr. Satan is not yet ready. Time ticked by, and Badu grew impatient, insisting, let us settle this once and for all. Still, Satan remained silent. Among the audience, murmurs of doubt arose. What is happening with Mr. Satan? He has never taken this long to warm up. Is he afraid? At this, Satan's brow nearly leapt from his forehead, mortified as he continued to fidget, muttering anxiously, what to do? What to do? Must I truly fight? If I cannot win, my illustrious reputation will be tarnished. What will become of my imposing image? In a state of despair, he could devise no solution. The notion of calling for help crossed his mind, but to seek assistance in front of so many would surely reveal his vulnerability. Master. Just then, a voice resonated from above as a handsome young man descended rapidly. It was none other than Xue Tian. Satan, bewildered, questioned who this stranger was, and wondered who his master could be. Before he could ponder further, Xue Tian landed before him, declaring, Master, I have returned. Master? Satan was utterly baffled. Xue Tian stepped forward slightly, leaning close to his ear and whispered, if you wish to remain inconspicuous, then grant me 10 billion. I shall help you vanquish this extraterrestrial being and preserve your illustrious reputation. What? 10 billion? Satan instantly grasped the situation, realizing this individual had come to extricate him from his predicament, albeit for a sum of 10 billion. Mr. Satan, make your decision swiftly, or I shall have to claim I've mistaken you for someone else. Xue Tian said with a smile. In truth, 10 billion was not a significant amount for Satan, as it merely equated to approximately 50 million in the real world. Given Satan's stature, this sum was but a trifling matter. One might say it was akin to a drop in the ocean, easily recouped by hosting a few more martial arts tournaments. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, Satan understood his current predicament. If he did not part with the money, his cover would be blown. To safeguard his esteemed reputation for a mere 10 billion was a worthy exchange. Excellent. My devoted disciple, you have finally returned. Everyone, this is my apprentice of 3 years, who has been honing his skills abroad and has just come back. Satan exclaimed joyfully, patting Xue Tian on the shoulder. One could say Satan was quite the performer, playing his role to perfection, and the crowd's faith in him was absolute, with no one daring to doubt his words. Indeed, Master, I have returned. Xue Tian replied. He then turned to Badu, speaking coolly, you wish to challenge my master? You are sorely unqualified. Defeat me first. Badu was instantly enraged, his face contorting as his nose and mouth nearly fused together in fury. He bellowed, arrogant. You are merely Mr. Satan's disciple, yet you dare to be so presumptuous. Let us see what skills you possess. Come, let us settle this once and for all. With that, Badu roared at Xue Tian. Whoosh! Xue Tian's figure flickered, akin to a cannonball soaring through the air, and in a flash of lightning, a brilliant light struck Badu in the abdomen. Ah! A harrowing cry echoed around them. Badu collapsed with a thud, frothing at the mouth, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded, their jaws agape in disbelief, including Satan, who had never anticipated such formidable combat prowess from Xue Tian. Half a minute later, the announcer declared, Satan's disciple emerges victorious. The crowd erupted in unison, chanting, Satan, Satan. Xue Tian found himself speechless. These fans were utterly fanatic. Upon hearing the cheers, Satan immediately raised his hands high, spinning around on the stage with pride. Chapter 11. Knowing he is the god of destruction, are you not afraid? The matter concerning the two extraterrestrials was but a minor interlude. Yet it proved immensely beneficial to Xue Tian, as he would not have to fret over financial matters for a considerable time. At Satan's residence, he presented Xue Tian with a check for 10 billion, albeit with a twinge of reluctance. Thank you. Should such matters arise again, I can assist. Xue Tian chuckled. Satan's lips twitched slightly. At that moment, the rotund Majin Buu emerged from a room, his small eyes sparkling. Satan, I want pudding. Very well, Mr. Buu. I shall have someone bring it to you immediately. Xue Tian assessed the plump Majin Buu, finding him rather endearing, though he lamented the creature's lethargy. Ever since aligning with Satan, Buu seemed fixated solely on eating, neglecting any thoughts of training. It appeared he had never even heard of Majin Buu engaging in training. Majin Buu glanced at Xue Tian with little interest, plopping down to continue munching on snacks. Xue Tian chuckled, utilizing his flight technique to leave Satan's abode. With the 10 billion, he spent 5 billion on a splendid villa, leaving him with 5 billion remaining. Gazing at the grand villa before him, Xue Tian exclaimed, "Not bad at all. I couldn't afford a 3-bedroom apartment in reality, yet here I am, purchasing a villa, with 5 billion left." It seemed he could use that for a lifetime. Changing into swimwear, he leapt into the pool to swim. Ding. Random selection activated. Option 1. Deceive the old Supreme Kai into believing he is a powerful entity, unafraid of Beerus. Reward, divine energy. Option 2. Inform the old Supreme Kai that he has merely heard of Beerus's impending arrival. Reward, Majin Buu's bloodline. Oh, swimming can activate a selection? How surprising. Divine energy? If memory serves, it is one of the essentials for achieving divinity. The Majin Buu bloodline is also commendable, possessing regenerative abilities and absorption. Yet possessing divine energy could enable one to become a deity. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, it is a stage for angels, gods of destruction, and other formidable beings, with Son Goku and Vegeta aspiring to reach their heights, rather than aligning with beings like Majin Buu. Simply put, if it weren't for the Dragon Ball Super universe, the Majin Buu bloodline would indeed be impressive, but in comparison to the gods within this realm, it pales significantly. I choose option 1. Xue Tian promptly made his selection. Whoosh. As soon as he made his choice, a streak of light descended, revealing the old Supreme Kai. The East Supreme Kai and Son Goku at the pool's edge, gazing at Xue Tian as he swam. Xue Tian had anticipated their arrival, so he was not taken aback by their sudden appearance. The system activating the selection indicated that subsequent events might be related to his choice. This conclusion stemmed from several tasks he had completed, leading him to perceive the system's missions as reminders. The old Supreme Kai watched Xue Tian swimming, his gaze unwavering, which startled Xue Tian. The old Supreme Kai's and Master Roshi's lecherous tendencies were notorious within Dragon Ball Super. Son Goku chuckled and said, "Xue Tian, the old Supreme Kai has a few questions for you." Xue Tian did not respond. Instead, he swiftly dashed out of the pool, hastily donning his clothes in a rather disheveled manner. Seeing his flustered state, Son Goku asked in confusion, "We're all men here. Why are you so nervous?" Xue Tian's lips twitched slightly. It was precisely because they were men that he felt uneasy under the old Supreme Kai's gaze. If it were a woman, he wouldn't feel such trepidation. Naturally, Xue Tian did not wish to elaborate too much on this, and simply asked, "East Supreme Kai, what brings you to me?" In truth, Xue Tian had a general idea of their purpose for visiting, yet he refrained from voicing it, as he needed to maneuver the old Supreme Kai's perceptions. This elder was quite knowledgeable, and if he did not act cleverly, he might not gain his trust. The East Supreme Kai, Xian, was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xue Tian to recognize him. He politely responded, "It is not I, but my ancestor who has matters to discuss with you." The old Supreme Kai gazed at Xue Tian with a smiling demeanor. Xue Tian prompted, "Feel free to ask your questions." There is no need to adopt such a fawning demeanor, as it only makes one anxious. Upon hearing Xue Tian's words and observing his ancestor's behavior, the East Supreme Kai felt a wave of embarrassment. "Xue Tian, my ancestor is simply like this. I hope you can forgive him." Xue Tian was well aware of the old Supreme Kai's nature and did not mind too much, responding, "Understood." At this moment, the old Kaishin inquired, "How do you know that Beerus is about to descend upon Earth?" Xue Tian responded with a mysterious smile, "I have my own methods." "What methods?" The old Kaishin pressed on, his curiosity piqued, especially upon witnessing Xue Tian's enigmatic expression. In the vast expanse of the 7th universe, few are aware of Beerus, and even fewer know of his imminent arrival on Earth. One could even say that none do. Even Whis, the angel accompanying Beerus, would likely be oblivious unless Beerus disclosed his plans beforehand. Given Beerus's whimsical nature, no one could truly predict his movements. One could say I am acquainted with him. Yet one could also argue otherwise. Xue Tian continued to tantalize. The old Kaishin, perplexed, asked, "So, by that reasoning, you do know Beerus. You must also be aware of his capabilities and his identity." "Indeed, He is the god of destruction, Xue Tian replied with an unsettling calmness, akin to a still pond devoid of ripples. However, the tone of his voice left the old Kaishin utterly astounded, knowing he is the god of destruction. Are you not frightened? Before Xue Tian could respond, Son Goku and the East Kaishin, standing nearby, expressed their confusion. Who exactly is this Beerus? Why does our ancestor seem so grave and fearful at the mere mention of his name? The old Kaishin's expression contorted as he recalled. I was sealed away by him for 75 million years. Had it not been for the breaking of my divine sword, I might still be trapped. The thought ignited a surge of anger, which he directed towards the East Kaishin with a punch to the head. The latter looked on with a pitiful expression and protested. Ancestor, what have I done? You ignorant Kaishin, do you comprehend who Beerus is? What manner of being he is? The East Kaishin solemnly shook his head, prompting the old Kaishin to raise his hand once more, though the East Kaishin had already retreated. If only you spent more time studying divine history instead of poring over sensational tabloids. At this, the East Kaishin pouted and muttered, that was clearly you. Chapter 12 Son Goku interjected, you've said so much, yet I haven't understood a word. The old Kaishin shot a glance of exasperation at the East Kaishin, who promptly fell silent. The old Kaishin began to elucidate, the Beerus you speak of is the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Gods of destruction are a unique category of deities. Just as there are Kaishins, who are creators, there exist gods of destruction, whose very essence is to annihilate. Their combat prowess is terrifyingly formidable, representing, in many respects, the pinnacle of power within the universe. Though some exceptionally powerful races or individuals may surpass a god of destruction, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. In pure combat terms, it may be possible to exceed a god of destruction, but should they employ their divine abilities, it becomes impossible to surpass them. He cast a cautionary glance at Son Goku. Therefore, Goku, should Beerus truly descend upon Earth, do not provoke him. Or else he may obliterate the planet, and you too may find yourselves in peril. Eagerly, Son Goku exclaimed, I can defeat him. The old Kaishin's mouth twitched as he delivered a swift punch to Goku's head, admonishing him, defeat him? How would you do that? Can you withstand his destruction? Destruction? What is destruction? Son Goku asked, bewildered. The god of destruction's abilities can annihilate nearly anything in existence, from the tiniest speck of dust to entire planets, even the universe itself. So tell me, can you withstand such destruction? The old Kaishin replied disdainfully. You aspire to defeat a god of destruction? Why not claim you could defeat the Omni King instead? Such fanciful thoughts. Rubbing the back of his head, Son Goku asked with confusion, then what should I do? What should you do? Simply make him happy. Beerus has a great fondness for delicious food. If you present him with a feast and keep him pleased, he is less likely to cause havoc. If you anger him, Earth will face annihilation, and not just you. Chi-Chi, Gohan, and Goten could also be at risk. Having worked alongside Beerus for many years, the old Kaishin was well aware of his preferences and weaknesses. Son Goku nodded, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Observing Goku's stubborn expression, Xue Tian chuckled softly. This fellow would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to challenge Beerus, just as he would not forego a chance to compete with Xue Tian himself. Knowing his own temperament was not volatile and understanding Goku's, Xue Tian chose to disregard him. However, if it were Beerus, the situation would be entirely different. The old Kaishin, familiar with Goku's character, wore a face of resignation. Yet, he had no feasible solution. It was not as if he could imprison Goku, and sealing him away was the only option. Suddenly, Son Goku, now curious, asked, by the way, old Kaishin, what do you mean by the seventh universe? Are there other universes? The old Kaishin did not conceal the truth and explained. The seventh universe is the universe we currently inhabit. There are 12 universes in total, numbered from the 1st to the 12th. The first universe corresponds to the 12th, the second to the 11th, and the 6th to the 7th, which totals 13. This correspondence can also be referred to as twin universes. The 6th and 7th universes are twin universes, and if there are scions in the 7th, there must also be scions in the 6th. Do you understand? Son Goku scratched his head and replied earnestly, although you've said a lot, I still don't comprehend. Bam! The old Kaishin and East Kaishin tumbled to the ground. You truly didn't grasp that? What a waste of breath. Never mind, Goku, just know that there are greater powers beyond our realm. Son Goku nodded earnestly, clenching his fists. It seems there are many formidable beings beyond the universe. I long to see them and engage in battle. The old Kaishin sighed, Goku. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from trouble. With your nature, you are prone to attracting significant complications. If you can avoid trouble, do so. Simply strive to be the strongest in the 7th universe. Standing nearby, Xue Tian chuckled softly. Old Kaishin, I wonder how you would react if I were to tell you that soon, the Omni King will host a power tournament for the entire universe. all because of Son Goku. Failure will lead to destruction. Your expression would surely be quite amusing. Though he entertained the thought, Xue Tian chose to remain silent. Aware that some matters were best left unspoken, the old Kaioshin, after cautioning Son Goku, turned his gaze to Xue Tian. Since you know Beerus is coming to Earth and you are unafraid, surely you must possess the strength to defeat him. Xue Tian did not respond directly, but instead countered. What do you wish to achieve? Hearing this, Son Goku's interest was rekindled. Having previously failed to secure a match against Xue Tian, he felt restless and was eager to challenge him again. Now, it seemed he had found an opportunity. If Beerus truly intends to destroy Earth, I hope you will rise to protect it, the old Kaioshin implored. In his view, since Xue Tian showed no fear of Beerus and had no intention of fleeing, he might indeed be the one to save Earth. If calamity were to strike, perhaps Xue Tian would be the savior they desperately needed. Is it not a rule among the deities that they cannot interfere with each other's affairs? Xue Tian remarked playfully. If he intends to destroy Earth, that is indeed his responsibility. Asking me to save the planet would be tantamount to indirect interference, would it not? Sun Wukong, utterly bewildered, responded, Huh? Is destroying Earth a job? What kind of job is that? Xue Tian refrained from elaborating, for within the realm of Dragon Ball Super, Sun Wukong's intellect seemed rather absent. Among all the Dragon Ball series, only GT depicted him with a keen mind, showcasing both courage and strategy. In contrast, the Super series presented him as a quintessentially naive and battle-hungry individual. The old Kaioshin suddenly paused, taken aback by Xue Tian's knowledge of such rules, and inquired with astonishment. Who exactly are you? How do you know so much? I am simply myself, Xue Tian, he declared. The ease with which I comprehend these matters can only be attributed to my status as a certain powerful being unknown to you. I possess knowledge of all that has transpired in the world and all that is to come. You are correct. I do fear no one, not even Beerus. In fact, I harbor no fear of Beerus. On the contrary, should he encounter me, I could easily transform him into a docile little kitten. He jested. After all, he was bound to the Omni King. Should anything untoward happen to him because of Beerus, the Omni King would surely exact retribution upon the destroyer. Chapter 13. Sealed for 75 million years, and yet unafraid? Upon hearing this assertion, the old Kaioshin fell silent, scrutinizing Xue Tian closely. Observing that his battle power did not seem overwhelmingly strong, certainly less than Sun Wukong's, he pondered what foundation Xue Tian had for making such bold claims. Beerus, known for his volatile temperament, was an extraordinarily formidable destroyer. To assert that he could reduce Beerus to a harmless kitten seemed utterly far-fetched. However, Xue Tian's demeanor suggested no inclination towards deceit. Moreover, if he were fabricating stories, how could he possibly be aware of divine regulations? How could he know that Beerus would soon descend upon Earth? Very well, let us put your claims to the test. If you are indeed as powerful as you profess, then enlighten me. What is Beerus doing at this very moment? Furthermore, what is his purpose in coming to Earth? Xue Tian understood that to convince him, he would need to divulge some information. Otherwise, the old man would remain skeptical, and without belief, he could not fulfill the mission assigned by the system. In a calm and measured tone, he replied, At present, Beerus is fast asleep. His reason for descending upon Earth is rooted in a dream he had, a vision of the Super Saiyan God, who he believes can defeat him. Currently, only Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained among the Scions of Universe 7, thus he felt compelled to visit Earth. The old Kaioshin swallowed hard. While he was uncertain if Beerus's arrival was indeed due to the Super Saiyan God's presence, he was certain that Beerus was indeed sleeping at this moment. Given Xue Tian's composed nature, he found himself compelled to believe him. It seemed evident that Xue Tian was a powerful entity, perhaps one who had emerged during the 75 million years of the old Kaioshin's imprisonment. Ding. Task selection 1 completed. Deceive the old Kaioshin into believing oneself a great being, unafraid of Beerus, and receive the reward, Divine Energy 1. Ah, the old man believes me. Splendid. The old Kaioshin continued. You are correct. Beerus is indeed still asleep. Furthermore, you are right that the deities cannot interfere with each other's duties. However, during the upcoming period, I intend to create Earth, which signifies that Beerus cannot interfere with my work, nor destroy the planet. Therefore, my request for you to protect Earth does not constitute interference with his tasks, but rather his interference with mine. Xue Tian chuckled, Old Kaioshin. It seems that even after being sealed for 75 million years, you remain unafraid of Beerus. The old Kaioshin felt an involuntary tremor of disbelief, gazing at Xue Tian with astonishment. You know this? I have mentioned that I possess knowledge of all that has transpired and what is yet to come. The East Kaioshin and Sun Wukong were both astounded and could not restrain their curiosity. Huh? Ancestor, is it true that your sealing is tied to that destructive deity, Beerus? Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, the old Kaishin decided to reveal all. In that moment, he fully accepted that Xue Tian was indeed a significant entity, perhaps connected to the time Kaishin, for it was improbable that anyone could possess knowledge of both the past and future. He resolved to inquire with the time Kaishin later, hoping to uncover Xue Tian's true identity. Indeed, it was because of the destroyer Beerus. 75 million years ago, shortly after I ascended to the position of Kaishin, I had a verbal altercation with Beerus during my duties, resulting in an unfortunate disagreement. He sealed me within the divine sword. And it was only after the sword was broken that I was finally freed. Now it all makes sense. The East Kaishin grasped the situation entirely. Sun Wukong, too, comprehended the gravity of the matter. That Beerus is truly vile for sealing you away for so long. The old Kaishin chuckled wryly, but what can I do? The power levels of Kaishins and destroyers are not even in the same league. If Beerus were genuinely angry, a mere flick of his finger could obliterate a Kaishin. However, since we are bound as a collective, the demise of one would mean the end of the other. Thus Beerus refrains from such actions. Otherwise, I would not have been sealed, but rather killed. As for fear, yes, he feared the possibility of being sealed again, but for the sake of Earth, he was willing to risk it all. Since you are aware of Beerus's sealing of me, you must also understand the nature of my relationship with him. Xue Tian recognized the implication that they were indeed bound together. The old Kaishin queried, "Is this the source of your unshakable confidence? If this is your survival strategy, then I might end up sacrificing myself as well. Although I am quite advanced in years, I have no desire to meet my end. Having lived so long, I have spent 75 million years in confinement without relishing the joys of life. There is still much knowledge I wish to acquire, and I have several tomes yet to explore. That will not be the case. Rest assured, I will not resort to such extremes," Xue Tian assured him, while secretly contemplating. "I will only harm myself. There is no need to create unnecessary complications." Upon hearing this, the old Kaishin let out a heavy sigh of relief. "That is good to hear." The East Kaishin, curious, inquired, "Ancestor, what is it? You seem rather troubled. Mind your own business," the old Kaishin retorted, swinging a hefty slap that left the East Kaishin dazed and speechless. Ignoring the East Kaishin, the old Kaishin turned back to Xue Tian. "Tell me, can you agree to my request? What benefits are there?" Xue Tian asked nonchalantly. He was no saint. This earth was not his own. And whether it faced destruction was of no consequence to him. Why should he expend effort to confront Beerus on behalf of strangers? The old Kaishin pondered for a moment, then retrieved a square stone from his robes, shimmering with a blue light akin to a Rubik's Cube. "This is a divine origin stone, containing boundless power. With your capabilities, you should be able to absorb it. Doing so would greatly enhance your strength." Xue Tian gazed at the divine origin stone, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered something akin to it before. Wait a moment, wasn't the cosmic seed in Hertz's possession similar to this? The object was square and reminiscent of a Rubik's Cube, albeit the cosmic seed shimmered in a myriad of colors, while the divine stone was merely a shade of blue. A notification chimed. Activating system, random selection. Choice 1. Decline the old Kai's request to protect Earth, with a reward of the instant transmission Kamehameha wave. Choice 2. Accept the old Kai's request to safeguard Earth, with a reward of the Blade of Judgment. The instant transmission Kamehameha wave. That seems quite appealing. However, the Blade of Judgment is also formidable. If my memory serves me right, it is the signature technique of the fused Zamasu, descending from the heavens like a torrential downpour of judgment, both immensely powerful and strikingly magnificent. Chapter 14. Fusing Divine Energy, Ascending to Godhood. Should I choose the first option, I would merely acquire the instant transmission Kamehameha wave. However, opting for the second choice grants me both rewards, and the Divine Stone is indeed something to look forward to. I choose the second option. With an air of nonchalance, I accepted the old Kai's Divine Stone. Very well, I shall honor your request. I will protect Earth this time. As for the future, that remains to be seen. Ding. Choice 2 completed. Agreed to the old Kai's request to protect Earth. Reward acquired. Blade of Judgment. Learning the Blade of Judgment. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Blade of Judgment. The old Kai nodded in approval. Good. I hope you can fulfill your promise. Of course I can. Xue Tian replied confidently. No matter how powerful Beerus is, would he dare challenge the Omni King? If he truly provoked me, I would summon the Omni King, and he would have to salute me at a 90-degree angle, too intimidated to even breathe. The old Kai, wishing not to disturb Xue Tian further, said, Since you have already agreed, we shall take our leave. The East Kai smiled at Xue Tian, and, invoking his divine technique, they vanished in an instant back to the Kai's realm. Goku gazed at Xue Tian, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Xue Tian, can we spar now? Since you're not afraid of Beerus, does that mean your strength surpasses his? Let me see just how powerful this Beerus truly is. Xue Tian waved his finger dismissively. No, no, you misunderstand. While I do not fear Beerus, that does not imply that my strength exceeds his. Nor does it mean I can defeat him. Upon hearing this, Goku was immediately perplexed and asked in confusion, did you not promise the old Kai that you would protect Earth? If you cannot defeat Beerus, how will you protect Earth? Goku, that is a secret. Xue Tian replied with a mysterious smile. Although he knew that even if he told Goku, he might not comprehend. Goku could certainly relay the information to others, and that naive fellow would likely spill any secret he was told. It was best to keep certain matters hidden from him to avoid complications. Goku looked utterly baffled. What? Fine, you go ahead. I need to rest. We can discuss fighting in a few days. Without the system's rewards, I have no time to spar with you. You Scions are so combative. But I don't consider myself as such. Even with Scion blood, I am not that belligerent. Isn't it more enjoyable to simply relax, contemplating the pleasures of leisure? Xue Tian mused about whether he should invite some lovely companions over for a party at the grand villa he had purchased. Such indulgences were foreign to him in his previous world. Yet Goku was relentless, pressing Xue Tian. Just a few minutes, please. We can keep it light. Understanding Goku's nature, Xue Tian knew he would persist unless something else captured his attention or presented him with a challenge. Goku, do you truly wish to spar with me? Of course. Goku replied without hesitation. Then how about this? Go defeat Vegeta first. If you can best him, then come challenge me, for he is my subordinate. If you can't even defeat Vegeta, wouldn't that be a waste of my time? Xue Tian stated calmly. In truth, he was aware that Vegeta could not best Goku, but the gap between them was narrow enough that a prolonged battle would likely ensue without a clear victor for days. It was precisely for this reason that Xue Tian proposed such a challenge, to buy himself some time. Goku recognized that his strength was indeed comparable to Vegeta's. Should they fight, it could drag on indefinitely. Fight Vegeta? That requires. Before he could finish, Xue Tian interrupted. What? Are you saying you're not his match? And thus you hesitate? If that is the case, do you believe there is any need for us to fight? Goku immediately clarified. That is not it. It's just that when we fight, neither of us will yield anytime soon. Not yielding soon. Perhaps that simply means you are not his match. Goku, you should return and train diligently. When you can defeat Vegeta, come find me. I am always ready to spar. If you cannot win, then do not speak of challenging me. Now be off. With that, Xue Tian leaped into the swimming pool. Sparring? How exhausting. Swimming is far more delightful. Seeing Xue Tian's demeanor, Goku felt a mixture of frustration and determination. All right, I'm going to find Vegeta. With a whoosh, he instantaneously vanished. Once he departed, Xue Tian swam for a while before emerging from the pool, settling cross-legged on a chair. He examined the divine energy within his system's inventory. Divine energy, a crucial component for ascension to godhood, an essential prerequisite. Xue Tian understood that in Dragon Ball Super, no being could achieve godhood without divine energy, regardless of their combat prowess. Only by acquiring divine energy could one ascend to godhood and learn divine techniques, excluding those like Xue Tian, who were directly facilitated by the system. Goku and Vegeta were able to master divine techniques, such as Ultra Instinct and Self-Mastery, precisely because they transformed into Super Saiyan Gods. Without that foundation, no amount of guidance from Whis would enable their mastery. Xue Tian pondered. If I were to fuse divine energy, would that not enhance my strength when activating Ultra Instinct? With my foundational combat power, fusing divine energy could undoubtedly elevate me to divine status. In reality, a god's combat power is not exceptionally high. Akin to the Kaioshin, they possess unique abilities that other races cannot harness. Based on Xue Tian's estimation, one might only need a foundational combat power of 50 million or even 10 million to fuse divine energy and possibly become a god. The specifics remained uncertain to him. Not wishing to dwell further, he concentrated his thoughts. Using divine energy. Ding. Host has fused divine energy. In that moment, waves of energy surged into Xue Tian's consciousness like a tidal wave. He instinctively closed his eyes, and a vortex swirled around him, causing the sky to darken abruptly. The spiraling energy expanded, gradually enveloping Xue Tian in a cylindrical formation, and at that instant, a wondrous melody resonated throughout the cosmos, a sound both enchanting and solemn. This was the sound of ascension to divinity, a blessing from the universe. Chapter 15. What is this new form? 7th Universe. Kaioshin Realm. The old Supreme Kai and the East Supreme Kai, upon hearing the divine gospel, were enveloped in a haze of bewilderment. How could such a divine message manifest unexpectedly? With a mere wave of his hand, a crystal ball materialized, revealing an image of Xue Tian merging with divine energy. At that moment, Xue Tian was shrouded in an immense aura, which had taken on a cylindrical form, enveloping him as he spiraled within. Radiant beams of crimson light emanated from his being, and as the brilliance flickered, The environment within a radius of several miles underwent a remarkable transformation. The scorching summer day morphed into a vibrant spring, only to revert back to the sweltering heat of summer within less than a minute, with the blazing sun overhead, followed by the gentle coolness of autumn as a light breeze stirred, scattering withered leaves. Ultimately, the scene transitioned into winter, with large flakes of snow cascading down. The four seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, unfurled in a mere span of 4 minutes. Yet, Xue Tian's journey to divinity was far from complete. The process continued, his momentum intensifying. This extraordinary occurrence was not only witnessed by the two old Supreme Kais far away in the Supreme Kai realm, but also by the Kais of the realm, as well as Lord Yama from the underworld. On Earth, numerous individuals observed the spectacle. Vegeta and Goku, poised for a spar, Tin and Kaiatsu, immersed in their training deep within the mountains, Master Roshi, perusing a magazine featuring beautiful women, and Krillin, preparing for an intimate moment with Android 18. Initially, as the sky darkened, they assumed someone had summoned the eternal dragon with the Dragon Balls. However, as the atmospheric changes unfolded and Xue Tian's aura was unleashed, they realized it was not a mere summoning, but something far more significant. They all hastened toward the villa where Xue Tian was located. Upon landing, they beheld Xue Tian, seated in a meditative posture amidst the air, and Goku, puzzled, inquired, "Vegeta, what is Xue Tian doing?" Vegeta, casting a disdainful glance at Xue Tian, felt an irksome frustration. How could someone he deemed inferior so effortlessly defeat him? He chose not to respond to Goku's query. Beside them, Piccolo, intrigued, probed, "Do you know him?" Krillin, Android 18, Tien, and the others turned their gazes toward Goku. Scratching the back of his head with a cheerful grin, Goku explained, "He is Xue Tian. Introduced to us by Yamcha. He is quite formidable." Introduced by Yamcha? Formidable? Goku, oblivious to Vegeta's feelings, continued, "Indeed. He effortlessly defeated Vegeta." Vegeta's lips twitched as he shot an intense glare, exclaiming, "Kakarot." Krillin and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Someone had managed to defeat Vegeta with such ease. Was this not utterly astonishing? They harbored no doubts regarding Goku's words, for they knew he would not speak falsely. Unfazed by Vegeta's ire, Goku's indifference only fueled Vegeta's rage, as he silently vowed to conquer Xue Tian. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans, his innate talent unparalleled. It was unacceptable that Kakarot, a lower-class warrior, could stand on equal footing with him, let alone the emergence of an unknown Saiyan who not only disavowed his Saiyan lineage but also triumphed over him with such ease, trampling his dignity into the ground. With a grave expression, Piccolo scrutinized Xue Tian, pondering whether he was friend or foe. Should he be an adversary, it would indeed pose a serious dilemma. If he could easily overcome Vegeta, it implied his strength surpassed that of Goku. While Goku was indeed slightly stronger than Vegeta, it was not to the extent that he could easily defeat him. Furthermore, Piccolo sensed a profound divine aura emanating from Xue Tian. Could it be that he was a god? Although not a deity himself, Piccolo had once fused with the Earth's deity, allowing him to perceive divine energies to some degree. Now, with Xue Tian merging with divine energy, the aura was unrestrained and palpable, making Piccolo acutely aware of it. Simultaneously, in the God of Destruction realm, a tall man wielding a staff observed a magical sphere atop his staff. He possessed long, white curls, blue skin, and purple eyes and lips, adorned with a large light blue halo around his neck. Within the sphere, an image appeared, Xue Tian merging with divine energy. This staff-bearing gentleman was named Whis, the attendant to the God of Destruction, Beerus. However, he was also Beerus's mentor, primarily tasked with overseeing Beerus's duties, training him, and managing his dietary needs. With a refined smile, he mused, "How intriguing. Who is this individual? How can he grasp divinity without divine guidance? My father has specifically instructed me to keep an eye on him and ensure his safety. Not long ago, his father, the Grand Priest, had summoned him, insisting he safeguard Xue Tian at all costs, warning that any failure could result in the forfeiture of his angelic status and eternal imprisonment." This revelation left Whis astounded. How could an ordinary person warrant such attention from his father? Since he could remember, he had never seen his father so grave, as if dire consequences would ensue should he fail to protect Xue Tian. Whis had inquired about the reason for this protection, but his father had simply replied, "Do not ask what you should not." This had rendered Whis reticent, leading him to diligently fulfill his duties. In the 7th universe, on Earth, Xue Tian's ascension to divinity reached a pivotal moment as the cylindrical vortex enveloping him gradually dissipated. In an instant, a brilliant crimson beam of light descended, the vortex expanding outward and unleashing formidable waves of energy. The sky darkened ominously, fierce winds whipped up colossal waves, violently crashing against cliffs and shattering them into mist and foam. It resembled a cataclysmic event. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others hurriedly shielded their eyes. Goku could not contain his awe, exclaiming, "So powerful." Vegeta, though silent, acknowledged inwardly the undeniable strength radiating from Xue Tian. Even this tempestuous energy was beyond his reach, far surpassing his current capabilities. As eerie sounds echoed through the air, the sky gradually cleared, and the vortex around Xue Tian diminished at a visible rate. Yet the crimson glow enveloping him remained unwavering. Half a minute later, the cylindrical vortex vanished, revealing Xue Tian to the astonished onlookers, who were left utterly speechless. Vegeta, too, found his tongue tied in disbelief. What form is this for Vegeta? Chapter 16, The Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian was enveloped in tendrils of red energy. With delicate crimson lightning flickering intermittently, his hair transformed to a vibrant red. Not only that, but he appeared significantly more handsome, his skin radiantly smooth. Vegeta glanced at Goku, but remained silent. Did he not know? How could he expect Goku to have the answers? Meanwhile, Piccolo sensed the profound divine essence emanating from Xue Tian, his demeanor turning gravely serious. This was indeed the manifestation of divinity. The question lingered, was he friend or foe? This form was undoubtedly a divine transformation. As Sun Wukong noticed Vegeta's silence, he turned to Xue Tian and inquired, "What form is this? It looks incredibly powerful." "This is the Super Saiyan God," Xue Tian readily disclosed, knowing that Sun Wukong would soon attain this form himself. "What? Super Saiyan God? I've never heard of it. It seems to be a divine form," Sun Wukong asked in confusion, scratching the back of his head in his characteristic manner. Meanwhile, a myriad of thoughts raced through Vegeta's mind. The Super Saiyan God, didn't that signify the god of the Saiyans? As the prince of planet Vegeta, possessing the purest bloodline, why could he not transform into such a form? Although Sun Wukong was unaware of the specifics of the Super Saiyan God, his curiosity was piqued. He was eager to ascertain the combat prowess of this form. Was it exceedingly powerful? Judging by the overwhelming aura, it certainly surpassed his own strength, yet he yearned to experience it firsthand. "Could you engage me in battle using this form?" Sun Wukong asked, brimming with anticipation. Xue Tian hesitated momentarily, realizing that a confrontation with Sun Wukong was inevitable. "Very well. Since I have transformed into a Super Saiyan God, let us see how well I can defeat you." With that, Xue Tian soared at high speed towards the desert region. Sun Wukong hurriedly pursued him, followed closely by Vegeta and the others, all eager to witness the true might of Xue Tian's Super Saiyan God form. Upon arriving in the desert, Sun Wukong assumed an offensive stance, confidently declaring, "I am ready. Bring it on." Noticing that Sun Wukong had not transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Xue Tian remarked, "You should transform into Super Saiyan 3. Do you really think you can defeat me in your base form?" Sun Wukong chuckled, "All right." Although he initially intended to transform gradually to savor the battle, Xue Tian's words prompted him to change. With a mighty roar, a powerful surge of energy enveloped him, a brilliant golden light radiating around him. His formerly short hair cascaded down to his waist, enhancing his striking appearance. "This is Super Saiyan 3. I will do my utmost to defeat you," Sun Wukong declared with confidence. Xue Tian smirked, "Then you better give it your all." In an instant, he vanished from sight, his speed reaching astounding heights. When the others caught up, he had already appeared before Sun Wukong. With a resounding impact, he delivered a solid punch to Sun Wukong's chest, sending him flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into the mountains of sand, toppling one with a thunderous crash. Krillin and the others were left in shock at Xue Tian's terrifying combat strength, particularly Piccolo, whose face turned pale with fear. Astonished that Sun Wukong had been knocked away with a single blow, and the speed was astonishing, like a fleeting comet. Observing the billowing dust, Xue Tian was certain that Sun Wukong was unharmed. In the Dragon Ball universe, it was often the case that where there was smoke, there were no injuries, and the dense fog indicated he was fine. As anticipated, Sun Wukong burst forth from the golden flames, launching a punch at Xue Tian. However, Xue Tian deftly dodged both strikes with ease. "Your speed is lacking. You should train more before challenging me. Why can't you heed my advice?" With that, he struck Sun Wukong in the abdomen, who was utterly defenseless, the force of the blow sending him crashing downwards in a swift spinning kick, creating a deep crater in the ground. Krillin could not help but exclaim, "Wukong is no match for Xue Tian at all." Vegeta merely scoffed, "Kakarot, this is the fate that awaits you when you challenge Xue Tian. Did you think you would fare any better?" Yet, within Vegeta's heart lingered another voice, a hope that Kakarot might triumph over Xue Tian, while simultaneously not wishing for such an outcome, fearing that if Kakarot succeeded, it would mean he was stronger than Vegeta. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, clenching his fists, resolving that he would be the one to defeat Xue Tian. Piccolo, his face still green with apprehension, remarked. Indeed, the disparity between them is staggering. Xue Tian hovered in the air, observing the battered Sun Wukong in the crater, aware that the battle was far from over. Sun Wukong's resilience surpassed even Vegeta's. He would not be subdued so easily, especially since Xue Tian had not exerted his full strength. Rising to his feet, Sun Wukong bore numerous injuries yet displayed no signs of pain, instead wearing an expression of exhilaration as he gazed at Xue Tian. You are truly formidable. However, I have not yet lost. His fighting spirit ignited. He clenched his fists and shouted, "Ah!" With a resounding roar, the air in 100-mile radius compressed, fierce winds howled, dark clouds gathered, and lightning crackled as swirling vortices formed around Sun Wukong, expanding outward. A brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping Sun Wukong in an even denser golden aura that crackled with electricity, causing stones to levitate and disintegrate upon contact. With a commanding presence, Sun Wukong locked eyes with Xue Tian, declaring, "This is the full power form of Super Saiyan 3. Without needing further encouragement, Xue Tian understood the magnitude of what was to come. In an instant, he teleported behind Xue Tian and launched a powerful punch. Xue Tian nonchalantly raised his hand to block the attack. But, at that moment, Sun Wukong's other fist struck Xue Tian's abdomen. "He hit him," exclaimed Piccolo and Krillin, brimming with excitement. Xue Tian was also surprised. Sun Wukong had proven himself a combat prodigy, cleverly using one punch to distract him while launching a feint. With renewed vigor, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches towards Xue Tian, relentless and fierce, yet all were expertly deflected, causing no real damage. A swift kick struck Xue Tian's arm, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Sun Wukong then positioned his hands at his waist, palms converging to form an energy sphere. Kamehameha. Boom. As Xue Tian stabilized himself, a smile crept onto his face. A Kamehameha? The essence of Dragon Ball. How intriguing. I shall give it a try. He extended his arms, rapidly gathering energy. Witnessing this, Piccolo and the others gasped in shock. Could it be? Is he attempting Vegeta's final flash? Vegeta's astonishment mirrored theirs, recognizing the similarity in both the energy and the execution. And so, the clash of energy beams commenced, the two forces colliding with immense power as they entered a standoff. Xue Tian suddenly recalling a saying from the Dragon Ball lore, never engage in a beam struggle with a member of the Sun family. Now, he was not only facing a member of the Sun family, but Sun Wukong himself. What would the outcome be? With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong unleashed a surge of energy. Xue Tian, however, felt no significant pressure. He too did not wish to squander his strength and thus bellowed in response. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth. The Kamehameha was devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sun Wukong fought valiantly against the onslaught. Yet all his efforts proved futile. In less than half a minute, he was blasted away, his body crashing through several mountain peaks. Boom, boom, boom. Xue Tian's figure flickered and appeared beside Sun Wukong, releasing his Super Saiyan God form and extending his hand. That's enough. Sun Wukong, looking disheveled and with tattered clothes, grasped Xue Tian's hand and said, "Thank you. You are truly formidable." Xue Tian chuckled lightly. "It's not that impressive." The two flew back to join Vegeta and the others. Krillin hurriedly retrieved a Senzu bean and offered it to Sun Wukong. "How did you achieve your Super Saiyan God form?" "I want to transform into a Super Saiyan God too," Sun Wukong asked eagerly. He understood that his defeat was primarily due to the inferiority of his form compared to Xue Tian's. If he could also transform into a Super Saiyan God, it was unlikely he would have lost so swiftly, and he might even be able to contend with Xue Tian. This question piqued not only Sun Wukong's curiosity, but also that of Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others. None of them wished to miss the opportunity to become Super Saiyan Gods. Yet they also understood that since it was called Super Saiyan God, it was likely restricted to Saiyans alone. All eyes were filled with anticipation. Xue Tian hesitated, pondering whether to reveal the secret to Sun Wukong. He then turned his gaze to Gohan. "Gohan, is Videl pregnant?" If Videl was not yet expecting, then they could not gather the 6 Saiyans with righteous hearts necessary to transform into Super Saiyan Gods. As for his own righteousness, he was uncertain and did not wish to test it. Thus he deemed it better to inquire about Videl. Gohan appeared perplexed, unsure why Xue Tian had suddenly posed such a question. The others shared his confusion. How was this related to transforming into a Super Saiyan God? Gohan shook his head. "I don't know." Sun Wukong scratched his head, voicing the question on everyone's mind. What does Videl's pregnancy have to do with becoming a Super Saiyan God? He found it utterly baffling. There is a connection. If you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God, then your daughter-in-law must be pregnant. So Gohan, make an effort. Xue Tian said with a mysterious smile. Why? Why is that? Sun Wukong pressed, genuinely bewildered by the relationship between Vidal's pregnancy and the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. The others were equally perplexed. There seemed to be no correlation between the two. Xue Tian raised an eyebrow. Do you still desire to become a Super Saiyan God? Of course. Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grain. Since you wish for it, there is no need for further inquiries. If you didn't want it, I could have told you right away. Xue Tian replied coolly. Although Sun Wukong was not particularly astute, he sensed Xue Tian's irritation and decided against pressing further. Instead, he cheerfully turned to his son, Gohan, hurry back and get Vidal pregnant. Gohan was left speechless, unsure of how to respond, and could only mumble a complaint. Xue Tian was prepared to return to his studies on the Divine Stone. Everyone, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. At that moment, Bulma interjected, wait. I have an important announcement. Oh, everyone turned to Bulma. Sun Wukong, with his usual naivety, chimed in, Bulma, what's wrong? Are you pregnant? Kakarot. Vegeta's face flushed crimson. Wishing he could silence Sun Wukong, Bulma, equally furious, clenched her fists and exclaimed, what nonsense. I want to announce that in a week, I will host a birthday party. A birthday party? Bulma, how old are you? Sun Wukong asked directly. Bulma huffed and waved her finger, humph. Don't you know it's impolite to ask a woman her age? Sun Wukong, oblivious, could only offer an awkward smile. Meanwhile, Xue Tian was astonished. Bulma's birthday was in a week? Did that not signify that Beerus would descend upon Earth then? He distinctly remembered that Beerus had arrived on Earth on the very day of Bulma's birthday party. Android 18, flicking her hair, inquired, Bulma, since you're throwing a birthday party, there must be a grand prize lottery, right? Xue Tian then noticed that Android 18 had also joined them. Instinctively, he glanced over and beheld a woman of extraordinary beauty, radiating charm and grace, exuding an alluring femininity in every movement. Android 18 was indeed stunning, even more so than Bulma. He couldn't help but glance at Krillin, who was bald, short, and almost noseless. How had Krillin managed to win over someone like Android 18? It seemed almost absurd. Nevertheless, he thought, it all came down to being human. Beauty alone meant little. He pondered whether he should also seek a girlfriend. After some contemplation, he decided to focus on enhancing his strength first. Without power, everything else was meaningless. Xue Tian, you must come. Bulma insisted, turning her gaze toward him. Xue Tian was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Bulma to specifically invite him, though he did not believe it was due to his charm. Had Bulma not been married, he might have entertained such thoughts, but given her commitment to Vegeta and her family, that possibility was virtually non-existent. Sure, thank you, Xue Tian replied. Bulma's invitation stemmed not from infatuation but from her recognition of Xue Tian's formidable strength. Establishing a rapport with such a powerful individual was undoubtedly wise. Everyone, I must take my leave. With a swift motion, Xue Tian activated his flight technique and soared toward his villa. After his departure, the others gradually followed suit. Upon returning to his villa, Xue Tian sat cross-legged, retrieving the divine stone bestowed upon him by the old Kaishin. He held it in his palm, scrutinizing it closely. What purpose could this object serve? Having watched countless episodes of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Super, he had never encountered mention of a divine stone before. This was indeed a first. He released his energy to sense any changes, but found none. This thing seems rather ordinary. Could the old Kaishin have deceived me? That shouldn't be the case. If he were to trick me, I could have easily abandoned my agreement with him. Wouldn't that render my efforts pointless? System, can you explain the role of this divine stone? System, cannot disclose. You must explore it yourself. Cannot disclose? I suspect you simply don't know. Perhaps I should rename you from the ultimate system to the ignorant system. Xue Tian retorted, his irritation evident. The system became flustered in an instant. Nonsense. I possess knowledge of the heavens and the earth, and within the realm of Dragon Ball, there is nothing I do not know, especially not a divine primordial stone. Is that so? Since you claim to know how to utilize this divine primordial stone, why don't you enlighten me on its application? If you cannot articulate it, then you are nothing but an uninformed system, certainly not an ultimate one. Xue Tian continued to provoke, adopting an expression that conveyed utter exasperation. The system, feeling cornered, responded, this divine primordial stone requires a divine aura for comprehension, allowing one to grasp its mysteries. However, whether one can truly fathom its secrets. The system faltered mid-sentence, realizing it had fallen into Xue Tian's trap, and quickly retorted, Host, you truly are cunning for outsmarting me. What do you mean I outsmarted you? I merely expressed a degree of skepticism, Xue Tian replied, but since you've divulged the information, I shall trust you and put it to the test to see if your claims hold any merit. With that, he promptly disregarded the system, leaving it speechless. Typically devoid of divine aura, Xue Tian transformed into a Super Saiyan God and began to attune himself to the divine primordial stone. As expected, Upon infusing the stone with divine energy, it illuminated brilliantly, revealing lines of text. Divine Primordial Stone, a stone imbued with boundless power. It also contains an exceedingly formidable divine technique known as divine sealing, capable of imprisoning all things in the world. As Xue Tian perused the text materializing from the stone, he committed every word to memory, growing increasingly captivated, while wisps of divine energy enveloped him, enhancing his innate power. The following day, Xue Tian awoke, gazing in astonishment at the divine primordial stone in his hand. Truly, it is a divine artifact. The energy it harbors is immense. After absorbing its essence throughout the night, my combat prowess has significantly increased. Previously, my combat strength was merely 100 million. I wonder what it stands at now? Let me check my status. Host, Xue Tian. Techniques, Wolf Fang Fist, Sky Dance Technique, Final Flash. Special Techniques, Limitless Potential, Super Saiyan God, Divine Sealing, Super Saiyan Level 1. Race, Human, Saiyan. Items, none. Combat Power, 500 million. This combat power reflects base strength, not transformation power. It is quite astonishing. Merely one night's absorption has elevated my ordinary combat power by 400 million, and I have yet to fully tap into the divine energy within the stone. No wonder Master Rashi, Android 17, and others became extraordinarily powerful with minimal training. Indeed, the enhancement in Dragon Ball Super is remarkably swift. I must say, this divine sealing technique is incredibly useful, though regrettably, I still need to master it. After expressing his thoughts, Xue Tian swiftly performed an unusual gesture towards a stone table in the villa. A surge of crimson energy erupted, coalescing into the shape of a lock, which instantly secured the stone table. The table was promptly locked down. Subsequently, Xue Tian clenched his fist, and with a resounding explosion, the stone table shattered into dust, dissipating into the air. This divine sealing technique is truly impressive. Suddenly, Goku appeared before Xue Tian in a flash of instant transmission. Xue Tian was puzzled, wondering why this individual had returned. Did he intend to engage in combat once more? Goku, do you need something? Goku, brimming with eagerness, exclaimed, I've already sent Gohan and Bulla to get checked out. We'll soon know if Bulla is pregnant. Since yesterday, upon learning that Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan God was linked to Bulla's potential pregnancy, he had been restless, waiting at Gohan's home, hoping they would hurry for the examination. However, Bulla had been too busy with work to go. After much coaxing from Goku, they finally agreed to get checked today. Once they arrived at the hospital, he hastily made his way to Xue Tian. Xue Tian, feeling overwhelmed, thought to himself, this is quite absurd. Yet, considering Goku's character, he is indeed a martial arts fanatic, eager for any opportunity to improve. If they went, they went. Now we wait for the results. However, Xue Tian suspected that Bulla was indeed pregnant, especially since Bulma's birthday was a week away. If he had not reminded her, Bulla would announce the news during Bulma's birthday party. The timing was too coincidental. At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky. Hi, Dad. Gohan and Bulla descended. Without waiting for them to speak, Goku, in a state of high anxiety, asked, So, Gohan, is there a baby? Bulla blushed deeply, casting her gaze downward in shyness. While Gohan nodded with joy, yes, she is pregnant. Wonderful. Goku nearly leaped with joy. His daughter-in-law Bulla was finally expecting, and he was about to learn how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian had long anticipated that Bulla would be pregnant at this moment. Gohan, concerned that Xue Tian might be skeptical, handed over the report. Mr. Xue, this is the pregnancy test report. Bulla is indeed pregnant. Xue Tian did not take the report, but nodded. I was already aware. Goku, anxious, inquired. Then how can I transform into a Super Saiyan God? His eagerness was palpable. Beep. Activating task selection. Option 1. Inform Goku how to transform into a Super Saiyan God and assist him in succeeding. Reward, Divine Resurrection. Option 2. Decline to help Goku transform into a Super Saiyan God and inform him that someone will teach him in due course. Reward, Dark Sealing. Divine Resurrection? Dark Sealing? My word, the rewards this time are truly remarkable. What exactly is Divine Resurrection? And what about Dark Sealing? Based on the names, they likely relate to resurrection and sealing, right? I have already mastered Divine Sealing. Dark Sealing should not differ too greatly. If that is the case, I should opt for Divine Resurrection. Moreover, I had previously promised Goku that I would reveal the transformation process once Bulla was pregnant. I cannot go back on my word. I choose option 1. Alright. I shall now explain how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. You need to find 6 Saiyans with hearts of righteousness. By transferring the righteous hearts of 5 Saiyans to one of them, you can assist that Saiyan in becoming a Super Saiyan God. Goku seemed to grasp the concept and quickly began counting on his fingers. Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and you, Xue Tian. No, I do not count. Xue Tian immediately declined. Goku looked perplexed. Huh, if you don't count, then we only have 4. We cannot find 6. Seeing his father's bewildered expression, Gohan could not help but interject, Dad. There's also you. Goku awkwardly scratched his head. Hee, I forgot. I should count myself too, but that only makes 5. We still need 1 more. At this moment, Biddy gently caressed her abdomen and shyly remarked, I suppose I count too. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately comprehended the implication. No wonder Xue Tian had inquired whether Biddy was pregnant. Clearly, she was also included in the count. She was carrying their child, a being that inherently possessed a righteous heart. For in the nascent stage of life, one is undoubtedly imbued with a sense of justice. Indeed, Biddy should be considered. And this must have been the true intent behind Mr. Xue Tian's question about her pregnancy. However, Sun Wukong remained somewhat perplexed. Though he was disinclined to delve deeper into the matter, all that mattered to him was the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God. I will immediately seek out Vegeta, Trunks, and Goten, he declared, and with that, he utilized instant transmission to locate Vegeta and the others. Within a mere 3 minutes, Vegeta, Son Goten, and Trunks were brought forth by Sun Wukong, who excitedly turned to Xue Tian and exclaimed, They're here. Vegeta, however, was not pleased and questioned, Kakarot. What on earth are you doing? He had previously asked Sun Wukong about his intentions, but received no answer, only to find himself hurriedly transported here, which irked him greatly. Sun Wukong explained, I am transforming into a Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian mentioned that 6 Saiyans are needed to achieve this transformation. Vegeta was utterly bewildered. What nonsense is this? 6 Saiyans can become a Super Saiyan God. As the Prince of Saiyans, I have never heard of such a ludicrous concept. Was it possible that Xue Tian had disclosed this to Kakarot? Yet, when Xue Tian transformed, he was alone, without the presence of 6 Saiyans. Xue Tian clarified, as long as there are 6 Saiyans with righteous hearts, 5 of them can impart their righteous energy into one individual, thereby facilitating that Saiyans transformation into a Super Saiyan God. In simpler terms, if you 5 Saiyans channel your righteous energy into Sun Wukong's body, he will become a Super Saiyan God. With this explanation, Vegeta quickly grasped the situation. He crossed his arms and retorted, Humph. Why should it be to assist you in becoming a Super Saiyan God instead of aiding me? Sun Wukong, feeling a bit wronged, attempted to reassure Vegeta. Don't be so petty. Once I succeed, it will be your turn to transform, and we can help you become a Super Saiyan God too. That way, both of us can achieve this form. Vegeta remained steadfast, arms crossed, unyielding. Humph. Why should you transform first? Let me go first. Xue Tian, understanding Vegeta's temperament, knew that if he did not provoke him, he would stubbornly refuse to relent, unwilling to allow Sun Wukong to transform before him, as that would somehow imply his inferiority. Yet, in order to complete the mission, and the sooner, the better, Xue Tian resolved to be the one to spur Vegeta into action. Wukong, since Vegeta is unwilling to assist you, allow me to take his place. Really? That's wonderful. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy, completely disregarding the murderous glare Vegeta shot him. Vegeta scanned the group and remarked coolly, even with you, we only have 5 Saiyans, right? He assumed Biddy would not count. Sun Wukong began counting, Trunks, Xue Tian, Biddy. That makes 6. Xue Tian can replace you. Vegeta frowned and looked at Biddy. She counts as a Saiyan. Of course, Biddy is pregnant. And within her lies a Saiyan child, so she certainly counts. Sun Wukong elucidated. Vegeta's lips twitched as he realized the truth. It became clear that Xue Tian's initial inquiry about Biddy's pregnancy was indeed related to this matter. It seemed that Xue Tian had not included himself in the count initially, and only when Vegeta had declined did he offer to step in. Noticing the twisted expression on Vegeta's face, Xue Tian reiterated, Vegeta, if you assist Sun Wukong in successfully transforming, then you will be next. If you refuse to help him and I take your place, they may not assist you in return. So, do you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God? Or do you prefer to remain inferior to Kakarot? Chapter 20. You are not yet a true Super Saiyan God. Fine, I shall do it. Vegeta grumbled, clearly displeased. Although reluctant, he longed to transform into a Super Saiyan God, driven by a desire to surpass Kakarot. If Kakarot could achieve this form while he could not, then his combat power would surely pale in comparison. He had already witnessed the formidable prowess of a Super Saiyan God, which far surpassed the earlier stages of Super Saiyan transformation. They were not even in the same league. A smile crept across Xue Tian's face. He had anticipated that Vegeta would require some provocation to agree. You 6, hold hands and focus your hearts, channeling your righteous energies into Sun Wukong's body. Without further delay, the 6 joined hands, attuning to one another. However, after a full 3 minutes, no change occurred. Sun Wukong could not help but voice his concern. Vegeta, Do you lack a righteous heart? In the past, Vegeta had sought to annihilate Earth and eliminate Sun Wukong and the others. So the absence of any reaction led Sun Wukong to doubt him. Vegeta bellowed in response, "Shut up." He was aware of his questionable past. But that was long behind him. He now had people to protect and a happy family, and he would never revert to such actions. Xue Tian interjected. There is nothing wrong with Vegeta. The issue lies in the way you are attempting to connect. You must immerse yourselves fully in this connection, truly sensing what each of you is thinking at this moment. Only then can you concentrate your righteous energies towards Sun Wukong, enabling him to become a Super Saiyan God. Close your eyes, relax, and clear your minds to achieve a state of emptiness. Following Xue Tian's instructions, the six closed their eyes, cleared their thoughts, and within mere 30 seconds, they entered a state of utter mental clarity. In an instant, they were enveloped by a golden aura of Super Saiyan light. Their energy surged dramatically, and upon witnessing this, Xue Tian understood that they had succeeded, though the main event was yet to unfold. In under 3 minutes, their collective energy reached a pinnacle, with red light shimmering at their hearts, transmitted through their clasped hands into Sun Wukong's body. As the essence of righteousness intensified, a tempest arose, darkening the skies and whipping up debris, as if the heavens were about to collapse. In that moment, a circular pillar of energy enveloped Sun Wukong, reminiscent of Xue Tian's own transformation as the seasons of the universe evolved. Once the transformation process was complete, Vegeta and the others felt their strength wane and instinctively released their hands. Sun Wukong, however, was shrouded in a crimson aura, his hair turned red, and his skin became fair, as if he had regained the vitality of youth. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a visage brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Is this the power of a Super Saiyan God? Truly remarkable." He felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through his entire being, a power more formidable than anything he had ever experienced. Even surpassing the time he absorbed the spiritual energy from Earth and gathered the spirit bomb to confront Majin Buu. In his heart, he was convinced that if he were to engage Kid Buu in this form, he could effortlessly vanquish him without the need for a spirit bomb. A mere Kamehameha would suffice to obliterate his opponent. Vegeta, observing Sun Wukong's exuberance, was filled with irritation, pondering why it was not he who had achieved this transformation. If he had become a Super Saiyan God first, what awe-inspiring spectacle would that have been? Kakarot, you are insufferably proud. Hurry up and let me transform into a Super Saiyan God. Vegeta, there's no need to rush. Sun Wukong replied, shifting his gaze towards Xue Tian, suggesting, Xue Tian, shall we engage in a spar? Xue Tian, with a face full of exasperation, thought it absurd that Sun Wukong would want to fight right after achieving the form of a Super Saiyan God. However, he was not in the mood for battle. He preferred to complete tasks effortlessly through his system rather than engage in strenuous combat. Utilizing the innate traits of Saiyan bloodlines for enhancement was unnecessary. Such laborious endeavors were better left to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. You are not my match yet. Spend some time training. Besides, although you have transformed into a Super Saiyan God, you are yet to unleash its true power. Upon hearing that he could not harness the full extent of his power, Sun Wukong, bewildered, asked why not. Xue Tian elucidated. Your elevation to Super Saiyan God is primarily due to the righteousness of your heart aligning with that of the 5 others, yet you still lack the divine essence. Huh, divine essence? What is that? Sun Wukong was utterly perplexed, having never encountered such a concept before. The divine essence is a requisite for attaining godhood. Only by genuinely possessing divine essence within you can you become a true god and achieve the authentic form of a Super Saiyan God. While you may appear as a Super Saiyan God now, devoid of your own divine essence, it would be more accurate to label your current state as a pseudo-Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian rambled on, but Sun Wukong continued to scratch his head, utterly confused, shaking his head and muttering, I don't understand. This is too complicated. It feels completely incomprehensible. Vegeta shot a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong, Kakarot. This is precisely why you are not a true Super Saiyan God. You lack the divine essence. How could you not grasp this? I wonder how you have trained to reach this level. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, brushing off Vegeta's remarks. What must I do to become a true Super Saiyan God? Xue Tian smiled gently. It's simple. You need someone to train you in obtaining divine essence. Who? You? Xue Tian, train me. Sun Wukong implored excitedly. Xue Tian waved his hand dismissively. No, no, no. You misunderstand. I am unable to train you. However, rest assured, the person who can train both you and Vegeta will appear soon. Who? Sun Wukong asked eagerly, with Vegeta equally curious, having assumed it would be Xue Tian himself, only to discover otherwise. Beep, Selection 1 completed. Chapter 21, The secrets must not be revealed. Beep. Selection 1 completed. Inform Sun Wukong on how to transform into a Super Saiyan God and assist in his successful transformation. Reward. Beep. Selection 1 completed. Inform Sun Wukong on how to transform into a Super Saiyan God and assist in his successful transformation. Reward. Divine Resurrection. Finally, I was wondering why no rewards were given. It turns out there was a delay. System, could you please be more timely with the rewards next time? Learning Divine Resurrection. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Divine Resurrection. Seeing Xue Tian remain silent, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong grew impatient, eagerly inquiring, Xue Tian, who is this person capable of training us? Xue Tian, recalling their anticipation, smiled mysteriously. The secrets must not be revealed. The others were perplexed. Xue Tian, noticing their bewilderment, lightly tapped his forehead, realizing this was likely a concept only comprehensible to those in the real world, while the denizens of the Dragon Ball Super realm would not grasp it. To put it simply, he could not disclose anything now. What is destined to come will arrive in due time. No matter how fervently you await, if the time is not right, it shall not materialize. Train diligently. Even if you cannot yet unleash the true power of a Super Saiyan God, with adequate training, you will not be far off. Once you cultivate divine essence, your mastery over the Super Saiyan God form will become far more proficient. With Xue Tian's assurance, Sun Wukong and Vegeta ceased their inquiries, recognizing the futility of pressing further. Vegeta turned to Sun Wukong, stating, Kakarot, it's my turn to transform. You all must lend me your righteous hearts to become a Super Saiyan God. Must it be so soon? I haven't even fully savored the power of the Super Saiyan God yet. Sun Wukong lamented. The thought of transforming without engaging in battle was a torment. Most critically, he lacked a target for combat. Vegeta retorted, enough with the chatter. Very well. With a deep breath, Sun Wukong relinquished his Super Saiyan God form and extended his hand. Come, let us grant you the power of righteous hearts. Babidi and the others, appearing utterly drained, remarked, I can't go on. I'm completely exhausted. Trunks looked at Vegeta with a pitiful expression. Dad, I can't continue either. I feel so tired. Gohan suggested, Uncle Vegeta, why not let everyone rest? There's no need to rush since there are no enemies. Vegeta twitched his lips, feeling he had been duped. While it was true there were no foes, he had yet to experience the power of a Super Saiyan God. Had he experienced it, he believed he could transform without relying on the power of righteous hearts next time. However, witnessing Trunks' forlorn demeanor and the weakened state of Babidi and the others, he relented, chiding Trunks, what a nuisance. He utilized flight to soar away, not wishing to glance back at them. After Vegeta's departure, Sun Wukong did not hurry to leave, but instead sought counsel from Xue Tian. Xue Tian, if I wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God again, will I still need to rely on their righteous hearts? That is a question you ought to ponder within yourself. Sun Wukong was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning. Ask myself, what does that mean? He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he queried, what does this even mean? I feel lost. Your words are too profound. In truth, Xue Tian could not articulate it clearly either, based on his understanding of the manga. Once Sun Wukong harnessed the power of righteous hearts and underwent training with Whis for a period, he would be able to transform into a Super Saiyan God. In Xue Tian's perspective, the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God fundamentally hinges upon rigorous training, with the primary impetus for such training stemming from oneself. Of course, having someone to guide you along the way is undoubtedly beneficial. Presently, Xue Tian has, in a sense, initiated them into this path. Whether they can fully grasp it, however, is contingent upon their own comprehension. He possesses neither the inclination nor the patience to teach disciples, as such endeavors are laborious, particularly when instructing someone like Sun Wukong, who tends to become entangled in battles. This is not the life he aspires to. He yearns to undertake missions, enhance his combat prowess, and ultimately defeat the Grand Minister to sever his ties with the Omni King. There is no profound mystery here. One must simply understand the importance of diligent cultivation and insightful reflection. While his emotional intelligence may be lacking, his aptitude for comprehending the nuances of training is commendable. Were these words directed at Vegeta or any others, they would undoubtedly provoke discontent. Yet with Sun Wukong, it is imperative to convey it this way, for otherwise, he would simply be unable to comprehend. Moreover, he appears to accept this straightforward communication quite readily. As anticipated, Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. I see. I will immediately seek out the old Kai to train. Go ahead. Sun Wukong is not one to dawdle, utilizing instant transmission to make his way to the Kai's realm. Following his departure, the others gradually dispersed, leaving Xue Tian alone in the villa. Relishing his solitude, he reclined in a lounge chair, contentedly sipping tea. The prospect of enhancing his combat strength through mere tasks, without the arduous burden of training, is quite agreeable. This system suits him perfectly, haha. If only a couple more tasks would arrive at this moment, he would be more than willing. But teaching disciples is out of the question unless the rewards are exceedingly tempting. Ding. Choice 1. Defeat the fused form of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Vegeto. Reward. 1 tenfold draw treasure chest. Ding. Choice 2. Utilize the divine resurrection to revive a being with combat strength exceeding 100 million. Reward. 1 tenfold draw treasure chest. Xue Tian suddenly straightened up. Oh, a mission has indeed been activated. Is the system truly this generous now? Moreover, the reward is a tenfold draw. Excellent. If he were to draw a destroyer or something similar, wouldn't he be on the path to greatness? However, the dilemma remains. Which task should he choose? Both rewards are identical. It merely depends on which task is more feasible to accomplish. Defeating Vegeto. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta are currently only at the Super Saiyan level, their combined might would undoubtedly multiply their combat power several times over. Engaging Vegeto in the form of a Super Saiyan God would not be an easy feat. He might not even be able to prevail, thus rendering the task impossible. After all, his base combat power is only 500 million. If he could unleash the Ultra Instinct, perhaps victory would be attainable, but to complete the first choice, he would need to persuade the two to fuse and then defeat them. What a hassle. Clearly, the second option appears to be the more manageable choice. Chapter 22. Reviving King Frisia. The second choice merely requires the use of divine resurrection to bring back a being with combat strength exceeding 100 million. But who should he resurrect? Who meets this criterion? Xue Tian pondered carefully. It seems there are no deceased beings with such power. Should he consider defeating Vegeta and then reviving him? If Vegeta were privy to this thought, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Thank you." Just then, Xue Tian sensed a spaceship appearing above Earth. A spaceship? Could something be afoot? Above Earth, a massive spaceship hovered. Inside the command room, a stout, blue-skinned figure clad in battle attire spoke with pride. Haha, we have finally arrived on Earth. Once we collect all 7 Dragon Balls, we can resurrect King Frisia, and then he will lead us to conquer the universe. Ha ha ha. This blue-skinned individual, named Sorbet, is a remnant of Frisia's forces. Flanking him are a red-skinned minotaur named Sasami and a gaunt figure named Tagoma. Both are also Frisia's subordinates, possessing considerable combat power, especially Tagoma, who could be considered the foremost warrior in Frisia's army. Looking at his companions, Sorbet commended, "If King Frisia is revived this time, I will be sure to commend you both before him. I will grant you several planets, and you shall enjoy unparalleled wealth and prestige." "Thank you, Sorbet." The two replied gratefully. Sorbet, glancing at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, exclaimed excitedly, "According to the Dragon Ball radar, all 7 Dragon Balls have gathered. Truly, fortune is on our side." Unbeknownst to them, the location of these 7 Dragon Balls is within Bulma's home. With Bulma's birthday party approaching, she has prepared a grand prize for a lucky draw, with the ultimate reward being the Dragon Balls. What a surprise, Frisia's minions. A voice suddenly resonated in the air. Sorbet and his companions froze momentarily, glancing around in confusion. Who goes there? A handsome young man strode confidently through the entrance, Xue Tian. The trio was unfamiliar with him and frowned, demanding, "Who are you to dare intrude upon our spaceship?" "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I can assist you in achieving your goal without needing the Dragon Balls," Xue Tian replied calmly. He was indeed in need of reviving a being with combat strength exceeding 100 million, making Frisia a perfect candidate. Upon hearing this, Sorbet chuckled and relaxed. "Oh, so you admire the reputation of our Frisia force and wish to join us? Not a bad intention, haha." Suddenly, Xue Tian burst into laughter. This left Sorbet and his companions utterly perplexed, unsure of the reason behind his sudden mirth. "What is so amusing?" they questioned. "I find it laughable that you think your little mud puddle can accommodate someone like me. Is that not a farcical notion?" Xue Tian retorted without reservation. With his system, he had no need to languish within the Frisia force. It was entirely unnecessary, especially since he was currently bound to the Omni King, who would never dare to harm him. If it came to it, they could all perish together. Sorbet's expression twisted with rage as he bellowed, "You dare to look down upon the Frisia force? This is a profound insult to our King Frisia." Sasami sees him. Yes, the red-skinned minotaur wasted no time, charging at Xue Tian. Whoosh! As he lunged, Xue Tian's figure had already vanished. "I'm right here." Xue Tian reappeared mid-air, swiftly grasping the minotaur's horns and executing a powerful shoulder throw, slamming him down onto the ground. Sasami attempted to rise, but Xue Tian placed a foot firmly on his back, coldly stating, "If you wish to avoid death, it would be wise not to act rashly. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise is most ungraceful." The trio immediately realized that this individual far surpassed them in combat prowess and quickly activated their power level detectors. The numbers soared past 100 million. Bang! The detectors exploded, incinerated in an instant. The sight left the three stunned. This was truly terrifying. The prowess of Zasami and Tagma, however, is not significantly different from that of Sabo and others back in the day. With such abilities, how could they possibly contend against Xue Tian, who possesses a foundational combat power of 500 million? Observing their astonishment, Xue Tian delivered a swift kick to Zasami, sending him careening across the room. Before striding towards Salb, trembling in fear, Salb wondered when such a terrifying individual had emerged on Earth. Previously, he had never heard of such a presence. Should not the mightiest be Sun Wukong? Xue Tian unceremoniously hurled Salb from his command seat and sat down with an air of indifference, stating, "I have already expressed my intent. I am here to aid you in achieving your objective. Otherwise, given your current strength, do you truly believe you can resurrect Frisia? Those 7 Dragon Balls are located in Vegeta's abode." At the mere mention of Vegeta's name, Salb began to tremble. Having once worked alongside Vegeta, he was acutely aware of the latter's ruthlessness. It would be wise to avoid provoking him before Frisia's resurrection. Indeed, if the Dragon Balls were truly in his possession, acquiring them would be no simple task. "I shall assist you in resurrecting your Lord Frisia." While Salb remained uncertain of Xue Tian's ultimate aim, the prospect of resurrecting Frisia was tantalizing enough. Once the king returned, all objectives would be annihilated. Xue Tian extended his hands, a surge of green light emanating forth as he swiftly executed a series of peculiar gestures. The verdant glow intensified rapidly, enveloping the entire command room within mere seconds. Revival of the divine, arise. Live. With a resounding rumble, the very space trembled. Unable to restrain himself, Salb inquired, "What is happening?" Suddenly, a beam of green light materialized, coalescing into a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to their king. Salb's anticipation soared. Could it truly be the king? As the green beam dissipated, the unmistakable form of Frisia emerged before them, astonished by his surroundings. Moments ago, he had been ensconced in paradise, ensnared by a cocoon, listening to the incessant songs of bothersome sprites. Yet, in an instant, his soul had been drawn away, leading him to this extraordinary place. Chapter 23. Will you be permanently sealed or set free? Upon witnessing Frisia, Salb and his companions immediately bowed in reverence. "Lord Frisia, you have finally returned." Frisia recognized Salb at once, striding forth with a chilling demeanor, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously. "Salb, why did it take so long to revive me?" Salb, taken aback by Frisia's query, panicked and hastened to respond, "Lord Frisia, it is because we have been reorganizing the Frisia force. As you know, following your demise, the Frisia force suffered a devastating blow. I intended to seek the Dragon Balls directly, but they are in Vegeta's possession, and I am no match for him. Hence the delay." Frisia's expression darkened at the mention of Vegeta, his voice dripping with malice. "That traitor, Vegeta, dares to ally with Sun Wukong against me. How abhorrent! I shall rend them limb from limb." Turning his gaze towards Xue Tian, Frisia inquired coolly, "And who might you be? It seems you were the one who resurrected me?" From Salb's earlier remarks, Frisia deduced that the Dragon Balls were in Vegeta's home, leading him to conclude that they were not acquired through an attempt to seize them from Vegeta. He had witnessed Xue Tian conjuring the green light, and his intellect quickly informed him that it was Xue Tian who had brought him back to life. To his astonishment, he realized that aside from the dragon, there existed another entity capable of resurrection, which was truly remarkable. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that the dragon was also a creation of the Namekians. If something crafted could resurrect beings, then it seemed plausible that another individual could do so as well. Xue Tian replied nonchalantly, "My identity is of little consequence. Since you have been revived, I shall take my leave." He turned to depart. Frisia, momentarily taken aback, questioned with curiosity, "Oh, are you not one of the Frisia force?" Before Xue Tian could respond, Salb, recalling Xue Tian's earlier display of power, hastily interjected, "Lord Frisia, this individual claimed that our Frisia force is merely a quagmire, incapable of accommodating him." Frisia's anger flared at this revelation, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he regarded Xue Tian. "Do not presume that your resurrection of me grants you the liberty to insult the Frisia force. Am I mistaken?" Xue Tian retorted with casual indifference. "The Frisia force is nothing more than a cesspool. Do you truly believe such a mire could contain me?" Frisia's brows furrowed slightly as he raised his hand, unleashing a beam of energy towards Xue Tian. Yet, with ease, Xue Tian evaded the onslaught. "Oh, how surprising. You managed to dodge," Frisia remarked with intrigue. Xue Tian regarded him coldly. "Frisia, you would do well to contemplate your actions. I can resurrect you, but I can just as easily send you back. Or do you wish to return to listening to those sprites sing?" The mention of the sprites ignited a fury within Frisia, his gaze searing into Xue Tian as he bellowed, You shall die? With a swift transformation into his final form. His power surged as he launched a punch toward Xue Tian. Xue Tian raised his hand, executing an unusual gesture that summoned forth a torrent of red energy, which coalesced into a locking mechanism that rapidly ensnared Frisia. Divine Seal. Frisia found himself immobilized. What is the meaning of this? He exclaimed. Xue Tian replied coolly, Frisia, since you choose not to cherish the opportunity one have granted you, you shall remain sealed forever. Frisia, in a fit of rage, concentrated his energy, attempting to break free from the divine seal. Yet, he soon realized his folly. No matter how fiercely he struggled or how immense his power, he could not escape the binding force of the seal. The power of the divine seal vastly exceeded his own, rendering his efforts futile. Solb, in a state of utter despair, thought to himself, Lord Frisia has only just returned. Must he now face permanent sealing? If so, how shall we dominate the universe? As an advisor to the Frisia force, one must contemplate how to salvage King Frisia. Immediately, I implore, esteemed sir, King Frisia harbors no such intentions as you might presume. He is merely feeling a bit anxious after his prolonged sojourn in the afterlife. I beseech you to grant him another chance. Xue Tian cast a languid gaze upon Frisia, questioning, do you wish to remain eternally sealed within this lock, or do you desire freedom? How could the proud Frisia ever endure such treatment? He longed to assert his willingness to be sealed forever rather than bow his head, but being trapped right after emerging from the afterlife felt utterly absurd. Moreover, what difference would it make to be sealed in this lock as opposed to being in the afterlife? He could no longer bear the thought. If he were truly confined here, how would the members of the Frisia force perceive him? Would they pester him daily like pesky sprites? The mere contemplation of such a fate filled him with distaste. Ultimately, he lowered his noble head. Very well, I desire freedom. With a casual wave of his hand, Xue Tian caused the locks binding Frisia to vanish. Now liberated, although Frisia seethed with resentment towards Xue Tian, he refrained from acting impulsively, for he understood that he was no match for Xue Tian. He felt no despair in this realization. Having spent an extended period in the afterlife, it was only natural that these individuals would have improved. However, he was taken aback by the fact that he had never encountered Xue Tian before. From whence had this person emerged? Who are you? If you disdain joining the Frisia force, what compels you to resurrect me? What is your ulterior motive? Chapter 24. The Rewards of 10 Consecutive Draws. Xue Tian replied with indifference, simply in a good mood. Without further ado, he soared out of the spacecraft. Upon witnessing his departure, Sorb immediately inquired, King Frisia, this individual is exceedingly enigmatic. I believe it would be prudent not to provoke him. Frisia shot Sorb a piercing glare, causing the latter to retract his already minuscule neck in fear. Sorb, do you comprehend? Sorb hastily responded, please, King Frisia, enlighten me. From the moment of my birth until this very day, I have never undergone training. My power has only augmented through battle. If I were to train, I could forge infinite possibilities. At that time, not only could I vanquish Goku and Vegeta, but I could also eliminate this mysterious figure. Prepare yourselves for my arrival. Haha, Frisia exclaimed, his face brimming with pride, as if he could already envision the fruits of his training, picturing Xue Tian prostrated at his feet. Upon returning to his villa, Xue Tian was greeted by the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing Selection 2, using the resurrection of the gods to revive a being whose combat power exceeds 100 million. Reward, 110 consecutive draw treasure chest. A 10 consecutive draw treasure chest? How delightful. Having completed numerous tasks, this marks the first time I have acquired such a treasure chest. I hope it yields some excellent items. Taking a deep breath, I summoned good fortune. Produce splendid items for me. Opening the 10 consecutive draw treasure chest. Ding. Successfully opened the 10 consecutive draw treasure chest. Acquired 3 sins of beans, 1 instant transmission, 3 thanks for your patronage, 1 void bloodline, 2 self-extreme intense skill level 1. Wow. Indeed there are good items. Instant transmission and self-extreme intense skill level 1. However, it is somewhat unfortunate that I obtained 2 copies of the self-extreme intense skill. What a waste. I pondered the sins of beans and the thanks for your patronage. What is this void bloodline? I don't recall ever hearing of such a lineage. But with the myriad bloodlines in the Dragon Ball universe, it is impossible to know them all. Never mind. I shall fuse it and see. It should be worthwhile. Learning instant transmission. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring instant transmission. Learning self-extreme intense skill level 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring self-extreme intense skill level 1. Fusing void bloodline. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully fusing with the void bloodline. A torrent of memories, energy, and instincts surged into Xue Tian's mind, and upon integrating the void bloodline into his being, he felt his body and internal mechanisms beginning to evolve. Following the successful fusion, he discovered a transformation in his consciousness. As if his thoughts had leapt beyond the confines of the 12 universes, a most extraordinary sensation. In less than a minute, he experienced a profound epiphany. Suddenly, he realized just how remarkable this void bloodline truly was. It had existed long before the cosmos came into being, during a time of formless void, when everything was indistinct and nothingness reigned. At the center of this void, an accumulation of void energy coalesced into a unique individual, one who possessed the void bloodline. This individual, through sheer will, created countless existences, establishing order that encompassed various races, including the angelic race, the king of all, and the gods of destruction, along with the Kais. As this information flooded Xue Tian's memory, he exclaimed in astonishment, "The void bloodline is extraordinarily powerful. Thus, it seems this bloodline is the mightiest within the Dragon Ball Super universe." Indeed, indeed. But what effects does this bloodline possess? Saiyans can transform. The king of all inherently wields destruction, and the Kais possess the power of creation. What unique abilities does the void bloodline bestow? He was acutely aware that such an impressive lineage must yield some extraordinary effects. It was merely a matter of uncovering them. At that moment, he felt a churn in his abdomen, and his internal structure began to shift. He immediately turned his focus inward, perceiving distinctly that his human heritage was swiftly absorbed by the void bloodline. Yet this was not the end. His Saiyan lineage was also absorbed in an instant. In his abdomen, a small, nebulous realm began to manifest, resembling a fragment of the universe yet distinctly different. As it radiated myriad colors and occasionally emitted dazzling light, an occurrence unseen in the cosmos. Could this be the void world? Xue Tian mused, increasingly convinced. The memories he had acquired indicated that the void world was indeed such, a realm devoid of anything, shrouded in indistinctness, illuminated by various lights. Given that this phenomenon emerged after his fusion with the void bloodline, it was conclusive. It appeared that the primary effect of the void bloodline was to consume other bloodlines, thereby augmenting one's own strength. Reflecting on it, the Saiyan bloodline, angelic bloodline, and human bloodline all originated from the beings of the void bloodline. Now, by absorbing these bloodlines, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. In essence, the void bloodline had created these other bloodlines, dispersing its power. If that were the case, reclaiming his own power would only make him stronger. Xue Tian felt a surge of satisfaction, acutely aware of his burgeoning strength, though he was uncertain if his combat power had increased. Checking the host status. Host, Xue Tian. Technique, Wolf Fang Fist, Sky Dance Special Techniques. Ultimate Instinct, Instant Transmission. First stage of self-actualization bloodline. Void items, Senzu Bean's combat power, 500 million. This combat power reflects the base level, not the transformed state. Incredible. My combat power merely stands at 500 million, yet I distinctly sense a significant enhancement in my strength. What could be the reason behind this? Am I merely experiencing a figment of my imagination? What, pray tell, is the second effect of this void bloodline? Could it possibly entail the consumption of other bloodlines to augment one's own strength? That sounds rather implausible. System, enlighten me. What is the second effect of the void bloodline? What purpose does it serve? A mechanical voice from the system responded. Please feel and explore on your own. I am not authorized to disclose. Not authorized to disclose. I perceive that you are utterly uninformed. You, system, seem to know nothing at all. You are simply a facade. The system, now agitated, retorted. There is no system that lacks knowledge. As for this void bloodline. Chapter 25. You cunning one. There is no system that lacks knowledge. Host of the void bloodline. You truly are a cunning one. Attempting to provoke me? I shall block you now. And only when you cease your inquiries will I lift the block. Xue Tian exclaimed. What? System, you wouldn't be so heartless, would you? I am your host. The system fell silent, evidently having blocked Xue Tian. Damn it. It appears I have indeed been blocked. How infuriating. Xue Tian cursed under his breath, choosing to disregard it. He had faith that it wouldn't be long before he unraveled the majority of the effects of the void bloodline, primarily due to his extensive knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe. Stretching languidly, he settled into a recliner for a restful slumber. The following day, Xue Tian awoke naturally, finding the time to be 11 o'clock. This sleep had been incredibly refreshing, unlike the incessant blaring of a wretched alarm clock in the real world, followed by the monotonous cycle of commuting to work, returning home for dinner, and repeating the grind, all merely to sustain his existence. Living here seems quite pleasant. At least I need not worry about being late for work and incurring fines, nor fret about unpaid bills next month. Upon rising, he spotted Vegeta standing nearby with his arms crossed. When did he arrive? Xue Tian hadn't noticed Vegeta's presence, having slept so deeply, as if shedding all burdens, untroubled by what tomorrow might bring. However, Xue Tian was aware that in this world, where one could easily be killed, such a carefree attitude was rather imprudent. Though he had grasped the ultimate instinct, allowing his body to evade without conscious thought, he had only mastered the initial stage and needed to transform to evade autonomously. He had yet to attain the true essence of ultimate instinct that would allow for instinctive reactions in a normal state. Vegeta spoke coolly. 8 o'clock. Oh, so you've been standing here for 3 hours? That's quite uncharacteristic of you, Vegeta? Xue Tian chuckled, then leaped into the pool to wash his face and swim. Given his understanding of Vegeta, it was nearly impossible for the prince to wait patiently for anyone, particularly someone still asleep. Unless, of course, he sought something from that individual, something he deeply desired. Vegeta wasted no time in articulating his intentions. I wish to learn the form or techniques that surpass Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian immediately comprehended the situation. It was no wonder Vegeta had willingly waited for 3 hours. After returning home yesterday, Vegeta was resentful. Why should Kakarot be the first to transform into a Super Saiyan God? Wasn't he it due to his earlier visit to seek Xue Tian's counsel? If he had gone first, wouldn't he have been the one to achieve the Super Saiyan God transformation instead of Kakarot? Thus, he sought Xue Tian out. Though initially reluctant to lower his pride, feeling that such a request would tarnish his status as a Saiyan prince. Yet, upon envisioning Kakarot's transformation, his prideful nature succumbed to an insatiable desire to surpass Kakarot. I'm afraid I cannot assist you, Xue Tian stated nonchalantly while swimming. He had no time to teach anyone. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to swim and then go out to admire some lovely ladies? Why toil away and sweat alongside these burly warriors? Vegeta, however, was adamant. You do have the knowledge. How can you be so certain I possess it? Xue Tian inquired after completing a few laps. That form you transformed into before. The ultimate instinct. Surely you can teach me that. Vegeta asserted with determination. Xue Tian emerged from the pool, responding coolly. Forget about the ultimate instinct. It is beyond your reach. Are you unwilling? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. It's not a matter of willingness. You simply cannot learn it. The ultimate instinct requires a state of being that is free and relaxed. It is tailored for individuals like Goku. You are not suited to master it. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, flames of fury igniting within them as he clenched his fists. No, that is impossible. Why should only Kakarot be able to learn it? I am a Saiyan prince. Kakarot is merely a lowly warrior. I am undoubtedly stronger. Xue Tian anticipated his rage and explained calmly. This is not merely a matter of strength. It pertains to character and personal path. With your current disposition, you are not fit to learn the ultimate instinct. Though Vegeta vehemently denied this assertion, deep down, he began to accept it, roaring in frustration. If Kakarot learns your ultimate instinct, doesn't that mean I cannot surpass him? The formidable nature of the ultimate instinct lingered in his memory. He could hardly land a blow against it. Should Kakarot master it, the consequences would be dire. Xue Tian, sensing his turmoil, reassured him. No. Goku can indeed learn the ultimate instinct, but that does not imply you are weaker than him. While you may not learn the ultimate instinct, you can certainly master other techniques. A spark of excitement ignited in Vegeta's eyes as he eagerly inquired, what techniques? Self-actualization, Xue Tian replied, reclining comfortably in the chair and gently swaying. Vegeta appeared bewildered, having never heard of such a technique, yet the name resonated with a similarity to ultimate instinct. Self-actualization? What is that? It seems quite akin to ultimate instinct. Xue Tian tilted slightly. Why does my shoulder feel so sore? Did I strain it during our battles? Vegeta's lips twitched in exasperation. Strained it? How could that be? We were the ones taking the hits the entire time. If it weren't for the Senzu beans, I would have been finished by you. I am still unaware of your thoughts. Though exceedingly reluctant, he could only endure it in his quest for strength, positioning himself beside Xue Tian to apply pressure on his shoulders. Ah, are you giving me a shoulder massage, or are you preparing to dislocate my arm? Vegeta exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation and embarrassment. Nevertheless, he restrained his fury. For the sake of becoming stronger, he endured, his expression contorted akin to a twisted donut. Cautiously kneading Xue Tian's shoulders, this time with an exceedingly gentle touch, as if he were merely skimming the surface of water. With such a feeble force, you couldn't even squash a mosquito, he retorted. Adopt a more serious demeanor. If you're going to apply pressure, do it properly. If not, then leave me be. I wish to rest. Chapter 26, An Odd Choice. Vegeta's chest heaved with irate breaths, his face reddening with rage. Were it not for the desire to grow stronger, I, the proud Saiyan prince, would never engage in such trivial pursuits. Despite his thoughts, his hands betrayed him, increasing the pressure slightly. Excellent. This is precisely the force required. Master it well. Xue Tian praised. Vegeta continued his ministrations, eagerly inquiring, pray tell, what is the distinction between the self-extremity technique and the free extremity technique? You mentioned I could learn the self-extremity technique. What is the basis for that? Xue Tian elucidated. Though the self-extremity technique and the free extremity technique may sound similar, they are fundamentally opposed, indeed, diametrically different. Opposed? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. The free extremity technique emphasizes freedom and requires a tranquil mindset. Once mastered, one can respond instinctively without conscious thought. During our previous battle, you may have sensed this. Your body instinctively evaded my attack, despite your intention to strike. Do you still believe you are suited for the free extremity technique? Can you achieve a tranquil state of mind? Vegeta shook his head. If that were the case, he indeed found it impossible, for his temperament was too volatile and proud to maintain composure in any given situation. Xue Tian swallowed hard, feeling parched. Noticing this, Vegeta promptly offered him a glass of lemonade. Well done. Continue explaining, Xue Tian encouraged. The self-extremity technique, on the other hand, revolves around self-assertion, allowing one to act without constraints or inhibitions, unleashing oneself to pursue desires without any burdensome thoughts. Mastering the self-extremity technique allows for destruction and enhances combat prowess. However, this destruction occurs in phases. As your mastery of the self-extremity technique deepens and levels increase, your capacity for destruction broadens and amplifies. This progression is akin to the transformations of Super Saiyan, from the first to the second, and so forth. The higher the stage, the greater the strength. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was filled with excitement, raising his fists and proclaiming, "This self-extremity technique is tailor-made for me." Ha! Xue Tian couldn't help but chuckle. You merely meet the criteria for practicing the self-extremity technique. As for being tailor-made, that is your overestimation. If anything, this technique is designed for the god of destruction. Vegeta had heard tales of the god of destruction, Beerus, and knew that he would wreak havoc without a second thought, destroying whatever he desired with an unblinking gaze, truly terrifying. Such individuals were perfectly suited for the self-extremity technique. Just as Xue Tian had stated, it was indeed crafted for them. Not wanting to dwell further, Vegeta simply wished to master the self-extremity technique, confident that he could defeat anyone, including Beerus. Please teach me the self-extremity technique. Vegeta, who seldom uttered the word please, awkwardly repeated it twice today. Typically, he commanded in a tone of authority. This was truly unprecedented. Had Goku been present, he would have surely remarked, "Vegeta, why are you suddenly so polite?" Xue Tian mused silently, pondering whether he could directly transfer the self-extremity technique from his system to Vegeta's body, allowing him to learn it. If possible, he could later take on female disciples, and they could provide him with massages. Anything would be preferable to having Vegeta, with his calloused hands, perform such tasks. However, he knew that asking the system would yield no straightforward answers. It would likely advise him to explore the matter himself. Seeing your earnestness and willingness, I shall impart the self-extremity technique to you. However, whether you grasp it depends solely on you. Excellent. Vegeta replied eagerly. Xue Tian quickly performed a peculiar hand gesture, placing one hand upon Vegeta's forehead, simultaneously addressing the system. Activate the self-extremity technique at level 1 for Vegeta. Beep. Activation of self-extremity technique level 1 successful. Vegeta has learned self-extremity technique level 1. Initial proficiency at 0. Xue Tian was taken aback. Initial proficiency at 0? What did that mean? He had not experienced this during his own learning. System, can you elucidate this matter? Certainly. If the host learns the technique, it automatically reaches maximum proficiency. However, when imparting it to others, they must develop their own proficiency. They merely grasp the fundamentals. Ah, I see. This confirmed his earlier hypothesis. The techniques in his system could indeed be utilized by others, which was rather convenient. Xue Tian withdrew his hand and calmly stated, "That will suffice." Vegeta felt an influx of knowledge flooding his mind, all pertaining to the self-extremity technique. Incredible. Is this truly the self-extremity technique? It surpasses my previous understanding. He clenched his fists, declaring, "I will master this swiftly." With that, he immediately soared back to his home. After Vegeta's departure, Xue Tian stretched lazily. It's time to explore this Dragon Ball superworld. He ascended into the sky, landing on the most bustling street of West City, where he wandered leisurely. This city, aside from its advanced technology compared to the real world, is nearly identical in every other aspect. However, upon reflection, he realized that it was, after all, modeled after the real world, making it unsurprising that it bore such resemblance. Beep. Activation of selection task. Option 1. Recruit a female disciple with an appearance rating of 85 or above. Reward. Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Option 2. Recruit a male disciple with an appearance rating below 40. Reward. Male Attraction Item 1. The two choices materialized in his mind, and Xue Tian fell silent for a full 15 seconds. Male Attraction Item. What on earth is that? How could I even entertain curiosity about it? He slapped his own face to dispel such thoughts. I decisively choose option 1. What? Option 2. The system teased. Are you trying to get yourself in trouble? I said option 1. The system obediently replied, I was merely joking. Enough of your nonsense. Serve me properly. Rather than indulging in these frivolous distractions. If I were forced to choose option 2, I would surely despair. I have no time for idle chatter. I must find a suitable female disciple. He was eager to complete the task. The system coldly retorted, pretend. Keep pretending. Help. Their essay robbery. Chapter 27. This dashing young man appears to be nothing short of a charlatan. Help. Someone is being robbed. A melodious voice suddenly echoed through the air. A striking young woman with blue hair styled in a bow shouted, her slender figure clad in a shimmering golden t-shirt and ultra-short shorts, showcasing her long, fair legs. Panic etched across her face as two burly men on motorcycles snatched her handbag and sped away. Her delicate demeanor exuded an air of innocence and vulnerability. The two robbers, upon noticing the pursuing blue-haired woman, mocked her, exclaiming, "Huh, you think you can catch us? What a dream." Laughter filled the air as they fled toward a restaurant, where an acrid scent wafted out. Achoo! The blue-haired woman sneezed, and in an instant, her hair transformed into a golden hue. The look of fright vanished from her eyes, replaced by an aura of ferocity and coldness, as she metamorphosed from the image of a delicate flower to that of a fierce woman. Without hesitation, she rummaged through her pocket and produced a capsule. With a swift motion, it opened with a pop, revealing a rocket launcher that she swiftly hoisted onto her shoulder, aiming it at the two robbers. The criminals and bystanders alike were engulfed in a wave of panic. Just moments ago, this gentle, frightened woman had transformed into a ruthless figure, her aura entirely altered. If not for her unchanged appearance, one would scarcely believe she was the same fragile girl from before. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger of the rocket launcher. Boom! The blast obliterated the two robbers into countless fragments. The crowd erupted into chaos. The golden-haired woman disdainfully scoffed, "Stealing from me? Truly a death wish." Wailing sirens filled the air as the golden-haired woman, witnessing the unfolding scene, swiftly utilized a multifunctional capsule to conjure a vehicle, accelerating away in a frenzy. Pursuing vehicles soon followed, including one driven by Clin, who, upon catching sight of the woman ahead, felt a surge of anxiety. He recognized her as Lan Shi. Before her sneeze, she had been a gentle, graceful, and demure woman. After her sneeze, she had become a tempestuous force of nature. This peculiar condition had previously been addressed by Master Rashi, yet no remedy had proven effective, leaving everyone in a quandary. Xue Tian, too, recognized Lan Shi and promptly activated his flight technique, soaring ahead. Clin, seeing Xue Tian, was taken aback. What reason could he have to pursue Lan Shi? Had she somehow wronged him? If that were the case, Lan Shi was in serious trouble. While Lan Shi was unskilled in martial arts, she relied entirely on her weapons, which posed no threat to Xue Tian. Contemplating this, Clin found a spot to park his vehicle and pursued Lan Shi using his flight technique. Moments later, Lan Shi had reached the outskirts, and Xue Tian, with a flick of his hand, unleashed a key blast to provide cover for her escape, quickly catching up to her. The golden-haired Lan Shi, mistaking Xue Tian's approach as a threat, raised her rocket launcher and fired. Boom! Clouds of smoke erupted. With a satisfied smile, Lan Shi blew gently. But as the smoke cleared, she found Xue Tian standing unmoved, his clothing entirely unscathed. Shock coursed through her. Had the rocket not struck him? She had clearly seen it hit. Could he possess combat prowess akin to that of Sun Wukong and others, rendering him impervious to harm? As she prepared to fire a second shot, her hair instantly reverted to blue, adorned with a red bow, reverting her to that earlier demure neighborly girl. Staring at the rocket launcher in her hands, she froze, realizing that her sneeze had triggered this transformation. Hastily, she discarded the weapon and, glancing apologetically at Xue Tian, said, "I'm sorry, I meant you no harm." Xue Tian approached with a smile, replying, "No worries, I harbor no ill will either." Just then, a serious voice interrupted, and Clin, having employed his flight technique, swooped in. Seeing Xue Tian approach Lan Shi, he feared for her safety. He was acutely aware of Xue Tian's combat capabilities. If he intended to harm Lan Shi, she would have no chance of escape. Clin hoped to reason with Xue Tian. He landed before Xue Tian, earnestly stating, "Greetings, Mr. Xue Tian. This is my friend, Lan Shi, whom I share with Wukong. She can be a bit peculiar. If she has acted inappropriately towards you, I implore you to forgive her. She cannot control herself." Xue Tian replied nonchalantly, "Who told you I intended to harm her?" He was currently engaged in a mission involving the selection of a disciple, and with Lan Shi's striking appearance, she was undoubtedly a worthy candidate. He found her intriguing, having watched Dragon Ball. He had always thought that marrying someone like Lan Shi would be akin to marrying two women, her gentle blue-haired persona, and her assertive golden-haired alter ego. He had initially believed Lan Qi would end up with Tianjin Fan, as she had expressed her affection for him before. But Tianjin Fan was singularly focused on his training, neglecting any romantic pursuits, leaving Lan Qi's appearances increasingly rare. Had it not been for her beauty and dual personalities, many readers might have forgotten her entirely. Clint instinctively interjected, "Ah, but weren't you just approaching her? Approaching her? To kill her? What sort of logic is that? Do I need to be close to kill her?" Xue Tian replied, his incredulity palpable. Realizing his misunderstanding, Clint awkwardly scratched his bald head and apologized. "My apologies, I misjudged the situation. I thought you meant to harm Lan Qi. She truly is at the mercy of her transformations. I understand. In her blue-haired form, she is gentle, while in her golden-haired form, she is tempestuous, impulsive, and prone to violence," Xue Tian casually remarked. Clint was taken aback by Xue Tian's casual knowledge of Lan Qi's secret. "Wait, this secret is only known to those close to her. How could you, having just met her, already be aware?" Xue Tian chose not to elaborate and turned to Lan Qi, earnestly stating, "Lan Qi, I see great potential in you. A remarkable aura radiates from your very being. An extraordinary talent seldom seen in a millennium. If you were to become my disciple, I would ensure you evolve into a cosmic-level warrior. Would you be willing?" Chapter 28. Lan Qi was momentarily bewildered, her mind clouded with confusion as she struggled to comprehend why she was being offered such an opportunity. If she were truly a martial arts prodigy, why had Master Rashi never mentioned it? Clint, seizing the moment, urged, "Lan Qi, if you wish to cultivate your abilities, you should accept his offer. He is immensely powerful. Even Wukong and Vegeta are no match for him." Lan Qi gazed at Xue Tian in astonishment. Yet, no matter how she looked at him, this handsome figure exuded an unsettling charm, leading her to suspect he might be a fraud. How could he claim that Wukong and Vegeta were no match for him? However, she was acutely aware that Krillin could not deceive her. "Lan Qi, what do you say? Become my disciple. Once you do, I shall impart to you a myriad of formidable skills, and you will no longer need to envy others who exude such imposing presence. You too shall possess it." Xue Tian continued to entice her. He understood that Lan Qi's initial admiration for Tianjin Fan stemmed from witnessing his majestic demeanor at a martial arts tournament, which captivated her heart. In a certain sense, one could assert that deep within Lan Qi lay a desire for cultivation, albeit perhaps abandoned due to various circumstances. Lan Qi, swayed by his words, inquired, "Is cultivation arduous? Becoming my disciple means you shall not endure hardship. There is no need to train daily like Sun Wukong and Vegeta. You may do as you please." Xue Tian replied with a smile. Simultaneously, he pondered whether her reluctance to cultivate was simply a refusal to accept the rigors of training. However, if she truly became his pupil, the process need not be excessively demanding. The rewards from the system would suffice for her needs. Regardless, the priority was to complete the task at hand. With the system's assistance, nurturing her into a cosmic-level powerhouse would be a trivial endeavor. Upon hearing that the training would not be strenuous, Lan Qi hesitated no longer and nodded in agreement. "All right. I am willing to become your disciple." "Excellent. Now, let me hear you call me master." "Master," she exclaimed. Xue Tian responded with delight, as that single utterance truly resonated deeply within him. Ding. Task completed. Acquire a female disciple with an appearance rating of 85 or above. Reward, Cosmic Instant Transmission. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Tian immediately began to learn Cosmic Instant Transmission. Learning Cosmic Instant Transmission. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired Cosmic Instant Transmission. Given that Lan Qi and Krillin were present, he refrained from attempting the new skill just yet and cheerfully remarked, "Since you have become my disciple, let us return to my residence, where I shall teach you some skills." Lan Qi, however, did not rush to accept and instead said, "I have always resided on Kame House. I need to bid farewell to Master Rashi." "Of course, that is only proper." Xue Tian chuckled, then turned to Krillin. "Would you like to visit Master Rashi?" After a moment's contemplation, Krillin decided it would be prudent to see his mentor, reasoning that having already skipped out, he might as well face any reprimands that awaited him. "I'll go too, let's fly." He felt uncertain about where Xue Tian might lead them. "Just place your hand on my shoulder," Xue Tian instructed. Previously, when he was alongside the god of Super Saiyans, Master Rashi had visited his villa, so he was familiar with the old man's energy. "Wait, can you also teleport?" Krillin asked, astonished. Xue Tian chuckled softly. "Is it really that difficult?" Krillin awkwardly laughed. Considering Xue Tian's combat prowess and secretly acknowledging that while it might be easy for him, it was indeed a challenge for the rest of them. Among their group, only Goku possessed such capabilities, and even Vegeta struggled to master it. In a flash, the trio arrived at Kame House. Master Rashi was reclining in a chair, engrossed in an adult magazine, blissfully unaware of their arrival, occasionally chuckling in a rather lewd manner. Krillin felt a twinge of embarrassment seeing his mentor in such a state. Xue Tian, on the other hand, remained unfazed, fully aware of Master Roshi's character. Upon hearing someone call for him, Master Roshi finally acknowledged their presence. He looked up to see Lan Qi, Krillin, and Xue Tian, his nose bleeding profusely in surprise. What brings you here? Xue Tian explained. Lan Qi has become my disciple, and I am here to take her to my home. We came to bid you farewell. What? Master Roshi exclaimed, taken aback. Lan Qi has become Xue Tian's disciple, and she is leaving? Although reluctant to part with her. He considered Xue Tian's formidable strength and his ability to transform into the god of Super Saiyans. Both Goku and Vegeta were no match for him. It was indeed a privilege for Lan Qi to have such a master. It is an honor for her to learn from you, he said, setting aside the adult magazine and rising slowly. Lan Qi, as you accompany Xue Tian, make sure to cultivate diligently. With his guidance, your power will undoubtedly soar. Yes, Lan Qi replied. Master Roshi had many more words to share, but as he contemplated, he found himself at a loss for expression. A sensation of countless unuttered sentiments weighing upon him. After all, Lan Qi was merely going to Xue Tian's residence. Should he miss her, he could always visit. You may go now, Lan Qi, Master Roshi said, turning to retreat into his home. Krillin, unsure of how to proceed, awkwardly explained, Xue Tian, that's just how he is. Lan Qi has always been at Kame House, and her departure is understandably bittersweet. Xue Tian, however, did not dwell on it too much. I understand. Do you wish to chat with Master Roshi further? If not, we shall take our leave. After mulling it over, Krillin recognized that Master Roshi needed some solitude and decided not to intrude. No more chatting. Let's head back to West City. Master Roshi, we are leaving. Lan Qi called out, placing her hand on Xue Tian's shoulder. In an instant, they vanished. Once they had departed, Master Roshi emerged from his room. Letting out a deep sigh, they are gone. Now, Kame House is left with just me and the old turtle. Yet perhaps this was her true destiny. Back at Xue Tian's villa, Krillin said, I have to get back to work. I shall take my leave. Very well, be on your way. After his departure, only Lan Qi and Xue Tian remained in the villa, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Xue Tian was at a loss for words, while the gentle Lan Qi was equally unsure of how to express herself. Considering his role as a master, Xue Tian felt compelled to take action. He cleared his throat twice to gather his thoughts. Why don't you take a moment to familiarize yourself with the villa's layout? Afterward, you can choose a room that you like. All right, she replied softly. It was indeed an awkward moment. Not for any other reason than that she had become his disciple upon their very first meeting, without having truly gotten to know him. Chapter 29. How did the combat power increase? As he watched her enter the villa, Xue Tian suddenly felt a sense of unease. He had taken her as his disciple, yet it seemed he had little to teach her. He could not help but smack his forehead, realizing that if he had known better, he would have reserved the Ultra Instinct technique for his own student instead of imparting it to Vegeta. However, would Lan Qi even be capable of mastering Ultra Instinct given her temperament? In her blue-haired, gentle state, it was clear she would struggle. In her golden-haired state, however, it was a different story. Her golden hair represented a fierce, self-centered nature, allowing her to train in Ultra Instinct with ease. Suddenly, Xue Tian's eyes lit up. In that case, Lan Qi is indeed the ideal candidate for mastering both Ultra Instinct and Self-Instinct techniques. Unbeknownst to me, I have acquired an exceptional disciple. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her potential is also remarkable. It was a pity that he had granted the Ultra Instinct technique to Vegeta. He regretted not saving it for Lan Qi. But with the system at his disposal, he was confident that one day he would obtain it again. He decided to assess his own status. Host, Xue Tian. Techniques, Wolf Fang Fist, Sky Dance Technique. Final Flash Special Skills, Ultimate Instinct, Self-Instinct Level 1. Cosmic Instant Shuttle Bloodline, Void Bloodline, has absorbed human and Scion bloodlines. Items, Senzu Bean's Battle Power, 900 million. This is the base battle power, not the transformed battle power. Xue Tian was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, how curious. How is my battle power 900 million? I distinctly recall it being 500 million. Could this be a consequence of merging with the Void bloodline? Yet, I felt no increase in my battle power during the fusion yesterday. Could it be that the Void bloodline continuously enhances battle power? Or perhaps engaging in mere skirmishes could elevate my power? After contemplating these thoughts, Xue Tian sought to inquire with the system, but he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing that this old six would say nothing of substance, often merely urging him to explore. And he was unwilling to waste time on it. Utilizing instant transmission, he appeared in the Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin was leisurely reclining on the grass, engrossed in a magazine featuring beautiful women, while the East Kaioshin stood guard nearby, accompanied by his servant, Jibit. Upon witnessing Xue Tian's sudden arrival, the East Kaishan, filled with curiosity, approached him, perplexed, and asked, Mr. Xue Tian, your unexpected appearance, what brings you here? Xue Tian smiled faintly, nothing of great importance. Merely here to unleash a few techniques. The East Kaishan was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind his words. However, before he could gather his thoughts, Xue Tian extended his arms towards the opposite side and bellowed, final flash. Boom. Half of the Kaishan realm was obliterated in an instant. The old Kaishan, startled by the deafening explosion, was rendered speechless, while the East Kaishan stood in shock, utterly baffled as to why Xue Tian had chosen to destroy their realm. Is there a problem? What are you doing, Xue Tian? The old Kaishan exclaimed as he leapt up. Xue Tian calmly replied, Oh, nothing. With that, he instantaneously returned to his villa. The old Kaishan and East Kaishan exchanged incredulous glances, perplexed by the sudden and inexplicable act. East Kaishan, should Xue Tian return to wreak havoc in the Kaishan realm, you must defeat him. The East Kaishan felt both awkward and troubled. With his own strength, could he truly overcome Xue Tian? Charging at him would only invite a beating. Surely, one should not betray their own disciple in such a manner. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared in the Kaishan realm, gazing at the now half-destroyed domain in utter confusion. East Kaishan, what has transpired? Why is your realm only half intact? In response, the East Kaishan awkwardly explained, just now, Xue Tian inexplicably appeared and unleashed a final flash. Oh, is that so? East Kaishan, I wish to train here. Sun Wukong declared with a smile, dismissing the reasoning behind Xue Tian's actions, as he assumed it was merely a part of his training. The East Kaishan, visibly distressed, implored, Sun Wukong, perhaps you should train elsewhere. Our realm is only half remaining. If you cause further disturbances, the other half may be lost as well. Please return once we have repaired it. But how long will that take? Beerus is set to arrive on Earth in just a few days, and I must master Super Saiyan God to face him. This statement immediately incited the old Kaishan's ire, as he sprang up and chastised, What are you saying? You intend to battle Beerus? Sun Wukong, bewildered, responded, What is the matter? Did you not promise me you would not engage Beerus in combat? Why do you say such things now? The old Kaishan leaned in closer, and Sun Wukong repeatedly lowered his head, scratching the back of his neck, utterly lost. Did I? With a thud, the old Kaishan collapsed onto the ground, limbs twitching. What kind of memory is this? Is it true that Scions only possess superior memory during battles, neglecting it otherwise? Meanwhile, Xue Tian returned to his villa without hesitation and immediately checked his status. Host status. Host. Xue Tian techniques. Wolf Fang Fist. Sky Dance Technique. Final Flash Special Skills. Ultimate Instinct. Self-Instinct Level 1. God Sealing. God Resurrection. Cosmic Instant Shuttle Bloodline. Void Bloodline. Has absorbed human and Scion bloodlines. Items. Senzu Bean's Battle Power. 900 million. This is the base battle power, not the transformed battle power. Why is my battle power still 900 million? Wait a moment. Even if the Void Bloodline is formidable, it cannot possibly increase my battle power by 1 billion merely from unleashing a single technique. Upon examining the value following the 900 million, he found 928 per billion. Upon receiving this information, Xue Tian unleashed a ki blast towards the sky, propelling it beyond Earth, where it exploded. Boom. What is happening? Have the Earthlings discovered us? Exclaimed a blue-skinned, portly figure adorned with an ivory necklace in the command room of a spaceship. Unbeknownst to Xue Tian, his ki blast had unintentionally struck a spacecraft. He meticulously observed his battle power, which had risen from 928.4 to 928.8 billion. Chapter 30. Breathing can also increase battle power. Seeing the fluctuation in his battle power, Xue Tian was overjoyed. What a remarkable void bloodline. Merely by casually emitting a ki blast, my battle power surged from 928 billion to 928.8 billion, an impressive increase of 400,000. If I were to engage in a genuine battle, would my power not escalate by several billion? Perhaps even a dozen billion? Yet, since merging with the void bloodline, he had not truly fought. He had only released a few ki blasts to assist Lan Qi in fending off pursuers, and that was all, based on his current experiments. It seemed implausible that those few ki blasts could account for a rise of 400 million in battle power. What could be the reason behind this? He checked the battle power value again, 928.9 billion. How has it increased by another 100,000? I haven't done anything. Could it be that merely breathing increases battle power? As long as I am alive, my power would rise. Incredible. With these thoughts in mind, Xue Tian resolved to conduct an experiment. How would he go about it? Quite simply, he would allow time to pass. 1 minute later, Xue Tian promptly declared in his mind, check battle power. 930, 1 billion. My goodness. In just 1 minute, my battle power surged by 2 million. This void bloodline is astonishing. If merely breathing can augment battle power, then what would happen if I were to engage in physical activity or partake in a genuine battle? The increase would surely be monumental. If my deductions are accurate, then a significant portion of that 400 million increase in battle power must stem from the absorption of Saiyan and other bloodlines, with the remainder being due to the enhancement from breathing. With this realization, Xue Tian felt a surge of excitement. Truly, the void bloodline is remarkable, an essence that exists beyond the void, preceding the cosmos. It is indeed extraordinary. Unbeknownst to me, I find myself rather eager to discover the other effects of this void bloodline. Thus far, I have only encountered 2 effects, both remarkably powerful. One can only wonder if the others are even more formidable. Above the Earth's atmosphere, a frog-like extraterrestrial clad in white armored attire approached to report, "Lord Oil, the spaceship's engines have been severely damaged. We must descend and conduct repairs swiftly. Please provide your instructions." Oil, seething with fury, retorted, "The humans on this planet are insufferable. They dared to bombard our spacecraft. A truly despicable act. Lord Elec has tasked me with observing them, but it seems there is no longer any need for such observation. Let us eliminate those aboard and sell this planet for a handsome profit." Oil, one of Elec's subordinates, was known for his brutal and coarse demeanor. He had received Elec's orders to assess the situation on Earth and report back, with the intent of transforming the planet into their colonial stronghold before selling it off. Elec founded the Zeta group and has long collaborated with Frisia, assisting him with various endeavors. However, Elec harbors grand ambitions to usurp Frisia and claim the title of Cosmic Overlord for himself. The Zeta group possesses considerable strength, with one of his subordinates, Jas, being hailed as the most promising candidate to surpass Frisia. Upon hearing Oil's words, a subordinate quickly interjected, "Lord Elec cautioned us that this mission is merely for observation. We must not act rashly. After all, the former cosmic ruler Frisia faced repeated setbacks here and ultimately met his demise. It would be wise to exercise caution." Oil, shaking his hefty form, disdainfully declared, "Frisia? That is a relic of the past. The cosmos is now dictated by our Lord Elec and the Zeta group. His failures here only reflect his incompetence. They bear no significance. Descend to Earth. I must ascertain who unleashed that energy blast. I have yet to make a move against Earth, and yet they dare to strike at us. Utterly intolerable." His subordinate, aware of Oil's temper, realized that further discussion could lead to his own punishment. Thus, he deemed it prudent to comply, acknowledging that Oil's assertions held merit. After all, Frisia's time had long since passed, and Oil and his comrades had significantly enhanced their powers since then, far beyond the capabilities of Frisia's era. Dealing with the inhabitants of Earth would prove effortless. This beautiful blue planet is soon to be ours. Yes. Proceed to the control room and initiate our descent. Meanwhile, within Xue Tian's villa, as Oil's spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, he distinctly perceived the arrival of another spaceship on Earth, pondering the implications. Could it be Frisia's vessel? No. Frisia had just departed. It could not possibly be him. Regardless, it is of no concern to me. Lacking any assigned mission, I shall remain idle. He reclined comfortably in his chair, swaying lazily. At that moment, Lan Shi emerged, gazing at Xue Tian as he lounged. "Master, I have chosen my room. May I reside in the one on the left?" "Of course. Do not say merely the left room. You may take even my own," Xue Tian replied nonchalantly. Lan Shi's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, clearly misinterpreting his words. Sensing her misunderstanding could jeopardize his standing in her eyes, Xue Tian promptly clarified, "Lan Shi, I meant no other implications. You may choose any room you desire, even mine." "Master, I understand, but how could I possibly take your room?" Lan Shi replied gently. "Very well, Lan Shi, do as you wish. Do not feel constrained," Xue Tian encouraged. Curiously, Lan Shi inquired, "Master, when will you teach me to cultivate?" Xue Tian was momentarily taken aback. When to teach? Any time would suffice, but she desired a method that was not strenuous. What could be effortless? The void bloodline. His own void bloodline was indeed not taxing. Even breathing could enhance combat power. Yet, such a gift was not easily obtained. Moreover, he currently lacked suitable resources for her in his system backpack. No, he must devise a way to provide her with an appropriate cultivation method. He regretted giving that self-perfection technique to Vegeta. The more he contemplated, the more he regretted. Xue Tian coughed twice. "Ahem, regarding your cultivation. I am presently organizing a system for you." Boom. Bang. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted, and a tremendous force surged from the direction of the grasslands. Lan Shi's attention was instantly captivated. "Master, what is happening?" Chapter 31. I am his disciple. "Master, what is happening?" Lan Shi asked, puzzled. Well, I am not entirely certain. Xue Tian replied calmly. In truth, he had a hunch that an extraterrestrial invasion was underway, and the explosion was likely a result of their arrival. After all, he had sensed the descent of a spaceship. It was evident that aliens had come. However, he had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Nor did he feel inclined to intervene unless the system activated a mission. Then he would be interested. Based on his calculations, given the occurrence of such an event, the system would undoubtedly activate a mission. Thus, despite his curiosity about the unfolding situation, he chose to wait for the system to initiate a task before taking action. Beep. System mission activated. It had arrived. Xue Tian rejoiced. As his suspicions were confirmed, the system had indeed activated a mission. Option 1. Demonstrate your combat prowess before your disciple and prove your strength. Reward, Lan Chi's Gift Pack 1. Option 2. Mind your own business and continue sleeping in the villa. Reward, Turtle Breathing Technique. A gift pack for Lan Chi? The Turtle Breathing Technique? The Lan Chi gift pack must contain techniques suited for her use. This is precisely what I lack. As for the Turtle Breathing Technique, I have never heard of it. Just from the name, it seems rather mundane, perhaps simply a form of breath control. If it is indeed a breath control technique, it would hold little value for me. I decisively chose option 1. Turning to Lan Chi, he announced, "Come, my disciple, I shall take you to witness what has transpired." Without waiting for her response, he grasped her hand and soared toward the source of the explosion. Moments later, they arrived at the site of the explosion, a vast grassland where a spaceship lay parked. Surrounding the vessel were hundreds of extraterrestrials clad in white battle armor, at the forefront of whom stood a towering, corpulent, blue-skinned figure, Oil. Goku, Tien, and others had also arrived. Upon seeing Goku, Tien, and Vegeta, Lan Chi was astonished. Yet, she quickly recalled that they always appeared during such occurrences. When Lan Chi spotted Tien, her eyes flickered. The man she once admired had not been seen in many years. Tien, too, noticed Lan Chi, yet his expression remained indifferent, wholly unconcerned. His focus was solely on cultivation, having never considered women. Seeing his lack of acknowledgement, Lan Chi's gaze fell, filled with disappointment. Xue Tian, noticing her expression, smiled faintly. "What is it? Do you still harbor feelings for Tien?" Lan Chi was momentarily taken aback, surprised that her master was aware of her feelings for Tianjin Fan. Although a tinge of shyness washed over her, she self-deprecatingly remarked, "I once held a deep affection for him. However, he harbored no such sentiments for me." As his sole focus lay in cultivation, as time passed, her feelings for him had significantly waned, and now, upon seeing him again, she felt a sudden sense of estrangement. Xue Tian nodded slightly, comprehending this sentiment. In truth, what Lan Chi felt for Tianjin Fan was not love, but rather admiration. It could be said that a particular moment or action of his had captivated her, engendering a sense of reverence within her heart, which she mistook for love. Yet, it was not so. However, for a woman to marry someone she admires is indeed a remarkable affair. Alas, the fleeting nature of affection often eludes us. Perhaps it will not be long before you no longer harbor any feelings for him. I have already lost my feelings for him, Lan Chi asserted. Yet, you still possess some lingering emotions. Xue Tian replied with certainty. Lan Chi introspected, realizing that she indeed still felt a twinge of affection for Tianjin Fan. However, she could assure herself that if he were to profess his love for her at that moment, she would undoubtedly decline. After all, so many years had passed. Although she possessed a gentle and demure disposition, she harbored her own unique character when it came to matters of the heart. Simultaneously, she felt a flicker of curiosity as to why her master suggested that she would soon lose her feelings for him. "Master, you just mentioned that I would not take long to forget him. What brings you to that conclusion? Let me ask you, did your feelings for him initially arise from witnessing his valiant and heroic demeanor at a martial arts contest?" Lan Chi was astonished, wondering how her master knew this. She felt as if she were a little girl, her every thought laid bare before him. "Master, how did you come to know that?" "Do not forget what you call me," Xue Tian replied with a mysterious smile. Suddenly, Lan Chi grasped the implication. Indeed, she referred to him as her master. Surely, one who held such a title must possess considerable abilities. Regardless, it was impressive that he had knowledge of such a matter. Did he possess the gift of foresight? "Master, do you possess the ability to foresee the future?" Xue Tian smiled enigmatically. "One might say so." "Impressive, master, if you truly possess such powers." Lan Chi gazed at him with admiration, no longer doubting his previous assertion that she would soon completely forget Tianjin Fan. Sun Wukong and the others noticed the interaction between Lan Chi and Xue Tian and promptly greeted them. "Hey, Xue Tian. Lan Chi, long time no see. What brings you here, especially with Xue Tian?" Vegeta was also curious. Given Lan Chi's low profile among them, her sudden appearance was quite unexpected. Lan Chi gently replied, "Wukong, it has indeed been a while. Xue Tian is my master." We came over upon hearing the explosion. Krillin, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta stared in astonishment. What? Xue Tian is your master? Is there a problem? Lan Shi inquired, puzzled, assuming there was something unusual about Xue Tian. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling a bit envious. No problem at all. It's just that Xue Tian is incredibly powerful. Becoming his disciple will surely be an extraordinary experience. He even taught me how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? What is that? Lan Shi asked, confused. Sun Wukong was at a loss for words. Mumbling, it's like a new form of Saiyan, I suppose. It's supposed to be godlike. I'm not entirely sure, haha. Alright, speaking of which, who among you is responsible for damaging my spaceship? Chapter 32. How do you know everything? I demand to know who among you has damaged our spaceship. Warrior, noticing Sun Wukong and the others engrossed in conversation and disregarding him, felt his temper flare. How could this insignificant being from Earth dismiss him so casually? Did he truly believe that defeating Frieza granted him immunity? Sun Wukong, bewildered, replied, damaged your spaceship? We didn't do that. Warrior retorted angrily, just moments ago. While we were traversing space, a key blast struck us, damaging our spaceship. Aside from you few, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Android 17, who else on this Earth could have done this? Yet you still deny it. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, huh? You know us. Since we're all friends, if your spaceship is damaged, you can ask Bulma for repairs. She's quite skilled. Hearing this, Xue Tian was also taken aback. He had casually released a key blast into space, which had fortuitously struck Oir's ship. What ill-fated luck for this fellow. But why was he hovering above Earth? Wait, he knows the names of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Does this mean he has investigated them? Is he perhaps observing Earth and everything upon it? Considering that Oir was a subordinate of Elec, the leader of the Zeta organization, known for destroying and selling planets and collaborating with Frieza, assassin groups, and bounty hunters, his presence above Earth surely boded ill. They must have had their sights set on Earth for some time. The reason they had not acted until now might be that they were aware Frieza had perished here and recognized that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were formidable opponents. Hence their hesitation. Oir disdainfully exclaimed, who would want your people to make repairs? Our technology far surpasses yours. Initially, I intended to observe you for a while before invading Earth, but it seems fate has brought us together. Thus, I shall seize Earth now. I will present it to Lord Elec as a birthday gift. Ha ha ha. Though Sun Wukong might not have been the sharpest tool in the shed, the moment he heard about the invasion of Earth, he immediately understood that Oir was not a benevolent character. So you're not a good person. Oir spread his arms wide, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. I never claimed to be a good person. Prepare to meet your end. I am eager to witness the prowess of the Earthlings who managed to defeat Frieza. Sun Wukong and the others stared at Oir in astonishment. You know Frieza? Before Oir could respond, Xue Tian interjected. He is a member of the Zeta organization. Huh, the Zeta organization? Sun Wukong and the others were left in utter confusion. Vegeta, taken aback, remarked, the Zeta organization? Vegeta, you are familiar with the Zeta organization? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. Vegeta explained, I've heard of it. But their reputation seems rather favorable. They primarily assist in the revitalization of planets. Moreover, their strength is reportedly on par with that of Frieza's army. The specifics remain unclear. Sun Wukong, with his characteristic naivete, chimed in, is that something you learned while being with Frieza? However, if they are aiding the revival of other planets, they should be considered benevolent, so why contemplate invading us? Vegeta's lips twitched in exasperation. The one thing he loathed most was Goku bringing up his past, and he snapped. Kakarot, can you not keep your mouth shut? How am I to know the answers to your questions? All I can discern is that he hardly appears to be a good person. Goku sheepishly scratched his head. Oil was not at all surprised that Vegeta was aware of the Zeta group, but he was taken aback that Xue Tian knew of it. In his recollection, there was no such individual on Earth. Who are you? Why do you know about our Zeta group? A faint smile graced Xue Tian's lips, exuding an air of mystery. Not only do I know about your Zeta group, but I am also aware that your leader is Elec, with subordinates like Jas, Maki, and you Oil. On the surface, your organization engages in legitimate businesses such as planetary restoration and accepting bounties. Yet clandestinely, you conspire with the cosmic tyrant Frieza to partake in unscrupulous dealings for exorbitant profits. Oil stared at Xue Tian in shock. You know all this. The others were equally astonished, realizing the true nature of the Zeta group. Goku couldn't help but exclaim, that's truly wicked. Even worse than Frieza. Xue Tian concurred with Goku's assessment. While Frieza was overtly malevolent, the Zeta group operated in the shadows. One was a blatant villain, while the other was a duplicitous hypocrite. One could avoid contact with a villain, but a hypocrite could blend seamlessly into one's surroundings, striking with lethal precision when one was most vulnerable, an insidious threat. Oil smirked with pride, seemingly unfazed by the disparagement. Ha ha, Thank you for your compliments. We are indeed quite wicked. Now, I shall turn your planet into our vassal and sell it to those unscrupulous cosmic merchants. Ha! Goku stepped forward, ready to confront Oil. Wait. Xue Tian used instant transmission to appear in front of Goku, blocking him. I will handle this. Goku was perplexed. Vegeta shared his confusion. To their minds, Xue Tian was not one to relish combat. He was a rather laid-back individual. Why was he suddenly eager to fight? Seeing their astonishment, Xue Tian smiled subtly. If not for the mission assigned by the system, he would prefer to avoid fighting altogether. Who wished to break a sweat? Oil, noticing Xue Tian's eagerness to confront him, questioned, Who exactly are you? How do you know so much about our Zeta group? Or perhaps one of the planets we destroyed was your home. Is that why you harbor such animosity toward me? This suggestion ignited curiosity among the onlookers, as it was not entirely implausible. After all, Xue Tian was averse to battle, and his sudden willingness to engage made them wonder if he indeed bore a grudge against Oil. Xue Tian, with an air of nonchalance, replied, Your imagination is rather vivid. Chapter 33, Frieza has been revived. Your imagination is rather vivid, Xue Tian remarked lightly. Oil, perplexed, asked, Have I said something incorrect? Xue Tian frowned slightly, his lips curving down with disdain as he replied, A mere Zeta group thinks it can destroy my homeland? How utterly absurd. Since you are so curious, allow me to enlighten you. My knowledge of the Zeta group does not stem from any animosity, but rather from my understanding of both past and future events. Do you truly believe I would be oblivious to such a minor organization? My desire to confront you arises solely from my distaste for individuals like you. Oil, seething with rage, realized that Xue Tian did not regard the Zeta group with any seriousness. Humph, you dare to look down upon us. Xue Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't that only natural? In the face of Frieza, you cowered in fear. After Frieza's demise, your ambitions to dominate the universe have remained unfulfilled. Does such a Zeta group merit my respect? His words struck a nerve with Oil, who roared in fury, You are simply courting death. With a massive frame akin to a super tank, Oil charged at Xue Tian with tremendous force and speed, comparable to a Super Saiyan at first transformation. To ensure his safety, Xue Tian swiftly activated his Ultra Instinct, enveloping himself in a silvery aura, his hair turning a shimmering white. With a mere flicker, he evaded Oil's attack, retaliating with a swift kick. Boom! The ground trembled as Oil, like a colossal mountain, crashed down, creating a massive crater. He lay there, feeling a surge rise in his throat, and with a cough, blood spewed forth as he gazed up at Xue Tian in disbelief. How could this individual possess such power? How did he manage to send him flying with such ease? Vegeta, Goku, and the others, having witnessed Xue Tian's might before, were unsurprised by his ability to send Oil flying with a single kick. However, Lan Chi, who had not previously seen this, was awestruck as she watched Xue Tian, enveloped in a silvery glow, effortlessly dispatch the alien invader. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she thought, Master is so cool. At that moment, Xue Tian loomed above Oil, emanating an aura of sovereign authority, making it seem as though everyone before him could only bow their heads in humility. Oil, during Frieza's reign, you were incapable of dominating the universe. Now, you are even less likely to achieve it. The bystanders were momentarily stunned, with Krillin turning to Piccolo, asking, What does he mean by during Frieza's reign? Piccolo seemed to ponder something, though he found it improbable. Has anyone used the Dragon Balls recently? After a few moments of contemplation, Krillin shook his head. No, if someone had used the Dragon Balls, we would have sensed it. Piccolo nodded in agreement. The arrival of the dragon would darken the skies, making it hard for them to miss. Recently, however, there had been no signs of such darkness. Only when Xue Tian and Goku transformed into Super Saiyans did the sky darken. But that was merely a consequence of their transformation and unrelated to the Dragon Balls. Oil, still on the ground, was baffled by the meaning behind their words. Yet he remained steadfast in his conviction, declaring, The universe will belong to our Zeta group sooner or later. Seeing Oil's confidence, Xue Tian deemed it necessary to inform him of Frieza's resurrection. Such a grim reality could not be withheld from Oil, after all. Oh, is that so? It seems you haven't misinterpreted my words. To be blunt, Frieza has been revived. Upon hearing this, everyone present froze in shock, exchanging glances. Krillin was petrified, recalling the moment Frieza had hurled him into the air, obliterating him into dust. Meanwhile, Piccolo's face turned pale, haunted by his own shadows of fear concerning Frieza. He acknowledged that, following Frieza, there were many formidable adversaries, such as Cell and Majin Buu. However, the one who left an indelible psychological scar on him was Frieza. Frieza was exceedingly difficult to contend with, and was the first truly formidable villain he had encountered, which left a profound impression on him. What? Frieza has been resurrected? How come we have not heard of this? How was Frieza brought back to life? Goku asked in astonishment. What? Frieza has been resurrected? Indeed, Frieza has returned. Xue Tian affirmed with certainty. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, calmly stating, so what if he is back? If he dares to show up, I can easily annihilate him. This time, he will descend into hell. Given Vegeta's current prowess, he could indeed obliterate the newly resurrected Frieza. Moreover, having acquired a modicum of the Ultra Instinct technique, there was no doubt he could vanquish Frieza without hesitation. His lack of fear, however, did not extend to Oyer, who, trembling with terror, exclaimed, "You are lying. If Frieza were truly resurrected, how could we possibly be unaware? I heard from my boss that Frieza and his kind, the Frost Demons, have never undergone training. If they were to be trained, their combat abilities would surge dramatically. That is why we possess the strength to surpass Frieza, but dare not confront him lightly. You have already accepted it. Why bother to refute?" Xue Tian replied with a faint smile. The reason he disclosed Frieza's resurrection was solely to instill despair in Oyer. From the look in Oyer's eyes, it was evident that despair had taken root. Hence, his objective was achieved. Oyer, indeed despondent, nevertheless struggled to his feet and bellowed, even if Frieza has returned, the universe will ultimately belong to our Zeta group. Whether it becomes yours or not is of no concern to me. What I know is that you are about to meet your demise. In an instant, Xue Tian transitioned into the first stage of Ultra Instinct. His once silver aura and hair transforming into a delicate shade of purple, emanating a brutal aura that suggested anyone who approached him would be annihilated in an instant. Terrifying indeed. Witnessing this form, Vegeta exclaimed with excitement, "This is Ultra Instinct." Seeing his enthusiasm, Goku and the others looked on in confusion, asking, "Vegeta, what is this Ultra Instinct? Why does its name sound somewhat akin to the autonomous Ultra Instinct? Yet this state seems to be the opposite." Vegeta smiled mysteriously. "Just observe closely, and you will understand." Chapter 34, Because I can also wield Ultra Instinct. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, Xue Tian conjured a destructive energy sphere the size of a basketball in his hand. With a grand flourish, he hurled it toward Oyer. Oyer, upon seeing the destructive energy sphere, attempted to evade, yet for reasons unknown, he felt utterly incapable of escaping. Boom! The destructive energy sphere struck Oyer squarely, erupting with a deafening sound, instantly reducing him to nothingness, scattering him into a myriad of stardust, completely vanishing from existence. What? How could this be? Goku and the others sensed that this energy attack was unlike their own. While their energy blasts could reduce opponents to dust, they would never disintegrate into stardust as Xue Tian's did, making it utterly incomprehensible. Vegeta, grinning with pride, remarked, "This is the formidable power of Ultra Instinct. Destruction." Vegeta, what exactly is this Ultra Instinct? Goku, having heard Vegeta mention it before, was now filled with confusion. Could it be that Vegeta also possessed this form? Yet he had never witnessed Vegeta utilize it. Based on his understanding of Vegeta, if Vegeta had mastered Ultra Instinct, he would have undoubtedly showcased it to astound them all. As Vegeta had not yet demonstrated it, he must still be unable to fully grasp it. Goku's understanding of Vegeta was indeed accurate. Although Vegeta knew how to cultivate Ultra Instinct and had a slight comprehension of it, he had yet to master it or transform into that form. However, from Xue Tian's transformation, he could feel that it was indeed Ultra Instinct. Witnessing the destruction wrought by Ultra Instinct only fueled his excitement, as he envisioned that soon he too would wield such terrifying power, at which point Goku and the others would no longer be his rivals, even if Beerus were to descend. The thought of defeating the god of destruction, Beerus, and becoming the second strongest in the universe sent waves of exhilaration through him. Why not the first? Because the first was Xue Tian. He was acutely aware that as long as Xue Tian existed, even if he defeated Beerus, he could never claim the title of the strongest in the universe, for after all, it was Xue Tian who had imparted Ultra Instinct to him. How could he possibly surpass his mentor? Moreover, given Xue Tian's demeanor, he was certain that Xue Tian possessed far more than just Ultra Instinct and autonomous Ultra Instinct. If Xue Tian were to learn of Vegeta's current thoughts, he would likely respond, "You have a fair amount of self-awareness. However, to think you could defeat Beerus with merely the first stage of Ultra Instinct is quite overreaching." Seeing that Vegeta had not replied, Goku anxiously approached him, grasping his arm and asking, "Vegeta, what is this Ultra Instinct? How do you know about it?" "Because I can," Vegeta declared with pride. "What? You can wield Ultra Instinct?" Goku was taken aback, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Such a formidable form, and Vegeta could wield it. However, Goku quickly regained his composure, excitedly suggesting, "Vegeta, let us spar. You can use Ultra Instinct." Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment, as he currently could not transform into that state. He only knew how to perform it. If he were to boast to Kakarot, it would only invite ridicule. Contemplating this, he coldly retorted, I have no time to spar with you, and promptly utilized instant transmission to depart. After leaving, he secretly mused, Kakarot, just wait. Once I master Ultra Instinct, it will be time to teach you a lesson. The members of the Zeta army, witnessing their leader Oyer's demise, were thrown into a panic, hastily boarding their spacecraft and fleeing in disarray. Within mere minutes, only one spacecraft remained, with not a single alien in sight. Xue Tian had achieved his objective. Reverting from Ultra Instinct, he appeared before Lan Shi, stating, It is time for us to return. Yes, Master. Lan Shi replied with admiration. Master, you were so impressive just now. With a single kick, you defeated the alien invasion, leaving the remaining minions terrified and fleeing in chaos. Grasping Lan Shi's hand, he teleported them back to the villa. Goku, witnessing Xue Tian utilize instant transmission to leave, was taken aback, stammering, Wow, Xue Tian can use instant transmission too. Reflecting on Vegeta's earlier mention of Ultra Instinct, which also employed instant transmission, he immediately pursued him. At Xue Tian's villa, Master, you were truly magnificent just now. Especially in those two forms, one silver and the other light purple. They were simply stunning. With sparkling eyes brimming with excitement, Lan Shi exuberantly exclaimed, her right hand waving animatedly, as if she had just vanquished Oil herself. Xue Tian, feeling a tinge of bashfulness at the praise from his beautiful disciple, cleared his throat twice and said, Let us keep a low profile, shall we? My true strength extends far beyond this. There are facets of my power that you will come to understand in due time. Yes. Lan Shi nodded enthusiastically. Ding. Selection completed. Showcase your combat prowess before your disciple to validate your strength and earn a reward. Lan Shi's gift pack. Xue Tian gazed with satisfaction at the Lan Shi gift pack in his system's inventory, ready to open it for her use. Suddenly, he felt a ripple in the space around him as Sun Wukong materialized out of nowhere. Huh, what brings you here? Sun Wukong, unabashed, inquired eagerly Xue Tian. What exactly is the self-extremity technique that Vegeta mentioned? What is it? It's simply the self-extremity technique. Xue Tian discerned Sun Wukong's intent immediately and jested in response. Sun Wukong scratched his head, pondering whether his explanation had been unclear or if Xue Tian had simply misunderstood. Can you teach me this self-extremity technique? Before he could finish his sentence, Xue Tian interjected, Wukong, don't even think about it. You want to be able to learn the self-extremity technique. Believing Xue Tian was unwilling to teach him, Sun Wukong rushed closer, leaning in conspiratorially to say, Just teach me, please. How can you say I can't learn it without even trying? Xue Tian remained unmoved. Sun Wukong then shifted his gaze to Lan Shi, pleading, Lan Shi, could you persuade your master to teach me the self-extremity technique? Please. Xue Tian shot a glare at Sun Wukong. This fellow, though seemingly lacking in intelligence, was quite astute when it came to learning combat skills and knew to seek Lan Shi's intercession. Lan Shi hesitated, saying, Master, why don't you teach Wukong? If he learns, he can better protect the earth. Lan Shi, it's not that I'm unwilling to teach him. It's that he simply doesn't meet the qualifications to learn this technique. It requires someone with a ruthless, self-centered disposition like Vegeta. Chapter 35, Lan Shi's Grand Gift. It's not that I refuse to teach him. He is fundamentally unqualified to learn the self-extremity technique. Xue Tian then meticulously explained the prerequisites for mastering the self-extremity technique. Upon hearing this, both Sun Wukong and Lan Shi comprehended that Sun Wukong indeed lacked the necessary conditions for training. Master Xue Tian, are there any martial arts techniques suitable for me? Xue Tian's lips twitched slightly. Was Wukong attempting to take advantage of him? Forget about the self-extremity technique. Focus on mastering the Super Saiyan God form first. You haven't even grasped that yet, and you wish to learn other techniques? Why not just ascend to the heavens? Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, conceding. You make a good point. I'll first work on mastering the Super Saiyan God form, and once I've succeeded, then you can teach me the self-extremity technique. Before Xue Tian could respond, Sun Wukong vanished in a flash, utilizing instant transmission. Xue Tian was left speechless. This Sun Wukong truly was a scamp, leaving before he had a chance to refuse. Had he mastered Lu Xiaobu's charming skills? Never give a girl a chance to say no. Shaking off these thoughts, he opened the Lan Shi gift pack in his consciousness. Opening Lan Shi's gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the self-extremity technique, the free-flowing technique, a god-level combat energy capsule, and a god-level exclusive battle suit for Lan Shi. Moments later, the self-extremity technique, stage 1, the free-flowing technique, the god-level combat energy capsule, and the god-level exclusive battle suit for Lan Shi appeared in Xue Tian's inventory. Wow, this Lan Shi gift pack is quite impressive. I don't even have my own exclusive battle suit, yet Lan Shi has one. And what on earth is this god-level combat energy capsule? Regardless, He decided to impart the free-flowing technique and the self-extremity technique to Lan Qi before exploring the rest. Smiling at Lan Qi, he said, "Didn't you ask when I would teach you martial arts?" Upon hearing this, Lan Qi excitedly asked, "Master, are you planning to teach me now?" After witnessing Xue Tian's impressive battle stance, Lan Qi had been eager to train, although she worried he might not teach her. Now, it seemed her concerns were unfounded. Indeed, Xue Tian replied with a smile. Lan Qi's joy was palpable, but she soon voiced a worry. "But master, what if I can't learn? I feel like I might be a bit slow." A faint blush graced her fair cheeks, and her sparkling eyes, combined with her delicate appearance, made her particularly enchanting. Xue Tian reassured her, "No need to fret. You won't have to struggle much. I will integrate what you need to learn directly into your mind, and you will inherently grasp how to comprehend and practice it." Lan Qi found this notion astonishing. She had never heard of such a thing during her time with Master Rashi. Raising his hand, Xue Tian placed it on Lan Qi's forehead. "I now impart to you the self-extremity technique and the free-flowing technique. The free-flowing technique is to be used in your blue-haired state, which represents your gentle disposition, while the self-extremity technique should be employed in your golden-haired state, wild, self-centered, and unrestrained. System, apply the self-extremity technique and the free-flowing technique, stage 1, to Lan Qi. Ding. Application successful." Upon hearing this notification, Xue Tian withdrew his hand, and at that moment, Lan Qi felt a surge of memories flooding into her mind like a tidal wave. "Lan Qi, do you feel the self-extremity technique and the free-flowing technique?" "I do, master." Lan Qi nodded enthusiastically. Xue Tian smiled, saying, "With martial arts techniques in hand, how could we possibly neglect a battle suit? System, apply the God-level exclusive battle suit for Lan Qi." Ding. Application successful. A silver light enveloped Lan Qi, and a stunning silver battle suit materialized around her, transforming her into a vision of grace and valor. "This is your God-level battle suit." Admiring her new attire, Lan Qi exclaimed, "Master, I absolutely adore this battle suit. The moment I put it on, I felt a connection with it." "That is wonderful to hear," Xue Tian replied with a smile. Suddenly, Lan Qi gasped in surprise. This startled Xue Tian, and he inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong? Is there something amiss?" "Not at all, master. There's nothing wrong. It's just that this battle suit is beyond incredible. It even has 3 forms. 3 forms? Xue Tian asked, intrigued. While he had anticipated that the battle suit would be impressive, he was unaware of its specific functions, as the system had indicated it was for him to explore. He had often felt the urge to grumble at the system. "Explore this, you rascal." Lan Qi animatedly elaborated, "Yes. The 3 forms are speed form, power form, and radiant form. The speed form enhances speed at the cost of attack power, while the power form significantly boosts strength but reduces speed. However, my favorite is the radiant form. In the radiant form, both speed and power are balanced, and it grants access to many unique abilities, though it consumes double the stamina compared to the other 2 forms. Moreover, even if this battle suit gets destroyed, it can reassemble itself after 1 hour." Xue Tian had never anticipated that this combat suit would possess such extraordinary capabilities. Even when shattered, it could reassemble itself, truly a marvel of divine craftsmanship. Furthermore, the combat power energy chamber was also of divine quality. What effects might it yield? However, since it was part of the Lan Qi gift package, it must hold significant value for her. Lan Qi gazed at the combat suit adorning her and, with a mere thought, retracted it into her body, mastering its control effortlessly. "Master, I am utterly enamored with this combat suit," she exclaimed. "Do not be hasty. I have yet another gift for you." "Another gift?" Lan Qi responded with astonishment. Having acquired the self-extreme technique, level 1, the free extreme technique, and this splendid combat suit, she was already immensely satisfied. She had not anticipated an additional present. Her master was truly exceptional, handsome, skilled, and considerate of his disciples. How fortunate she felt that she had not encountered him sooner. In his mind, Xue Tian communicated with the system to extract the divine combat power energy chamber. Beep. Extraction successful. An energy chamber materialized before Lan Qi and Xue Tian. Upon inspection, Xue Tian noted the instructions inscribed on the chamber, which stated that one could enhance their combat power and martial proficiency simply by lying within it while asleep. This chamber required no energy and could be utilized at any time. Goodness, this contraption seems tailor-made for Lan Qi. She need not toil through arduous training. She can simply lie in it each night and reap the benefits. Chapter 36. Champa. Lan Qi, too, read the description of the divine combat power energy chamber. In that instant, her mind ceased to function, and she stood there like a statue, her eyes fixated on the chamber's capabilities. This would directly resolve her training dilemma. "Master, you are too kind," she expressed, overcome with emotion, and unexpectedly planted a kiss on Xue Tian's cheek. This left Xue Tian momentarily flustered. Lan Shi had not anticipated her own actions. She felt overwhelmed by excitement and could hardly control herself. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and she fidgeted awkwardly, unsure whether to stay or leave, engulfed in sheer embarrassment. Xue Tian also felt the heat of awkwardness, but it dissipated quickly as he recognized that Lan Shi's kiss stemmed from her exhilaration, devoid of ulterior motives. After all, he had just bestowed upon her an array of treasures. Had it been Sun Wukong, he would likely have clung to him fervently, showering him with kisses. I will now relocate the energy chamber to your bedroom. When you have time, you can lie within it to enhance your combat strength. Yes, master. Lan Shi shyly nodded. After transferring the energy chamber to her bedroom, Xue Tian stepped outside alone, while Lan Shi eagerly ventured inside to experience its effects. As he instinctively touched the cheek that had just been kissed, Xue Tian mused, "This young lady certainly possesses a spirited nature. I wonder how effective this divine combat power energy chamber truly is. If it proves to be remarkably beneficial, it won't be long before Lan Shi rivals the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta." After all, the chamber promised to enhance martial proficiency, suggesting that her mastery of the self-extreme technique would surpass even Vegeta's. Suddenly, an amusing thought crossed Xue Tian's mind. What expressions will Vegeta and Sun Wukong wear when they discover that Lan Shi has surpassed them? He found himself filled with anticipation. He even contemplated how Beerus would react if he were to be bested by Lan Shi upon his arrival. Would it not be a comical sight? Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that Lan Shi would not be capable of defeating Beerus in the short term, even with his extraordinary assistance. After all, Beerus was due to arrive in just a few days. How could she possibly reach such heights in that limited time? No matter how impressive the energy chamber was, it could not work miracles, lest he effortlessly create a team of deities capable of sweeping through the 12 universes. Oh, I have yet to experiment with the Cosmic Instant Shuttle. I shall try it now, he thought, immediately activating the Cosmic Instant Shuttle. In an instant, images of the 12 universes, the King's palace, and the realms of the Supreme Kais and Destroyers flooded his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to explore the 6th universe. He randomly selected a location within the 6th universe and activated the shuttle. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Xue Tian found himself amidst the 6th universe, surveying his surroundings and muttering. So this is the 6th universe? The 6th universe exists in harmony with the 7th universe. While the 7th universe is home to the Scions, the 6th universe also boasts its own Scions. Should I seek out the Scions for some amusement? After mulling it over, he concluded that it would be of little interest and opted to use the Cosmic Instant Shuttle once more, intending to visit the 1st universe instead. For information about it was scarce in Dragon Ball Super, and he wished to witness it firsthand. Hey, who are you? A gruff voice suddenly boomed. Xue Tian turned to see a stout, purple-skinned cat-like figure inquiring with mild curiosity. He was short and rotund, with a short tail, his upper body bare, adorned with a black and white patterned sash around his neck, golden bracelets on his arms, and wearing loose red trousers. Accompanying him was a tall woman with blue-green skin and long white hair, wielding a staff. Champa, Vedos. Xue Tian immediately recognized them. The stout, cat-like figure was Champa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, while the elegant woman by his side was his attendant and mentor, Vedos. Champa's eyes widened in surprise as he squinted and asked, Do you know me? Xue Tian smiled and replied, Lord Champa, your reputation precedes you. How could I possibly be unaware? Vedos raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback. Champa relished flattery, puffing out his chest and laughing heartily. You certainly have a way with words. However, you do not seem to be from our 6th universe. Moments earlier, Champa and Vedos had been traversing the cosmos in search of delectable treats when they sensed a disturbance in the surrounding space emanating from the 7th universe. They approached to investigate, only to find a striking human. Xue Tian recognized that Champa's inquiry stemmed from his possession of evidence, and given a god of destruction's nature, reasoning and proof were unnecessary, except when addressing the king. He opted for honesty. Indeed, I am not from the 6th universe. You hail from the 7th universe? Champa pressed further. Xue Tian shook his head. No. This revelation caused Champa to furrow his brow. If he was not from the 7th universe, then from which universe did he originate? Why had he suddenly appeared in the 6th universe? Did he harbor some ulterior motive? Then which universe do you belong to? Champa inquired. Xue Tian pondered for a moment. I suppose I belong to the realm of reality, but how could I articulate that to him? Clearly, it was not feasible. Moreover, even if he explained, it would be beyond Champa's comprehension. I am a cosmic traveler, yet I remain uncertain of the universe to which I belong. Xiangpa gently scratched his chubby face with his fingernail, questioning with skepticism, a cosmic traveler? How did you traverse from the 7th universe to the 6th universe? Without a dimension-hopping cube, or any extraordinary abilities, it's utterly impossible. If you possess such unique powers, do you harbor some ulterior motive? Xue Tian, bemused, explained. My sole intention is to wander through the cosmos. Unless there is something pressing, I shall take my leave. Wait. You intend to depart without the consent of this destroyer god? Do you not hold the divine in due regard? Xiangpa's expression darkened, suspicion clouding his thoughts. Moreover, I suspect you may be engaged in something particularly nefarious. Chapter 37. Enough of the chit-chat. Hurry and destroy me. Xiangpa scrutinized Xue Tian, his gaze piercing as if attempting to see through him, which greatly displeased Xue Tian, akin to being stalked by a ravenous wolf, poised to pounce. Xue Tian replied coolly, I truly am merely a cosmic traveler. I implore you, Lord Xiangpa, do not complicate matters. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's suspicion only deepened. Stepping forward, he coldly declared, while your words are pleasing to the ear, this destroyer god must still obliterate you. I cannot permit your schemes to come to fruition. Seeing Xiangpa's disbelief, Xue Tian's temper flared. Oh, is that so? Xiangpa's displeasure was palpable, his face flushed a deep purple. What is this attitude? I am the destroyer god. Do you think I lack the courage to destroy you? Ding. Task selection activated. Choice 1. Allow Xiangpa to destroy you. If he does, you perish. If he refrains, the task is successful. Reward, pseudo-immortality. Choice 2. Defeat Champa. Reward, dominance body ring. Pseudo-immortality and the dominance body ring? Both rewards are quite enticing. If my deductions are correct, the pseudo-immortality refers to the state of Zamasu after wishing for immortality from the super dragon, meaning he cannot be killed in a normal battle but can still be destroyed. Hence the term pseudo. The dominance body ring likely grants immunity to most control-based techniques, akin to the rings worn by the Grand Minister and Whis. However, I remain unaware of the specific effects of their rings, as they have never discussed it. Both rewards are appealing, yet choice 2 is evidently fraught with far greater difficulty. Given my current strength, defeating Champa seems implausible. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Tian resolutely decided, very well, since I cannot accomplish choice 2, I shall opt for choice 1, gambling that Champa lacks the resolve to destroy me. Life and death are but a toss-up. Immortality awaits. Choice 1. Upon making his decision, Xue Tian's figure flickered. Oh, planning to flee? Do you believe you can escape from the grasp of this destroyer god? Ha! Champa thought Xue Tian was attempting to escape, but suddenly realized something amiss. In the blink of an eye, Xue Tian appeared less than half a meter away from him. As Champa was taken aback, Xue Tian coolly stated, Did you not wish to destroy me? Come forth. What? Champa was momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was he approaching? Are you challenging the destroyer god? Champa inquired icily. If that is the case, I shall grant your wish. He raised his hand, summoning a sphere of purple destructive energy, enveloping the surroundings in a profound silence. In less than a second, this stillness morphed into an overwhelming abyss, instilling a profound sense of dread. You are the first to seek death in the presence of this destroyer god. Xue Tian's eyes showed no sign of fear. He calmly replied, Spare me the theatrics. If you truly possess the audacity, then proceed. Watching Xue Tian's demeanor, Beerus was intrigued. What manner of being was this? He appeared unafraid of destruction. Despite Xue Tian's outward calm, his heart raced with anxiety. He was wagering on the idea that the Omni King had dispatched someone to protect him, banking on the Grand Minister's attention. Should he perish, the Omni King would follow suit, potentially leading to the annihilation of the entire universe, returning to the void. Whether this was accurate or not, Xue Tian was certain that if he died, the Omni King would as well. Xiangpa's lips twitched in disbelief. He had anticipated Xue Tian would plead for mercy, yet was taken aback by his nonchalant demeanor, even urging him to hasten, as if he welcomed death. This left him utterly perplexed. Did Xue Tian truly wish to perish? Yet initially, he had shown no intention of seeking death. Unable to decipher the enigma any further, and regardless, Xue Tian had already incited his wrath. Destruction. With a powerful thrust, he propelled the destructive energy sphere toward Xue Tian. Xue Tian watched the incoming sphere and instinctively closed his eyes, mentally cursing, Damn it, has the Omni King truly not sent anyone to protect me? Did the Grand Minister overlook me? Or do they think the Omni King's bond with me is a jest? Was the previous demonstration insufficient? Should he intervene? Yet even if he did, he knew he couldn't prevent the destructive energy sphere from reaching him. Since I am gambling, let the outcome be revealed. Fortune favors the bold. With a resolute expression, he braced himself. Boom. Just as the destructive energy sphere was about to collide with Xue Tian, Xiangpa eagerly anticipated witnessing Xue Tian's annihilation when a brilliant azure light, infused with angelic power, erupted forth, obliterating the destructive energy sphere. Beerus. Xiangpa's gaze shifted to Beerus. realizing that the force that had just thwarted his destructive energy was indeed angelic power, and the only being present with such power was Beerus. He immediately sought to question her as to why she had interfered with his task. Having known Champa for many years, Beerus understood his thoughts well. With a delicate smile, akin to a spring breeze, she appeared radiant. It was not I? Xue Tian opened his eyes, internally exclaiming, "Finally, the rescue has arrived." I was genuinely terrified. I thought you would dare toy with the Omni King's fate. Before Champa could inquire further, a cascade of vibrant light erupted, revealing Whis standing not far from Xue Tian. Facing both Champa and Beerus. "Whis!" Champa exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that it was indeed Whis who had intervened. Xue Tian was taken aback, surprised that the one assigned to protect him was Whis, as he had initially assumed it would be the Grand Minister. However, considering he was in the 7th universe, it made sense that the Grand Minister would assign Whis for his protection, given that Whis was the most formidable presence in the 7th universe. Though Whis did not engage in battle, Xue Tian was acutely aware that he was undoubtedly the pinnacle of strength in the 7th universe. As for Beerus, the Destroyer God, he was hardly a match for him. Xue Tian even suspected that these Destroyer Gods were not the equals of the various angels. Whether this was true, he could not ascertain, having never witnessed an angel in combat. However, based on the performances of Beerus and Whis, it was evident that their powers surpassed those of Beerus and Champa. "Whis, what are you doing?" Chapter 38, Confronting Champa. "Whis, what are you doing?" Champa exclaimed, arms flailing in frustration. Whis, with his characteristic grace and charm, replied, "Lord Champa, you must not destroy him." "Why not?" Champa retorted, scratching his ear dismissively. "Whis, this is Universe 6, not Universe 7. Moreover, it appears that your angelic clan lacks the authority to interfere in the duties of a god of destruction." Lord Champa is indeed correct. Our angelic race does not possess the right to meddle in a god of destruction's affairs, was calmly acknowledged. However, this individual must not be destroyed. "Why is that?" Champa asked, bewildered. Logically, Whis should not have stopped him. Angels traditionally do not intervene in the work of gods of destruction, merely overseeing their diligence. Why, then, was Whis suddenly obstructing him? Furthermore, Whis was an angel of Universe 7. Beerus, too, found herself perplexed by her brother's actions. The angelic clan adhered to strict regulations. Whis smiled softly. "I cannot explain it. It is simply that this person must not be harmed." Champa, visibly irritated, shot back. "Whis, this is quite unreasonable. I advise you to return to Universe 7 and attend to Beerus." Whis, undeterred, issued a direct warning. "Lord Champa, should you proceed to destroy him, I will have no choice but to take action against you." Champa's expression turned to one of confusion. After years of interaction with angels, it was astonishing to hear one threaten a god of destruction, not due to an inability to win, but rather the established rules. Angels were prohibited from interfering with a god of destruction's work or engaging them in battle. If a god of destruction were to be slain, the angels would fall into a deep slumber until the next one was born. The specifics of this slumber remained a mystery. "Whis, are you serious?" Champa finally managed to respond, his displeasure palpable. Whis affirmed, "Absolutely." Champa's anger surged. Even a clay figurine retained some spirit. What more a god of destruction? With that, a fierce purple aura emanated from him, casting a chilling atmosphere over the vicinity. Whis, however, remained unperturbed, maintaining his serene demeanor and exuding an air of calm in the face of Champa's wrath. Beerus, who had been silent until now, interjected, "Lord Champa, Whis is my brother. For my sake, could you extend him a favor?" Champa turned to Beerus, retracting his destructive aura, and replied nonchalantly, "Since you have said so, Beerus, I shall grant you this favor." In truth, he did not wish to provoke Beerus. Historically, there had been no friction between angels and gods of destruction. If the matter escalated to the Omni King, it could spell trouble for him. Despite believing himself to be in the right, whenever conflicts arose, the Grand Minister would invariably advocate for the angels, and the Omni King tended to heed his counsel. Thus, it was prudent to avoid conflict whenever possible. Though Champa felt his pride wounded by Whis' insistence, Beerus had long sensed Champa's inner thoughts, but her curiosity was piqued by her brother's unexpectedly rigid stance. The angels were not meant to intervene in such matters, leading her to suspect something more was afoot. "Very well, Whis, since your sister Beerus has spoken, I shall not destroy this individual." "Thank you, Lord Champa," Whis graciously acknowledged. The angels typically displayed respect toward the gods of destruction, except when executing their own tasks or when other matters arose. Whis approached Xue Tian with a smile, saying, "Mr. Xue Tian, you are free to travel anywhere you wish." Xue Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I'm not interested." Internally, he grumbled about the late arrival that had nearly frightened him to death, questioning if Whis had deliberately chosen to appear so late, having been on the receiving end of Whis' cunning antics. Xue Tian was well aware of how often Beerus had been tricked by him. Champa was taken aback, wondering who Xue Tian was to disregard Whis so blatantly. After all, Whis had saved him, and gratitude was expected. If Xue Tian were aware of Champa's thoughts, he would likely retort, "Why should I thank you? Showing up earlier would have saved me the trouble." Bardas's eyes darted around, lost in her thoughts. Beep, choice 1 completed. Allow Champa to destroy. If he destroys the host perishes. If he refrains, the task succeeds, and the reward is pseudo-immortality. Learning pseudo-immortality. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring pseudo-immortality. Beep, activating system task. Choice 1, survive and rejoice in your fortune, making a hasty retreat. Reward, ultra-speed movement. Choice 2, intimidate and warn Champa, making him aware of the consequences of his actions. Reward, pseudo-dominance. Ultra-speed movement? Isn't that Tiz's technique? While impressive when first displayed, it can still be countered and lack substance. The pseudo-dominance, however, seems intriguing. Moreover, I am quite displeased with Champa's actions. As someone who has traversed realms and possesses a system, being threatened and nearly killed without a reaction is utterly unacceptable. Would that even be fitting for someone of my status? Regardless of whether I make this choice, I must act. Choice 2. Xue Tian rubbed his eyes and casually warned. Champa, you are a god of destruction, and indeed possess the arrogance that comes with it. However, not everyone is someone you can provoke. Nor does everyone deserve to be destroyed. Champa froze in astonishment, staring at Xue Tian in disbelief, utterly unprepared for such audacity from someone who had just survived. This was beyond brazen. Bardas, equally surprised, pondered, who exactly is Xue Tian? How can he be so assertive, disregarding even a god of destruction like Champa? Why is my brother was aiding him so? Could he be a bastard child? Is he perhaps the offspring of our father, part of the angelic lineage? As this thought crossed Bardas's mind, she quickly shook her head, feeling it implausible. Her father was not the type to harbor such secrets, and even if there were a hidden child, he would not conceal them. Moreover, she sensed no angelic essence within Xue Tian, leading her to conclude that he was not one of their kind. Whis, too, felt a twinge of surprise but quickly regained composure, a toothy smile forming. Aside from the Omni King and the Grand Minister, he had never encountered anyone who spoke so boldly to a god of destruction. Typically, those in the presence of a god of destruction would act with utmost caution, yet Xue Tian's demeanor was astonishing. Whis remained mindful of their father's decree. No matter what occurred, he must ensure Xue Tian's safety. This was a non-negotiable command. Thus, his earlier firmness in protecting Xue Tian made perfect sense. Upon realizing the situation, Champa's eyes widened in indignation. His earlier displeasure now ignited into a fervent rage. He raised his hand once more, intent on summoning a sphere of destructive energy. Whis promptly interposed his staff before Champa's hand, offering a soothing remark. Lord Champa, please bear with it. Champa's lips twitched in frustration. It felt utterly humiliating for him, the formidable god of destruction, whose very presence commanded respect throughout Universe 6. To be belittled by a newcomer of unknown origin. Most aggravating of all was Whis' unwavering protection. Surely, he could not afford to undermine Whis' dignity. Ding. Selection 2 completed. Intimidate Champa, instilling in him the knowledge that he is not to be trifled with. Reward acquired. Pseudo-dominance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering pseudo-dominance. In an instant, Lin Machin felt a transformation within his being, a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze, utterly delightful. Whis smiled amiably at Xue Tian, saying, Mr. Xue Tian, it would be prudent for you to take your leave for now. Having received his reward, Xue Tian had no desire to linger. For his current prowess would not suffice to teach Champa a lesson. Mere verbal exchanges seemed rather futile. He activated the Cosmic Instant Shuttle, locating his villa within Universe 7, and with a decisive invocation, vanished as if he had never existed. After his departure, Champa, visibly agitated, inquired, Hey, Whis, what on earth is happening? Why are you aiding this Xue Tian fellow? Xue Tian, Whis reminded him gently. With a refined smile, Whis replied, I cannot say for certain. No, Whis. What kind of attitude is that? Have you been spending too much time with that fool Beerus, rendering you incapable of coherent speech? Champa crossed his arms. His expression a deep shade of purple, his teeth grinding audibly, revealing the extent of his ire. Whis chuckled softly. Lord Champa makes a valid point. Thus, let us attribute this matter to Lord Beerus. Lord Champa, dear sister, I shall take my leave now. Badros nodded slightly in agreement. With a swift motion, Whis transformed into a streak of light and departed, estimating that it would not be long before Beerus awakened. Once he was gone, Champa turned to Badros, perplexed. Badros, do you understand why Whis is assisting Xue Tian? Is it possible that Beerus has given him instructions? Lord Champa, I am uncertain. Perhaps it could be. Badros replied with a playful tone. Yet, Her thoughts diverged from Champa's. In her view, Xue's actions were not influenced by Beerus. After all, the angel clan merely attended to the daily needs of the gods of destruction. Even amidst amicable relations, they would not assume such roles. Thus, only one possibility remained. He must have received directives from her father, the Grand Minister, or perhaps from the Omni King himself. The affairs of the Omni King were primarily managed by her father, indicating that this decision likely stemmed from him. But why would her father instruct Xue to safeguard Xue Tian? After contemplating for a moment, Badrose found herself equally puzzled and decided to dismiss the thought. She turned to Champa and asked, "Lord Champa, shall we seek out some delicacies?" Champa, feeling disheartened, replied, "I lack the spirit. Let us return and rest." The following day, Xue Tian emerged from his quarters to find Lan Qi preparing breakfast. Greeted by her gentle voice, she warmly said, "Good morning, master. Breakfast is ready." "Excellent." Xue Tian approached the table, admiring the sumptuous spread of milk, bread, eggs, and a small bowl of noodles, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, having a female disciple proved quite advantageous, as Lan Qi's culinary skills were a delightful bonus. For Xue Tian, concepts like the first stage of the self-extremity technique and the self-extremity technique omen were no longer of concern. Investing in someone from whom he could witness tangible returns was undeniably worthwhile. At least, in his estimation, it was more justifiable than investing in Goku and Vegeta. The two, as the principal protagonists of the Dragon Ball universe, had their own paths to growth. However, it was unreasonable to expect him to selflessly share his gains simply because they were the main characters. He was neither a sage nor their master. So why should he feel compelled to do so? Moreover, even if they sought him as a mentor, he would be hesitant. What could they possibly offer him? Aside from the burden they might impose, their utility seemed limited unless their tutelage could yield benefits for him. Conversely, having Lan Qi as his disciple, who prepared daily meals and offered massages, was genuinely appealing. He would gladly share any surplus with such a disciple. As Xue Tian took his seat, Lan Qi joined him, her excitement bubbling over. "Master, after resting in the God-level combat energy chamber last night, I feel invigorated and brimming with power. Moreover, I have begun to grasp both the self-extremity technique and the self-extremity technique omen." Xue Tian nodded approvingly. "It appears that the God-level combat energy chamber is quite effective. Master, would you like to try it as well?" Lan Qi inquired, her voice soft and charming. "Ah, no need for me. That chamber is meant for your use." Xue Tian responded with a smile. Utilizing the God-level combat energy chamber for himself would be wasteful, as his martial skills were already at peak proficiency. As for his combat power, it would naturally continue to rise. A few well-placed energy blasts could potentially surpass the gains from an hour in that chamber. Chapter 40. The Strength of Vegeta versus Lan Qi. After breakfast, Xue Tian and Lan Qi ventured into the yard, where he instructed her in the self-extremity technique and the self-extremity technique omen. She had made significant progress. She could maintain the self-extremity technique for a full minute, while she had also managed to condense a destructive energy sphere the size of her fist. Although Lan Qi had acquired the omen of the self-extremity technique and the first stage of the self-extremity technique, she had yet to master the flight technique or high-speed movement. Under Xue Tian's careful guidance, she mastered the flight technique in merely 10 minutes. Thrilled, she soared in the air, nearly bursting with excitement, and exclaimed, "Master, you are incredible. You taught me in just 10 minutes. It is not merely a matter of my prowess. Rather, your understanding is commendable. With your mastery of both divine techniques, learning these foundational skills is a trivial task." Though she acknowledged this, Lan Qi understood that it was largely thanks to Xue Tian's capabilities. Without him, she would not have acquired such skills. Just then, two formidable auras approached with great speed. Xue Tian did not need to glance up to know who it was, and Lan Qi sensed it too. "Master, it seems Goku and Vegeta are here." Indeed, Xue Tian confirmed without surprise. Upon receiving Xue Tian's affirmation, Lan Qi was astonished. "Wow, I can actually sense it." Before long, Goku and Vegeta arrived, and upon seeing Lan Qi soaring through the air, they expressed their astonishment. "Wow, Lan Qi, you can fly now?" "Yes, Goku." Lan Qi replied joyfully. "Are you here to seek my master?" "Indeed, I have already attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God." Vegeta, not one to be outdone, retorted, "I have also mastered the Ultra Instinct." With that, he cast a challenging glance at Goku, clearly underestimating his opponent. However, Goku paid little heed to the provocation, well aware of Vegeta's nature. The three of them soared towards Master Xue Tian. "Master Xue Tian, I can transform into a Super Saiyan God now. May I learn the Ultra Instinct?" Goku inquired eagerly. Xue Tian recognized the potential of both warriors. Although their bloodlines were somewhat average, their understanding was truly remarkable. In the realm of Dragon Ball, their Saiyan heritage might hold some merit, yet in Dragon Ball Super, it pales in comparison. Within this universe, there exist celestial races, destroyers, glass beings, phantoms, and Jiren's race, all of which exhibit prowess that rivals that of the Saiyan bloodline. Of course, should one possess the legendary Saiyan bloodline or the ancestral Saiyan bloodline, or even the primal Saiyan lineage, that would indeed be impressive. However, mere average Saiyan blood is simply unremarkable. To a certain extent, Xue Tian perceived that Goku and Vegeta's bloodlines did not surpass that of Frieza's frost demon lineage. After so many years of death, upon resurrection, Frieza trained for merely 4 months, yet his strength was only a notch below Super Blue. Such is the epitome of a prodigious bloodline. Could Goku and Vegeta's heritage achieve such feats? Certainly not. Xue Tian did not respond but instead turned to Vegeta, inquiring, "Vegeta, do you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God?" Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta replied, "Of course. Mastering more forms is undoubtedly advantageous. Goku, do you remember that you promised once you transformed into a Super Saiyan God, the next would be Vegeta?" Xue Tian questioned. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately fixed his gaze on Goku, clearly poised to retaliate should Goku deny it. Goku indeed recalled the promise, scratching his head as he chuckled. "Yes. Do you wish to become a Super Saiyan God now?" "Of course." Vegeta scoffed. Xue Tian then interjected, "All right, you both go ahead and transform into Super Saiyan Gods. Then we shall continue." Goku, somewhat unwilling, stated, "Master Xue Tian, since I can now transform into a Super Saiyan God, could you not teach me the Ultra Instinct?" Xue Tian, lacking the Ultra Instinct himself at that moment, was naturally reluctant to impart it. He found the prospect of painstakingly teaching and guiding to be utterly exhausting. Vegeta, not seeking to learn anything, arrogantly declared, "I have also mastered the Ultra Instinct. Master Xue Tian, could you assess the current stage of my Ultra Instinct?" His purpose for being there today was to showcase his capabilities, to demonstrate that his understanding was not lacking, and that his Ultra Instinct would undoubtedly shine, proving his earlier assertion that this technique was crafted for him. Xue Tian pondered for a moment before standing up. "Here's the deal. Goku, if Vegeta's mastery of the Ultra Instinct is on par with my newly acquired disciple, Lan Shi, I will teach you the Ultra Instinct. If not, you'll have to wait until I feel inclined to teach you." "What? Is that so?" Goku expressed his discontent. "What's the matter? Do you doubt Vegeta's understanding? Or do you believe he is inferior to Lan Shi?" Xue Tian provocatively teased. These two fellows were indeed bothersome, and he thought to provoke them for a bit of respite. As for Beerus arriving in a few days, it bore little significance to Xue Tian. Should Beerus dare to act arrogantly before him, he would swiftly put him in his place. He had no intention of being as merciful as he had been with Champa. Before Goku could respond, Vegeta shot him a glare and declared, "Umph. She is merely a newly accepted disciple of Xue Tian. How could her understanding surpass mine? Kakarot, do you not trust me? Do you wish to test the prowess of my Ultra Instinct against yours?" Goku found the reasoning sound. Lan Shi had only recently begun her training and could not possibly surpass Vegeta. He remained silent, tacitly allowing for their competition. Vegeta wasted no time, channeling the energy within him, unleashing a powerful shout. "Ha!" Instantly, he was enveloped in wisps of purple energy, the surroundings growing cold and suffocating, the air itself hindered. Goku felt the formidable aura emanating from Vegeta and exclaimed, "Incredible." Chapter 41. If Beerus were to discover that Vegeta had also attained Ultra Instinct. Remarkable. Goku exclaimed in excitement, his fists clenched in anticipation. Vegeta raised his fists, eagerly looking at Xue Tian. "This is my first stage of Ultra Instinct," Xue Tian calmly assessed. "It is merely superficial. You have yet to unleash your true power." Vegeta's lips twitched in disbelief. The state he took pride in was dismissed as mere facade. Xue Tian, noticing his dissatisfaction, smiled faintly. "What? You're not convinced? Very well, let your strength speak for itself. Use your destructive power to obliterate that foam mountain." He pointed to a nearby foam mountain in the courtyard, standing 6 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Offended by the underestimation, Vegeta felt irritated. Upon hearing Xue Tian's command, he hesitated not a moment, gathering destructive energy, a small orb of it forming atop his finger, the size of a thumb. He aimed it at the foam mountain and unleashed it. Boom! The destructive energy struck the foam mountain, shattering a piece of stone into countless fragments. This particular stone measuring nearly 20 centimeters long and 8 centimeters wide. Goku, astonished, remarked, "Incredible. That destructive energy is akin to what Xue Tian releases." Although it was only a fragment of stone being destroyed, Goku was still in awe, for he understood that this destruction was entirely different from the explosion of a ki blast. While a ki blast could reduce that stone to dust, the destructive energy utterly erased it from existence, as if it had never been there at all. The levels of power between the two were not in the same league. Hence, witnessing Vegeta's ability to obliterate even a small stone left him thoroughly impressed. Vegeta, too, felt a sense of satisfaction, pride gleaming in his eyes. Xue Tian smiled gently. Turning to Lan Xi. Lan Xi, let them witness your ultra instinct. Lan Xi stepped forward, facing the foam mountain. However, at that moment, her blue-haired, gentle demeanor prevented her from executing the ultra instinct. This was no issue. Xue Tian casually infused air into her nostrils, prompting her to sneeze. Achoo! The gentle Lan Xi instantly transformed into her blonde counterpart, her demure appearance morphing into one of a confident woman. She regarded Vegeta with a haughty gaze, a cruel smirk forming on her lips. Vegeta, do you truly believe your recent ultra instinct can compare to mine? Behold, allow me to demonstrate what true mastery of ultra instinct entails. Upon hearing Lan Xi's declaration, Vegeta felt a surge of indignation, his gaze fixed intently upon her, eager to ascertain the extent of her prowess. With a fierce shout, Lan Xi enveloped herself in a radiant aura of violet energy, flecked with hints of purple lightning. The sheer intensity of her presence evidently eclipsed that of Vegeta, stirring a sense of unease within him. Goku, too, recognized that Lan Xi's command of ultra instinct might surpass that of Vegeta. As the two contemplated this revelation, Lan Xi extended her right hand, conjuring a sphere of destructive energy, roughly the size of a fist, within her palm. Vegeta comprehended all too well that the ability to amass such formidable destructive energy indicated her mastery of ultra instinct was undoubtedly superior to his own. Yet, he could not suppress a feeling of resentment. After all, Lan Xi had only recently become a disciple. How could she have grasped ultra instinct so swiftly, and perhaps even more profoundly than himself? With a spirited exclamation, Lan Xi hurled the energy sphere toward a nearby rock formation. A resounding explosion echoed as the structure was obliterated, disintegrating into a myriad of stardust, vanishing completely from existence. Witnessing this spectacle, Vegeta's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Although he had sensed Lan Xi's adeptness at ultra instinct, he had never anticipated she could annihilate half of the rock formation so effortlessly. Goku, taken aback, struggled to close his gaping mouth before finally exclaiming, Lan Xi, you are incredible. Would you care to spar with me? At this moment, Xue Tian interjected, Goku, must you always think of sparring? Beerus will soon make his descent. You ought to focus on mastering your Super Saiyan God form. While it is true that Saiyans grow stronger with each battle, without first cultivating their understanding and techniques, relying solely on brute strength is futile. One may possess immense power, yet without formidable martial skills and forms, it is insufficient. In truth, Xue Tian was acutely aware that Lan Xi was not a match for either Goku or Vegeta at this juncture. Although she had acquired some command of ultra instinct, her combat prowess and stamina were simply inadequate to contend with either of them. While ultra instinct is indeed formidable, it does not negate the vast disparity in their battle power. Furthermore, Lan Xi's current stamina could not sustain the use of ultra instinct for an extended period. Yet, he refrained from disclosing these truths to them, for both were insufferably proud, and particularly Vegeta, who needed to be humbled to recognize the reality of his situation. Goku felt somewhat chastened by Xue Tian's words. In their minds, Xue Tian was the epitome of strength, and being admonished by someone deemed the strongest left them with no choice but to acquiesce. They still had much to learn from him, after all. Vegeta, on the other hand, was disheartened, struggling to comprehend why his understanding of ultra instinct fell short of Lan Xi's. What could account for this? She was merely a human, and one who had never truly engaged in combat, often only wielding firearms and artillery. Observing their states, Xue Tian urged, enough. You both must strive to deepen your understanding, aiming to be in prime condition before Beerus arrives. Otherwise, in your current state, you will be no match for even a fraction of his power. He secretly anticipated the day when Beerus would arrive and witness the display of ultra instinct from Vegeta and Lan Xi. What expressions would grace his face? And if he were to witness Goku's mastery of ultra instinct, how would he react? A quiet smile spread across Xue Tian's face as he envisioned Beerus's hilariously exaggerated expressions. It seemed he must carve out time to teach Goku the nuances of ultra instinct. Unaware of Beerus's formidable nature, Goku expressed skepticism. Is Beerus truly that powerful? I can already transform into a Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian smirked knowingly. His strength transcends all comprehension. Aside from his master, he currently stands as the pinnacle of combat power within Universe 7. Having encountered Beerus's might, Vegeta disregarded Goku's naive comments, especially as he was still reeling from Lan Xi's display of strength. He promptly activated his flight technique, ascending into the air and commanding Goku from above. Kakarot, swiftly take Gohan and the others to my home. I intend to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Chapter 42, Bulma's birthday celebration. Beerus awakens. Days later, the group gathered for Bulma's birthday celebration. As the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Ball universe, her party was nothing short of extravagant. Hosted aboard a colossal luxury cruise ship capable of accommodating thousands. Among the attendees were the main cast of Dragon Ball, along with the frequently appearing trio of Puar, Oolong, and Pilaf, not to mention Xue Tian and Lan Qi. Over the past few days, Lan Qi's combat power had significantly increased, and Xue Tian had imparted the Kamehameha technique to her. Meanwhile, Xue Tian had completed numerous tasks, reaping considerable rewards, elevating his base combat power to 4.2 billion. At this moment, he reclined on a lounge chair, observing the guests arriving for the celebration, reflecting on how astonishing it was that he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball Super. "Master, would you like some pudding?" Lan Qi inquired, standing beside him, watching as he relaxed. She opened a container of pudding and offered it to him. He accepted it, savoring the sweetness, filling him with happiness. Indeed, having a female disciple was delightful. As he pondered whether to take on another female disciple, he envisioned a scenario where one fed him pudding while another offered him grapes. Such a delightful thought. If he were to take on another disciple, who would it be? In the entire realm of Dragon Ball Super, was there anyone as gentle as Lan Qi? As he considered the notable women in the series, none seemed to possess the same softness as Lan Qi with her blue hair. Kale appears quite gentle in her normal state as well, though she has a rather delicate aura about her. But is that truly the case? If not, she could be a candidate. If I were to surpass Vados, perhaps I could consider her as a disciple, a celestial apprentice, not only gentle, but also breathtakingly beautiful. Though he mused over this, Xue Tian recognized that such aspirations were currently unrealistic. The effort required to defeat Vados was monumental, and the time it would take was daunting. It would be wiser to first ascertain Kale's true nature. If she were not delicate, he could take her on as a disciple. If she were, then for the time being, Lan Qi would suffice. "Master, aren't you going to join them?" Lan Qi asked, puzzled. Xue Tian shook his head. "I shall remain here. If you wish to converse with them, feel free to go." Though she desired to join the others, she felt a sense of obligation to stay by her master's side. Having learned so much from him and wanting to show her gratitude. Seeing through her thoughts, Xue Tian chuckled. "It's all right. Go and socialize. After all, you don't often see them, so it would be beneficial to strengthen your bonds." "Really, master?" Lan Qi asked cautiously. Xue Tian, amused by her careful demeanor, replied, "If one didn't know better, they might think I forbade you from socializing, as if I were too harsh on you. Go forth. I wish to enjoy a moment of peace." He spoke with sincerity, for soon Beerus would arrive, and a great battle was imminent. He needed to replenish his energy and prepare for the impending conflict. Earlier, he had contemplated confronting Beerus directly, even to the extent of self-destruction, which would symbolically equate to the annihilation of the Omni King. However, Xue Tian reconsidered, realizing that such an approach was impractical. Even if he were to embrace this notion, it would be wiser to reserve it as a last resort. After all, he could not remain entwined with the Omni King indefinitely. He aspired to challenge the Grand Priest, to defeat him and sever the ties that bound him, thus truly seizing control of his own destiny. In this light, he recognized that reliance on the system for augmenting his combat prowess was insufficient. Should an opportune battle arise, he must engage. He mused that perhaps his encounter with Beerus might lead to a rapid enhancement of his power, and he had an inkling that even without direct confrontation, a task related to Beerus could arise from the system. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to first restore his mental acuity. Only with a clear mind could he effectively navigate the challenges ahead. "Very well, master. I shall go converse with Bulma and the others. Should you require anything, please feel free to summon your disciple." With that, she departed, and Xue Tian closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Android 18 and her companions engaged in lively conversation with Bulma. Gohan and Bulla arrived, offering their congratulations to Bulma. Noticing Vegeta's absence, Bulla inquired, "Aunt Bulma, where is Uncle Vegeta? It's your birthday party, and yet he is nowhere to be seen." Bulma, recalling her husband's relentless training, clenched her fist in frustration, exclaiming, "He is perpetually consumed by his training, claiming to have mastered some form of self-mastery, unconcerned about the god of destruction, Beerus. It's utterly incomprehensible." Gohan, displaying understanding, responded, "Uncle Vegeta is only doing what he feels is best for Earth. I've heard that Beerus is formidable, but Uncle Vegeta and Dad have already mastered Super Saiyan God. They should be able to handle Beerus without issue." Bulma, clearly irked by the topic of Vegeta, waved her hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on them any longer. Our party is about to commence. I have prepared a special gift. Whoever wins will receive it, and I assure you, it will delight you all." Android 18's typically stoic demeanor revealed a hint of anticipation. She had been eagerly awaiting this special gift. Chi-Chi shared her enthusiasm, wishing for a monetary prize, envisioning winning a fortune to alleviate the burdens of farming, which hardly sufficed for Goku and Goten's appetites. Meanwhile, in the seventh universe and within the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus abruptly awakened, raising his hand to unleash a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated a nearby planet. Whis approached Beerus with a smile, inquiring, "Has Lord Beerus awakened?" Sitting up, Beerus, draped in a white sheet, pondered gloomily. "Whis, I had the most peculiar dream." "Oh, what curious dream has beset you, Lord Beerus? You seem rather troubled. Usually, your awakenings are centered around feasting." Beerus glared at Whis, baring his teeth. "Whis, it seems you have quite the opinion." "Not at all," Whis replied with a refined smile. Beerus ran his finger gently over his brow. "I dreamt that someone could defeat me." "Really? Someone could best Lord Beerus?" Whis paused in astonishment, but an instant later, a name crossed his mind. Could it be Xue Tian? Beerus nodded, his confusion evident. Indeed, it was someone with a name that included Super. Chapter 43. Beerus sets forth to Earth. Yes, it was someone with a name that included Super. Beerus tapped his fingernails against his head, struggling to recall. Yet a vague image lingered in his mind. A figure enveloped in crimson flames, with striking red hair, undeniably handsome, perhaps even a touch more so than himself. Of course, such thoughts were not to be voiced. Whis, while picturing a figure, chose to remain silent. After all, the Grand Priest had tasked him with safeguarding this individual. Revealing the identity would only incite conflict, a predicament he wished to avoid. "Lord Beerus, it was merely a dream. You are overthinking it. After such a lengthy slumber, it is only natural to experience bizarre dreams." Beerus shot Whis a skeptical glance, unconvinced by his words, and turned towards the oracle fish, stating, "If there is any truth to this, I shall inquire with the oracle fish." Approaching the fish tank, where the oracle fish partially floated, Beerus casually asked, "Oracle fish, I had a dream of someone who could defeat me. What was it, super something?" The oracle fish pondered for a moment in silence, then gestured with its stubby hand in a way only Beerus and Whis could decipher. Beerus coldly remarked, "Whis." Understanding immediately, Whis waved his staff, conjuring an oddly shaped, unappetizing dish, which he presented to the oracle fish. Both Whis and the oracle fish shared a fondness for food, and during Beerus's slumber, they had indulged in numerous meals. Knowing that a tasty offering was requisite for the oracle fish's prophecies. "Speak," Beerus commanded, his tone indifferent. The oracle fish, now satisfied, declared, "Super Saiyan God." Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in delight. "Exactly. It is indeed called Super Saiyan God. But where can this Super Saiyan God be found?" The oracle fish, exasperated, replied, "I am merely an oracle fish, not a tracking radar." With a scowl, Beerus retorted, "Yet the Super Saiyan God must be a Saiyan." Following this, the oracle fish retreated into its tank, savoring its meal. While it had not divulged the location of the Super Saiyan God, its words had nonetheless prompted Beerus to reflect. Clearly, the Super Saiyan God must have originated from the Saiyans. He mused, "Saiyans, where might I find this Saiyan? Why does it feel so familiar?" In a flash, he soared onto a stone table, deep in thought. He felt he had heard of Saiyans before, but the memory eluded him. Whis, standing by, considered intervening but ultimately decided against it, opting instead to prevent any encounter between Beerus and Xue Tian. Whis understood that if one sought the Saiyans, they would need to consult the prince of planet Vegeta, who now resided on Earth, where Xue Tian happened to be as well. Should their paths cross, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. After a moment, Beerus suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now, the Saiyans reside on planet Vegeta. Years ago, I instructed King Vegeta to gather pillows. After he procured a decent one, he wished to keep it for himself, leaving me with a subpar option. I punished him for his insolence, but later, feeling unsatisfied, I had Frieza obliterate planet Vegeta. However, those Saiyans should have been no match for Frieza. They must have all perished. Yet why would I dream of such a thing? Could there still be surviving Saiyans?" After engaging in a lengthy soliloquy, he finally turned his gaze towards Whis, inquiring, "Pray tell, Whis, are there still any surviving Saiyans?" Whis hesitated for a brief moment before responding with a smile. "Indeed, there are two known surviving Saiyans, Prince Vegeta and another lower-class warrior, Kakarot." He had initially refrained from mentioning this, but he was aware that even if he remained silent, Beerus would inevitably consult the oracle fish. Since that was the case, why not divulge the information? "Oh, the Prince Vegeta is still alive? How surprising," Beerus remarked calmly, yet based on his understanding. He knew that Frieza was not one to leave loose ends. It appeared that this Prince Vegeta possessed some measure of skill. Whis added, "Frieza did indeed aim to eradicate them completely, but he was ultimately ambushed and defeated by Prince Vegeta and that lower-class warrior, Kakarot." "Oh," Beerus exclaimed, visibly astonished that a mere Saiyan race had managed to vanquish the esteemed ruler of the universe. It seemed that this cosmic emperor was merely a title. not worthy of mention. Whis, where are they currently located? Earth. Very well, let us proceed to Earth. I am quite eager to witness whether this Saiyan Prince can transform into a Super Saiyan God, the very one who bested me in my dreams. Whis couldn't help but smile bittersweetly, for the very outcome he had feared had come to pass. Beerus was indeed set to visit Earth. All right, Beerus asked curiously. By the way, how long will it take to fly from here to Earth? 35 minutes. What? That long? Beerus expressed his discontent. It seemed that even with Whis' speed, the distance to Earth was considerable, indicating that it was still quite far from the realm of destruction. Whis teased, if Lord Beerus finds the distance so distasteful, perhaps we should forego the journey. Sensing something amiss, Beerus scrutinized him intently and inquired seriously, Whis, why do I get the impression that you are reluctant to go to Earth? Is there something amiss? Naturally, Whis could not disclose the existence of Xue Tian, as he himself was unaware of Xue Tian's identity. He only knew that his father had issued a strict decree forbidding any mishap befalling Xue Tian. Such matters were not something he could share with Beerus, for the Grand Priest had cautioned him to keep such information confidential, merely focusing on the task at hand. Hee. Whis chuckled while covering his mouth. Is it not simply because Lord Beerus finds the distance unappealing? Hence, I propose we do not go. Beerus regarded him oddly. We shall go. I am quite curious to see what this Super Saiyan God, who managed to defeat me, is truly like and what powers he possesses. Whis, have you prepared the provisions for our journey? Certainly. By the way, Lord Beerus, since Earth is not far from the Kaishin realm, should we not pay a visit to the Kaishin? After a moment of contemplation, Beerus replied, that could work. I might as well inquire about the specifics regarding Vegeta and Kakarot. Whis aimed to divert Beerus to the Kaishin, hoping to delay their visit to Earth, thereby avoiding the trip altogether. The two immediately set off, vanishing in a flash of light from the realm of destruction. Chapter 44. Caught between two worlds, the East Kaishin. In the Kaishin realm, the old Kaishin, engrossed in a book of study materials, appeared quite perturbed, flipping through the pages repeatedly, feeling a sense of discomfort. This left the East Kaishin bewildered, as he recalled that his ancestor had never exhibited such behavior while reading. Elder, what troubles you? He inquired curiously. The old Kaishin, not one to conceal his feelings, explained, I have an unsettling feeling within me. A foreboding sense as if something is about to transpire. The East Kaishin, dismissive, chuckled, what could possibly happen? Isn't this quite ordinary? Suddenly, the old Kaishin delivered a firm punch, admonishing, do you doubt my intuition? My premonitions have never been wrong. He then glanced upward, toward the direction of the realm of destruction, muttering, could it be that Lord Beerus is arriving? He recalled Xue Tian mentioning that Lord Beerus would soon descend upon Earth. Until now, he had felt no such indication, but today, that sensation emerged, making it exceedingly likely that Lord Beerus was indeed approaching. The East Kaishin, feeling aggrieved, remarked, so what if he arrives? We are all gods. Why should we be fearful? At this, the old Kaishin prepared to act, while the East Kaishin, having anticipated this, swiftly distanced himself. Nevertheless, the old Kaishin reprimanded, while you are correct that we are all gods and occupy equal standings, the combat prowess of a god of destruction far exceeds our own. If we were to provoke his ire, the consequences could be dire. He trailed off, unable to utter the final words, as they were far too humiliating. The East Kaishin quickly deduced the implication of his ancestor's unfinished thought, that the dire consequence could be a ceiling that might last for millions of years. However, he refrained from voicing this realization, fully aware that mentioning it would likely earn him a punch. Just then, the air shimmered, causing the old Kaishin's heart to race. Could it be that Beerus had arrived? Upon seeing the newcomer, he exhaled in relief and asked curtly, Goku, what brings you here? The arrival in question was none other than Goku, who had utilized instant transmission to reach the Kaishin realm. Rather than celebrating Bulma's birthday, he had come to train. Old Kaishin, I have grasped a portion of the Ultra Instinct technique and wish to test its power here. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head, knowing that each time he attempted to showcase his power, he often ended up obliterating half of the Kaishin realm. Had it not been for the Kaishin's creative abilities, this realm would have been rendered non-existent long ago. Realizing Goku's intent, the old Kaishin's lips twitched. He had initially thought Goku was merely checking in on him, but it appeared he was here to wreak havoc instead. You need to leave at once. This Kaishin realm cannot withstand your antics. He waved dismissively. If you wish to experiment with your powers, do so elsewhere. What do you take our home for? Were it not for our creative abilities, it would have been reduced to mere rubble by now. Leave at once. The old Kaishin's insistence stemmed not from fear of Goku's potential destruction, but rather from the concern that Goku might encounter Beerus. If the two were to cross paths, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Especially since Goku was well aware of Beerus's formidable strength, he would not let the opportunity to challenge him pass. Should he incur Beerus's wrath, the outcome would be nothing short of obliteration. Goku, puzzled by the old Kaishin's sudden reluctance, protested, "Do not be so stingy. This is a mere trifling matter you could easily handle. Just let me try. I have now harnessed some of the powers of the Super Saiyan God, and I wish to ascertain how potent this power truly is and whether it can be combined with Ultra Instinct." The old Kaishin, however, was resolute in his refusal. Pushing Goku away, "You must leave at once. Today, you are not welcome here." Before Goku could respond, the East Kaishin and the Old Kaishin suddenly exchanged glances, their expressions sharpening as they simultaneously looked towards the realm of destruction. The East Kaishin instinctively exclaimed, "Such a formidable aura of divinity. Could it be that the god of destruction Beerus has arrived? Huh, what? The god of destruction Beerus has come?" Upon hearing the East Kaishin's words, Sun Wukong was filled with excitement as he inquired eagerly. Meanwhile, the Old Kaishin shot a fierce glare at the East Kaishin. Had his gaze been lethal, the East Kaishin would have perished countless times by now. However, he felt quite distressed inside, having earnestly urged Sun Wukong to leave promptly to avoid an encounter with Beerus. He wished to keep the impending arrival of Beerus a secret, yet here you are, blurted it out, truly deserving of my heartfelt thanks. The East Kaishin soon realized his blunder and hastily retorted, "No, I didn't say that. Wukong, you must have misheard me. You should hurry back. We have plenty of creative work to attend to." Nevertheless, at that moment, Sun Wukong was not so easily deceived, for he had distinctly heard the news of Beerus's arrival. "No, I clearly heard that Beerus is coming. East Kaishin, why are you trying to mislead me?" The East Kaishin was at a loss. Feeling as though he could burst from embarrassment, he was caught in a dilemma, for if he acknowledged Beerus's arrival, he would offend the Old Kaishin. But if he denied it, he would be labeled a liar by Wukong. Truly, being a god was a vexatious position. However, the god of destruction Beerus was undeniably terrifying. Even before his arrival, the mere sensation of his presence instilled a chilling fear, affirming the Old Kaishin's warnings about Beerus's formidable power. The Old Kaishin, wishing to avoid further elaboration, urged Sun Wukong, "Wukong, you must return at once. If you find yourself bored, seek out Vegeta for a spar. He has been training rigorously and would surely welcome the challenge." Yet, Sun Wukong remained resolute, clenching his fists with excitement. "No, I shall wait here for the god of destruction Beerus. You all can feel his aura. Why can't I?" Gazing upward, he sensed no aura at all. The Old Kaishin sighed in exasperation. How could a mere human possibly perceive a god's presence? Meanwhile, on Earth, aboard Bulma's luxurious yacht, the meditative Xue Tian suddenly opened his eyes, gazing toward the direction of the god of destruction realm, and calmly remarked, "So it has finally come to pass." Chapter 45, Beerus, who wishes to meet me? In the Kaishin realm, the Old Kaishin continued to implore Sun Wukong to depart, but Sun Wukong, seemingly oblivious, insisted on challenging Beerus. "Wukong, you should heed the Old Kaishin's wisdom and leave at once. There is surely a reason for his insistence." The East Kaishin added. Sun Wukong was as stubborn as a mule, even more so than those on Earth, yet they were not unfamiliar with his nature. Whenever a challenge was presented, he was resolute in waiting for his opponent. On several occasions, he had even allowed his foes to grow stronger, nurturing them for the sake of a fair fight. In matters of combat, Sun Wukong was truly a relentless spirit. Rubbing the back of his head in frustration, he said, "No, East Kaishin, I want to see what this Beerus is truly like. Why won't you let me meet him?" Just as the Old Kaishin was about to respond, a sudden voice echoed through the air, "Who wishes to meet me?" Startled, the Old Kaishin instinctively took a step back, his wrinkled visage becoming even more contorted, resembling layers of marbled meat piled together. The space around them rippled, and a beam of light descended from the heavens, dazzling and resplendent, akin to the Milky Way cascading down. "He has arrived." The Old Kaishin swallowed hard, a sense of despair washing over him as he realized Sun Wukong would indeed meet the god of destruction Beerus. As the luminous streak passed, a purple feline stood before them, its eyes sparkling, accompanied by a tall, blue-skinned man wielding a staff, adorned with a divine halo, and sporting a cheerful expression, a stark contrast to the cat's demeanor. "Oh, Old Kaishin, you have emerged," Beerus remarked, somewhat surprised, as he had assumed the Old Kaishin was still sealed away. Clearly, something significant had transpired. Otherwise, the divine sword would not have shattered. The East Kaishin scrutinized the two figures before him, sensing an overwhelming aura of dread emanating from Beerus. Though they were both gods of the same rank, Beerus's presence effortlessly dwarfed his own, a realization he had never fathomed, encountering such a formidable god of equal stature. Before the Old Kaishin could speak, Sun Wukong stepped forward, extending his hand with a beaming smile. "Hello, I am Sun Wukong. You are Beerus, right? Or is he Beerus?" he queried, glancing at Whis. Whis replied with a smile. He is indeed Lord Beerus, and I am merely his attendant. Hee. His laughter was filled with delight, as it had been quite some time since anyone had directly addressed Beerus without the honorific lord. Sun Wukong's boldness was a refreshing first. Observing Sun Wukong's reckless demeanor, the East Kaishan quickly advanced, pulling him aside. Wukong, you mustn't be so impolite. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of Universe 7, tasked with destruction. Addressing him by name alone is disrespectful. You must refer to him as Lord Beerus. He then bowed apologetically on behalf of Sun Wukong. My apologies, Lord Beerus. Wukong has a rather brash personality. I hope you can forgive him. Sun Wukong, however, was unconcerned, feeling he had done no wrong, and questioned in confusion. Huh? Isn't it all the same? The East Kaishan shot him a frantic look, and seeing that he remained unfazed, he nudged him several times. Although Sun Wukong did not fully grasp the necessity of the address, he did not dwell on it, and cheerfully greeted, Lord Beerus. Beerus regarded Sun Wukong with intrigue, finding him rather amusing and somewhat endearing, and asked, is he your servant? The reason for his inquiry stemmed from the faint divine aura he sensed emanating from Sun Wukong. Each god could have an attendant, and with two Kaishans present, it would naturally follow that two divine attendants could exist as well. The East Kaishan explained, Lord Beerus. He is not our servant, merely a... Before he could finish, the old Kaishan interjected, he is just a traveler. We should take our leave. He nudged Sun Wukong, signaling him to hurry away. However, Sun Wukong's emotional intelligence surpassed the old Kaishan's expectations, not in a high manner, but rather in an exceedingly low one. Old Kaishan, why are you pushing me? He retorted. The old Kaishan felt an overwhelming urge to smack Sun Wukong, having made his hints so painfully obvious. Yet he still refused to leave. It seemed he truly did not wish to depart. Beerus and Whis noticed the old Kaishan's frustration, and suddenly, Beerus recalled hearing Sun Wukong express a desire to meet him. Sun Wukong, did you just say you wanted to meet me? Sun Wukong immediately nodded. Indeed, Lord Beerus. I have heard them say that you are a formidable warrior, and thus I wish to challenge you. What? Whis was momentarily taken aback. Did he just say he wanted to challenge Lord Beerus? Such audacity is commendable. After serving Lord Beerus for so many years, this is the first time he has encountered someone so courageous. Beerus himself was surprised. Someone dared to challenge him? Did this individual not comprehend his status? Did he not realize that if he displeased Beerus, entire planets within Universe 7 could be obliterated at his whim? Did he not understand that his sole duty was to destroy planets and annihilate all? Meanwhile, the old Kaishan was sweating profusely. His greatest concern had come to pass. Sun Wukong had indeed proposed a match against Beerus. Perhaps there was still a chance to defuse the situation. He hastily interrupted their thoughts, asking, Ahem, Beerus, did you come here for something specific? As expected, the old Kaishan's words diverted Beerus's attention. Moreover, Beerus was currently disinterested in quarreling with Sun Wukong, for he had come with a purpose, and looking at Sun Wukong's naive demeanor, he found little inclination to engage in conflict, unless provoked. I am seeking the Super Saiyan God. The old Kaishan's heart quivered. What could Beerus want with the Super Saiyan God? Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, inquired, Lord Beerus knows of the Super Saiyan God. Chapter 46. Do you wish to be sealed for 75 million years? Lord Beerus knows of the Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then grinned and asked. Hearing this, Beerus looked at him in astonishment. From your words, you know where the Super Saiyan God is? The old Kaishan sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly interrupted Sun Wukong. Wukong, don't you need to return to play mahjong with Chi-Chi? You should hurry back. Sun Wukong had no understanding of what mahjong entailed, and he had no intention of leaving, as he wished to test his abilities against Beerus. Given his nature, how could he let an opportunity to face such a supreme expert slip away? He had always wanted to spar with Xue Tian, but Xue Tian's combat prowess far surpassed his own. The last time, he had received a thorough beating, and recalling that experience, he knew he was no match for Xue Tian. However, he had often heard Xue Tian speak of Beerus's might, which naturally fueled his desire to gauge Beerus's strength. Was it truly as formidable as Xue Tian claimed? Beerus was certainly aware of the old Kaishan's unease and remarked with displeasure, Old Kaishan, do you wish to return to your sword for another 75 million years? Perhaps after that time, you can enjoy your twilight years in peace. Upon hearing this, the old Kaishan instinctively took 2 steps back. This was sheer arrogance. Yet, considering Beerus's strength and temperament, he chose to remain silent, managing only a bitter smile. Sun Wukong, the people of Earth, we have already assisted you. Now, your fate lies in your own hands. Suddenly, a figure entered his mind, Xue Tian. He had bestowed upon Xue Tian a divine essence stone, and Xue Tian had promised to protect Earth once Beerus arrived. With this thought, He felt a sense of relief and picked up his beloved magazine to read. The East Kaioshin, observing his behavior, asked in confusion, "Ancestor, are you not going to handle the matters of Earth?" The old Kaioshin shot him a glare, and the East Kaioshin, sensing the impending danger, quickly dodged to the other side. Just as he predicted, the old Kaioshin had already swung a punch downwards. "If you wish to meddle, then do so at your own risk. Don't blame me for not warning you. Destruction is Beerus's duty. Should he desire to wreak havoc, no one can stop him, unless his mind changes or someone else influences him. Let us observe the fate of Earth and see how that individual fares." The East Kaioshin, momentarily taken aback, was about to inquire further when realization struck him. Oh, indeed. The ancestor did grant Xue Tian the divine essence stone, and he promised to protect Earth. Given that individual's character and strength, he surely would not break his word. In recent days, they had learned that Xue Tian had taught Sun Wukong and Vegeta the Ultra Instinct and Self-Mastery techniques, which were divine arts. Anyone capable of imparting such techniques must possess considerable power, without a doubt. They had even specifically asked Sun Wukong and Vegeta if they could contend with Xue Tian. Although Vegeta remained silent, Sun Wukong had earnestly stated that Xue Tian was incredibly strong and that they were no match for him, for reasons unknown. Reflecting on these matters brought the East Kaioshin a sense of reassurance, leading him to cease obstructing Sun Wukong. Moreover, it was entirely possible that Beerus would not even visit Earth. It was likely that the two would spar in their Kaioshin realm, which would alleviate their worries even further. Upon contemplation, it seemed their previous concerns were rather excessive. Beerus observed the old Kaioshin engrossed in his magazine, a slight sense of pride swelling within him. Though they were of the same divine tier, he, as the destroyer god, stood superior. Despite such lofty thoughts, his face remained impassive, apart from Whis. Perhaps no one could fathom what occupied his mind. "Sun Wukong, speak. Where is the Super Saiyan God?" Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head. "The Super Saiyan God is likely not a single individual." "What do you mean?" Beerus inquired, perplexed. "What do you mean, not a single individual? Is it a group? If it were a collective, that would be troublesome." He had dreamt of a Super Saiyan God who could match him, even defeat him. Sun Wukong clarified. "The Super Saiyan God is a transformation." "A transformation?" Beerus muttered. "Indeed, I can transform into a Super Saiyan God. I have already mastered this form." He spoke with a hint of pride, recalling how, in just about a week since initially harnessing the power with the assistance of Vegeta and the others, he had now learned how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. This made him feel a surge of excitement. Upon hearing this, Beerus's interest was piqued. "Oh, is that so? It seems I no longer need to seek the Super Saiyan God. Come, transform into a Super Saiyan God and show me." Sun Wukong, brimming with enthusiasm, clenched his fists and assumed an offensive stance, excitedly stating, "Is Lord Beerus preparing to spar with me?" Beerus couldn't help but chuckle. This individual was rather amusing, fixated on challenging him. Clearly, he was utterly oblivious to the true nature of a destroyer god's power. "To challenge me, I must first see if you possess the requisite capability." Sun Wukong understood that this was tantamount to an acceptance of the challenge. Even if it was not an outright agreement, it signified that he could strike first. Was this not equivalent to a duel? With a swift motion, he transformed into a Super Saiyan at the first level. Beerus raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Is this truly the Super Saiyan God? Yet it appears so different from the one I envisioned in my dreams. Sun Wukong scrutinized Beerus's condition, noticing numerous openings in his form. With a grin, he declared, "Lord Beerus, this is not the Super Saiyan God. This is merely the first level of Super Saiyan. It is but one of my transformation states. And you are rife with vulnerabilities. Prepare yourself, for I am about to strike." Ha ha. To his surprise, Beerus erupted into laughter. The notion that he was full of weaknesses amused him. This individual truly had no comprehension of the power of a god of destruction. Let him witness the might of a destroyer, he mused, beckoning with a slender finger. Eager and without hesitation, Sun Wukong charged forward. As he closed the distance to Beerus, the latter raised a hand and flicked a finger against Wukong's forehead. "Ah!" Wukong shrieked as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ground and leaving a human-shaped crater in his wake, reverting to his normal state in an instant. Impressive, he thought, feeling the overwhelming strength of Beerus. In his previous bout with Xue Tian, he had not encountered such formidable power. Yet, here was Beerus, having merely flicked a finger to send him flying. Beerus, with an air of indifference, remarked, "This form of yours is insufficient." Trembling, Wukong rose to his feet, acknowledging that the first level of Super Saiyan was no match for Beerus. "If that is the case, then behold my mightier form," he proclaimed, with a booming roar. A powerful whirlwind erupted around Sun Wukong, dispersing everything in its vicinity. The ground floor was swept into chaos as his hair lengthened to his waist. enveloped in a golden aura crackling with lightning, his power multiplying exponentially. This is Super Saiyan 3. Lord Beerus, be on guard. In an instant, the third chapter of the confrontation began. Wukong launched himself at Beerus with incredible speed, swinging a punch. With a mere flicker of movement, Beerus effortlessly dodged, taunting. In your current state, you are lacking. You continue to disappoint me. He struck Wukong's shoulder with a knife hand. Bang! Wukong was once more sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep pit and reverting to his normal form once again. The force was evidently greater than before. As Beerus mused, he had anticipated a worthy adversary. Yet Wukong could scarcely touch a hair on his body, let alone defeat him. Turning away, Beerus casually remarked, "It seems we must seek out Vegeta and that cockroach on Earth. This son Wukong is not up to par. By the way, Whis, did you not say there were only 2 Saiyans remaining? How is it that this son Wukong persists?" Whis, seemingly aware of something, simply smiled and remained silent. Struggling to rise, Wukong gripped the ground tightly and managed to utter, "Lord Beerus, I am cockroach." At this declaration, Beerus turned slightly, only to express disappointment. "You are cockroach? In that case, you do not seem impressive at all. It follows that Prince Vegeta is also lacking." With renewed vigor, Wukong unleashed his instant transmission, confronting Beerus's retreating figure. "Lord Beerus, this is far from over. It appears I have underestimated you. Initially, I merely employed the first level of Super Saiyan against you. Now, I shall unleash my full strength." With a thunderous shout, the air around him surged, the entire realm of the Kais becoming turbulent as cyclones swept across the landscape, the winds growing fiercer and the atmosphere more imposing. Feeling the rising pressure, Beerus halted, turning to witness Wukong's fierce transformation. Within mere seconds, Wukong's aura exceeded the peak of Super Saiyan 3, but this was merely the beginning. Gradually, divine energy began to radiate from him. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, the former expressing excitement. Divine energy? It seems he truly can transform into a Super Saiyan God. The next state should indeed be that of a Super Saiyan God. Are you looking forward to it, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired with a smile. Of course. I wish to see the Super Saiyan God who might possibly defeat me, to ascertain if he truly possesses the strength I dreamt of. Whis, in jest, posed a question. Are you not concerned he might triumph over you? Beerus paused, a moment of contemplation passing before he responded, defeat me? Whis, do you truly believe that possible? Even if he possesses the power I envisioned, he could never surpass me. You know this to be true. Whis nodded in agreement, understanding that while he was unaware of the battles fought in Beerus's dreams, he was certain that in reality, Beerus was far more formidable than he could ever be in dreams. After all, dreams are often beyond one's control, capable of rendering one stronger or weaker. With a fierce shout, Wukong transformed once more, his hair turning crimson, appearing youthful, enveloped in a red aura, his battle attire shifting to a vibrant red. Lord Beerus, this is the Super Saiyan God. Come, let us battle. Beerus, intrigued, remarked, would it not have been wiser to assume this form sooner? Must you experiment with lesser forms? Now, this has become somewhat interesting. Let us proceed. With that, Wukong charged forward like a comet streaking through the sky. Bang! His fist connected with Beerus's abdomen, propelling the god of destruction several hundred meters away. The old Kai, while diligently studying, could not help but glance at the unfolding scene, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed Beerus being struck and sent flying. This was utterly astonishing. Suspended in midair, Beerus regained his composure, astonished that he had been hit. How intriguing, he mused, a smile gracing his lips. Wukong, seasoned in battle, did not allow himself to revel in the momentary success. He sensed that Beerus had yet to reveal his full strength. He aimed to compel Beerus to unleash his true power. Should Beerus have been privy to Wukong's thoughts at that instant, he would have undoubtedly commended his ambition, though he would have added that such aspirations were currently unattainable. With a whirlwind of movement, Wukong utilized instant transmission to appear beside Beerus, unleashing a flurry of punches. Yet, each strike met only empty air, failing to inflict any damage upon Beerus. In the midst of this, Beerus deftly seized Wukong's arm, executing an over-the-shoulder throw that sent him hurtling thousands of meters away. With a finger pointed towards Sun Wukong, a beam of purple light shot forth. Boom, boom, boom. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged to the side. He ascended rapidly, launching a series of powerful punches towards Beerus. This time, Beerus did not evade. Instead, he met Wukong's fists head-on. Bang, bang. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce confrontation. Whis, observing from below, smiled and remarked, Lord Beerus merely took a short nap, and yet such an intriguing spectacle has unfolded. How delightful. A being devoid of divine energy can transform into a Super Saiyan God. It is truly unexpected. Most notably, he can actually contend with Lord Beerus. Though it is true that Lord Beerus has not yet unleashed his full potential, it is already quite impressive. The old Kaishin approached Whis, his curiosity piqued. Whis, has Beerus not yet exerted his full strength? I recall that Beerus possesses far more power than this. Indeed, Whis replied nonchalantly. However, this scion named Sun Wukong is managing to challenge Beerus, which is commendable. He can be regarded as one of the rare strong warriors in Universe 7. Indeed, Wukong is quite remarkable, but how much effort has Beerus truly exerted? The old Kaishin pondered. Whis remained silent for a moment before answering. Less than 1%, I would say. Meanwhile, on Earth, Xue Tian reclined on a chair, gazing towards the Kaishin realm. He touched his nose, a faint smile gracing his lips as he muttered. It seems Wukong has engaged Beerus and has transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Beerus, enjoy yourself. There's also a Vegeta who has mastered self-improvement waiting for you. I imagine he will be even more enraged after you trampled his father back in the day. Haha. The more Xue Tian contemplated, the more amusing he found the situation. In the Kaishin realm, Sun Wukong threw another punch, which Beerus effortlessly dodged. Sun Wukong, Beerus said coolly, this level of attack and speed is utterly inadequate. Is this truly the extent of your power? If so, I must admit, I am rather disappointed. Sun Wukong merely chuckled, refraining from a verbal response. Instead, he channeled every ounce of energy within him to its zenith and launched a punch at Beerus, moving with the swiftness of light. As he struck, the surrounding air was entirely siphoned away, compressed, and shattered in an instant. Witnessing Sun Wukong's punch, Beerus retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. The moment their fists collided, waves of energy surged outward, battering everything in their vicinity. The air within thousands of meters was compressed and obliterated, and any humans present would surely have succumbed to the suffocating pressure. When gods battle, it is the ordinary folk who suffer. Even the Kaishin realm was not spared this fate. The cyclone that erupted above obliterated the flora and fauna of the Kaishin realm, leaving it barren and desolate, as if it had never existed. The old Kaishin turned to Whis and said, Whis, please erect a protective barrier around the Kaishin realm. I fear that if their fighting continues, this realm may become utterly devastated, perhaps even annihilated. Whis jestingly replied, but are you not the Kaishin? Surely you can create something. Despite teasing the old Kaishin, he waved his staff, conjuring a protective dome that enveloped the entire Kaishin realm. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong's punches showed no sign of diminishing in intensity as he relentlessly struck at Beerus, yet his attacks were utterly ineffectual, landing nowhere near their target. With a resounding crash, the two exchanged blows once more. Utilizing Beerus's force, Sun Wukong was propelled backwards several dozen meters. He then positioned his hands at his waist, forming a lotus-like stance, rapidly gathering energy as he shouted, Kamehameha. Boom, boom, boom. A brilliant, wide energy wave, spanning over 10 meters and capable of extending infinitely, surged towards Beerus. In an instant, Beerus vanished from sight, appearing above the Kamehameha wave, merely observing it pass harmlessly beneath him. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had assumed that even if his Kamehameha did not defeat Beerus, it would at least inflict some damage. Yet, it seemed to have missed entirely. At that moment, Beerus raised his index finger, a purple energy sphere manifesting above it, no larger than a basketball. However, as he lifted the sphere, it expanded to an enormous size, measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter. With a whoosh, it descended towards Sun Wukong at extraordinary speed, leaving no room for evasion. Sun Wukong, aware of the imminent threat, braced himself against it, pushing with all his might. Yet, the colossal energy sphere felt as heavy as countless mountains. No, more accurately, as if it bore the weight of innumerable planets. Realizing he was being inexorably pushed downward, he knew that if the sphere were to crush the Kaishin realm, both he and the realm would be obliterated in the ensuing explosion. The thought filled him with a profound sense of unwillingness. Beerus is truly formidable. Yet, I sense that I have not yet reached my limits. He shouted. With a fervent cry, he unleashed the full force within him. The energy sphere, which had been relentlessly forcing him down, began to be repelled inch by inch. In that moment, his mastery of the Super Saiyan God form deepened, allowing him to unleash considerable strength. Beerus, hovering in midair, watched this spectacle with a hint of surprise. Clearly, he had not anticipated this development. He had assumed the power of the Super Saiyan God to be rather ordinary, but now it seemed there was more to uncover and potential yet to be tapped. Huh. Sun Wukong exclaimed, pouring forth his energy, causing the entire Kaishin realm to tremble. From the cosmos above, unique sounds resonated, as the energy he had summoned began to influence other celestial bodies. With each shout, he pushed Beerus's energy sphere back towards him in a counterstrike. Watching his own energy sphere hurtle towards him, Beerus displayed no anger. Rather, his eyes glimmered with anticipation and intrigue, reminiscent of his reaction when he first witnessed Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan God. With a casual flick of his hand, he effortlessly swatted the returning energy sphere away into the cosmos, where it detonated with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the explosion's terrifying energy swept across the nearby planets, reducing them to mere cosmic dust, as if they had never existed. The inhabitants of those worlds would likely never comprehend the nature of their demise, whether it was due to natural disaster or the wrath of the cosmos. However, such matters were not on the minds of Beerus and Sun Wukong. Breathless and panting, Sun Wukong gazed at Beerus, who smiled faintly and remarked, "Quite impressive. You have exceeded my expectations. I initially believed this strike would be sufficient to vanquish you. Yet it seems my calculations were slightly off. This is indeed rather entertaining." As Sun Wukong gasped for breath, he remarked, "Lord Beerus is indeed formidable. Just as Xue Tian described. He is certainly not someone I can contend with." "Xue Tian?" Beerus questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion. Hearing Sun Wukong mention Xue Tian, Whis interjected, "It seems the situation is rather dire." The old Kaishin, perplexed by Whis's words, pondered why summoning Xue Tian to confront Beerus would be considered a problem. Was it perhaps a concern over the clash of their powers? Indeed, given the immense strength of both, a collision could lead to the annihilation of not just Earth, but potentially other planets as well, and even the entire seventh universe could face devastation. Suddenly, the old Kaishin regretted having Xue Tian protect Earth. Had he not called upon Xue Tian, perhaps only Earth would have faced destruction. Now, the stakes were far greater. Entire galaxies could be obliterated. Whis glanced at the old Kaishin, seemingly sensing his apprehension, and reassured him, "Your worries are unfounded." "Oh, then what do you mean by dire?" The old Kaishin exclaimed, bewildered. "My concerns are not baseless. The combined might of these two could indeed obliterate the seventh universe." Whis merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. After all, he hadn't even informed his sister. How could he possibly enlighten the old Kaishin? Moreover, he himself was eager to unravel the mystery. In midair, Sun Wukong cheerfully replied, "Yes, Xue Tian, my Super Saiyan God. It was he who taught me how to transform. Moreover, he possesses a multitude of extraordinary abilities." Beerus, tapping his chin thoughtfully, responded, "So this Xue Tian is also a Super Saiyan God, and his power surpasses yours?" "Indeed, he is more powerful than I," Sun Wukong affirmed. Beerus's eyes sparkled with delight as he waved his hand, declaring, "Very well then, I shall seek him out." No. Chapter 49. Lord Beerus is truly impressive. No. Sun Wukong immediately interrupted Beerus, leaving the latter perplexed. If Xue Tian was so formidable, why was he being prevented from finding him? "Why not?" Beerus inquired. "Because you have yet to defeat me," Sun Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. This statement nearly elicited laughter from Beerus, a destroyer god, unyielding in the face of calamity. And yet here he was, genuinely amused by Sun Wukong. Intriguing. This Sun Wukong was indeed entertaining. Once he regained his composure, Beerus stated coolly, "In that case, I shall grant your wish. Come forth and unleash your full power. If this is your current state, I can assure you, it will not suffice." Initially, Beerus had assumed Sun Wukong was the strongest, intending to engage him leisurely to draw out his full potential. However, upon learning of Xue Tian's superior strength, his interest in battling Sun Wukong diminished. Yet, Sun Wukong's challenge to defeat him before seeking Xue Tian intrigued Beerus, who had long wished for Sun Wukong to comprehend the true nature of divine power, lest he remain oblivious to it. Sun Wukong sensed that Beerus was now serious and steeled himself, preparing to fully harness the Super Saiyan God form he had recently grasped. In that moment, when he had expelled Beerus's energy sphere, he felt his mastery of the Super Saiyan God form had heightened. Perhaps, with a different approach, he could achieve a slight advantage. Assuming an offensive stance, the first to strike would inherently hold the upper hand, a privilege Sun Wukong was determined to seize. In terms of combat experience, he was unmatched. He roared, his crimson aura intensifying, swirling around him as his strength surged, restoring his previously exhausted body to its peak condition. Furthermore, an indomitable fighting spirit radiated from him, unlike any opponent Beerus had encountered before. Whenever faced with the knowledge of his identity as the destroyer god of the seventh universe, others had typically lacked the resolve to resist, finding themselves helplessly at his mercy. How fascinating, Beerus murmured to himself, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "Lord Beerus, I am coming." With that, Sun Wukong transformed into a brilliant streak, hurtling forward with a terrifying velocity, intending to strike. However, Beerus effortlessly evaded the blow. "What?" Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment, having not anticipated that his punch could be dodged. He had pushed his strength to the utmost limit and felt his mastery of the Super Saiyan God form had surpassed previous levels. Logically, he should have been able to strike Beerus, yet it seemed he was weaker. In reality, it wasn't that he had diminished. Rather, Beerus was now slightly more serious. And this subtle shift had significantly elevated his prowess. Realizing this, Sun Wukong quickly adjusted his stance and launched another punch. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Beerus effortlessly sidestepped once more. It is time for you to witness the power of a god. Else, you shall remain ignorant of its true nature. After easily dodging Sun Wukong's attack, Beerus raised his foot, channeling a terrifying energy that surged through his slender leg. Despite its delicate appearance, a single kick could obliterate 10 planets. With a resounding impact, he struck Sun Wukong in the abdomen, sending him flying 1,000 meters away. Yet, before Sun Wukong could recover, Beerus was already behind him, seizing him and tossing him aside as if he were a mere chick. Sun Wukong's body was overwhelmed with pain, and he struggled to stabilize himself, but found it utterly impossible. Beerus raised a finger, targeting the trajectory of Sun Wukong's flight, unleashing a devastating energy blast that pierced through Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong instinctively cried out, instantly reverting from the Super Saiyan God form back to his normal state. As he descended slowly, he couldn't help but think, Lord Beerus is indeed remarkable. To have defeated me so effortlessly. The Super Saiyan God form means nothing before him. It seems Xue Tian truly did not deceive me. In a sense, Sun Wukong had been annihilated by Beerus previously. Their exchanges had been equal because Beerus had refrained from exerting his true power, believing Sun Wukong might be the strongest. However, upon realizing Sun Wukong was not the apex of strength, his perspective shifted entirely. He had intended to seek out Xue Tian directly. But Sun Wukong's challenge prompted him to exert just a fraction of his strength, easily overwhelming Sun Wukong. This way, Sun Wukong would be left with no doubt about the superiority of divine power. The old Kaishin let out a heavy sigh. Wukong truly does not comprehend his limits. Daring to challenge Beerus. East Kaishin, please restore his strength shortly. Understood, Ancestor. Whis remarked approvingly. This Sun Wukong is indeed impressive, managing to harness a third of the power of the Super Saiyan God form. If his strength were to ascend a few tiers, fighting in this state, he would not be so easily vanquished. Alas, all of this is in the past. I truly hope Lord Beerus does not seek out Xue Tian. The old Kaishin was utterly perplexed. How could Whis possibly know Xue Tian? Yet, he understood that inquiring further would yield no answers. Suddenly, a divine aura surged forth, overwhelming in its intensity. Whis looked up to witness Sun Wukong, who had been plummeting, undergoing a remarkable transformation. A silver flame began to emanate from him, coalescing into myriad silvery stars. Oh, could this be? Chapter 50. Is your Ultra Instinct also taught by Xue Tian? Whis gazed at the descending Sun Wukong with astonishment, while Lord Beerus, observing the peculiar change from above, expressed his surprise. How could this be? This is rather unexpected. It seems the situation has grown intriguing. Could this also be imparted by that Xue Tian? Beerus mused, as Sun Wukong halted midair, suspended gracefully. He adjusted his posture with the technique of flight. In that moment, his hair transformed to a silvery hue, enveloped by wisps of silver flame. This aura contained flecks of light, as if symbolizing a certain power, connecting to boundless energy, imbued with a trace of divine essence that was truly alluring. In an instant, Sun Wukong's figure flickered, placing him at the same altitude as Beerus. With a smile, he remarked, Lord Beerus, you are truly formidable. It seems without Ultra Instinct, I stand no chance of defeating you. Beerus, unfazed by his words, inquired curiously, is this Ultra Instinct also a lesson from Xue Tian? Yes, indeed. It was Xue Tian who taught me. Sun Wukong replied with excitement. Beerus pondered silently, affirming his earlier suspicion. It truly was that mysterious Xue Tian imparting such divine techniques. The emergence of such a powerful being in Universe 7 had escaped his notice, and it seemed that a great deal had transpired during his lengthy slumber. Could he also possess self-realization? That seems improbable. Self-realization and Ultra Instinct are opposites. One cannot master both divine techniques. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, lamenting, regrettably. My mastery of Ultra Instinct is still lacking. Otherwise, I could attempt to combine it with the Super Saiyan God form. In response, Beerus chuckled lightly. You dare to dream. Merging Ultra Instinct with other techniques is nearly impossible. This is a divine skill, and if it were so easily achieved, it wouldn't be deemed divine. Moreover, your Ultra Instinct is merely at its foundational stage. To reach the pinnacle of Ultra Instinct, you have a long and arduous journey ahead. Sun Wukong misinterpreted his words, thinking Beerus meant his proficiency was insufficient, unaware that Beerus was implying that he was merely scratching the surface of Ultra Instinct. with a vast chasm separating him from the true mastery of the technique. Yes, Lord Beerus, let us fight. With my current stamina, I cannot sustain Ultra Instinct for long. But I will give my all to battle and strive to defeat you. With movements as swift as the wind, he surged forth, accompanied by the shimmering silver flames. Upon hearing this, Beerus nearly lost his composure, yet managed to maintain his demeanor, his expression remaining stoic. Sun Wukong's fist, imbued with divine energy, struck forth with a ferocious intensity, aimed directly at Beerus. Had this force struck Tian Xinhan or others, they would surely have been overwhelmed and suffocated by its might. Yet, he faced not Tian Xinhan, but Beerus, an entity who disregarded even the most rudimentary Ultra Instinct. Just as Beerus anticipated the impending blow, the fabric of space trembled. Sun Wukong abruptly vanished from his sight, reappearing behind him. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong's punch connected with Beerus's back. In the instant he was propelled forward, Sun Wukong seized his hand, forming a knife hand strike that came crashing down upon Beerus's shoulder. Ah! Beerus yelped in pain as he descended rapidly. Lord Beerus, consider this a return blow. This knife hand strike had lingered in Sun Wukong's mind, and without hesitation, he retaliated. He gathered his hands at his waist, forming a blossom shape, channeling his strength into his palms, and bellowed, Kamehameha wave. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished from his position, reappearing directly before Beerus. The Kamehameha wave he unleashed was not a standard release, but a technique augmented by instantaneous movement, designed to strike his adversary with precision. He understood that to defeat Beerus, such potent techniques must connect, otherwise his current stamina would not sustain him for long. Clearly, he intended to employ the swiftest means to achieve victory. The Azure Kamehameha wave erupted against Beerus' chest, sending him careening thousands of meters away, culminating in a colossal explosion that reverberated through the surroundings. Like a mindless demon, it ravaged everything in its wake, tearing at the very fabric of time and space. As the smoke billowed and shadows danced, obscuring the scene within, Sun Wukong felt assured that even if Beerus had not perished, he must have sustained significant injury. After all, this was a Kamehameha wave empowered by Ultra Instinct. It was not easily born. As the haze began to dissipate, the mist swirled dramatically, as if a lotus were blooming in an instant. Suddenly, a feline-like figure emerged, and Sun Wukong instantly recognized him. It was Beerus. Sun Wukong was astounded, unable to fathom how quickly Beerus had recovered. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, he was exhilarated. The stronger the opponent, the more thrilling the challenge, signifying ample room for his own growth. When Beerus re-entered his line of sight, it was as if nothing had transpired. His attire remained unscathed, as though the Kamehameha wave had never touched him. In truth, while it appeared the wave had struck, Beerus had deftly neutralized it at the last moment. To put it simply, he had been propelled away. But it was more accurate to say he had retreated on his own accord. However, Beerus acknowledged the force behind Sun Wukong's attack, finding it significantly more formidable than that of the self-proclaimed Universe Emperor Frisia. With a countenance devoid of emotion, Beerus inquired, "Is this truly all your strength? Do you possess any other divine techniques?" "Divine techniques? None remain." Sun Wukong paused momentarily, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Is that all? Then it must be time to conclude." With a whoosh bang. Chapter 51. Who is Xue Tian? Bang. Suddenly, Beerus vanished without a trace, his aura dissipating into thin air. A gentle breeze wafted through, leaving a sense of bewilderment. To an unknowing observer, it would seem as if Beerus had never appeared at all. Sun Wukong scanned his surroundings, acutely attuned to the lingering energy, but found no trace. Upon turning around, he was taken aback to find Beerus had, at some point, reappeared right before him. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. He recalled that he was in the state of Ultra Instinct. Under such conditions, his body would instinctively respond to any attack. With this thought, he felt a slight easing of his anxiety. Whoosh! Thud! At that very moment, as his body reacted, Beerus seized his arm with remarkable speed, yanking him forward and delivering a devastating punch to his abdomen. Sun Wukong's heart quivered uncontrollably. What was happening? His body had clearly prepared to react. However, after delivering the blow, Beerus did not cease his assault, but rather unleashed a flurry of punches, all the while proclaiming, "Ultra Instinct is indeed a remarkable divine technique. Yet you have merely scratched the surface. Moreover, this technique emphasizes evasion, but its efficacy is contingent upon your baseline state, which, in your case, is woefully inadequate. Even if you were to master all the power of Ultra Instinct, I could still strike you with ease. As long as my attack speed exceeds your evasion speed, I can hit you before you can dodge. Divine power is not so easily mastered." Bang! With that, he delivered another punch to Sun Wukong's abdomen. What appeared to be a gentle blow caused Sun Wukong to foam at the mouth, instantly dispelling his baseline state. Beerus then casually tossed him into the realm of the Kaishin. The old Kaishin, sensing Sun Wukong still had a pulse, immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Beerus, for sparing Wukong's life." He understood that Beerus was not angered by Sun Wukong's earlier actions. Otherwise, the latter would have already been a lifeless body or non-existent. Beerus, seemingly indifferent to this matter, inquired, "Where can I find Xue Tian?" The old Kaishin was reluctant to divulge this information, yet fate is inescapable. Even if he wished to remain silent, if Beerus truly sought Xue Tian, it would be a simple task. "Earth, the planet where Prince Vegeta currently resides?" he said, glancing at Whis. Whis nodded slightly. "Indeed, Lord Beerus. Then let us depart." He moved behind Whis, placing his hand upon him. "Farewell, Lord Kaishin." Whis courteously bid farewell before transforming into a vibrant streak of light, soaring towards Earth. The East Kaishin diligently restored Sun Wukong's vitality and injuries, while the old Kaishin pondered for a moment, pacing back and forth, feeling it necessary to inform Xue Tian. He immediately utilized his divine technique to communicate with Xue Tian. "Xue Tian, can you hear me?" Earth. On the massive vessel, Bulma and the others were joyfully celebrating, while Xue Tian reclined in a chair, indulging in grapes peeled by Lan Qi. After chatting with Bulma, Android 18, and the others for a while, Lan Qi felt it inappropriate to leave her master unattended. So she returned to Xue Tian to assist him with the grapes. Just as Xue Tian was reflecting on the joys of having a female disciple, he heard the old Kaishin's lecherous voice echo faintly. "I can't hear you. This is not good." Xue Tian thought, "Is it because Beerus is coming soon? Have you sensed it?" The old Kaishin asked, astonished. However, he quickly realized that Xue Tian had anticipated Beerus's arrival, so it was only natural he would be aware of his imminent approach. Xue Tian replied nonchalantly, "Not only have I sensed it, but I have also detected that Wukong has already been defeated by him. If I am not mistaken, the East Kaishin is currently tending to him." The old Kaishin was momentarily taken aback. How remarkable! Was he truly a deity, or was Xue Tian the true divine being? Without the use of the divine ball, he would never have known what transpired from afar, yet Xue Tian seemed to possess an omniscient awareness, as if he had eyes watching over them. "Do you have a method to deal with Beerus?" The old Kaishin inquired eagerly. He harbored not only the desire to protect Earth, but also a small hope that Xue Tian might teach Beerus a lesson. "A method? One could say I have it, or one could say I do not," Xue Tian replied nonchalantly. The old Kaishin was momentarily perplexed by this peculiar answer, and just as he was about to inquire further, Xue Tian interrupted, "Enough about Earth, you need not worry. Since I have accepted your favor, I shall undoubtedly ensure the safety of this planet." "Good, with your assurance. I am at ease," the old Kaishin replied, refraining from further elaboration. He severed the connection with Xue Tian and activated the divine ball to assess the situation on Earth. Eager to discover what method Xue Tian had to subdue Beerus, the old Kaishin had always been curious about Xue Tian's true strength. He felt that Xue Tian was not particularly powerful, yet his demeanor exuded an air of mystery and strength. Curiously, Lan Qi asked, "Is the destroyer god Beerus really coming?" "Yes. What does Master plan to do?" Lan Qi inquired with concern, recalling her master's earlier words that, with his current power, he was unable to defeat Beerus, which posed a risk to Earth's safety. Observing her worried and innocent expression, Xue Tian spoke with a hint of reassurance. "Do not fret. Although I am not his match at present, as long as I am here, he will not dare to destroy Earth. Let us first assess the situation. If he stays here enjoying his meals, then let him remain. However, if he stirs up trouble, that shall not be tolerated." At this moment, Lan Qi had absolute faith in Xue Tian's words, harboring no doubts. Knowing that he could protect Earth, she had come to recognize that her master never undertook ventures without certainty. Every endeavor he pursued was guaranteed success, as if he possessed foresight, understanding everything. Whoosh! A radiant streak of color descended, manifesting directly before the group. As the luminous aura dissipated, everyone clearly beheld the visages of Beerus and Whis. However, aside from Xue Tian, none of the others had ever encountered them before. Who is Xue Tian? Chapter 52. Beerus seems quite reasonable. Who is Xue Tian? Upon Beerus's arrival, he directly inquired about Xue Tian, his intentions exceedingly clear. Bulma and the others had long been aware of Beerus's impending visit, and as these two figures suddenly appeared, they speculated internally, could they be Beerus? Or perhaps other extraterrestrial friends? As the host of the party, Bulma understood the importance of hospitality, regardless of who arrived. With this in mind, she gracefully approached with 2 glasses of red wine, smiling as she said, "Hello, I am Bulma. Welcome to our gathering." She extended a glass of wine toward them. Though Beerus had lived for countless millennia, he had never encountered red wine before. Most strikingly, as the exquisite beverage was placed before him, His keen sense of smell, more acute than that of a dog, immediately detected its rich and distinctive aroma, causing him to salivate uncontrollably. "What is this?" Beerus inquired, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his visit. Bulma, taken aback, replied, "This is red wine." "You mean you don't know what it is? How could you be unaware of red wine?" "Ah, of course. They were not from Earth, but rather extraterrestrial beings. So it was entirely reasonable that red wine did not exist in their realm." "Red wine. This is the first I've ever heard of it." He lifted the glass and took a sip. "Ugh." Beerus's eyes widened in shock, his expression contorting as if he had encountered something terrifying, his entire being tensing up. Observing his reaction, the onlookers instinctively grew anxious. Although Beerus had yet to introduce himself, they were already aware of his arrival and speculated correctly about his identity. They understood he was a god of destruction, known for wreaking havoc when displeased, and if this wine failed to delight him, it could lead to dire consequences. In that moment, Bulma regretted offering him the wine. What a grave oversight. "Ah, how delightful," Beerus suddenly exclaimed, leaping up with tears of joy streaming down his face. He dared to declare that he had never tasted such a delectable beverage, while he had sampled many drinks on other planets, including water. Nothing compared to the exquisite quality of this red wine. It was leagues apart, not even in the same category. Seeing Beerus's exhilaration, Whis too felt tempted and poured himself a glass to savor. Beerus, on the other hand, seized a bottle of red wine and gulped it down as if he were a famished spirit reborn. This behavior startled Bulma and the others. After all, wasn't he a god of destruction? Such a display of rudeness seemed unbecoming of a deity. Noticing their expressions, Xue Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Despite Beerus's gluttony being a weakness, it would still be challenging to sway him entirely with mere delicacies. Being a god of destruction meant he was not easily fooled. He held steadfast to his principles. As long as his boundaries were not crossed, he was free to act as he pleased, but should those boundaries be breached, even a mountain of culinary delights would not sway him. After consuming an entire bottle and disregarding the crowd, Beerus finally felt a modicum of satisfaction after downing 5 bottles. Realizing the astonished looks directed at him, he suddenly became self-aware of his lack of decorum. "I apologize. This red wine is simply too delicious to resist." "Beautiful lady. Thank you for this exquisite wine." Bulma amused to herself that Beerus seemed rather amiable, not nearly as fearsome as one might expect from a god of destruction. She was not alone in this sentiment. The others shared her thoughts. Upon learning from Xue Tian about the impending arrival of the god of destruction, they had contemplated whether Beerus would be a ruthless tyrant, even more so than Frisia, or if he would possess a fearsome appearance. However, their current impressions were far from that, especially with Whis by Beerus's side, whose impeccable politeness and ever-present smile made him seem like an old friend reuniting with them. This left a much more favorable impression of both Beerus and Whis. Though Bulma had already surmised that the individual before her was indeed Beerus, her curiosity prompted her to ask, "Excuse me, are you the god of destruction, Beerus?" At this, Beerus was taken aback, his surprise evident as he queried, "Huh? You know me?" He was perplexed. How could a human from Earth be aware of his existence? Could it be that Frisia had mentioned him? That seemed unlikely, as Frisia, despite his fear of Beerus, was too prideful to readily associate himself with anyone as a source of support, viewing it as a deeply humiliating act. "I do not know you personally, but I am familiar with your reputation, Lord Beerus. They say you are a god of destruction, prone to wreaking havoc when displeased, acting on a whim. Yet, you do not appear to fit that description," Bulma replied with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Beerus's current demeanor conveyed a sense of tranquility and an amusing gluttony. Suddenly, Beerus's expression darkened, a chilling smile creeping across his face. His violet eyes glimmered ominously, evoking an inexplicable sense of profound pressure. "You are not mistaken. Should I become angry, destruction will ensue, potentially obliterating planets and galaxies." None of the attendees doubted Beerus's words. A mere glance from him instilled a sensation of falling into the depths of despair, suffocating and hopeless. The aura he exuded was far more intimidating than their previous encounters with Cell or Bu. Just moments ago, they had thought Beerus might be approachable, but it now seemed he was indeed as the rumors suggested. At that moment, Krillin, who had been diligently preparing octopus balls, rushed over with a platter, brimming with excitement. "Special octopus balls. One of them contains mustard. Let us see who gets the lucky prize." "Ha ha. Ah, you must be Bulma's friend. Please, you go first." Krillin, engrossed in his task, had not heard the preceding conversation and mistakenly believed Beerus was merely a friend invited by Bulma. While he had never met Beerus, he thought it entirely plausible, given Bulma's eclectic circle of acquaintances. After all, Earth was home to various beings, cats like Puar, pigs like Oolong, anthropomorphic creatures, and even androids. So the presence of 2 unusual figures seemed entirely reasonable. However, upon hearing Krillin's words, Bulma and the others grew alarmed. An octopus ball containing mustard? If Beerus were to consume it and react poorly, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. They hurriedly exchanged glances, trying to signal Krillin to reconsider. Chapter 53, Because I am quite strong. Bulma urgently approached Krillin, saying, Krillin, what are you doing with those octopus balls? It's not time yet. Take them back. Krillin was completely baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Not time yet. But the prize is just mustard. It's not your grand prize. He mistakenly thought Bulma was referring to his earlier mention of the ultimate prize. Beerus, eyeing the octopus balls, found them irresistibly appealing and inquired. These octopus balls look quite delectable. May I try one? Krillin, eager to have Beerus be the first to taste them, beamed and replied, Of course. Without hesitation, Beerus picked one up and prepared to taste it. The onlookers held their breath, praying that he would not select the one containing mustard, for if he did, the consequences could spell disaster for Earth. As he consumed the octopus balls, his expression twisted and darkened instantaneously, reminiscent of a person savoring red wine, leaving the onlookers utterly perplexed. Was it delicious? Or perhaps distasteful? Had he inadvertently bitten into wasabi? This behavior of Beerus was far from that of an ordinary individual. Typically, if someone encountered wasabi, they would be screaming and gasping for air, yet Beerus merely contorted his face, appearing to find it unpleasant. Much like he did after tasting the red wine. It was truly baffling. However, if he were easily decipherable, he would not be the god of destruction, Beerus. Suddenly, a long howl erupted from his lips, sending a shockwave that left those nearby with ringing ears. Fortunately, this outburst was not directed at them. Otherwise, Bulma and the others, lacking in martial training, would surely have succumbed to grievous injuries. With arms outstretched, Beerus, wearing the guise of a gourmet, remarked, The soft dough encases the incredibly chewy octopus. How did we not conceive of such a pairing before? The sauce is splendid as well. I am thoroughly satisfied. At this moment, was also indulged in one, savoring it and approvingly stating, Indeed, it is quite excellent. I shall include it in tonight's dinner. Upon hearing Beerus's praise, the tension in the hearts of the crowd dissipated. They were relieved he had not been angered. Bulma, having grasped Beerus's temperament, understood that culinary delights could elevate his spirits, and as long as he was in good humor, Earth would remain unharmed. With this thought, she promptly declared, Lord Beerus, today is my birthday party, and I have prepared an abundance of delicacies for you to enjoy. Faced with such gastronomic offerings, Beerus momentarily forgot his purpose for being there and replied with a smile, Thank you for the invitation, madam. Xue Tian lounged in his chair, observing Beerus's uplifted mood, pondering if this encounter might conclude without incident. This character was unpredictable. Should he find joy, Earth would be devoid of peril. Thus, the guests seated themselves and continued with the festivities, while Beerus took a seat with Majin Buu, the fat version. Whis noticed Xue Tian not far off and smiled, gesturing a greeting, to which Xue Tian returned a courteous smile. Upon seeing Beerus seated with Majin Buu, he instantly recognized that the narrative was unfolding as expected. Majin Buu was to be educated. Majin Buu, with insatiable appetite, was oblivious to Beerus, who, after tasting an ice cream, exclaimed how delightful it was, while Whis, after trying a pudding, voiced his astonishment, Wow, this pudding is even more delectable, Lord Beerus. In response, Beerus picked up a pudding and savored it slowly, nearly jumping with excitement. Truly, exquisite. However, as he reached for a second pudding, he discovered that a pudgy hand had already snatched them all away. The owner of that hand was none other than Majin Buu. Whis, seeing this, chuckled and said, Hello, could you spare a few puddings for us? Majin Buu paid no heed, shoving them into his mouth without regard for anyone else's expressions, much to Beerus's growing unease. Yet, considering that he was currently relishing his meal, he chose to wait for Whis to negotiate. Satan, seated beside Majin Buu, felt embarrassed by his unreasonable behavior. But having encountered similar situations before, he consoled him as one would a child. Buu, let us share some with them. Majin Buu immediately rejected. No, these are all mine. With that, he extended his large tongue and slathered all over the puddings, many still glistening with saliva, a sight that left Beerus aghast. Whis, sensing the situation was deteriorating, realized the gravity of the matter. Beerus's demeanor darkened as he coldly inquired, Why would you do this? These puddings belong to everyone. Why claim them all for yourself? Majin Buu, with disdain, retorted, Because I am strong. At this, Beerus couldn't help but laugh. How absurd for this diminutive Majin Buu to boast of his strength in his presence. Rising swiftly, he unleashed an overwhelming aura, the tension palpable, as a confrontation loomed. Is that your justification? Satan, not one to facilitate chaos, quickly stood and approached Beerus, bowing at a 90-degree angle. I apologize. Please consider my plea. Both Beerus and Majin Buu simultaneously pointed their fingers at Satan, almost in unison declaring, "Leave." With a gentle poke, Satan was sent flying several dozen meters. Crashing heavily onto the ship, his eyes glazed, body stiff, and a comical stream of mucus trailing from his nose. In an instant, the energy from both parties surged, obliterating the table and food, sending debris soaring into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Whis sighed in resignation. "Well, this is splendid." Beerus regarded the pink, rotund figure before him with utmost disdain. Majin Buu seemed to sense this contempt, his fury igniting as he unleashed a flurry of punches. With each breath, hundreds of blows rained down upon Beerus, yet he effortlessly evaded them all, never once being struck. The spectacle captivated the attention of everyone aboard the ship. As their worst fears began to materialize, frustrated by his inability to connect, Majin Buu bellowed, "Watch me send you flying." His massive fist, seemingly unremarkable, concealed the might of a Majin. Had it struck the former cell, it would have surely sent him hurtling thousands of meters away, yet now. The being before him was not the youthful Gohan's foe, but the god of destruction, Beerus, the pinnacle of combat prowess in Universe 7, save for Whis. With a simple motion, Beerus effortlessly grasped Majin Buu's fist, causing the latter to momentarily freeze in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. He attempted to retract his hand, only to find it ensnared, as if caught in an unfathomable abyss. Beerus, with an icy demeanor, stated, "I am a god of great magnanimity." With that, he effortlessly lifted Majin Buu, swinging him around like dough, until in mere moments, Majin Buu appeared almost indistinct, more tenuous than the dough itself. One thing, however, he could not tolerate. Releasing his grip, Majin Buu soared through the air as if a kite cut from its string, and after traveling thousands of meters, Beerus suddenly materialized above him, effortlessly seizing his antennae. Majin Buu screamed in agony, flailing his limbs, utterly incapable of retaliating. Beerus continued, coldly stating, "You lack the respect that is due, disregarding the feelings of others." With a forceful throw, Majin Buu was sent spiraling through the air, only to be released like a mere leaf drifting towards the ocean's surface, emitting a haunting wail. Beerus raised his hand, swiftly gathering a sphere of energy, a shadowy smile playing on his lips as he aimed it at Majin Buu. With a whoosh, the energy ball was unleashed. The impact was thunderous. A piercing cry erupted as the energy collided with Majin Buu, instantly conjuring towering waves that surged hundreds of meters high. And thus, Majin Buu plummeted into the depths of the sea. Witnessing Beerus's display of power, the onlookers were struck with awe. They comprehended the sheer might of Beerus. Although Majin Buu's combat prowess could not rival that of Goku or Vegeta, it was still formidable. Moreover, Buu's lineage was exceptionally robust. Even if Goku and Vegeta were currently stronger, they could not eliminate him outright. If it came to a desperate struggle, the outcome remained uncertain. For Majin Buu possessed the ability to absorb others, including Vegeta and Goku. While such an endeavor was not effortless, the potential of that ability was undeniably unsettling. The gathered crowd understood this well, and thus, their astonishment deepened at the sight of Majin Buu being so effortlessly vanquished. Bulma, quick-witted and resourceful, seized a nearby pudding and raised it, exclaiming, "Lord Beerus, here is plenty of pudding. Please don't be angry." She even struck a pose reminiscent of a servant. Beerus glanced at her, already devoid of interest, responding coolly, "I have lost my enthusiasm. You may indulge yourselves." His demeanor was apathetic, as he recalled the purpose of his visit. With a frosty gaze, he scanned the surroundings and demanded, "Who is Xue Tian?" "Lord Beerus, please don't act this way. Today is my birthday party." Bulma approached, smiling brightly. However, Beerus offered no mercy, his tone icy as he retorted, "What of your birthday party? I am in a foul mood, and this planet shall be destroyed. Farewell, everyone." With that, he raised his right hand, conjuring a sphere of purple destructive energy, ready to obliterate Earth. With a resounding slap, Bulma, infuriated, struck him without hesitation. The crowd was momentarily frozen, eyes wide with shock, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Bulma, fists clenched with fury, roared, "Can you not exhibit some manners? It's my birthday." Beerus was equally taken aback, momentarily unable to process the situation. Staring incredulously at Bulma, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The god of destruction, the mightiest being of Universe 7, had just been slapped by one of his subjects. For Ians, this was a first. Whis, who had been savoring takoyaki, was equally astonished, though he soon regained his composure, chuckling softly without further comment, returning to his meal. Once Beerus collected himself, his steely gaze locked onto Bulma, sending a chill down her spine. Slowly, he raised his hand and delivered a slap across her face. Bulma tumbled through the air, her cheeks flushed, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. Had it not been for his prior inclination towards her courtesy, she might have met her demise. "Mom!" Trunks cried out. "My Bulma!" "Ah, Beerus!" Suddenly, a booming roar pierced the air. The crowd recognized the voice instantly. It was Vegeta. They looked up to see him hovering in the sky, fists clenched and eyes blazing with fury directed at Beerus. He had been present since Beerus's earlier outburst, having chosen to observe from the shadows, intent on gauging Beerus's strength. Upon witnessing Beerus's face, he felt a surge of fear, recalling how, as a child, he had watched his father being trampled under Beerus's foot. The anger he felt then had compelled him to confront Beerus, only to be effortlessly tossed aside. This memory haunted him, and now, witnessing Beerus strike Bulma, his rage eclipsed his fear completely. Chapter 55. Your power is weaker than Goku's. The crowd was stunned to see an enraged Vegeta. But their astonishment was not merely at his fury. It was his exclamation of "my Bulma" that truly shocked them. Vegeta had always maintained a proud and aloof demeanor towards Bulma, never expressing any romantic sentiment, a fact that had been a topic of discussion among the women. Thus, his public declaration of ownership over Bulma left everyone astounded, serving them a generous portion of emotional revelation. Bulma, lying on the ground, felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction at Vegeta's shout, a smile creeping across her lips. If memory served, this was the first time Vegeta had so openly shown concern for her. Perhaps the slap had been worth it after all. If Beerus were to discover Bulma's thoughts, would he jest, "Shall I do it again?" Recognizing Vegeta, Beerus remarked with a hint of surprise, "Ah, Prince Vegeta, long time no see." Vegeta's expression was tense and wary as he regarded Beerus, seething with anger. "Beerus, Earth is not a playground for your whims." Krillin, overhearing Vegeta's words, was taken aback. "Wow, Vegeta is actually defending Earth. This is hard to believe." Others shared his astonishment. Since the battle with Majin Buu, they had noted a significant change in Vegeta. The man who once sought to annihilate Earth was now fiercely protective of it. Though still cold and proud, he had developed a heart that yearned to protect. The turtle hermit, observing from the sidelines, added, "Vegeta is no longer the same man he once was. He now cherishes something far more significant." The gathered crowd nodded in agreement. Despite the turtle hermit's notorious lecherous tendencies, his insights were often valued, especially as he had been the mentor to both Goku and Krillin, whose accomplishments were largely owed to his teachings. Beerus stood in the air, eye to eye with Vegeta, his expression darkening as he spoke slowly. "Years ago, your father sought my assistance in locating the most comfortable pillow in the universe, yet he concealed it from me, presenting me with a rather subpar alternative. Today, your insolence will yield a similar consequence. As the formidable god of destruction of Universe 7, one could assert that Earth is merely a speck of dust within this vast cosmos. It is utterly absurd for a mere insect to declare that this realm is not a playground for one of my stature." The astonishment of Krillin and the others was palpable. They had not anticipated that Vegeta's father had once been reprimanded by Beerus. A twitch of Vegeta's lips betrayed his ire, his brows furrowing in disbelief at Beerus's recollection of past events, openly shared before the gathered assembly. This revelation struck a severe blow to his pride as the proud prince of the Saiyans. The astonishment etched on Krillin and the others' faces only intensified his inner fury. The fear he once held for Beerus was now overshadowed by an overwhelming rage. Clenching his fists, he bellowed, "Ha! Who?" A brilliant red light erupted, illuminating the surroundings, casting Vegeta and the area within a kilometer into a crimson glow. The crew aboard the ship shielded their eyes from the blinding radiance, exclaiming, "What an astonishing transformation!" As the light diminished, it revealed Vegeta's hair transformed to a striking red, surrounded by tendrils of crimson energy, his battle attire also adopting the same hue. He had attained the form of Super Saiyan God. Just days prior, with the assistance of Goku and others, Vegeta had mastered this form, achieving proficiency on par with Goku. Beerus, however, displayed no surprise, casually remarking, "Super Saiyan God? I expected you would engage me as Goku did, starting from the first level of Super Saiyan. It seems you are aware of my prowess, yet you still believe it to be of no consequence." Vegeta's combat style had always been to unleash his most powerful techniques from the outset, unless his opponent was significantly weaker, in which case he would secure victory in his base form. After transforming into Super Saiyan God, Vegeta's confidence surged. He had dedicated countless hours to training, anticipating the moment he could confront Beerus and emerge victorious. Now, they stood face to face. Clenching his fists, he declared with pride, "Beerus, I have told you. Earth is not a place for your antics." Unfazed, Beerus casually scratched his ear with a sharp nail, responding, "Do you believe this Super Saiyan God form can defeat me? Is that not a jest?" Infuriated by this retort, Vegeta bellowed once more, preparing to charge. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and the tranquil sea surged. sending waves soaring hundreds of meters high as Majin Buu emerged, emanating fury. I am furious. I shall shatter you. With all his might, he lunged at Beerus, delivering a cataclysmic punch. However, Beerus, uninterested in engaging, effortlessly deflected the attack with a casual gesture, then struck Buu on the head, sending him crashing onto the ship. The two were not even in the same league. Yet, Buu's regenerative capabilities ensured he would not perish, merely enduring the blow. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Buu, thinking that with such feeble strength, he dared to challenge Beerus. The era of Majin Buu had long since passed. Vegeta sprang into action, launching a fierce punch. Beerus stood still, merely tilting his head slightly to evade the attack. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches, yet Beerus continued to dodge with ease, leaving Vegeta increasingly alarmed by the goddess' speed. He had transformed into Super Saiyan God, yet still could not land a hit. Beerus remarked nonchalantly, "Your speed and strength are hardly superior to that of Goku in the Kaishin realm. In fact, one could argue you possess even less power." This statement ignited a furious fire within Vegeta, prompting another ferocious assault, yet the damage inflicted upon Beerus was negligible. As Vegeta struck again, Beerus effortlessly retreated. And before Vegeta could react, he delivered a devastating blow to Vegeta's abdomen, reverting him from Super Saiyan God back to his base form. A bitter taste filled Vegeta's throat as he coughed up blood. The onlookers were struck with disbelief, despite Vegeta's formidable Super Saiyan God form. He had been so easily bested by a single blow. The sheer power of Beerus was beyond comprehension. Previously, Beerus had effortlessly overpowered Majin Buu, revealing his extraordinary combat prowess. Yet none had fathomed the extent of his terror. With such power, it seemed there was no one on Earth capable of standing against him. Not even the combined forces of Goku and Vegeta. Was Earth truly facing annihilation? Suddenly, their gazes were drawn to Xue Tian, reclining in a chair. Perhaps he was the only one capable of turning the tide. His strength remained an enigma, known only to be unfathomably deep. Having imparted the techniques of Super Saiyan God and Ultra Instinct to Goku and Vegeta, Beerus flicked Vegeta's forehead with his finger. "Ah!" Vegeta yelped, his body rolling like a ball before crashing into the ocean, sending waves soaring over 100 meters high, indicative of the ferocity of the blow. Beerus remarked coolly, "This Prince Vegeta pales in comparison to Goku, who wields Ultra Instinct. It appears you possess nothing beyond this Super Saiyan God form. How rather weak." As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings, seeking the one most likely to be Xue Tian. Upon spotting Xue Tian, leisurely eating grapes, Beerus's gaze sharpened. "If I am not mistaken, you are Xue Tian, yes?" "Indeed, I am Xue Tian. What do you seek from me?" Xue Tian inquired nonchalantly, perplexed by Beerus' interest in him. How could he possibly know of his existence? Had someone informed him? Perhaps Whis. But that seemed unlikely, as Whis was under the orders of the Grand Priest to protect him, making it unnecessary for him to expose himself in front of Beerus. After a moment's contemplation, a thought struck him: Goku. Before Beerus arrived, he first visited the realm of the Kais, where Goku happened to be present. According to the manga, Goku had already received a lesson, and now, before Beerus, he displayed his Ultra Instinct. Both Beerus and Whis were undoubtedly curious about who had imparted this knowledge to him, and they would certainly express their thoughts aloud. Upon contemplating these matters, Xue Tian felt as though he had unraveled the mystery. Everything made sense. Beerus scrutinized Xue Tian with a discerning gaze, which left Xue Tian feeling as though he were being thoroughly examined, an experience he found quite displeasing. "Did you teach Goku the Ultra Instinct and Vegeta the self-destruction technique?" Before Xue Tian could respond, a sudden explosion erupted from the area of the sea where Vegeta had been cast away, forming a cylindrical shape, approximately 50 meters in width. A chilling purple light surged from the ocean's depths, causing surrounding creatures to flee in terror. Fish and sharks that ventured too close succumbed to their demise, leaving no trace of blood. Whis, who had been indulging in delicacies, paused and remarked, "What a delightful surprise. One mastering Ultra Instinct and another the self-destruction technique." Beerus, hovering in midair, also sensed this newfound energy and recognized it all too well. It was indeed the self-destruction technique he had mastered, albeit Vegeta's aura was notably faint, indicating he had only recently grasped this state. Slowly, Vegeta ascended, enveloped in a purplish aura, flying before Beerus, clenching his fists as he coldly declared, "Beerus, your opponent is me." Beerus, taken aback, mused, "Goku has attained Ultra Instinct, and you have mastered the self-destruction technique. When I witnessed Goku's Ultra Instinct in the realm of the Kais, I wondered if anyone could master the self-destruction technique. Yet, I deemed it impossible, for it requires self-awareness and spontaneity, true self. To think that someone has actually succeeded." He then turned his gaze to the relaxed Xue Tian, inquiring with curiosity, "Did you also teach him that?" "Indeed, I did," Xue Tian replied calmly, his tone betraying no hint of emotion. You are truly an extraordinary individual. Possessing mastery over both Ultra Instinct and the self-destruction technique, it is indeed astonishing. Xue Tian remained silent, for the surprises were far from over. Vegeta, glaring at Beerus, interjected. Enough chatter. Your opponent is me. Beerus held no anger toward Vegeta's arrogance. Rather, he perceived a flicker of his own essence within him. Perhaps he also saw a reflection of himself in Goku, a relentless competitor, undeterred by the prowess of others, eager to engage in battle, while Vegeta embodied arrogance. A fitting match for himself. Your self-destruction technique is merely in its initial stage. Not only that, but you have yet to master it fully. And yet you exhibit such hubris. It appears this divine skill suits you well. However, at your current level, you cannot hope to compare with me. Allow me to demonstrate what true self-destruction technique entails. Upon concluding his statement, Beerus's aura surged dramatically, the sky darkening instantaneously, wild winds howling, and the earth trembling as if in fear. Lightning crackled ominously, flickering as if heralding the apocalypse, while the sea roiled violently, surpassing even the fiercest tsunami. The once stable ship began to sway perilously. Trunks voiced his concern. Is Mom's ship about to capsize? Whis waved his staff, conjuring a protective green energy shield around the entire vessel, a precaution taken solely to avoid interrupting his meal. Chapter 57, A Swift Strike. The sky transformed dramatically, with thunder and lightning, and fierce winds spiraling into tornadoes, lifting towering waves and threatening to unleash a cataclysm. Just as the situation seemed poised to worsen, Beerus tempered his Ultra Instinct, enveloped in tendrils of purple aura, emanating an aura of formidable destructive power. The purple flames surrounding him sparked with electricity, producing a hissing sound that instilled a profound sense of dread. Even this menacing aura alone was enough to evoke endless fear, should a confrontation ensue. The sensation would be unfathomable. While Vegeta did not feel the same level of terror as an ordinary person, he was nonetheless affected, staring in shock at Beerus's current form. His heart racing. This mastery of the self-destruction technique seemed to have reached its pinnacle. Noticing the change in Vegeta's expression, Beerus smirked, evidently pleased. Do you see? This is what true self-destruction technique looks like, and this is merely the first level. The current state is simply a perfect mastery of the first stage. Reclining in his chair, Xue Tian regarded Beerus's self-destruction technique with genuine admiration. Truly, Beerus was remarkable. However, upon reflection, if after countless millennia he had yet to perfect even the first stage, perhaps it was time for a new god of destruction. Upon hearing Beerus's remarks, Vegeta was momentarily stunned. To achieve such power and presence at the first stage, what might the second or third stages entail? Contemplating this, a fervent desire ignited within him. As he thought, if he could gradually master the first stage, then with ample time, he could undoubtedly grasp the second and third stages. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. One day, he would undoubtedly reach Beerus's level. After all, Beerus had lived for eons, and given himself enough time, he could achieve similar greatness. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of a stark reality. His strength paled in comparison to Beerus's. No need for combat. The mere aura radiating from Beerus was enough to reveal the vast chasm between them. He even felt that a single swift move from Beerus could obliterate him. Just as he had been effortlessly returned to his normal state from Super Saiyan God, Beerus maintained an expression of indifference, his demeanor unwavering. What now? Do you still wish to fight, or will you step aside and allow me to destroy this planet? Vegeta suddenly snapped back to reality, his heart racing as he shook his head, finding it somewhat ludicrous that he had entertained the thought of surrendering. Clenching his fists, he internally acknowledged Beerus's might, yet verbally retorted without hesitation, Even if your self-destruction technique is formidable, what of it? I will still defeat you. With an explosive surge of energy, he charged forward, the atmosphere crackling with thunder and swirling with purple energy, unleashing a fraction of his destructive power that obliterated the surrounding air, inducing a sense of suffocation and despair. The power of destruction, known for its ability to annihilate all existence, naturally included the very air itself. Beerus was somewhat taken aback. He had expected Vegeta to abandon the fight after witnessing his mastery of the first stage of the self-destruction technique, yielding any fighting spirit and retreating to allow him to destroy the earth. Yet, the audacity of Vegeta to engage him in battle was indeed amusing. Beerus did not evade, watching as Vegeta launched a powerful strike toward him, and he responded with a fierce punch of his own. Bang! In an instant, a terrifying force of destruction erupted forth, cleaving the already tempestuous tsunami into hundreds of fissures, revealing the depths of the ocean below, which stretched thousands, if not tens of thousands, of meters into the abyss. The ferocity of this unleashed power was so overwhelming that one could only imagine the utter obliteration it would wreak upon a human form. With two fists colliding, Vegeta emitted a piercing wail and was sent hurtling thousands of meters away, vanishing from sight like a distant star. Father! Trunks cried out in despair at the sight. Casting a glance at his companion Goten, who understood immediately, the two swiftly initiated their fusion technique. Fusion. With a flourish, they combined. Gotenks emerged, brimming with arrogance. Gazing at Beerus suspended in midair, and wagging a finger proclaimed, You big bully, are merely a trivial pudding, yet you dare to be angered? Allow us to teach you a lesson. With that, he propelled himself forward at breakneck speed. Piccolo, realizing the danger, reached out in an attempt to restrain him. But Gotenks outpaced him by a considerable margin, leaving Piccolo no choice but to watch helplessly as Gotenks charged forth. As Gotenks broke free from the protective barrier, he was immediately struck by the sensation of the air compressing around him. An overwhelming wave of despair, suffocation, and fear surged within him. They had just realized that Whis shield had been safeguarding them from Beerus's formidable pressure. Now, having emerged from that protective cocoon, they found themselves struggling to breathe under the weight of his oppressive aura. Yet, the pride of their fusion emboldened them, having just witnessed Vegeta being sent flying. Retreating was not an option that Gotenks would entertain. Transforming once more into Super Saiyan, Gotenks suppressed feelings of suffocation and despair, launching himself towards Beerus with a powerful punch. You big bully. A mere pudding should not be causing such a ruckus. Boom. Their words prompted Beerus to furrow his brow as he effortlessly seized their tiny fist, rendering them immobile. He retorted, A mere pudding, is it? If you desire to eat, we have plenty, why be angry? Gotenks struggled to retract his hand, but his state was akin to that of Majin Buu when grasped by Beerus, unable to withdraw, as though ensnared by an inexhaustible force. Beerus then drew Gotenks closer, unfastened his trousers, and with his index and middle fingers pressed together, struck Gotenks on the rear. Thwack! Gotenks let out a heart-wrenching cry, resonating across the heavens, far surpassing Vegeta's earlier scream. After all, they were but children, their capacity for withstanding blows not particularly robust. Beerus, aware of their youth, chose not to escalate the matter further, administering only a few strikes. Thwack! Chapter 58. Are you a being from the Void Era? Beerus continued his onslaught, casually stating, To you, it may be merely a small pudding, but to me, it is the most delectable delicacy I have never tasted. Do you know what that implies? Thwack! Another agonized scream echoed through the air, their bottoms now painfully swollen. Even if they were to be released, they dared not move, for even the slightest shift threatened to bring further agony. Beerus, uninterested in prolonging the matter, tossed them onto the ship, remarking, Children should behave. The moment Gotenks landed on the ground, they immediately unfused, both clutching their posteriors and wailing in distress. Piccolo turned pale, terrified by Beerus's terrifying power. Even Vegeta, in his ultra-instinct state, was no match, being dismissed in a single exchange, while Gotenks had been treated like a mere child. Such thoughts were almost inconceivable. Suddenly, a streak of purple energy surged towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the recently dispatched Vegeta. He charged in with a fierce punch, bellowing, Do not be arrogant. Beerus remained unfazed, effortlessly swatting aside his attack, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Vegeta, poised to strike with a knife hand. Son Goku was also defeated by my knife hand. Now, it's your turn. Smack. A blow to Vegeta's shoulder instantly dispelled his ultra-instinct state, sending him plummeting towards the ground. As he fell into Whis' protective barrier, his descent slowed, allowing him to land gently. While this mitigated some damage, he lay there, barely clinging to consciousness. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. A mere knife-hand strike had left Vegeta in such a state, and it was revealed that Goku had also fallen to that very attack. Piccolo was the first to react, urgently instructing Krillin, Quick, feed him a Senzu bean. Krillin rushed forward, administering the healing bean. At that moment, Xue Tian, no longer reclining in his chair, slowly rose to face Beerus above, inquiring coolly, What is it that you seek from me, Beerus? Beerus directly questioned, Are you the Super Saiyan God? Xue Tian smiled enigmatically. Are you implying that I am the Super Saiyan God from your dreams? Beerus was taken aback, staring in shock. How do you know of the Super Saiyan God in my dreams? Lin Machin, with a mysterious smile, boasted. If I were to say I possess knowledge of both the past and future, would you believe me? Beerus hesitated for several moments, scrutinizing Xue Tian closely, pondering. Could he truly possess knowledge of the past and future? Was this some form of extraordinary ability? The vastness of the universe, with its myriad wonders, had given rise to many with unique powers. The destructive force itself was among the most domineering of such abilities. And the Omni King belonged to a race that wielded this fearsome power, now governing the entire cosmos. Within this cosmos, some possessed extraordinary powers, able to perceive the past and future. However, those individuals had either vanished into the void or perished in a great battle long ago. The existence of such beings seemed implausible. Perhaps remnants of their bloodlines endured beyond that cataclysmic conflict. After all, that battle had been monumental and terrifying, with Beerus himself nothing more than a speck of dust within it. Yet, it was conceivable that some had indeed survived, possessing means of evasion or resurrection, ensuring their lineage persisted. Could Xue Tian be one of those remnants? If so, it would be imperative to report this to the Omni King and the Grand Priest, naturally. Should he be able to eliminate Xue Tian, that would be even more fortuitous. Unbeknownst to Xue Tian, he had unwittingly conjured a narrative that led Beerus to speculate so profoundly. If he were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Beerus, you are indeed a remarkable talent. It is a pity you do not work at our imaginative company in the realm of reality." I am convinced. This time, it was Xue Tian who found himself astonished, as he had not anticipated that the other party would actually believe him. All along, Xue Tian was aware that within the universe of Dragon Ball Super, certain races or individuals possessed unique precognitive abilities. However, such foresight was limited to mere seconds and could not possibly extend over countless years. He had indeed glimpsed Beerus's dream, which at the very least allowed him to witness numerous days of the past. Before Xue Tian could utter a word, Beerus continued to inquire, "Are you a person from the Void Era?" Xue Tian was perplexed. What did he mean by a person from the Void Era? Was he insinuating something about his own bloodline? His lineage was indeed of the Void bloodline, but possessing such a heritage did not necessarily imply he hailed from that era, did it? Yet, upon reflection, having such blood ties could, in a certain sense, be construed as a connection. However, observing Beerus's indifferent demeanor, it seemed he harbored no fondness for individuals from the Void world. Although Xue Tian was not intimidated by him at present, it could lead to complications if any issues were to arise. With a light-hearted chuckle, he replied, "Not at all." While secretly pondering whether Beerus was judging him based on his bloodline, he decided to test the waters. Beerus furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "If you are not from the Void Era, then why do you possess the ability to know the past and the future? Who among your ancestors hailed from the Void Era? Or whom do you inherit your powers from?" He contemplated. No wonder he had dreamt of a Super Saiyan God capable of defeating him. If this fellow before him truly was a descendant or inheritor from the Void Era, then that was indeed plausible. Recalling the battle from long ago still sent shivers down Beerus's spine. In the Void Era, the universe had yet to unfold, and in the silence, countless powerful beings were born. These individuals possessed a myriad of extraordinary abilities, including the pinnacle of foresight into past and future, mastery over time, and dominion over the mind, totaling 5,000 in number. Among these 5,000, several exceptional beings stood out, including the pinnacle of destruction, the master of time, the sovereign of life, and the master of the 5 elemental powers. Subsequently, among these 5,000 peak beings, a singular void pinnacle being emerged, who was proclaimed to be the embodiment of the void itself. This being created the 5,000 peak entities and sought to establish order for them to adhere to. Furthermore, he bestowed upon these 5,000 beings names based on their powers. The pinnacle of destruction was dubbed the All-King Clan. The master of time was called the Angel Clan. The sovereign of life was referred to as the Undying Clan, and the master of the 5 elements was named the 5-Element Clan. Accustomed to freedom, the 5,000 peak beings resisted any attempts at subjugation, leading to a great conflict where they united against him, ultimately leading to his annihilation. In this cataclysmic battle, nearly all 5,000 peak beings were eradicated, leaving only a handful alive. Currently, among the surviving 5,000, only 4 exceptional beings from that time remained: the pinnacle of destruction, the master of time, the sovereign of life, and the master of the 5 elements. Although the other peak beings were not as formidable as these 4, any one of them would easily be capable of vanquishing Beerus in the present era. Chapter 59, The Battle of Divine Minds. Xue Tian observed Beerus's expression, secretly pondering whether the individuals from the Void Era were adversaries of Beerus and his kind. If that were the case, he certainly could not admit it. Although he was bound to the All-King and felt no fear of Beerus, who could say if there were even stronger entities behind the All-King? If he were to provoke such a powerful being, what unforeseen consequences might arise? The most pressing matter was that he was not from the Void Era at all. He calmly stated, "I am not from the Void Era. Rather, it is you, Beerus, who questions my lineage as if you were prepared to label me with some grand accusation. I did not expect a dignified god of destruction to engage in such antics." Xue Tian understood that explaining whether he was from the Void Era was not straightforward. He could not simply declare that he did not belong to this world. For if he did, Beerus would likely misconstrue him as someone from the Void era. Therefore, he needed to disrupt Beerus's line of thought, steering him away from this line of inquiry, and the most effective method was to turn the tables on Beerus himself. As anticipated, Xue Tian's thoughts and actions were indeed astute. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of disdain crossed Beerus's eyes. Humph, you are within my 7th universe. Do I really need an excuse to destroy you? Yet your claim of knowing the future and the past has sparked some thoughts. Oh, you assert I am a being from the Void era or a descendant of theirs simply because I know the past and the future. But have you considered this? I possess the techniques of freezing intent and self-intention. Does that not make me a member of the Angel clan? Xue Tian smiled enigmatically. Beerus was momentarily taken aback. He had not contemplated this possibility. Based on his earlier deductions, Xue Tian could indeed belong to the Angel clan or even the God of Destruction lineage. After considering these implications, curiosity about Xue Tian began to grow within Beerus. Why did he possess both freezing intent and self-intention? How could he know the past and the future? Such mysteries piqued his interest. However, regardless of his musings, he could not arrive at a conclusion, so he chose to dismiss the thoughts. After all, his primary purpose for coming to Earth was to find the Super Saiyan God and obliterate him. As to why he sought destruction, it was simply because he was displeased and did not wish for anyone in the 7th universe to pose a threat to him. As a god of destruction, it would be unacceptable for someone stronger than himself to emerge within his domain. What face would he have to show if word of this spread? Since you are aware of the dream I had, you must also be familiar with the specific content of that dream. Xue Tian did not conceal anything, replying calmly, indeed. Very well, then let me witness the prowess you possess that could potentially defeat me. Beerus cast a challenging glance at Xue Tian. Ding. Activating random mission. Choice 1. Battle Beerus. Reward. Divine Body of Gold. Choice 2. Defeat Beerus. Reward. Demonic Body of Gold. Upon seeing these two rewards, Xue Tian did not hesitate at all and chose the first option. The second choice's reward appeared to be only marginally different from the first, but the difficulty of completing the respective tasks varied immensely, to the extent that it could be deemed impossible at present. An unfeasible task was not something he would undertake. Choice 1. Xue Tian silently affirmed. He had initially intended for his disciple Lan Qi to engage with Beerus first, but it appeared he must take action himself. At a glance, while Lan Qi possessed both freezing intent and self-intention, which could astonish Beerus, facing Beerus would likely only end in a complete defeat, rendering her involvement unnecessary. As for enhancing combat strength, there was no need for such effort. He could simply lie comfortably within the divine power chamber. Employing the void dance technique, he stood poised in the air alongside Beerus, and once beyond Whis' protective barrier, the atmosphere felt as if it had been drained of substance. However, for Xue Tian, it posed no hindrance whatsoever. A sharp gaze fixated on Beerus, and yet no words were exchanged. Beerus, in turn, regarded Xue Tian in silence, but in truth, the two had already communicated a myriad of thoughts through their eyes and had simulated an entire battle. The onlookers, witnessing the stillness of both combatants, could not help but murmur, "What are they doing? Why is there no conversation, nor any action?" Weiss, who had been indulging in delicacies, paused his feast and waved his hand, conjuring an image before the crowd, an image depicting the confrontation between Beerus and Xue Tian, standing opposed to one another. Addressing the crowd's confusion, Weiss elucidated, though they have yet to engage physically, they are, in fact, already in combat. How can that be, you ask? It is because they have already practiced their battle within their minds. This is a form of mental combat, achievable only by those with exceptionally powerful minds. It was indeed astonishing that Xue Tian's mental prowess had reached such heights. After merging with the void bloodline, his consciousness had become extraordinarily potent, continuously enhancing, and flowing with boundless energy, practically inexhaustible. This is one of the formidable strengths of the void bloodline. A person's mental strength, when heightened, renders them less susceptible to madness and less vulnerable to external influences. Take Vegeta, for instance. In his pursuit to vanquish Goku, he learned that Babidi could amplify his combat strength. Thus he willingly allowed himself to be controlled by Babidi, succumbing to his dark transformation. Although Vegeta consented to Babidi's control, it was his lack of mental fortitude that rendered him susceptible to such manipulation. Had his mind been as powerful as Xue Tian's, even a deliberate invitation for control would have resulted in Babidi being repelled by his mental energy. Of course, this is merely one aspect of mental strength. There are countless others. A robust mind enables one to sense everything in their surroundings. With Xue Tian's current mental acuity, should he choose to extend it, he could perceive every movement of any creature on Earth, even the minutiae of a centipede's actions. Suddenly, a radiant crimson glow emanated from Xue Tian, his aura pulsating against the surrounding air, causing the sky to darken ominously. with thunder crackling and the space around him seemingly on the verge of collapse. Chapter 60. Xue Tian versus Beerus. The spectators recognized Xue Tian's transformation as the prelude to his ascension to Super Saiyan God. Indeed, Xue Tian transformed into a Super Saiyan God, his red aura and hair transcending the purity of both Goku and Vegeta's transformations. His deep crimson hair, skin, and battle attire radiated an aura of power that dwarfed that of his predecessors. Piccolo could not help but murmur, "This must be the most authentic Super Saiyan God." Yet, upon achieving this transformation, Xue Tian did not cease his metamorphosis. He proceeded to invoke the Ultra Instinct technique, merging it with the essence of the Super Saiyan God. Enveloped in a silvery aura that layered over his crimson flames, the amalgamation of these powers considerably augmented his combat prowess. In this state, he embodied the very scenario Goku had envisioned, Super Saiyan God augmented by Ultra Instinct. Had Goku been present at that moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For Xue Tian effortlessly achieved what he had once deemed unattainable. Indeed, it was effortless. For Xue Tian had mastered the Super Saiyan God form to perfection and had honed the Ultra Instinct technique with equal finesse, rendering the process seamless. Following his integration of Ultra Instinct, Beerus too began to undergo a transformation, cloaked in wisps of purple energy, the manifestation of his destructive power. Their gazes met, and simultaneously, they emerged from their mental duel. In the realm of thought, their battle had been ferocious, yet Xue Tian found himself at a disadvantage. Despite his formidable mental strength, his actual combat power paled in comparison to Beerus. Thus, the fusion of mental prowess and physical strength did not surpass Beerus's own formidable combination. With a rush, the moment their mental energies withdrew from the fray, both fighters leaned forward, vanishing from sight. When they reappeared, they stood merely a meter apart. At that instant, both unleashed their strikes. The collision of their fists resounded with a thunderous crash, reverberating through the surroundings. From the epicenter of their clash, a cataclysmic wave of energy erupted outward, expanding in all directions. The force of their blow struck the surface of the water, sending waves soaring thousands of meters into the air, obliterating countless aquatic beings in an instant. Along the coastal shores of West City, a terrifying gale battered the area, sweeping away individuals and dragging boats into swirling vortices, accompanied by their cries of despair as the apocalypse seemed to loom. On Bulma's yacht, the recently awakened Satan received a frantic call from the television station, inquiring about the unfolding chaos. What is happening? Is this the end of the world? Or is there a villain wreaking havoc? Satan, momentarily at a loss for words, pondered a response. The urgency on the other end intensified as they pressed. "Mr. Satan, are you listening? Hello?" After a brief contemplation, adhering to his usual dramatic flair, he declared, "This is bad. The situation is dire. I must confront this extraterrestrial adversary." With a decisive snap, he hung up the phone. Weiss, observing Satan's comical antics, couldn't suppress a chuckle but chose not to expose the charade. It seemed Satan noticed Weiss's gaze, and an awkwardness enveloped him. In the skies above, Beerus and Xue Tian stood firm, their fists locked in opposition. Neither retreated, though it was evident that Beerus was withholding his full strength, seeking to gauge the extent of Xue Tian's combat prowess. Xue Tian, acutely aware of the stakes, summoned every ounce of his power, knowing that failure to exert his full might could lead to his swift demise at Beerus's hands. Thus, he held nothing back, engaging in a battle with all his might. Having assessed Xue Tian's capabilities, a faint smile crept across Beerus's lips as he remarked, "It seems you are not as formidable as I had anticipated. I expected you to be a product of the Void Era or to possess the powers of some pinnacle being from that time. However, it appears I have overestimated you." Before him stood Xue Tian, whose mental prowess was indeed impressive, yet his combat strength was woefully inadequate, clearly not a denizen of the Void Era. Those from that epoch, even if they had sustained grievous wounds in battle, would not manifest such weakness. Moreover, given the arrogance of the beings from that time, it was implausible that they would confine themselves to a mere speck of a planet like Earth. While Earth may seem vast to its inhabitants, in the grand tapestry of the seventh universe, it was merely a planet of middling size. Xue Tian, taken aback by Beerus's realization from a single strike, remained silent, gathering his strength and channeling his energy. Having taken the initiative to launch an attack on Beerus, he was acutely aware that he was no match for the formidable deity. Surrendering or being captured without a fight was utterly inconceivable for him. True to his character, he would never acquiesce. Even in death, he would ensure that he took someone down with him. If he were to perish, it would not merely be a matter of one life being sacrificed. With a swift punch, Beerus easily deflected his strike, but at that moment, another figure, Xue Tian, materialized behind him. A sense of alarm surged through Beerus as he pivoted. delivering a devastating blow towards the approaching Xue Tian. However, as his fist connected, Xue Tian dissipated into nothingness like a mere mirage, and in that instant, Beerus realized he had been deceived. With a resounding impact, Xue Tian struck Beerus squarely in the back, propelling him several hundred meters away. Yet, Xue Tian did not relent. He surged forward with the ferocity of a descending tiger. A flurry of punches rained down upon Beerus. The technique employed by Xue Tian was known as the shadow clone technique, allowing him to create 4 duplicates of himself and instantly shift their positions. This meant that regardless of whether Beerus struck the Xue Tian in front or behind, he would still be vulnerable to an attack from one of the clones. As every incarnation of Xue Tian was a genuine entity, not an illusion. This technique surpassed mere afterimages, standing as a divine skill, a reward he had earned for completing a task 2 days prior. Upon acquiring this godly technique, he had marveled at its potency, realizing its capacity to blur the line between reality and illusion. With another powerful punch, Beerus was sent flying. He spread his arms wide, gathering energy at an alarming rate. Ultimately, a radiant flash erupted. Chapter 61. Xue Tian reduced to fragments. The colossal silver energy sphere hurtled towards Beerus. Yet he countered it using the same maneuver he had employed against Goku, dissipating the ultimate flash with his destructive power. Swiftly, he approached Xue Tian, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "What was that technique you just employed? You clearly appeared behind me. Why was it merely an illusion?" Xue Tian, however, remained reticent. As a man of the new era, he had perused countless novels and series, well aware of the adage that villains often meet their demise through excessive dialogue. The truth was that death was not solely attributable to the villain's actions, but rather to their verbosity. Revealing too much could provide others with the means to counter them. While Xue Tian harbored confidence that even if he disclosed his technique, Beerus would struggle to unravel the intricacies of the shadow clone technique. He preferred to keep it under wraps. After all, if he refrained from revealing it, there was a chance Beerus would never decipher it, or if he did, it would not be today. Why, then, should he divulge such information and jeopardize his own advantage? "Lord Beerus, you shall find out soon enough. There is no need for such impatience," Xue Tian remarked, deliberately providing a rationale to deter further inquiry, confident that this would suffice to quell Beerus's curiosity. Sure enough, Beerus ceased his questioning, though frustration bubbled within him as he took a deep breath, fists clenched, and concentrated the destructive energy within him. Waves of purple energy surged forth, amplifying his battle power once more. "What an irritating brat. You think your silence will thwart my efforts to unravel your technique? How laughable." In the face of absolute power, Xue Tian's technique was but a paper tiger. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Beerus appeared before Xue Tian, who had already readied himself for the encounter. At that very instant, another version of Xue Tian had positioned itself to the left. Employing the shadow clone technique, he was in a state of Super Saiyan God, enhanced by Ultra Instinct, which rendered his speed nearly unparalleled. He evaded Beerus's punch with remarkable agility, leaving Beerus astonished that he had used 30% of his strength, yet still failed to land a hit on Xue Tian. This adversary was proving to be quite intriguing. However, Beerus quickly regained his composure and lunged forward, delivering a powerful sidekick. In a flash, Xue Tian manifested 4 replicas of himself at the 4 cardinal points surrounding Beerus. The kick connected with only 2 of the clones, while the real Xue Tian had already transitioned to the opposite side, launching a counterattack. With a solid punch, he struck Beerus in the abdomen, sending him several meters back. Without hesitation, Xue Tian initiated a barrage of strikes. Beerus, ever quick to respond, felt the surge of purple energy intensifying around him, enveloping him in an even deeper violet aura as his battle power surged to 40%. Xue Tian could palpably sense the escalating pressure. Even with the shadow clone technique, he felt his position was becoming increasingly exposed. His instincts were not misleading. Just as he executed another shift, Beerus's fist descended upon him with blinding speed. With a thunderous crash, Beerus's punch collided with Xue Tian's chest, propelling him hundreds of meters away. In an instant, Beerus materialized behind Xue Tian, seizing his arm and spinning him around, rendering him disoriented. Sensing the opportune moment, Beerus hurled Xue Tian away. Before Xue Tian could stabilize himself, Beerus raised his right hand, a brilliant light glimmering at his fingertips, giving birth to a massive purple energy sphere that rapidly swelled to an enormous size, measuring 50 to 60 meters in diameter. Beerus launched it high into the air, performing a somersault and delivering an inverted kick to the energy sphere. The colossal purple orb split into 2, then 4, and subsequently multiplied into thousands, raining down upon Xue Tian in a relentless barrage. With his arms crossed, Beerus gazed upon the impending storm of energy spheres with a cold, penetrating stare. "Let us see if your technique can help you evade this deluge of energy." From their previous encounters, he had deduced that Xue Tian's 3 clones were merely a means of displacement. Should he become ensnared, there were 2 methods to counteract it. Either strike all 4 clones, preventing Xue Tian from shifting, or preemptively deduce Xue Tian's target for relocation, synchronizing his actions accordingly. As the thousands of purple energy spheres descended, Xue Tian found himself unable to maintain his balance, relying solely on Ultra Instinct to evade. While this technique was indeed formidable, Xue Tian's foundational combat strength was still insufficient. Despite the maximum proficiency of Ultra Instinct facilitating automatic evasion, it could not surpass the velocity of Beerus' energy spheres. With a resounding explosion, after dodging most of the energy spheres, several dozen still struck Xue Tian, leaving him battered and fragmented, reduced to mere remnants of his former self. A thick fog rolled in, obscuring the vision of the onlookers, leaving them unaware of the circumstances within. In the throne room of the Omni King, a sudden wave of discomfort surged within him. While engrossed in a pinball game, he erupted into a furious rage, abruptly toppling all the suspended orbs to the ground, shattering them. With the destruction of these orbs, several celestial bodies across the universe also met their demise, resulting in the obliteration of 58 orbs and the explosion of an equal number of planets. Witnessing this, the Grand Priest sensed the gravity of the situation and swiftly approached to offer reassurance. Omni King, what troubles you? He infused a divine energy to quell the Omni King's fury. The consequences of the Omni King succumbing to rage would be unfathomable. Concurrently, he unleashed his vast divine consciousness, enveloping the 12 universes to investigate the unfolding events. Ultimately, he glimpsed Beerus hovering in the 7th universe on Earth, surrounded by a veil of smoke. His divine perception effortlessly penetrated the haze. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to encompass all 12 universes. He beheld Xue Tian disintegrating into countless fragments. His previously placid expression transformed into one of profound shock. Chapter 62. The Immortal Body, Pseudo. 7th Universe. Earth. Whis, what is Lord Beerus doing? The Grand Priest inquired telepathically within Whis's consciousness. Whis was taken aback, having not anticipated that his father, the Grand Priest, was already aware of the situation. He hurriedly replied in his mind, Lord Beerus and Xue Tian are in conflict. I wish to ascertain Xue Tian's strength, which is why I refrained from intervening. He was entirely oblivious to the fact that Xue Tian was bound to the Omni King. Should Xue Tian perish, the Omni King would follow suit. Naturally, the Grand Priest could not disclose such information to him. In his heart, he believed the Grand Priest's request to protect Xue Tian stemmed from admiration, a desire to cultivate Xue Tian's potential. Under these circumstances, he felt it was imperative to observe Xue Tian's combat prowess, as long as he could prevent Beerus from slaying him. However, he did not anticipate that Beerus's energy sphere would reduce Xue Tian to mere dust, thus potentially sealing his fate. The Grand Priest hesitated momentarily. Truth be told, he too was curious about Xue Tian's true strength and abilities, particularly regarding the inexplicable bond he had formed with the Omni King. To some extent, Xue Tian had ascended to the pinnacle of the universe, akin to the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai. If anyone harbored ill intentions towards the Supreme Kai, the God of Destruction would undoubtedly intervene. The God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai were bound by fate. If one perished, so would the other. Hence, the God of Destruction would naturally protect the Supreme Kai. Similarly, the Omni King would safeguard Xue Tian. Father, I am going to stop Lord Beerus. Although it may be too late, Xue Tian has already been annihilated. In the skies above, Beerus remained oblivious to the fact that Whis was communicating with the Grand Priest. Unaware that his own life was precariously teetering on the brink of oblivion, he silently observed the sight of Xue Tian's obliteration, his gaze devoid of emotion, as tranquil as a still pond. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others were astounded by Xue Tian's demise. The very person who could have thwarted Beerus was now slain. Launch was utterly heartbroken, preparing to unleash her Ultra Instinct to confront Beerus. However, she was restrained by Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan understood that Beerus's displayed power was beyond their capacity to resist, yet they would not surrender easily. Nevertheless, it was not the right moment for Launch to intervene, as she was merely a woman, perceived by Tien Shinhan as an ordinary individual without martial prowess. What could such a woman accomplish? Perhaps she would be swatted away like Bulma. Although he harbored no fondness for Launch, he wished to avert such a scene. The Grand Priest gazed upon the remnants of Xue Tian's obliteration, stating calmly, Whis, you are mistaken. This is not yet the end, since Xue Tian wishes to battle Beerus. As long as Beerus refrains from employing the destructive principle to annihilate him, let their confrontation continue. However, we cannot allow their conflict to bring about the demise of the 7th universe. Whis paused momentarily, pondering how his father could assert that the situation was not over when Xue Tian had seemingly been reduced to nothingness. Nevertheless, he held unwavering faith in his father's words. For his father's power was beyond question. If he claimed that Xue Tian still lived, then he must indeed be alive. Understood, father. The Grand Priest ceased further communication, seemingly withdrawing from Wis's consciousness, yet he quietly monitored the situation between Beerus and Xue Tian. Moments later, a breeze stirred at the sight of Xue Tian's obliteration. This wind was feeble at first, but rapidly intensified within seconds. The fragments began to coalesce, reminiscent of the cellular reformation witnessed when Majin Buu was defeated. However, these fragments were far smaller, some no larger than a fingernail, defying comprehension. Vegeta and the others observed this phenomenon with delight. Launch exclaimed, "I knew Master could not be so easily vanquished." In the high skies, beneath the swirling winds, Xue Tian's form gradually emerged, surrounded by a dazzling display of colors. Finally, with a flourish, the ethereal silhouette of Xue Tian solidified into reality. He moved his head and waved his arms. Had it not been for his pseudo-immortality, he might have truly perished at the hands of Beerus, the skeletal deity. The destructive energy he unleashed was extraordinarily formidable. This was merely an energy sphere, not the full force of destruction. Had it been the latter, he would have had no chance of resurrection. His pseudo-immortality could not withstand such destructive power. Yet he pondered whether true immortality would grant him the ability to endure. Perhaps it would come down to a contest of whose energy was greater. The stronger destructive force could annihilate the weaker immortal essence. These thoughts were mere speculation within Xue Tian's mind, as he was still far from attaining true immortality. Beerus gazed at the manifesting Xue Tian with astonishment, exclaiming, "I did not expect you possessed such an ability. It seems that mere ordinary energy spheres cannot kill you. This must be your pseudo-immortality." Xue Tian refrained from responding, not out of reluctance to speak, but because he felt an overwhelming surge of power swelling within him. Indeed, it was a tumultuous surge. He sensed that his current foundational combat strength had at least doubled compared to before, a terrifying and rapid enhancement. This Void lineage truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest bloodline of the Void, remarkable beyond measure. Surely, the Grand Priest's bloodline could not rival his own. In merely 10 seconds, Xue Tian's ethereal lineage had completely assimilated the enhancement of his combat prowess at that moment. And the surge of power within his body was no longer as tumultuous as it had been a mere 10 seconds prior. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration illuminated Xue Tian's brow. If he were to engage in battle alongside Beerus, could he not ascend to his level, perhaps even surpass him? This realization filled him with a tinge of exhilaration, as if he were treating Beerus as a formidable foe to level up against. Ding. Completion of Selection 1. Engage in combat with Beerus to receive the reward, Divine Aspect Golden Body. In an instant, a peculiar technique surged into Xue Tian's consciousness, infusing his body with newfound strength. Within his mind existed a visage that mirrored his own. However, this version of himself was distinct. Although it appeared diminutive, it emanated an imposing aura, towering in stature, radiating a golden brilliance, and adorned with a celestial halo of gold. Indeed, it was a glorious spectacle, shimmering with a myriad of colors. Was this the Divine Aspect Golden Body? Its appearance was undeniably striking. Though Xue Tian was uncertain of the extent of the combat power this Divine Aspect Golden Body would bestow upon him, he was acutely aware of one fact. Its aesthetic was undeniably handsome. As for the power, that would soon be revealed. After all, his battle with Beerus was far from over. Seeing Xue Tian remain silent, Beerus furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of disdain. Even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of substance, let alone himself, the esteemed god of destruction of the 7th universe. Whoosh! His aura surged once more, enveloped in a violet flame, the essence of destruction. Although it was a manifestation of destructive power, it was not inherently offensive. Rather, it was a state that amplified combat strength, akin to the golden aura of a Super Saiyan, which, while visually impressive, did not signify any actual offensive capability. Merely a symbol of the overwhelming power contained within. Xue Tian, you do possess some skill. You have a variety of techniques, yet your foundational combat power remains insufficient. In the face of absolute strength, what good are your methods? Unless, he trailed off, leaving unspoken the thought that unless one possessed the eradicative power of the Omni King, true disregard for combat prowess was unattainable. Xue Tian, undeterred, responded, techniques? Allow me to demonstrate my abilities. Ding. Activating random quest. Option 1. Defeat Beerus to obtain 20-fold base combat power. Option 2. Utilize Beerus to double combat power. Obtaining second stage of flash time. Oh, a quest has been activated? How unexpected. Xue Tian was genuinely astonished. At this moment, He had only intended to spar with Beerus, treating him as a formidable opponent for leveling up, and yet he had inadvertently activated a quest. Upon reviewing the two tasks, although he longed for the first option, which promised a staggering 20-fold increase in base combat power, an immensely significant enhancement, he recognized the improbability of achieving it. While his combat power had indeed increased due to his ethereal lineage, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could defeat Beerus at this juncture. I choose option 2. He was well aware that the flash time technique was the signature skill of Hit, the foremost assassin of the 6th universe, who had triumphed over Son Goku using this very technique. On the surface, flash time appeared to merely manipulate time. In reality, it allowed one to enter a state of temporal stasis, traversing fractions of a second, and then reappearing to deliver a lethal blow to the opponent. This martial art, when wielded by Hit, undeniably justified his title as the premier assassin of the 6th universe. Xue Tian mused that if memory served him correctly, the first stage of flash time allowed for a traversal of parallel temporal space for 0.1 seconds. In his battle against Son Goku, Hit could only employ the first stage of flash time, which Goku managed to decipher after a few exchanges. However, once Hit advanced to the second stage, allowing for a traversal of 0.5 seconds, Goku found himself unable to counter it. In truth, Goku's apparent resolution of the first stage was not a complete understanding. It stemmed from Hit's habitual attack patterns, wherein the brief 0.1 seconds was insufficient for adjustment. Thus, Goku exploited this lapse, anticipating Hit's movements and countering accordingly. Yet, after advancing to the second stage, the 0.5 seconds proved to be a significant duration for a cosmic-level powerhouse, allowing ample time for strategic adjustments in combat style. Consequently, Goku could not counter and was left with no choice but to concede the match. In reality, Hit could have defeated Goku with greater speed, but the tournament's regulations against lethal force constrained him, leaving him somewhat hamstrung. After all, as an assassin, his techniques were inherently lethal. Hearing Xue Tian's proclamation, Beerus expressed intrigue. "Oh, what other techniques do you possess? Do show them to me. I am eager to see if you can surprise me. Immortal body, free control technique, self-refinement technique. Shadow transfer, what else do you have? I hope you do not disappoint me." As for the Super Saiyan God and the final flash, Beerus dismissed them entirely. For in his view, those techniques paled in comparison to the free control technique. Though the Super Saiyan God exuded a divine aura, it was still too feeble when compared to that of a true deity. Of course, if the Super Saiyan God could maintain that state continuously, it would yield a different effect altogether. However, such a feat was currently unattainable. Xue Tian remained composed, his hands forming intricate seals as he swiftly executed a complex gesture. Channeling his divine intent, vibrant 7-colored auspicious clouds materialized around him, accompanied by an ethereal melody of cosmic blessings, as if something sacred were about to unfold. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as an involuntary shiver coursed through them, clearly astonished by Xue Tian's actions. Had he just performed the gesture for the divine aspect golden body? Whis pondered in disbelief. I have yet to condense the divine aspect golden body myself. Among the cosmos, those who have achieved this are fewer than 5. Only 2 of the 12 sisters have succeeded. Yet this Xue Tian. Could it be possible? No, it cannot be. He is merely gesturing. With his current strength, how could he possibly achieve such a feat? Chapter 64. One of the pinnacle divine techniques, divine aspect golden body. It was not merely Whis who deemed it impossible. Beerus shared the sentiment. Even he could not condense the divine aspect golden body. What qualifications or prowess did Xue Tian possess to achieve such a monumental feat? To comprehend the essence of the divine avatar golden body, one must not only attain divinity, but also possess formidable combat prowess and a profound understanding of this sacred embodiment. The endeavor surpasses the complexities of both the transcendent ultimate technique and the self-extreme technique by countless magnitudes. Just as he deemed it impossible, a thunderous roar erupted from Xue Tian, divine avatar golden body. A resounding explosion reverberated, shaking the very heavens and earth, causing the cosmos above to tremble. Numerous meteoroids suspended beyond the Earth's atmosphere were shattered into mere fragments in an instant. In the realm of the King of Worlds, the Old King and the Eastern King had been closely monitoring the situation on Earth. Previously, upon witnessing Xue Tian being obliterated by Beerus, they felt an ominous dread. Even surmising that he had perished, the Old King lamented the impending doom of Earth, realizing that he had foolishly placed his hopes in Xue Tian. An error he now regretted. However, he could never have anticipated that Xue Tian possessed an immortal essence, reforming his body and returning to his former self. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within him, especially as he observed Xue Tian forming a seal, a sight that left him utterly astonished. While his thoughts mirrored those of Whis and Beerus, The palpable shift in the universe led him to sense that Xue Tian might genuinely be capable of manifesting the divine avatar golden body. The Eastern King, unaware of what the divine avatar golden body entailed, inquired curiously, "Ancestor, what exactly is this divine avatar golden body? I have sensed that the meteoroids surrounding Earth have been obliterated. The power is overwhelming." The old king, showing no leniency, delivered a swift blow to the Eastern King's head, chastising him. "I have told you time and again to familiarize yourself with divine lore, yet you neglect it. The divine avatar golden body is a divine technique, distinct from both the transcendent ultimate technique and the self-extreme technique. Its cultivation is extraordinarily arduous, enabling one to materialize an avatar of immense size. Governed solely by one's will, it can be as vast as the cosmos or as minuscule as a single cell. Regardless, the power unleashed is exponentially greater than oneself. Yet the exact multiplier has never been quantified. It is simply understood to be countless times greater, ranking among the pinnacle of divine techniques. Who would have thought that this Xue Tian could achieve such mastery? It appears that Earth may yet be saved." The Eastern King was left utterly astounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground at the thought that something could be as grand as the universe itself. They understood the vastness of the cosmos well. Could it be possible for humanity to inhabit his very form? If Xue Tian were to learn of the Eastern King's peculiar notion, one could only imagine him delivering a swift reprimand, questioning, "Do you take me for Pangu?" Once the Eastern King regained his composure, he nodded thoughtfully, concluding, "It seems Earth truly stands a chance. Beerus is likely not a match for Xue Tian." In his estimation, if Xue Tian could transform to such cosmic proportions, then Beerus would certainly be no rival. Perhaps even a mere finger of Xue Tian could crush Beerus effortlessly. No, you severely underestimate Beerus's strength. Moreover, given Xue Tian's current combat capabilities, he cannot yet expand the divine avatar golden body to such vast dimensions. To reach that level, his foundational combat prowess must at least rival that of the Grand Priest. I even question whether the Grand Priest could achieve such a feat. The Eastern King, still under the impression that the old king believed Earth could be saved due to Xue Tian's potential to defeat Beerus, prompted the old king to clarify, "What do you mean by saying Earth can be preserved?" The old king elucidated, "From my understanding, Beerus has yet to harness the divine avatar golden body. The most coveted aspiration of any deity is to attain this embodiment and thereby acquire unparalleled power. If Xue Tian can indeed realize the divine avatar golden body, Beerus would not dare to eliminate him. Rather, he would seek Xue Tian's counsel. Despite Beerus's haughty nature, it would not be long before he would be compelled to ask for guidance. The allure of the divine avatar golden body is simply too compelling." After this explanation, the Eastern King grasped the situation fully, nodding earnestly and reflecting that he ought to delve into divine texts. Otherwise, he would remain ignorant of many crucial matters. Perhaps, if feasible, he could also cultivate the divine avatar golden body, which would render him unafraid of Beerus. The thought of having to bow to Beerus alongside the old king left him feeling quite disheartened. Why must they lower themselves when they were all deities of equal rank? Had the old king been privy to his thoughts, he would have surely commended his ambition. Regrettably, the likelihood of such aspirations being realized was minuscule, merely a daydream. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest, covertly observing Xue Tian's transformation, was equally astounded. That someone with such humble foundational combat strength could harness one of the pinnacle divine techniques was utterly unfathomable. Xue Tian remained an enigma, cloaked in mystery, revealing an ever-expanding arsenal of hidden talents. Previously, when the Grand Priest learned of Xue Tian's bond with the Omni King, he contemplated whether to seal Xue Tian away, reasoning that doing so would ensure the safety of the Omni King. However, he faced a grave concern. If Xue Tian possessed methods unknown to him, could he not bind the Omni King during his sealing? What if Xue Tian had means to delay his sealing? Such a scenario could spell disaster for the Omni King. After contemplating these issues, he decided to bide his time, opting to observe Xue Tian for a while longer. For several days, he watched Xue Tian's mundane routine of eating and sleeping, noticing no extraordinary actions. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that this Xue Tian was anything but ordinary. After all, someone capable of stealthily binding the Omni King could not be deemed ineffectual. Thus, he resolved to have was keep a watchful eye, ensuring that Xue Tian encountered no unforeseen troubles. Witnessing Xue Tian's mastery of the divine avatar golden body, the Grand Priest recognized that refraining from taking action against him had indeed been a prudent choice. On Earth, Xue Tian stood amidst the void, the melodious harmonies of cosmic energies resonating in celebration of his divine avatar golden body's emergence. In that moment, enchanting sounds enveloped him, vibrant colors swirling around, while his garments billowed gracefully. Paired with his handsome visage, he truly resembled a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, exuding an aura of magnificent power. Beerus and Whis stood transfixed, their eyes glued to the spectacle, eager not to miss a single detail. Chapter 65. The terrified expression of Piccolo. Boom, boom, boom. Xue Tian clasped his hands together, swiftly forming another seal. Streams of divine energy surged around him in abundance, far denser than even that found in the Omni King's palace. Whis glanced at Vegeta, who was observing the scene from the sky, and advised, if you wish to solidify your Super Saiyan God form, now is the time to fly out and absorb the divine energy that Xue Tian is generating. Vegeta regarded Whis with a hint of skepticism, but for one who yearned for strength, even doubt could not deter him. He immediately employed rapid movement, darting out of Whis's protective barrier. With his power level, as long as the attacks were not aimed directly at him, he would be unharmed by the ensuing force. Upon breaching the barrier, he felt the divine energy coursing into his being, revitalizing his spirit and steadily enhancing his combat strength. The divine energy conjured by Xue Tian, although it cannot elevate Vegeta to the status of a deity, bestows upon him a remarkable enhancement in combat prowess, surpassing the gains he would achieve through years of diligent training. Just then, a figure materialized from the heavens, appearing beside Vegeta. Engrossed in the absorption of this energy, Vegeta was startled by the sudden arrival and exclaimed, Kakarot, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Kakarot himself. Goku chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, and replied, Old Kai sent me, saying that I could absorb the divine energy released by Xue Tian to boost my strength. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Goku, muttering curses at Old Kai in his heart for causing trouble. As Goku absorbed the created divine energy, he marveled, how astonishing. It silently enhances my combat power. At that moment, Xue Tian's divine avatar was nearing its culmination, poised for summoning. With a flourish of his hands and a thunderous shout, he declared, Ha! Coalesce! A resounding boom echoed, prompting Goku and Vegeta to instinctively cover their ears and shield themselves with their energy to mitigate the deafening resonance that threatened to engulf them. The magnificent sound grew louder, yet it did not come across as chaotic or bothersome. Rather, it evoked a sense of tranquility and purity, almost purifying the soul. With a resounding crash, a colossal figure emerged behind Xue Tian, an imposing representation of himself, towering at 3,000 meters, adorned with a magnificent divine halo radiating in vibrant hues, emanating beams of resplendent light. This prismatic illumination enveloped the enormous Xue Tian, exuding an aura of sanctity and authority. Just a glance from Vegeta and Goku instilled a profound inclination to kneel in reverence, while ordinary onlookers fell to their knees, fervently bowing and making vows. Whis murmured, Truly a divine avatar, Xue Tian possesses remarkable abilities. Beerus, wearing a grave expression, seemed lost in thought, yet his voice conveyed astonishment. It is utterly astonishing that you have attained the divine avatar. I once thought you merely played at casting seals to intimidate others. Clearly, I have underestimated your power. Xue Tian responded nonchalantly, Did you not wish to witness my prowess? This is but one of my capabilities. As he spoke, the towering Xue Tian also began to utter words, his immense voice jarring the air, causing the surrounding sea to surge violently. Merely speaking had the power to incite such tumult, a testament to his overwhelming strength. Humph! Beerus scoffed, visibly displeased, and coldly retorted, Even if you possess a divine avatar, what of it? Defeating you would still be a trivial task, no matter how formidable the divine avatar may be. It cannot alter the fundamental weakness of your base combat power. With a rush, Beerus amplified his aura, the violet flames surrounding him intensifying in density, clearly indicating he had bolstered his strength significantly. He surged forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Xue Tian. In that moment, Beerus appeared as an insignificant insect before the towering figure of Xue Tian. Yet, he understood that to breach the divine avatar, an assault on the core was imperative. As Beerus' fist collided, Xue Tian faced it without fear or evasion, meeting the strike with his own. The colossal divine avatar mirrored his actions, delivering a blow that drained the air within a radius of 10,000 meters, causing the ocean beneath to churn and the nearby volcano to ominously rumble. Piccolo, pale with fright, remarked gravely, Just a casual punch, and the earth teeters on the brink of seismic upheaval and volcanic eruption. If they truly engage in combat, the planet will not endure their combined might. Should that occur, Earth is doomed. Hearing Piccolo's words, Krillin stammered an analysis. Meanwhile, Satan, unwilling to see the Earth meet its demise, having just become a grandfather, desperately sought a solution, thinking of his grandson, yet unseen. Suddenly, he caught sight of Whis, who had accompanied Beerus and possessed the power to shield them with an energy barrier, clearly transcending the ordinary. If he intervened, perhaps Beerus would cease his reckless behavior. Turning to Whis, he pleaded, "Could you please halt their battle?" Whis smiled gently. Ordinarily, he would not intervene, but given the directive from his father, the Grand Minister, to ensure Xue Tian's safety and prevent his destruction, he had the authority to act. However, at present, he was reluctant to intervene, eager to witness the true extent of Xue Tian's divine avatar. Moreover, he wished to observe and perhaps glean insights that could enable him to master the divine avatar himself, significantly enhancing his own combat abilities. "I'm afraid I cannot intervene at this moment." Satan felt disheartened, at a loss for what to do, yet he did not relent, instead beseeching, "Please, if you can spare the earth from destruction, I shall offer you countless delicacies." Whis' eyes sparkled with interest, an enticing proposition. "Fear not, the earth shall remain intact. Simply enjoy the spectacle of this battle." As the clash unfolded, Beerus' fist collided with Xue Tian's, the colossal fist of the divine avatar also striking rapidly, sending Beerus hurtling thousands of meters away, vanishing like a distant star. Yet, in a mere breath, Beerus reappeared, conjuring a vast purple energy sphere in midair, measuring 100 meters in diameter, hurtling down towards Xue Tian's core. Unfazed, Xue Tian sought to test the limits of his divine avatar's might. With a commanding gesture, he summoned a protective barrier and grasped the immense purple energy sphere. With a thunderous explosion, the sphere detonated upon contact with Xue Tian's hand, obliterating one of the arms of his divine avatar. Blood spurted from Xue Tian's mouth. The divine avatar was intricately linked to his consciousness, and its destruction would inflict substantial harm upon him. Losing an arm certainly caused him considerable injury, yet it was not a grave wound by any means. With a mental command, he formed a hand seal, and the severed arm of the divine avatar swiftly regenerated. The control over the divine avatar hinged on his mental focus and physical stamina, while the strength of the avatar itself derived from his inherent power. Thus, as long as his core remained unharmed and his energy reserves were not depleted, the divine avatar would persist, impervious to complete annihilation. Upon the reformation of his massive arm, Xue Tian reached out, grasping towards Beerus. Evidently, Beerus was well aware of some effects of the divine body, understanding that the essence is immortal and the divine body indestructible. Thus, when he lost an arm, he felt no concern, remaining fully vigilant. With a sudden leap, he evaded the enormous hand of the divine body. Although this divine body was colossal, its speed was not lacking. It surpassed the base speed of its essence by countless times. When one grasp failed, it circled back, striking with ferocity. A ki blast coalesced atop the massive palm, and with a thunderous roar, a ki blast of 1,000 meters in size formed, hurtling towards Beerus, rendering him minuscule in comparison, almost invisible beneath its shadow. The ki blast, despite its immense size, retained its velocity, barreling toward Beerus. With no time to evade, he raised his right hand, channeling a purple glow, and swung forcefully. In an instant, a ki blast of several hundred meters in size was conjured. The two blasts collided with a resounding explosion, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. In that very moment, Whis waved his staff, conjuring an energy barrier that enveloped the battlefield, ensuring that the resulting force could not affect the surrounding areas. Initially, he had no intention of doing this. He wished to call for a ceasefire between the two. However, his curiosity to witness Xue Tian's abilities and the might of the divine body compelled him to protect the earth temporarily. Satan and others looked at Whis with gratitude, expressing their thanks. Whis smiled silently, for his intentions were not truly for the sake of the earth, but rather for the thrill of battle. He wished to avoid a cataclysmic conflict that would lead Xue Tian and Beerus into an eternal struggle. In his heart, he believed that Xue Tian, being a native of Earth, would undoubtedly be infuriated should the planet be annihilated. Following the explosion of their powers, clouds of smoke filled the air, obscuring the spectator's view, yet failing to hinder the line of sight between Xue Tian and Beerus. Their formidable strengths rendered any attempt to obscure their vision, even amidst the nebulous scenes of the Void Era, utterly futile. Xue Tian did not relent in his assault. He needed to complete his mission and continued to fight. Once his task was accomplished, he would contemplate whether to engage further or treat Beerus as a mere beast to be vanquished. The essence formed seals with both hands, and the divine body's hands transformed into explosive hammers aimed at Beerus, who swiftly evaded. The hammer struck the air with a resounding bang, causing the atmosphere to twist violently, generating shockwaves that nearly threatened the integrity of the energy barrier. Whis, sensing the intensity, remarked, "Truly, the divine body is one of the pinnacles of divine techniques. Such foundational combat prowess can achieve this level. Remarkable, truly remarkable." Having successfully dodged, Beerus realized that continuing this way would spell disaster for him. He could not hope to diminish his opponent while merely expending his divine power and stamina. He employed his speed to close the distance to Xue Tian. However, Xue Tian, having discerned Beerus's intentions, would not allow him such ease. Swiftly forming seals and activating his consciousness, the divine body's hands moved with incredible speed, almost appearing blurred. With a rush of wind and a series of explosive sounds, a barrage of continuous ki blasts was unleashed. In an instant, tens of thousands of ki blasts cascaded down like a cosmic river, their density reaching a peak. Each blast measured a meter in diameter, and their individual might was substantial. Should one strike Beerus, the surrounding blasts would follow suit, relentlessly assaulting him. Beerus, a master in his own right, immediately recognized the threat and refrained from underestimating the oncoming ki blasts. Even if they could not obliterate him, they would certainly leave him in a precarious situation. Nonetheless, he could not retreat before the impending barrage. With a flick of his wrist, destructive energy coalesced around him, drawing ever closer to Xue Tian. As the distance between them diminished, Xue Tian smirked coldly, determined not to let him approach so easily. With a decisive shout, he formed seals once more, proclaiming, "Shadow Shift." Instantly, 3 duplicates of Xue Tian appeared at Beerus's flanks, each accompanied by a divine body. Whis gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Incredible. He can execute other special techniques while in the state of the divine body. His mastery has reached a prodigious level. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Xue Tian's familiarity with the divine body had surpassed mere mastery, attaining perfection. Beerus's eyes widened in shock, and amidst his astonishment, Xue Tian's 4 divine bodies simultaneously opened their arms, gathering the energies of heaven and earth, the cosmos above. In that instant, a vast rainbow-hued shadow emerged behind Xue Tian's divine body, its sheer size dwarfing the already colossal form, casting a shadow over an expanse of 2,000 to 3,000 meters. The 4 divine bodies created 4 immense shadows, enveloping everything around them in a dazzling display, leaving Beerus ensnared beneath the luminescence of the 4 divine bodies. Akin to being caught in a slow-motion strobe light, this judgment blade was a technique inherited from the fused Zamasu, one that Xue Tian had acquired during a previous mission, and it could be considered one of the divine techniques, boasting formidable power. While it may not rival the final flash, it was still quite impressive. Most crucially, the range of the judgment blade's attack was exceptionally vast, making it nearly impossible for Beerus to evade, no matter how agile he was. Then, the 4 rainbow shadows transformed into myriad colorful points, resembling a shower of stars, as Xue Tian waved his hand, channeling the power within his being. These colorful points cascaded down like a multitude of sharp blades, descending upon Beerus with a speed that rivaled that of a shooting star. In an instant, the number of points reached the millions, perhaps even tens of millions, creating an overwhelming deluge that, even if it were not an attack, could easily drown anyone beneath its weight. Beerus, observing the onslaught raining down upon him, felt no inclination to underestimate the situation. While he could previously evade Xue Tian's continuous ki blasts with relative ease, this new barrage presented a genuine challenge. The sheer volume of attacks was daunting, numbering in the millions. Piccolo, Krillin, Android 18, and the others, witnessing this spectacle, were left in awe, their imaginations conjuring images of themselves caught in such a storm, utterly helpless against the terrifying technique that could easily overwhelm them. In the sky, Beerus once more summoned his strength, now channeling 60% of his full power. Enveloped by the formidable force of destruction, he spread his arms wide, layers of destructive energy cocooning him. He did not shy away from the overwhelming energy of the judgment blades, for he recognized the futility of evasion. Instead, he resolved to dissipate these forces with his own destructive might. Boom, boom, boom. Millions of judgment blade energies crashed against the barrier of destructive energy, instantaneously vanishing without a trace, leaving Beerus unscathed. Clouds of smoke billowed up, and within the blink of an eye, the air was thick with haze, rendering the surroundings invisible. After a few seconds, the area within hundreds of thousands of meters was shrouded in a fog akin to a natural phenomenon. This mist, however, was contained within 100,000 meters, solely due to Whis' energy shield. Without it, the entire realm would likely be engulfed in obscurity. Krillin could not help but exclaim, "What terrifying power!" Zip. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a several-meter-wide hole erupted in Whis' already strained protective barrier. In an instant, an overwhelming and inconceivable pressure bore down on everyone present, causing the billions of beings on Earth to quiver with dread as they gazed skyward, their expressions filled with terror. Those of weaker willpower prostrated themselves, unable to move a muscle. This was merely the result of a breach of a few meters. Should the barrier shatter entirely, the sheer might of the 4 divine embodiments would undoubtedly crush all living beings on Earth to oblivion. though Satan possessed some combat capability. He was closer to Xue Tian than the others and fell to his knees, a look of distress on his face as he gazed at Whis, his eyes pleading for help. Observing Satan's plight, the others hurriedly conjured a protective barrier to shield him, Bulma, and Chi-Chi from harm. In the air, a mechanical voice resonated within Xue Tian's consciousness. Ding. Choice 2 completed. Harness the power of Beerus to double your combat strength. Reward, second level of flash technique. Huh, did I complete choice 2 so swiftly? Xue Tian was utterly astonished. He had scarcely engaged in battle. His stamina had barely waned, and after merely resting for a few seconds, he felt rejuvenated. The void lineage was indeed remarkable. The speed of stamina recovery was as if he required no energy expenditure whatsoever. Normally, invoking the divine embodiment would consume half of one's stamina, let alone executing the shadow shift while in this state and unleashing 4 judgment blades. The consumption was tremendous. Yet he had only expended a minuscule amount, recovering within mere seconds. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Tian decided not to dwell further. Learn second level of flash technique. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired second level of flash technique. Now that he had mastered this technique, he could allow Beerus to experience it firsthand beneath the divine embodiment. If he sought to witness my capabilities, I would ensure he experienced enough. At this moment, Xue Tian was exhilarated. Despite the millions of Judgment Blade energies failing to harm Beerus, he had indeed drained a considerable amount of his stamina. He was confident that if this continued, he could deplete Beerus's energy entirely, provided that Beerus refrained from utilizing destruction against him. Xue Tian understood that while he appeared evenly matched with Beerus, it was primarily due to the latter's reluctance to unleash his full destructive power. Should Beerus choose to do so, Xue Tian might very well cease to exist. To genuinely defeat Beerus, he would require an authentic immortality or a strength that far surpassed Beerus's. Only then would victory be conceivable. For now, that was unattainable. He could only siphon some combat prowess from his opponent. Seeing that Xue Tian's offensive maneuvers had ceased, Beerus retracted his destructive energy, quietly recuperating to restore his stamina. Though uninjured, he had nonetheless expended significant energy. Watching Xue Tian, who still commanded the form of the 4 divine embodiments, he could not help but curse inwardly. What manner of creature was this? His stamina seemed inexhaustible, or was he merely sustaining himself in agony? Observing Xue Tian's physical form, there was no sign of fatigue or any covert attempts to recover energy. He appeared as though brimming with vigor. Xue Tian exhaled, and the 4 divine embodiments mimicked his action, unleashing a tempest that swept away the mist. A thunderous voice erupted. Beerus, are you prepared to receive my next technique? Chapter 68. I could slay myself with a single blow. The resounding proclamation echoed across the heavens and earth, reverberating even to neighboring planets. Beerus, inherently fierce and temperamental, felt his countenance darken to a purplish hue, seething with rage. As the god of destruction of the 7th universe, to be questioned so brazenly by one under his dominion was an affront beyond measure. In an instant, his furious visage transformed, taking on a semblance of maniacal mirth. With flames of purple igniting in his eyes, it was evident that Beerus was genuinely enraged. Xue Tian remained unfazed. He doubted Beerus would dare to obliterate him with destruction. He did not believe Whis or the Grand Priest would remain idle. In fact, he suspected the Grand Priest was closely monitoring the situation, ready to intervene should Beerus truly attempt to kill him. Xue Tian was not mistaken. The Grand Priest lurked in the shadows, observing with divine insight. His power beyond the comprehension of their strength. With a whoosh, he formed hand seals, drawing upon the powers of the 4 divine embodiments, amplifying his momentum once more. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others, devoid of Whis' protective barrier, suffered greatly, particularly the weaker trio of Yamcha, Bulma, and Pilaf, who struggled to breathe. At the moment Xue Tian completed his sealing, the space beneath him began to pale and tremble, swiftly transforming into a cosmic vista. On the other side, Beerus began to gather his strength, sensing that this time Xue Tian's assault would be far more formidable and should not be underestimated. In the Kaishin realm, the old Kaishin gasped. This is bad. The universe is gradually disintegrating. The East Kaishin, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean the universe is fading? Observing their surroundings, the once normal terrestrial space was morphing into a cosmic spectacle, indicating that Earth could no longer withstand their combined might and was on the verge of collapse. If their powers continued to escalate, it was conceivable that this universe itself would be unable to endure, leading to its annihilation and transformation into the void. Into the void. The East Kaishin gazed in astonishment. Though he had witnessed few divine events, he understood, at least in part, that the era of the void was fraught with peril, devoid of rigid laws, where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, and death could strike at any moment. If these supreme Kais were to reach that era, they would undoubtedly find it impossible to survive. Even with the formidable backing of the Omni King, their chances would remain uncertain. For when the time truly arrives, those lurking in the shadows of the demon realm, as well as beings from other dimensions, may emerge in droves, plunging the universe into utter chaos. Ancestor, might your words be somewhat exaggerated? With the prowess of those two, no matter how formidable, it is inconceivable that they could overthrow this universe and usher in an era of nothingness. The East Supreme Kai inquired cautiously, ever wary of an impending reprimand, bracing himself for a swift evasion. Yet, to his surprise, the old Supreme Kai bore no intention of reprimanding him, instead responding with a calm demeanor. These are merely my conjectures. The true capacity to withstand their power lies solely with this universe and those two. However, considering Xue Tian's rate of growth and his myriad of abilities, such a possibility cannot be dismissed. East Supreme Kai, you must immediately inform Xue Tian to cease his actions. Understood. Although uncertain whether the two would indeed obliterate this universe, the potential for such an outcome was too great a risk to take. He promptly contacted Xue Tian. Mr. Xue Tian, can you hear me? You must refrain from fighting any further. Otherwise, the entire Earth will face annihilation. It can no longer withstand the combined forces of you two. Xue Tian glanced around, realizing that the air on Earth had become stifling, the surroundings fading to a pallid hue, which then transformed into a cosmic vista. Contemplating silently, he understood that continuing the battle was no longer feasible, even if he had yet to reach the height of exhilaration he desired. Despite this, his resolve remained unshaken. Observing his indifference, the old Supreme Kai spoke again. Mr. Xue Tian, you once promised me that you would protect Earth. If you destroy it in your fight, it would be a betrayal of your word. Xue Tian's lips twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that the old Supreme Kai would still remember this promise, one he had nearly forgotten himself. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that it was the old Supreme Kai who had reminded him, making it impossible to forget. Calmly he replied, very well, I cannot speak against your sentiments. With a swift retraction of his energy, the four divine beasts' golden form dissipated, restoring him to his normal state. Beerus, witnessing this change, raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking, what is the meaning of this? Did you not have a display of power prepared for me? Xue Tian replied nonchalantly, I indeed have abilities to showcase. But Earth can no longer bear the weight of our powers. I made a promise to the old Supreme Kai to safeguard this planet. Beerus was immediately displeased, retorting coldly, I am the god of destruction of the seventh universe, and within this cosmos, my word is law. What significance does the destruction of a mere planet hold? This battle cannot simply be called off at your whim. You lack the authority to make such decisions. With that, he once again escalated his energy, poised to attack Xue Tian at any moment. Xue Tian, equally irked, shouted back, Beerus, do not overestimate yourself. Do not mistake my restraint for fear, should you provoke me. I could very well bring about my own demise. Everyone present stood in stunned silence, bewildered by his declaration. Their expressions were a mix of confusion and disbelief. Did he truly mean to say he would end his own life? Shouldn't he be threatening Beerus instead? Beerus, too, found himself momentarily lost, trying to decipher the meaning behind Xue Tian's words. Yet, he quickly concluded that Xue Tian had misspoken. Is that so? Quite amusing then. Go ahead. Bring about your own demise. Beerus mocked, convinced that Xue Tian had erred in his speech. In truth, Xue Tian had not misspoken. Despite the irritation, his words were deliberate. Fine, I shall indeed bring about my own demise. Chapter 69. What of having a strong backing? With that, Xue Tian raised his hand toward his forehead, seemingly ready to strike down upon himself. Beerus, witnessing this behavior, was perplexed. Was he attempting to threaten me with self-harm? However, he had miscalculated. Such an act could not intimidate one like him. While he found Xue Tian intriguing, he was not one to be swayed by threats of self-destruction. Suddenly, Xue Tian's aura surged dramatically, his body swelling as if he were an overinflated balloon, signaling a potential self-detonation. The Grand Minister, who had been lurking in the shadows, was taken aback. This was no jest. Initially, he thought Xue Tian's declaration of self-harm was a mere joke, but it now appeared he was entirely serious. He immediately reached out telepathically, urging Whis, what are you waiting for? Hurry and intervene. If he truly goes through with this, we will suffer the consequences. Whis had initially wanted to observe whether Xue Tian would truly take such a drastic step. In his view, if Xue Tian did choose to end his own life, it would not concern him directly. He was indeed tasked with protecting him, but was not bound to prevent him from self-harm. However, upon hearing the Grand Minister's urgent warning, he swiftly materialized before Xue Tian, offering a gentle and refined smile. Mr. Xue Tian, please, quell your anger. Let us discuss this matter calmly. Xue Tian was aware that the Grand Minister was within their midst, only choosing to remain incognito. He surmised that the reason for this was likely to gauge his resolve and see if he would genuinely resort to self-destruction. Yet, the Grand Minister was not willing to gamble, fearing the ramifications of such an act. Additionally, he likely felt that intervening directly would undermine his authority. Xue Tian's intuition about the Grand Minister's concerns was not misplaced. The Grand Minister, being a figure of great stature among the 12 universes, would lose face if he were consistently coerced into appearing to avert calamity. Such a scenario would diminish his standing among the other gods of destruction and angels, compromising his authority. Xue Tian, however, was indifferent to these considerations. His primary goal was to elicit a response. Whis' presence sufficed for him, no matter the outcome. He had discerned the Grand Minister's apprehensions. After all, should the Omni King, known for his capricious nature, be driven to despair, he might very well erase the universe in a moment of childish rage, leaving no one unscathed. Upon observing Whis' sudden approach, Beerus felt a surge of confusion and irritation. Questioning, "Whis, what are you doing? If he wishes to end his life, let him. Isn't that convenient?" The Grand Minister, upon hearing Beerus' sacrilegious words, was tempted to appear and deliver a swift reprimand. As this thought crossed his mind, Beerus suddenly shivered, a chill running down his spine, as if foreboding something dreadful was about to transpire. Bewildered, he questioned the source of this ominous feeling. As a being of destruction, endowed with formidable power, one would expect my premonitions to be remarkably accurate. Yet, I found myself unexpectedly engulfed in an unsettling sense of dread. Could it be that my assertion, that Whis should not prevent Xue Tian from taking his own life, was the catalyst for this fear? Surely not. While Whis possesses strength superior to my own, it is implausible that he could instill such trepidation within me. Whis' demeanor remained largely unchanged, his smile unwavering as he addressed me. "Lord Beerus, Xue Tian must not perish." In truth, Whis too felt a degree of perplexity. While he understood the need to protect Xue Tian, he could not fathom why he should be barred from choosing death, a decision that stemmed from his own volition. I, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Why? Did Whis seek to learn the art of the godly body from Xue Tian?" He then teasingly remarked, "The godly body is not so easily mastered. After years of training and perusing countless divine scriptures and histories, you have yet to grasp it. How could he possibly impart that knowledge to you?" Despite my words, I harbored an ardent desire to attain the godly body. Yet my pride and the recent confrontation with Xue Tian prevented me from openly admitting my aspirations. Whis, having shared countless years with me, was well aware of my innermost thoughts. It is not that. It is simply that Xue Tian must not die. Without further elaboration, he turned his gaze toward Xue Tian and calmly urged, "Mr. Xue Tian, I implore you to remain composed and lower your hand. We can discuss matters amicably. If you have no desire to engage in battle, then let us not fight. Lord Beerus will not destroy the earth. Whis, it appears you are encroaching upon my responsibilities. Have you forgotten the angelic code?" I retorted, my irritation palpable. The decision to destroy the earth lay solely with me, and Whis had no right to dictate my actions. Yet, Whis seemed impervious to my frustration, his smile fixed as he regarded Xue Tian. As long as Xue Tian refrained from suicide, all would be well. Regarding the potential destruction of Earth, while I could not dictate the outcome, I still possessed the ability to thwart Beerus. With my father's tacit approval, I felt little concern for the angelic code. Xue Tian gradually lowered his hand and coolly stated, "If you wish for me to refrain from suicide, then let Beerus apologize." He intended to make it clear that contending with him was no trivial matter. "What if your strength surpasses mine for now? You will still owe me an apology. I have my supporters. What is the harm in being a bit brazen? If you protest, I shall summon the Omni King to attend to you." As a traveler from another realm, I could not afford to appear timid or soft-hearted. Otherwise, I would lose face among my fellow transgressors. "Excuse me?" Beerus erupted in fury, leaping high into the air, his eyes ablaze with violet flames as he glared at Xue Tian. Was I mistaken, or had Xue Tian truly demanded an apology from me? This was not merely an affront. It was a blatant threat. Once my emotions stabilized, I smirked and said, "Whis, he is threatening you with suicide." Whis, although slightly displeased, considered the gravity of the situation. In all his countless years, he had never faced such a threat. He contemplated, if he truly wishes to end his life, then so be it. I shall no longer concern myself. However, as this thought crossed his mind, the cold voice of the Grand Minister resonated within his consciousness. "Whis, do you wish to defy orders? Or do you desire to relinquish your role as an angel and be reborn as an ordinary human, enduring suffering and the cycle of life?" The chilling words struck Whis like a thunderbolt. The notion of forsaking his angelic heritage and becoming human, with finite existence and the burdens of mundane life, was a horrifying prospect. This thought alone sent shivers down his spine. He quickly acknowledged his misstep in his mind. "Father, I understand my error. I shall intervene at once. Whis held no doubts regarding the Grand Minister's words. Despite his usually amiable demeanor, everyone understood that he was the embodiment of detachment from desires and emotions. The line between compassion and cruelty, joy and anger, was but a fleeting thought. Should he choose to act upon his words, the outcome would be dire. Death would be the only conclusion. Even if they were the Grand Minister's offspring, the result would remain unchanged. The Grand Minister's icy voice echoed once more in his thoughts. Whis, I warn you. If Xue Tian were to commit suicide or meet with any misfortune, you shall sever your own angelic lineage. The stern admonition, though confined to his mind, penetrated deeply, quelling any rebellious inclinations. In an instant, Whis's pride was humbled, and the geniality he had maintained transformed into genuine warmth, no longer a mere facade. Indeed, Whis had long feigned an amiable disposition, mirroring his father's demeanor in hopes of achieving similar heights. However, the chasm between them could not be bridged by mere imitation of expression or behavior. Mr. Xue Tian, your request is acceptable, as long as you refrain from suicide. All can be negotiated. Beerus, momentarily taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief, incredulous at Whis's words. Whis, have you lost your senses? Are you aware of what he is asking? He demands that I apologize. Do you not perceive his actions? He is threatening you. Whis smiled gently and replied, Lord Beerus, since Mr. Xue Tian requests your apology, I suggest you comply. Beerus furrowed his brow, his ears nearly crumpled in disbelief, appearing quite grotesque. Observers were equally astonished by the sudden shift in dynamics. After all, Beerus was the god of destruction of Universe 7, a being of unparalleled authority. For him to apologize was a task far more arduous than persuading Vegeta to do the same, perhaps tenfold or even 100-fold. Everyone pondered that as long as Beerus refrained from destroying the Earth, there was no need for him to apologize. Why incite his wrath further? Even the old Kaishin, upon hearing Xue Tian's demand, shouted warnings, but Xue Tian ignored him entirely, as if his words had been swept away by the wind. Beerus crossed his arms, unyielding, turning his face away with a dismissive tone. You expect me to apologize? Absolutely not. Xue Tian's brow furrowed deeper. His lips pressed into a thin line. If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. He raised his hand, prompting Whis to swiftly intercede with his staff, exclaiming, Mr. Xue Tian, please grant me a moment. I will persuade Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, in this instance, you have indeed acted somewhat rashly. I implore you to apologize to Mr. Xue Tian. In an instant, Beerus dropped his arms, clenched his fists, and unleashed a terrifying aura of destruction, bellowing, Whis, you have not only interfered with my duties, but have also insulted me. You have coexisted with me for countless years. When have you ever witnessed me offer an apology? Furthermore, why do you heed his words so readily? Does he threaten you, and you comply? Is it truly the case that if he were to perish, you would follow suit? A slight smile graced Whis's lips. Indeed. Boom, boom, boom. Beerus and the assembled crowd momentarily froze, a wave of unease rippling through them. What was this? If Xue Tian were to die, would Whis also meet his end? Surely, this cannot be a jest. Beerus found it hard to believe. He had never heard of an angel's life being intertwined with anyone else's. The destruction gods were bound to the Kais, as a measure established by the Omni King to maintain balance, given that their power was bestowed by him. While angels served the destruction gods, the Grand Minister also attended to the Omni King. However, both angels and the Grand Minister were not entirely under the Omni King's dominion. This implies that the Omni King could not utilize the same tactic against angels as he did with destruction gods. Even if he tried, would the Grand Minister remain passive? No matter how merciless he might be, these angels were his kin. He would never permit his own power to be annihilated by others. Thus, Beerus believed Whis was merely jesting. Whis, are you jesting? Not at all. Whis replied with a smile, his expression unwavering. Although his countenance remained cheerful, Beerus, having lived alongside him for innumerable years, understood him well. Seeing that smile, he recognized it as a facade, a mask concealing inner turmoil. Whis felt a deep bitterness. After all, he was the biological son of his father. Yet now his father was willing to renounce his angelic lineage for the sake of this individual, subjecting him to the trials of reincarnation. It was utterly perplexing. Could it be true, as Lord Champa once suggested, that this person was the illegitimate child of his father? Even if he were an illegitimate child, such treatment was unfathomable. For a moment, sorrow engulfed Whis. Beerus, meanwhile, was caught in a dilemma. Though he could not fathom why Xue Tian's demise would affect Whis's demeanor suggested that it was indeed true. On one side was Whis, and on the other, his own pride. How should he choose? Pride? Whis's life. Did it truly come to the point of needing to apologize? Yet, if he refrained, this individual before him might take his own life, leading to Whis's demise. With a deep breath, he gazed at Whis, who wore a smile. devoid of any other discernible change or emotion. Not even Beerus could discern what thoughts occupied Whis' mind at that moment. However, Beerus sensed that Whis was undoubtedly heartbroken. Yet, at their elevated status, emotions were rarely displayed outwardly. With a heavy sigh, Beerus made a silent resolution. Very well, I shall apologize. In that instant, the pride within Beerus crumbled partially, yet he rationalized this as an act of friendship, relinquishing his lofty dignity for the sake of camaraderie. He turned to Xue Tian, his features cold as he stated, though I do not comprehend why your death would concern Whis, I must caution you to remain alive. Should you cause Whis' demise, I shall drag you from the depths of hell and roast you with the fires of destruction, subjecting you to the unending agony of flames. Is that clear? Indeed, indeed. Just as Beerus was about to articulate his apology, Xue Tian unexpectedly interjected, interrupting his words. Beerus cast a surprised glance at Xue Tian, bewildered as to why he would suddenly interrupt. Wasn't his apology precisely what Xue Tian desired? What was this new development? With a slight smile, Xue Tian interrupted not out of compassion or newfound conscience, but rather because he recognized that Beerus was, indeed, commendable. For Whis' life, he had forsaken his pride. Having traversed from the real world, he was aware of the depiction of Beerus in the anime, whose arrogance rivaled that of Vegeta, and who, as the god of destruction of Universe 7, held an exalted status. As stated, he had bowed only to the Omni King and had never deigned to lower himself to anyone else or offer an apology. Such a display of hubris was remarkable. That he would now apologize before all of Earth was a profound humiliation. Yet, for Whis, he could accept this, revealing that Beerus was indeed a person of loyalty. Xue Tian held a favorable view of such individuals, as he had a brother in real life who had once aided him significantly. Though he was not overly compassionate or naive, he would not bully those who were loyal, knowing when to withdraw. And having achieved his objective of eliciting an apology from Beerus, he aimed to demonstrate that he was no soft target, unlike others within Universe 7 who could be easily manipulated. At that moment, Beerus gazed at Xue Tian with a hint of appreciation, for he had not truly made him feel unduly humiliated. Xue Tian continued, rest assured, I will safeguard my life. I shall not perish so easily. However, should anyone attempt to harm me, I will end my own life with a single strike. Beerus retorted, why do I feel that it is not others who are causing trouble, but rather you who are somewhat reckless, threatening to end your own life at the slightest provocation? Does that make sense? Whis looked at Beerus gratefully, saying, thank you, Lord Beerus. Truth be told, had you chosen not to apologize, I would have found myself in a difficult position. Forcing you to apologize would have necessitated a confrontation, which I did not wish to initiate. Beerus regarded Whis with a cold gaze, yet deep within, he suddenly felt that as long as Whis remained unharmed, what did his pride matter? Trading a modicum of pride for Whis' life was a worthy bargain. In that instant, Beerus felt a surge within him. The destructive power coursed through him, manifesting in layers of energy surrounding him. Bulma, having consumed a senzu bean, had fully recovered her strength and injuries. Upon witnessing Beerus' state, she exclaimed in astonishment, what is happening? Is Beerus truly going to destroy the Earth? Did he not just promise not to fight? Could it be that Xue Tian compelled him to apologize? But didn't they reach an understanding afterward? As the crowd observed the aura of destruction enveloping Beerus, they sensed he was utterly incensed. Goku and Vegeta felt something amiss. This did not seem to stem from anger. Whis, however, waved his staff, conjuring an energy barrier to shield Beerus. Xue Tian turned to the crowd, explaining, he is not angry. He has merely experienced an epiphany. Indeed, Beerus had attained enlightenment, realizing that pride paled in comparison to Whis' well-being. In that moment of revelation, he grasped a profound truth, the essence of emotion. The power of destruction is governed by spontaneous desire and impulse, yet Beerus had not transcended the realm of desires or emotions. Thus, upon realizing the significance of affection, he ascended. With emotions come the absence of them. The absence of emotion leads to desire, and from desire to the void. Severing the 6 desires and cutting off the 7 emotions ultimately leads to the attainment of the supreme state. As the crowd absorbed this revelation, they began to understand. Regarding the concept of enlightenment, this was not their first encounter with it. However, it had not yet been triggered. Thus far, among their main group, only Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo had experienced such a moment of awakening. If Xue Tian recalled correctly, prior to the arrival of the power tournament, Krillin would also have a moment of enlightenment. This occurred when Sun Wukong and Krillin inadvertently wandered into the Dark Forest, where they faced formidable foes they had previously defeated, including Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, and the Ginyu Force, all of whom instilled great fear in Krillin. Nevertheless, Krillin ultimately experienced enlightenment, harnessing his willpower to calm himself and confront these past adversaries. thereby significantly enhancing his combat prowess. 10 minutes later, Beerus' moment of enlightenment concluded, and the destructive energy that had enveloped him was retracted into his being. He clenched his fists and could not help but smile, exclaiming in disbelief, "I never expected to achieve enlightenment, elevating both my destructive power and my ultra instinct to a new pinnacle." Whis congratulated him. "Congratulations, Lord Beerus." Beerus, with a knowing smile, turned to Xue Tian and expressed in astonishment, "Thank you." He was acutely aware that without Xue Tian's revelation of emotions, he would never have attained this state of enlightenment. Xue Tian had not anticipated that his unintentional actions would lead to Beerus achieving enlightenment and a breakthrough in strength. The next time they clashed, the pressure would be immense. However, he too had made considerable advancements. Following this battle, his foundational combat strength had not only seen a rapid increase, but he also discovered another effect of his void bloodline: minimal stamina consumption. He had essentially reached a state of infinite endurance, surpassing even the artificial beings. "No need for thanks. This is merely your stroke of luck. You should be grateful for your own choices, not me." This simple statement profoundly resonated with Beerus. Its ordinary nature belied its significant impact, thereby enhancing his fondness for Xue Tian. Bulma observed that harmony had returned among everyone. "Everyone, come down. The party is still ongoing, and there are grand prizes to be drawn." As the three descended, the skies instantly transformed back to their radiant blue, and the ocean calmed, rejuvenated by a gentle breeze. Upon landing on the ship, they began to indulge in a variety of delicacies. After Beerus had dealt with Bu, the latter had settled down considerably, opting not to share a table with Beerus, and everyone else refrained from seating them together. Bu was escorted by Satan to the other side to feast. In the face of an array of culinary delights, Bu soon forgot the earlier scolding, and similarly, Beerus, confronted with the sumptuous fare, dismissed the prior unpleasantness. As joy permeated the atmosphere, after a while, as the food was nearly consumed and everyone was satiated, they arrived at the final segment of the party, the grand prize draw. Bulma instructed Trunks to bring out a large spinning wheel, prominently displaying the words "Mystery Grand Prize." Bulma explained the rules to everyone. "Spin the wheel, and if it points to the Mystery Grand Prize, you win. If you stop the wheel, those who did not spin will receive a consolation prize of 100 million, while those who did spin will receive 50 million. Hearing about the rewards and rules, Xue Tian could not help but marvel at Bulma's wealth, affirming her status as the richest in the Dragon Ball universe and her generous spirit. Thus, the drawing commenced. The first participant was Android 18, who did not win. Though slightly disappointed, the consolation prize was still quite substantial. Then came Launch, followed by Krillin and Piccolo, all of whom also did not win. When it was Sun Wukong's turn, he too failed to secure a win. Vegeta initially hesitated to participate, but ultimately, at Bulma's urging, "It's your wife's birthday party. How could you not partake in the festivities?" He reluctantly spun the wheel, only to find himself unsuccessful as well. The only remaining participants yet to spin were Xue Tian, Tien Shinhan, Whis, Beerus, and Yamcha. At Bulma's request, Xue Tian casually gave the wheel a spin, and to his astonishment, it landed on the mystery grand prize. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Xue Tian was taken aback by his unexpected fortune. He was already aware that the prize consisted of the 7 Dragon Balls, which Bulma had specially collected for her birthday. Bulma announced, "I declare that Xue Tian has won the mystery grand prize. Trunks, please retrieve the prize." "Yes, Mom." Krillin touched his wig, exclaiming, "Hey, Xue Tian, your luck is incredible. You actually won." Everyone looked at him with envy, understanding that Bulma's mystery prize would surely be extraordinary, especially given that the consolation prizes were already 100 million. Even Beerus and Whis were curious about the nature of this mystery reward. After a moment, Trunks and Goten emerged, carrying a tray covered by a red cloth. Upon seeing the tray, the crowd began to speculate, with Krillin exclaiming, "Oh, is the mystery prize this?" Piccolo chimed in, "Only something like this could make 100 million a consolation prize." Sun Wukong, glancing at the aloof Vegeta, teased, "Did you collect this, Vegeta?" The two bantered like an old married couple, with Sun Wukong's teasing being more unconscious than deliberate. Vegeta scoffed coldly, I have no time for such trivialities." "Yet," Sun Wukong pointedly remarked, "but I just heard them say that when Lord Beerus dealt with Bulma, you shouted, 'My Bulma.'" Vegeta's expression darkened, resembling a frostbitten leaf, deeply embarrassed at being exposed in front of everyone. Bulma stifled a laugh nearby. Yamcha enthusiastically said, "Xue Tian, why don't you take a guess at what this mystery gift is?" For them, the moment the mystery gift was revealed, they had already surmised its nature. However, they believed Xue Tian would be unaware, as he had never encountered the Dragon Balls before, and they had always been within their sight, with no indication of him ever attempting to seize them. Thus, they assumed he was oblivious to their existence. Xue Tian, with his handsome visage adorned by a charming smile. Found it amusing that they would test him with the Dragon Balls. He was well versed in their lore. The 7 Dragon Balls, he declared. The crowd gasped, astonished, and stared at Xue Tian. You know about the Dragon Balls? Of course, Xue Tian replied with a grin. Piccolo interjected. He knows both the past and the future. How could he possibly be unaware of the Dragon Balls? Indeed, everyone suddenly realized. We were testing him, haha. Krillin chuckled awkwardly. Meanwhile, Beerus, reclining with an ice-cold cola, curiously inquired, Whis, what exactly are the Dragon Balls? This, akin to a living encyclopedia, recounted with great flair. The Dragon Balls are a remarkable creation of the Namekians, comprising a total of 7 mystical orbs. When all 7 are gathered and the incantation is uttered, one may summon the eternal dragon, who grants wishes. Ah, how enchanting! Beerus felt a spark of interest ignite within him. Upon receiving the Dragon Balls, Xue Tian was urged by Bulma, Xue Tian, since you are familiar with the Dragon Balls, hasten to make your wish. Xue Tian pondered for a moment. He had no particular desires. If he were to wish for anything, it would be to elevate his combat prowess to the level of the Grand Minister. Yet he mused, how could this diminutive eternal dragon possibly grant such a monumental wish? Even if the Super Shenron were summoned, such a feat would remain unattainable. Otherwise, there would be far more individuals in the universe of comparable caliber to the Grand Minister. What then could his wish be? Surely, he could not forego the opportunity to wish entirely. Having traversed into the world of Dragon Ball Super, it would be a lamentable pity not to experience the act of wishing upon the dragon. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone, Lan Shi. He realized he knew precisely what wish he should make. Arranging the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground, he proclaimed, Come forth, Shenron, and fulfill my wish. With a great whoosh, the sky transformed dramatically, dark clouds swirling ominously as lightning flickered in the distance, interspersed with flashes of golden light. Above the 7 Dragon Balls, a plume of smoke erupted, coalescing into a green, 4-clawed dragon, which subsequently morphed into a brilliant beam of yellow light, soaring into the heavens. Xue Tian sensed that the dragon's combat power was virtually non-existent, yet it possessed a unique force. This was the very essence of wish-granting power. He couldn't help but admire the ingenuity and prowess of the Namekians for crafting such a remarkable ability. Now, in this realm of Dragon Ball Super, he was about to partake in the experience of making a wish. Pilaf, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, The dragon has appeared. I shall make a wish to become the ruler of the world. Little Mai interjected, Lord Pilaf, this is Xue Tian's summoned dragon. If you wish, might it not turn against you? Pilaf was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Xue Tian among the crowd. The flames of his earlier excitement were doused by a cold wave of apprehension. He found Xue Tian's temperament inscrutable, unlike Goku, who would spare those who were not irredeemably wicked. This individual before him seemed quite capable of taking lives. The thought of missing his chance to wish upon the dragon sent a shiver down his spine. His dream of ruling the world slipping away. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, deflated. Once, an opportunity to dominate the world had been within his grasp. Yet in the moment of summoning the dragon, his nerves had gotten the better of him, rendering him speechless and allowing Oolong to seize the moment with a wish for a pair of panties. To this day, Pilaf couldn't help but feel a surge of ire at Oolong, his dreams of conquest thwarted by such a trivial request. The green dragon coiled majestically in the sky, its massive form undulating slightly, its gaze fixed upon Xue Tian and the others. Speak your wishes, I shall grant them. The crowd turned to Xue Tian, urging, Xue Tian, declare your wish. The dragon can fulfill it. At this juncture, Beerus inquired, Can this dragon grant any wish? To which the dragon, despite maintaining a calm facade, replied with a hint of pride, Indeed, any wish can be granted. However, when its gaze fell upon Beerus, it froze momentarily. Its tail, which had been swaying, came to an abrupt halt, and it stammered, Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Beerus, taken aback by the dragon's recognition, felt a swell of pride. Evidently, his reputation preceded him. Yes, hurry and fulfill their wishes. Of course, Lord Beerus, the dragon replied, its body trembling with trepidation. It had never anticipated encountering Beerus on Earth, let alone being in a position to look down upon him. Helpless to descend, the dragon silently prayed that Beerus would not hold it accountable. Observing this, the onlookers were astonished by the dragon's evident fear of Beerus, and in that moment, the dragon's once sacred stature diminished in their eyes. This fear would later play a significant role in Bulma's decision to summon the dragon again, when the time came for the dragon to depart. She used Beerus's presence as leverage. The dragon turned its attention back to Xue Tian, its tone lacking the earlier arrogance, now imbued with tranquility. Please, state your wish. Xue Tian gestured towards Lan Shi. I wish for you to cure her of her uncontrollable rampages triggered by sneezing. transforming that chaos into a power she can freely control. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for Xue Tian's selfless wish, as they had expected his first desire to be for his own benefit. They couldn't help but acknowledge the kindness he harbored for Lanqi. Lanqi, too, was astonished that her master would dedicate his first wish to her. A warm sensation washed over her, akin to the effect of a strong drink, as blood rushed to her cheeks, rendering her flushed. So this was the feeling of being cherished. In that moment of profound emotion, she was also enveloped in a sweet sense of happiness. Very well, that is a simple matter. The dragon shimmered with light, and a beam enveloped Lanqi before dissipating. Once it concluded, Lanqi felt a newfound sense of control over her own impulses, able to manage her rampages at will. "Thank you, master," she exclaimed joyfully. Previously, she had contemplated wishing for a cure to her condition but had deemed it a waste, believing her own strength insufficient to gather the Dragon Balls. Little did she know that her ailment would indeed be resolved through the dragon's power. The dragon continued, "Now, please state your second wish." Xue Tian turned to the others, asking, "What wishes do you have? Please, make your wishes." "Huh? What do you mean? Do you have no wishes left?" Bulma and the others were momentarily stunned, incredulous that he would forego a second wish so readily. Xue Tian smiled and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the only wish I had is fulfilled. There are no others that it can grant." Bulma and the others, unaware of the dragon's limitations, insisted, "No, the dragon can fulfill any wish. There is nothing it cannot grant. Right, dragon?" The dragon hesitated for a moment before affirming, "Yes." Xue Tian chuckled softly, amused by the dragon's pretense of grandeur. Yet he was not the type to expose such things. "Make your wishes," he encouraged. "My wish has already been fulfilled." This divine dragon, for the likes of Sun Wukong and his companions in times past, could indeed fulfill any wish, as their understanding was rather limited back then. However, the present situation is entirely different. Many matters simply cannot be accomplished by the mere power of wishing contained within one's body. The dragon is quite vain and ostentatious, seemingly eager to assert its stature before Beerus, proclaiming, "Speak your heart's desire, and I shall grant it." Chapter 74. How did you comprehend the divine aspect golden body? Xue Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, let us stick with this. You all may make your wishes." The dragon, perceiving this reaction, felt its capabilities being called into question and grew increasingly displeased. "Do you doubt my power? Speak your wish, or I shall take my leave." Initially, it intended to refer to itself as this divine dragon, but quickly reconsidered in light of Beerus' presence. Seeing the dragon's insistence, Xue Tian chuckled, "Very well. In that case, transform my base combat power into the mightiest in the universe." The dragon hesitated, for such a feat was beyond its current abilities. It could not even claim to make one the strongest on Earth, let alone the universe. In the past, when Sun Wukong and his peers were younger, or when Raditz had just appeared, such a wish could have been granted, but now, it was utterly impossible. The wishing power within Xue Tian's body simply did not support such an endeavor. Noticing the dragon's stammering, Xue Tian understood it was incapable of fulfilling his wish. "All right then, grant wishes for them," he urged. "Bulma and the others, you still have 2 wishes left. Do not squander them." "All right." Bulma and the others quickly discerned that the dragon could not fulfill Xue Tian's wish. After pondering, Bulma realized she had no pressing desires either. Just as she was about to voice her wish, Android 18 promptly interjected, "Bulma, if you're hesitating, let me state my wish." Bulma could almost predict what 18 would ask for, likely something monetary. "What is your wish, 18? "I wish for 1 billion. Marin has grown up and needs considerable expenses. I can fulfill that wish for you. Or shall I wish for it myself?" Bulma enthusiastically responded. Once 18 received Bulma's affirmation, she withdrew to the side, standing elegantly. Bulma then declared, "Dragon, I wish to become even younger and more beautiful." Being merely human, Bulma would inevitably age with the passage of time, while 18, as an artificial being, was less concerned about aging, as her aging process was significantly slower. Thus, 18 appeared much younger than Bulma. Every time Xue Tian beheld 18's breathtaking beauty, he couldn't help but wonder if Krillin's wife had saved several star systems in her past life. "Your wish is quite simple," the dragon responded. Its body shimmered, granting Bulma her second wish. As she touched her cheek, she found her skin considerably smoother and tighter, overwhelming her with joy. With her desires mostly fulfilled, she pondered the remaining wish. Looking around, she noticed no one else had wishes either, and it seemed wasteful to leave the last wish unclaimed. Xue Tian turned to the group. "Do you have no wishes left?" "No." They all shook their heads, unable to think of any wishes at that moment. In the past, they would always prepare their wishes before summoning the dragon. At that moment, Oolong stepped forward. Addressing Xue Tian, "I wish to With a swift motion, Xue Tian knocked him aside, sending him crashing into the wall. You pig, spare us. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, he could never forget Oolong's past wishes. To hear such a wish again would be utterly laughable, especially with this being his first wish event. It felt like an affront to him. Pilaf, witnessing Oolong being sent flying, felt a sense of vindication. He had long wanted to reprimand that pig, but had refrained due to Goku and the others. Now, Xue Tian had done him a favor. Truthfully, Pilaf also desired to make a wish, but he deemed it unrealistic. He knew that neither Xue Tian nor anyone else would allow him to wish for world domination. With Xue Tian and the others present, he felt such a wish was unattainable. Even if he ruled the world, he would still have to consider their opinions, which was gratifying yet subtly stifling. The dragon's form began to tremble, its energy waning. Hurry, speak your wish. I can barely hold on. Were it not for Beerus's presence, it would have fled long ago, not willing to wait this long. After a moment of reflection, Xue Tian proclaimed, Since no one has wishes, I shall wish for everyone here, including our esteemed audience, to become immensely wealthy in the year of the rabbit, to achieve all their aspirations, excel in their studies, have their dreams come true, and live without worries, joyfully and healthily through each day. The dragon's golden aura radiated intensely. Beams of dazzling light spreading across the earth, reaching every corner, so much so that even an ant could feel the power of this wish. Your wish has been granted. With a whoosh, the dragon transformed into a golden mist, scattering into 7 Dragon Balls that sped off to various corners, awaiting another worthy soul. Yet these 7 Dragon Balls were primarily claimed by Goku and his companions, becoming their exclusive possession. As the dragon vanished in a flurry of Dragon Balls, the previously overcast sky returned to its original state. Xue Tian and the others continued their celebration. Hours later, after much revelry, they sat aside, resting and conversing. Curious, Whis asked Xue Tian, how did you come to comprehend the divine aspect golden body? Beerus perked up, clearly eager not to miss any detail. Knowing that even a minor detail might lead to the understanding of the divine aspect golden body. Xue Tian, of course, could not reveal that it was a reward from the system. Although it was indeed a system reward, he had developed his unique insights after mastering it. Understanding this divine aspect golden body, as you know, is not something one can simply grasp at will. It must be experienced and enlightened through personal realization to comprehend its intricacies. This is quite different from the self-extreme skill and the freedom extreme skill. Though this may sound enigmatic, it is the truth, and that is precisely why so few have mastered it thus far. Whis nodded thoughtfully, indeed. But what insights have you gleaned? Emptiness is indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder. The divine is indifferent, regarding humanity as mere fodder. The void encompasses the 5 elements. Devoid of origin and end, acting without action, existing without a divine presence, yet embodying divinity. That is the essence of the divine aspect golden body. Chapter 75. Your fated person has arrived. Upon hearing this, Whis felt a spark of understanding, though it was slight. Meanwhile, Beerus grasped none of it, feeling utterly lost. Observing Whis's reaction, he inquired, Whis, have you gained some insight? Whis smiled faintly, just a tiny bit. Yet, how could I possibly comprehend? Beerus was engulfed in confusion, feeling as though Xue Tian had spoken a multitude of words, yet he understood none of it. Unable to suppress his frustration, he poked his own head with his finger. Whis, amused but silent, thought to himself that his ability to understand while Beerus did not was quite indicative of the situation. At that moment, Son Goku approached energetically, exclaiming, Xue Tian, can you teach me the divine body technique? Upon hearing Son Goku's words, Beerus did not so much as lift an eyelid. His tone laced with disdain as he remarked, do you think the divine body technique is a common godly skill? If it were so easily grasped, there wouldn't be only a handful of gods who could wield it. Well, I could certainly give it a try. Son Goku scratched his head awkwardly, though it was evident that he truly yearned to learn. However, as Beerus had pointed out, it was uncertain whether Son Goku could indeed master this technique, which was far more complex than the Ultra Instinct or self-actualization techniques. Seeing that Xue Tian remained silent, Son Goku urged, come on, please teach me the divine body technique. Xue Tian felt speechless. If he were a woman, perhaps Son Goku's charm would have swayed him, but as a muscular man, such behavior was quite absurd. He had no inclination toward such endeavors. Noticing Vegeta nearby, who also appeared eager, Xue Tian realized that if he taught Son Goku, Vegeta would undoubtedly seek him out as well. These two seemed intent on becoming a burden, wanting him to play the role of their caretaker. That was out of the question. He enjoyed his carefree life too much to be encumbered by 2 needy infants. Clearing his throat, he addressed Son Goku and Vegeta. Do you both remember when I mentioned that I cannot teach you, but someone who can will appear in the near future? Son Goku pondered deeply, then shook his head. I seem to recall something like that, but I'm not entirely sure. Xue Tian turned to Vegeta. Do you remember? Vegeta, being far more astute than Son Goku, nodded calmly. Yes. Simultaneously, he had an epiphany, glancing at Beerus and Whis, contemplating whether the individuals Xue Tian referred to were indeed them. It had to be, with their presence. Who else could it be? Given Beerus's immense power, he was certainly qualified to instruct him, especially since they both practiced self-actualization techniques, making him an even better mentor. Although Vegeta was eager to learn the divine body technique, he had gleaned from the conversation that neither Beerus nor Whis possessed it. Thus, with his current abilities, how could he hope to learn? While he desired to enhance his combat prowess, he was not as naively optimistic as Son Goku. Believing he could master the divine body technique, it was more prudent for him to first master self-actualization. Noticing Vegeta's gaze on Whis and Beerus, Xue Tian reminded him. Though Whis serves Beerus, remember that Beerus is the one he has trained. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others were taken aback, staring at Whis in astonishment. Eager to ascertain the truth, Whis, feeling the weight of their attention, chuckled softly. Please, do not look at me like that. It makes me shy. Seeing his reaction, they realized there was no falsity in his words. Vegeta, having had much of his arrogance tempered by Xue Tian, now felt considerably calmer as he turned to Whis and, in a softer tone, requested, Please, guide me in my training. The moment Whis observed Vegeta's self-actualization technique, he had already contemplated something. Besides, Beerus frequently napped, leaving the vast realm of destruction solely to himself, and he was more than willing to teach others. It would be quite embarrassing to reject someone who approached him for conversation. In a mild tone, he inquired, Guide you? Why should I? Ding. Task selection activated. Option 1. Disengage from Son Goku and Vegeta, preventing them from pestering him, allowing them to successfully apprentice under Whis. Reward, energy absorption. Option 2. Prevent Son Goku and Vegeta from apprenticing under Whis. Reward, basic combat power reading technique. Upon seeing these two options, Xue Tian hesitated for a moment. The basic combat power reading technique. This would allow him to perceive others' fundamental combat abilities, but in the Dragon Ball Super world, or rather, the Dragon Ball universe. What good would it do? Knowing someone's basic combat power wouldn't reveal their true capabilities. In fact, it could lead to underestimating an opponent. Much like when Vegeta first arrived on Earth, believing he could easily handle Goku and the others, only to be shocked by their astonishing power levels. Had he not underestimated them from the start, the outcome could have been very different. But alas, Son Goku was the protagonist. Choosing option 1. After only a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. If he thwarted Son Goku and Vegeta's apprenticeship, they would undoubtedly continue to cling to him, becoming a source of future headaches, something that could not be resolved with merely a basic combat power reading technique. Once the choice was made, Xue Tian immediately pointed at the feast laid out on the table. Vegeta quickly grasped his meaning and declared, I can provide you with a plethora of delectable cuisine. A wealth of culinary delights. That was indeed enticing, yet it seemed they had nearly sampled all the delicious foods from Earth. Was there truly something better than what they had already tried? The table was adorned with pudding, takoyaki, meatballs, and the like, all of which they had enjoyed immensely. Vegeta's eyes widened, momentarily at a loss for words, as his mind struggled to conceive of anything surpassing those flavors. Xue Tian prompted, Vegeta, doesn't Bulma have something that is tastier than all of this? You could bring it out for Whis to sample. Son Goku, intrigued, asked, Huh? Bulma has something delicious? As he leaned closer to Bulma, he took a deep sniff, nearly brushing against her curves, causing Vegeta to feel as though he were standing in a vast, lush pasture. Xue Tian was rendered speechless, his thoughts unwittingly drifting to the possibility that it might indeed be delicious. Kakarot. Chapter 76. The Delectable Delicacies. Kakarot. Vegeta shouted. While Bulma attempted to swat Son Goku away, though he deftly dodged her, Chi-Chi, exasperated, stepped in to pull Son Goku back. Her husband, oblivious to the nuances between men and women, was utterly unrestrained, despite her efforts to guide him in their intimate matters. It often required her to take the lead step by step. Son Goku, perplexed by Bulma and Vegeta's sudden anger, asked innocently, What's wrong? Why is everyone so upset? Vegeta, seething with rage yet unable to retaliate against Son Goku, ultimately found Chi-Chi coming to the rescue, awkwardly saying, Goku is just like that. Please don't take it to heart. As for Son Goku's emotional and intellectual shortcomings, aside from Beerus and Whis, who had not spent much time with him, everyone else was well aware of his tendencies and chose not to engage in conflict with him. After giving Son Goku a fierce glare, Vegeta pondered what could possibly be the ultimate delicacy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His brow suddenly brightened as a thought emerged in his mind. I understand. With remarkable speed, he dashed into the cabin and, in mere seconds, stood before Beerus and Whis, cradling several cylindrical boxes adorned with the Dragon Ball brand of instant noodles. Observing one of these unassuming containers, Beerus inquired with a hint of skepticism, "Is something as inconspicuous as this truly delicious, with octopus balls and pudding?" Whis mirrored his doubt. Vegeta promptly assured them, "Absolutely. This is infinitely more delectable than pudding." Bulma, having anticipated Vegeta's entrance into the cabin, could hardly suppress her murmurs upon seeing him emerge with the instant noodles. "I knew it would be this." Vegeta swiftly opened 3 boxes of noodles, pouring in hot water, and confidently declared, "Just 3 minutes of soaking, and it will be ready to eat." Yet Beerus remained unconvinced. After all, pudding had been the finest delicacy he had ever tasted. How could anything else on Earth possibly surpass that? "Lord Beerus, you will soon discover the truth. If it is indeed delicious, you must permit Whis to train me," Vegeta stated. Beerus's expression hardened, and he coldly responded, "If it is not delicious, I shall destroy you." Vegeta's heart quaked at this unexpected ultimatum, leaving him momentarily flustered. What if he tasted it and deemed it unpalatable? Wouldn't that mean his defeat? The stakes were set by Beerus himself, and challenging him felt like courting disaster. Yet he recognized this as a golden opportunity for Whis to take him on as a pupil. Missing it could be catastrophic. His gaze drifted toward Xue Tian, who was observing from the sidelines, as Xue Tian needed to complete his mission and would surely provide guidance. If Vegeta became Whis's disciple, Goku would undoubtedly follow suit. With a subtle nod of agreement from Xue Tian, Vegeta's confidence surged. "All right, it's settled." As the 3-minute timer elapsed, Vegeta presented the 3 bowls of noodles to Beerus, Whis, and Xue Tian for their tasting. Goku, watching with longing, glanced at Vegeta but was met with a fierce glare, reminding him that their previous issues were yet unresolved. Now he sought to undermine his good fortune? As Beerus opened the noodle container, he remarked, "How could something so small, soaked in hot water for only 3 minutes, possibly be good? Prepare to be destroyed." Whis and Xue Tian also opened their bowls. Xue Tian had fond memories of instant noodles in his real life. They were his companions during the latter half of every month when he awaited his paycheck. The flavor was unforgettable, though not the healthiest option. The minimal harm it posed was negligible for Beerus and Whis. Beerus took a slurp. Sizzle. As the noodle touched his lips, his expression twisted in disbelief. It was even more distorted than before. Observing his reaction, which was not a first for them, the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Indeed, Beerus exclaimed with fervor, "This is exquisite." But as soon as he realized his outburst, he quickly sealed his lips, his demeanor darkening as he muttered, "It's not that great." Xue Tian, chuckling, challenged, "Is that so?" Yet just moments ago, Lord Beerus declared it was delicious, a proclamation loud enough to be heard beyond the cosmos. Beerus's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he grumbled, "You truly know how to undermine me." Xue Tian remained unfazed. The trivialities of undermining meant little to him. He was solely focused on completing his mission to send Goku and Vegeta away, ensuring they would no longer disrupt his peace. Whis chimed in, "Indeed. Lord Beerus did say so." Beerus shot him a glare. Having devoured an entire bowl of noodles, Beerus yearned for more, yet all the remaining noodles lay in Vegeta's grasp. Vegeta promptly offered, "As long as you agree, Lord Beerus, I will provide you with endless instant noodles, ensuring you can enjoy them daily." Upon hearing this, drool threatened to spill from Beerus's mouth. If not for his status as a god of destruction, he might have lost all composure. He hesitated, contemplating whether to concede. If he allowed Whis to train them, their potential would be boundless. With Whis's guidance, even the most inept could achieve greatness. Especially as one had mastered Ultra Instinct Sign and the other perfected Ultra Instinct, their training together would surely yield remarkable progress. Sensing that a little more provocation was needed, Xue Tian set down his noodles and jested, "Is Lord Beerus afraid to let Whis train them? Are you worried they might surpass you?" Originally, the competition between Beerus and Xue Tian had been unresolved, with neither willing to concede. Now, provoked, Beerus glared faintly. "Am I afraid? Whis, you shall instruct Vegeta." Upon hearing this, Vegeta was elated while Goku rushed forward, eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What about me, Lord Beerus? What about me?" Beerus had spoken without thinking, and now faced Goku's eager presence with indifference. "If Vegeta provides us with noodles, what will you offer?" Goku was momentarily bewildered. "What do we have at home?" Then it struck him. Wait for me, Lord Beerus." Chapter 77. Whis, who exactly is Xue Tian? Goku unleashed his full speed, soaring toward his home. In less than a minute, he returned with a dozen large cabbages in his arms. Beerus eyed the peculiar vegetables with curiosity. "What are these? Are they edible?" Looking at the unremarkable cabbages, he found it hard to believe they could be delicious. However, recalling that many delectable foods appeared humble, he remained cautiously optimistic yet skeptical. Goku tore off a leaf and began munching, his expression revealing delight. Intrigued, Beerus plucked a leaf and tasted it, chewing a few bites before stating blandly, "It's rather ordinary. Just a sweeter leaf. What is so special about it?" Goku eagerly pressed, "Lord Beerus, you should let Whis train me too. I'll give you all these cabbages. And I'll bring you even more in the future. What do you say?" Beerus fell silent. Xue Tian interjected, "Lord Beerus, Goku and Vegeta are good friends. Since you've taken Vegeta under your wing, why not also accept Goku? With Vegeta mastering Ultra Instinct Sign and Goku perfected Ultra Instinct, it would be fascinating to witness which of them proves to be stronger. Besides, having them as companions would alleviate your solitude in the God of Destruction realm. Sun Wukong is also a master of endearments, particularly regarding the pursuit of cultivation, displaying a remarkably high emotional intelligence. Lord Beerus, you simply must agree." Beerus glanced at Whis and inquired, "Whis, are you willing to instruct him?" Whis chuckled heartily, of course. Since Xue Tian had already spoken up, Whis naturally felt compelled to oblige. He was quite curious about what virtues or capabilities Xue Tian possessed that warranted such protection from his father. Granting Xue Tian this favor and drawing closer to him would prove beneficial for gathering information in the future. "Splendid!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Vegeta, however, shot him a piercing glare and scoffed, "Humph. If it were just me receiving guidance, it wouldn't take long for me to easily surpass Kakarot. But now that Kakarot is also involved, my plans are thwarted. Nonetheless, I am not overly concerned. I firmly believe that with my relentless effort and innate talent, I can effortlessly outclass Kakarot. After all, Kakarot is merely a lowly warrior, while I am a noble scion prince, endowed with countless times more talent than he. Surpassing him should be a trivial matter. He has never acknowledged Kakarot's superiority, considering him just an inferior fighter with a rather dull intellect, incapable of being compared to him." Sun Wukong paid no heed to Vegeta's disdainful snort and cheerfully remarked, "We can train together again." Such camaraderie was palpable. Xue Tian couldn't help but think that the two were indeed good friends, one cold and aloof, the other warm and fervent, perfectly complementing each other. After a brief conversation, Vegeta procured a staggering 100,000 boxes of instant noodles, all compacted within capsules, and approached Beerus with utmost seriousness, stating, "I am ready." Beerus nodded in satisfaction, quite commendable. "Whis, having feasted well, it is time for us to depart." Whis responded affirmatively and extended an invitation to Xue Tian. "Would you care to explore the realm of destruction?" Beerus regarded him with curiosity. Should they venture to the realm of destruction? He could once again inquire about the divine golden body and ponder why Whis would perish if Xue Tian were to die. Were they truly intertwined as a shared existence? Of course, he could also pose this question to Whis. It was already night, and Xue Tian merely wished to rest, declining, "I'll visit when time permits." "Very well. Farewell, everyone." Vegeta, Sun Wukong, place your hands upon Lord Beerus's back. "All right." Chi-Chi, witnessing Sun Wukong prepare to leave her side, wore a sorrowful expression. While Sun Gohan comforted her, Chi-Chi sighed in resignation, realizing she had grown accustomed to it. Fortunately, she had her two sons nearby, with the younger one providing constant companionship. Whis led the three away in a flash of light. After their departure, the others followed suit, and Xue Tian expressed his gratitude to Bulma for her hospitality before returning home with Lan Chi. In the cosmos, Beerus communicated telepathically, "Whis, why is it that if Xue Tian dies, you too would perish? What is the meaning of this? I have never heard of angels being life counterparts with anyone. Could it be that the words he hesitated to utter were blasphemous?" Whis replied telepathically, "It is not that. Rather, Xue Tian cannot die. If he were to perish, not only would I die, but so would you." Whis did not exaggerate. In his mind, he pondered that if he were to die, his father would surely take his life. Thus, would he allow Beerus, who sought to kill Xue Tian, to escape unscathed? Obviously not. If he would kill his own son, how much less would he spare an outsider like Beerus? Beerus felt a sudden shock, questioning perplexedly why? Who exactly is this Xue Tian? Is he the son of the king of all? No, the king of all is but a child. How could he have a son? Is he perhaps the illegitimate child of the Grand Minister? Yet, I sense no angelic bloodline within him. Whis, what is the truth of this matter? Whis, equally curious yet exasperated, responded, "I do not know the specifics, and I cannot divulge them." Beerus sensed Whis's genuine ignorance and muttered, "It seems I must consult the prophecy fish upon my return." Whis remained silent, clearly having contemplated the matter himself. He was perplexed by his father's attitude towards Xue Tian, uncertain as to why it had changed. In the past, his father had always been calm and composed. In his memory, he had never displayed such fervor. This was the first time he had uttered that if Xue Tian were to die, he too would perish. It was indeed a matter that tugged at the heartstrings, while also being rather intriguing. Upon returning to the realm of destruction, Whis settled Vegeta and the others before seeking out the prophecy fish, a glutton who would only serve them if adequately fed. The two were unbothered and generously offered it a bucket of instant noodles. Prophecy fish. Reveal to us the true identity of Xue Tian. Beerus initially intended to ask why Whis was so protective of him, but reconsidered. Since Whis had stated he could not disclose such information, directly asking would be akin to exposing Whis. It was better to inquire about Xue Tian's identity, which would allow him to discern the truth himself. Chapter 78. He is an enigma. The prophecy fish accepted the offering and began its divination. Seconds turned into minutes. And after 2 minutes had passed, the prophecy fish remained silent. This left Beerus in a state of anxiety, while the usually composed Whis began to show signs of unease. Unable to contain himself, Beerus questioned, "What is the matter? Why has it taken so long without any prophecy? Are you slacking off?" After another 2 minutes, the prophecy fish shook its head and explained, "I cannot foresee any information regarding Xue Tian. My mind is utterly blank, and what I perceive is merely a haze. It is as though I have entered a misty forest, unable to see anything clearly." Such a bizarre occurrence. Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Whis, however, was not surprised. Given that Xue Tian had garnered the protection of his father, his identity must be extraordinary. Even if he were not the Grand Minister's illegitimate child, he could have other significant connections. An individual with such a powerful background would surely elude the prophecy fish's foresight. Initially harboring a glimmer of hope that the prophecy fish would unveil something, he now realized that his instincts had proven correct. It was indeed beyond prediction. Whis, what is the meaning of this? Beerus inquired, puzzled. Whis shrugged nonchalantly. I do not know. Let nature take its course. As long as we do not provoke him, we shall be fine. He then covered his mouth with a smile, adding, as long as Lord Beerus does not impulsively seek to destroy him, all shall remain tranquil. Beerus shot him a glare, yawned, and casually rested his hands behind his head, stating, I feel a bit tired. It's time for sleep. Whis smiled, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, at Xue Tian's villa, after he and Lan Shi returned, they freshened up and settled down on the sofa to watch television. Although Lan Shi was engrossed in the show, she couldn't help but feel delighted at the sight of the handsome and formidable Xue Tian beside her. Truly, he was an exceptional master. Unable to contain herself, she finally exclaimed, Master, you are truly incredible. The unexpected compliment caught Xue Tian off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, in the blink of an eye, once he regained his composure and observed the reverent gaze directed at him, he couldn't help but smile shyly and say, It's not that remarkable. After all, Beerus had yet to unleash his full power. Were he to do so, I might not stand a chance. Lan Shi continued to express her admiration, stating, In my heart, Master is the mightiest. Xue Tian smiled softly, pondering that as long as Beerus refrained from using destruction, the outcome of their battle remained uncertain. After all, the rapid growth of his void lineage's combat prowess was no trifling matter. Should destruction come into play, he would indeed be at a disadvantage, especially since he had yet to decipher the techniques of destruction. This destruction was akin to a cheat. Even if Beerus lacked combat strength, as long as he invoked destruction, Xue Tian would find himself outmatched, provided that it was targeted at him. If it were to be dispelled, it would no longer require targeting. With a mere thought, it could obliterate everything, an utterly grotesque power. However, currently, only the Omni King possessed the ability to dispel such forces, and he was bound to Xue Tian in a symbiotic existence. Naturally, the Omni King could not eliminate him. Lan Shi then inquired, Master, do you think Sun Wukong and Vegeta, after training, might surpass you? Before Xue Tian could respond, she quickly added, They certainly cannot surpass Master. But with their efforts, they will undoubtedly become the strongest after Master and Beerus. Reflecting on the determination of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Lan Shi felt a surge of admiration, especially since they often turned the tide in critical situations, even when initially outmatched. Xue Tian remarked earnestly, They can no longer surpass me. I am currently capable of contending with Beerus. How could Sun Wukong and Vegeta ever hope to exceed that, even if they master the Ultra Instinct and self-actualization techniques? What of it? Who cannot achieve that? Will their progress be rewarded by the system as swiftly as my void lineage? As for whether they are the strongest beneath myself and Beerus, that remains uncertain. Why? Lan Shi was perplexed. Are there others stronger than them aside from the three of you? Xue Tian smirked enigmatically. Isn't there you? With the rate of enhancement from that combat energy chamber, it could rival their progress. However, they had a head start with their fundamental combat strength, relying solely on the energy chamber's boost. In a short span, you might not necessarily surpass them. Lan Shi replied confidently, I certainly cannot surpass them. They were formidable from the outset, and I have only just begun my training. Do not underestimate yourself. It won't be long before you can battle them. Remember, you have your master supporting you. Xue Tian chuckled. Thank you, master. You are truly kind. It's just a pity that I am somewhat lazy and averse to hardship, which hampers my growth and may bring shame to you. If my master could have a disciple with profound understanding, they would surely surpass Sun Wukong and Vegeta in no time. Lan Shi felt a twinge of disappointment, aware that without diligent training, significant progress in cultivation was unlikely. Xue Tian reassured her, "It's all right. You are already doing quite well. I do not expect you to reach an invincible level. As long as you can protect yourself, that is sufficient. As for taking on disciples, I have no such aspirations. There is no one in this universe worthy of my tutelage." Suddenly, Xue Tian realized something. His brow brightened as he asked, "Lan Shi, if you find monotonous training unappealing, how about I take you to engage in combat? Would you join me? Engage in combat? With whom?" Lan Shi queried, puzzled. "With someone who is about to become your junior disciple." Xue Tian's lips curled into a mysterious smile, leaving Lan Shi unable to decipher his intentions. After a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, she replied, "In my current form, I certainly wouldn't relish the idea of fighting, but I could transform into my golden-haired state." Her golden-haired form was exceptionally ferocious. Not only could she engage in battles, but she could also annihilate planets and devastate the universe. Yet, she had always wished to present a delicate image in front of Xue Tian. Especially after witnessing his epic battle against Beerus today, she found herself utterly captivated. Now, hearing that Master wished to take her into combat felt like both a command and a request for her consent, compelling her to comply. Moreover, since it was Master who encouraged her to fight, he would surely not mind her appearance. Unbeknownst to Xue Tian, should he have known Lan Shi's thoughts, he would likely find it both amusing and perplexing. That golden-haired state was alluringly fierce, and how could he possibly harbor any negative impressions of it? Chapter 79, Broly. Planet Vampa. A figure clad in standard Saiyan battle attire, with tight purple pants and a green fur belt, adorned with a golden collar around his neck. This collar served not merely as an ornament, but as a control device. With a wild explosion of hair and a physique brimming with muscle, this individual was none other than Broly. He was banished to the remote and inhospitable planet Vampa by King Vegeta shortly after his birth. The reason for his exile was his astonishing battle power of 10,000 at birth, which posed a profound threat to Prince Vegeta's status. To protect his son, King Vegeta had no choice but to exile Broly. Initially, he had intended to eliminate him, but Broly's father, Paragus, fervently pleaded for his son's life. Weighing his options, King Vegeta opted for banishment instead. In his heart, King Vegeta believed that Broly, being merely an infant, would perish in such a harsh environment. After Broly was secretly cast away, Paragus grew increasingly concerned for his son's safety. With Broly's prodigious battle power, he envisioned that once Broly matured, he would assist him in conquering the universe and becoming the new emperor of the cosmos. This was Paragus's opportunity for ascendance, and he could not let it slip away. Thus, accompanied by his companion, Beats, he set out for planet Vampa to find his son. However, en route, their spaceship encountered a malfunction. To conserve resources and ensure they reached the distant planet Vampa, Paragus resorted to killing his companion, Beats. Ultimately, Paragus arrived at planet Vampa and located Broly. Though merely an infant, Broly possessed immense potential. Despite the inhospitable conditions of planet Vampa, he managed to endure until Paragus's arrival. Due to the spaceship's ongoing repairs, Broly and his father lived together for a full 40 years. As there were no humans on planet Vampa, Broly had no human friends for decades, finding companionship only among the local wildlife. Yet, in Paragus's eyes, Broly was destined to become a being of imperial caliber in the universe, a formidable warrior under his command. Such a stature could not be sullied by mingling with mere creatures. Were this to become public knowledge, it would be a source of ridicule for Broly. Thus, each time Paragus witnessed Broly associating with animals, he would eliminate them. Over time, Broly found himself utterly alone, steeped in solitude. As Paragus repaired the spaceship, he called out, "Broly, go to the magma beneath the surface and fetch some fuel. I need to test if this spaceship is functioning." Broly responded with an affirmative, soaring toward the volcano on planet Vampa, activating his energy shield as he entered the magma. Although the temperature within the magma was terrifying, it posed no harm to Broly, shielded as he was by his energy barrier. At that moment, a streak of light traversed the sky, revealing a striking pair atop the volcano, a handsome man and a woman of unparalleled beauty, reminiscent of celestial lovers. However, the woman stood slightly back, clearly harboring a sense of reverence towards the man. These two individuals were none other than Xue Tian and Lan Shi. After agreeing to engage in combat, Xue Tian employed the cosmic instant shuttle, bringing her to the distant planet of Wampa. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, it was unknown to many that this remote world within the 7th universe was home to 2 Saiyans, one frail and aged, and the other a legendary Super Saiyan, a being who appeared only once in a millennium, if at all. "Master, what is this place? The air feels so thin. It seems uninhabitable for humans," Lan Shi remarked, noticing her slightly labored breathing. However, she was no ordinary person. Possessing formidable combat prowess as a practitioner, she quickly adjusted to the discomfort. In truth, her lack of practical experience was the root of her struggle. Had she been seasoned enough, she would have adapted instantly upon her arrival on Wampa. Rather than needing a few moments to acclimate, it is not merely unsuitable, it is entirely unfit for human habitation. Here lies your target for battle, Xue Tian replied with a smile. Lan Shi understood that her master had not brought her here without reason. As she scanned her surroundings, she noticed someone energetically toiling amidst the volcanic lava. Master, what is that person doing? She inquired. He is harnessing the energy from the lava to serve as fuel for his spacecraft, Xue Tian explained. Understanding dawned on Lan Shi. I see. Observing the man with an expression of delight, she surmised, Master, this combat target you mentioned, it must be him, correct? Xue Tian did not conceal the truth. Indeed, on this planet, there are only two individuals, one frail and aged, and the other is this explosive-haired man before us. Should Paragus have overheard Xue Tian's words, he would undoubtedly have been incensed. Who is frail and aged? Who do you refer to? Though Paragus lacked immense combat strength, he was still superior to the average human, far from being a mere weakling. Thus, to label him as such would provoke his ire, yet he remained oblivious to the conversation. Lan Shi was taken aback. Master, if this planet is uninhabitable for humans, how can there be two individuals here? Moreover, he does not appear weak. The truth was that these two were originally scions from planet Vegeta, but one had been exiled by King Vegeta due to his overwhelming potential at birth. Suddenly enlightened, Lan Shi realized the gravity of their situation, yet she was still astonished that besides Vegeta and Son Goku, there existed surviving scions from planet Vegeta. Previously, she had heard tales of the planet's destruction at the hands of Frieza, with nearly all its inhabitants perishing. It seemed, however, that some had indeed survived. Lan Shi, prepare yourself. The battle is about to commence. This scion is named Broly. Although he has not undergone specialized training, he is a rare talent with the bloodline of a legendary Super Saiyan, exhibiting terrifying growth potential. Do not underestimate him. However, refrain from attempting to kill him at the outset. As Xue Tian had indicated, Broly had not received any formal training. His combat experience was limited to skirmishes with the creatures of Wampa. With such a foundational level of combat skill, if Lan Shi were to employ the destructive techniques of her Ultra Instinct from the very beginning, she could indeed defeat him. As for later on, Xue Tian had no concerns about Lan Shi's ability to contend with Broly. Rather, he would worry for her safety. Understood, Master. At that moment, Broly emerged from the lava. Astonished to see Xue Tian and Lan Shi. Having lived on Wampa for 40 years, he had never encountered another human. Curiosity etched across his face, he inquired. Who are you? Broly's demeanor was calm and inquisitive, resembling that of a curious student. Xue Tian recognized that the Broly of Dragon Ball Super was deeply loyal, gentle, and filial, disinclined towards violence. Yet, due to the bloodline coursing through him, he craved battle, a contradiction in his very being. This portrayal of Broly starkly contrasted with the cold, ruthless character depicted in the films, where he was merciless even towards his father, Paragus. In the Super Universe, however, Paragus would never dream of harming his son. And Xue Tian vividly recalled instances where Paragus had attempted to discipline Broly with electric shocks, only for Broly's friends to intervene, reproaching Paragus for his cruelty. In a strikingly different narrative, Broly even defended his father, an act inconceivable in the films, where the only response awaiting Paragus would have been a devastating blast. Xue Tian greeted him with a smile. Hello, Broly. I am Xue Tian, and this is my disciple, Lan Shi. Broly was taken aback, astonished that someone recognized him and could articulate his name. You know me? Before Xue Tian could respond, Lan Shi proudly interjected. Of course. My master knows the past and the future. How could he not know you? Having spent 4 decades in solitude, Broly had interacted solely with birds and beasts, eventually even becoming isolated with Paragus. Thus, his understanding of the world was quite simplistic, rendering him unable to grasp Lan Shi's assertion about knowing the past and future. With a perplexed expression, Broly struggled to comprehend. Lan Shi, observing his confusion, wondered, could it be that he is somewhat simple-minded? How can he not understand this? Initially, she contemplated labeling him a fool, but reconsidered, finding it impolite, and opted for a more tactful phrasing in her thoughts. Xue Tian discerned her unspoken sentiments and calmly explained. He has not communicated with anyone aside from his father for decades, so he does not grasp the meanings of many phrases, nor has anyone taught him. In truth, he is quite intelligent, with a little guidance. He could become a remarkable individual. Lan Shi understood, and a realization dawned upon her. Her master might be considering taking Broly as a disciple. Xue Tian responded with a smile. Very well. If you wish to leave, I shall gladly take you both with me. I would never abandon your father, Paragus. On this desolate Wampa. Then we are willing to depart. I shall inform my father at once. Upon hearing the response, Broly immediately expressed his willingness. His simplicity rendered him oblivious to any ulterior motives from the other party. At this moment, Xue Tian chuckled and said, Broly, do not rush, if you wish to leave. You must first defeat my disciple. Lan Shi, ever cooperative, flew to Xue Tian's side, scrutinizing Broly with her keen gaze. Broly, in turn, assessed Lan Shi. Having never encountered a woman before, he held no notions about fighting females. However, one thing was clear to him. He detested conflict. I do not wish to fight. I do not want to engage in combat. Xue Tian, aware of Broly's aversion to fighting in his normal state, refrained from further comment. He merely waved his hand, channeling a surge of power into Broly's mind, conjuring the image of a young Kakarot, Son Goku, weeping. In that vision lay two children, himself and the neighboring Kakarot, who was frightened into tears by the overwhelming battle power radiating from Broly. Wah wah wah. The sound pierced through Broly's consciousness, and upon witnessing this scene, he began to writhe in agitation, spiraling into a frenzy. His body trembled, fists and feet involuntarily clenching. Lan Shi, observing this transformation, inquired with confusion, Master, what is happening to him? He abhors fighting, yet deep within him lies a yearning for it, unable to transcend his own limitations. Thus, I have lent him a hand. Lan Shi, be cautious henceforth, and heed my words, Xue Tian cautioned. Yes, master. Lan Shi, taking her master's warning to heart, understood that if he deemed this individual formidable, it was not to be taken lightly. Kakarot, Broly instinctively bellowed. This startled Lan Shi, leaving her perplexed as to why Broly suddenly uttered Son Goku's name. Xue Tian, with a smile, elucidated, Broly harbors animosity towards Son Goku. They were born on the same day, but Broly's birth came with an astounding power level of 10,000, which frightened the lower-class warrior Kakarot to tears. Thus, the echo of Kakarot's cries became indelibly etched in Broly's psyche, fostering a deep-seated grudge. Lan Shi couldn't help but chuckle at this revelation. It certainly constituted an embarrassing episode for Son Goku. Gradually losing his grip on sanity, Broly's gaze grew vacant, resembling that of a soulless husk. Huh, huh, Broly roared, his voice reverberating for miles, causing all nearby creatures to hastily flee in terror from the bone-chilling cry. Within the cave, Paragus, having heard Broly's roar, was momentarily taken aback. Clutching his repair tools, he stood up, murmuring in confusion, what is happening? Why has Broly suddenly gone berserk? This shouldn't be. He promptly set down his tools and retrieved the control remote from his waist, a device capable of regulating the collar around Broly's neck, delivering electric shocks to pacify him. Utilizing the instant transmission technique, he soared into the air. Chapter 81, The Swift Ascension of Transformation. Paragus quickly emerged, his eyes wide with astonishment upon seeing Xue Tian and Lan Shi. What is going on? Why are there two people here? How did they arrive? His gaze swept the surroundings, but he saw no spacecraft or similar vehicles, deepening his bewilderment regarding their arrival. Even the mighty Frieza could not traverse the cosmos without a ship. Spotting Broly, whose eyes were vacant and on the brink of rampage, he called out, Hey, Broly. However, Broly was oblivious to his words, his body quivering as his muscles expanded uncontrollably. Recognizing the perilous situation, Paragus wasted no time. He swiftly brandished the remote. Snap! Just as he was about to press the button, the controller exploded, emitting a thick cloud of smoke. Paragus immediately looked up at Xue Tian, demanding, What have you done? Why did you destroy my controller? Do you comprehend its purpose? Xue Tian merely nodded lightly. Indeed, this device was intended to control Broly, delivering shocks to prevent his rampage. Paragus paused, incredulity flashing across his face. If you know this, why act so recklessly? Once Broly goes berserk, no one can rein him in. We shall all perish. As he spoke, Paragus's expression darkened, fear evident in his eyes. The rampaging Broly would not hesitate to attack even him, before the collar was affixed. He had almost fallen victim to Broly's wrath, and that was when Broly was still a child. Now that Broly had matured, his post-rampage power was unfathomably terrifying, beyond Paragus's capacity to counter. He contemplated where to hide, intending to wait for Broly to regain his composure before devising a plan to repair the controller. What on earth was this person thinking? Knowing full well the controller's purpose, he still chose to destroy it. Had it not been for Broly's imminent rampage, Paragus would have certainly confronted Xue Tian. Unfazed, Xue Tian smiled, showing no concern, and taunted Broly. Broly, do you not wish to leave? Then defeat my disciple. If you cannot best her, you are nothing. Huh. Broly, already bereft of reason, plunged further into madness upon hearing this and roared, charging at Lan Shi. Bang! A single punch aimed at Lan Qi was effortlessly thwarted, as she retaliated with a strike that sent Broly hurtling hundreds of meters away. Hearing Xue Tian's words, Paragus, filled with confusion, asked, "What did you just say? You can take us away from here?" Xue Tian harbored little fondness for Paragus, despite his years of care for Broly. He perceived the man's true intentions, to exploit Broly in his pursuit of becoming the Cosmic Emperor. To him, Broly was not merely a son, but rather a formidable tool. Such exploitation of his own child rendered Paragus utterly unlikable in Xue Tian's eyes. "Indeed, I can escort you from this place, but only on the condition that your son defeats my disciple. Otherwise, I may take him away, leaving you behind." Paragus was momentarily speechless. The notion of taking Broly while leaving him was unfathomable. He wanted to protest, yet Xue Tian had already shifted his focus to Broly and Lan Qi. Disregarding his presence entirely, resigning to silence, he resolved to observe the battle, slowly recognizing that this young man was far from ordinary. Having anticipated Broly's rampage and destroyed the controller, it was evident he possessed great confidence in managing Broly's berserk state. Whoosh! Broly quickly regained composure, lunging at Lan Qi like a ravenous wolf, throwing punch after punch, all of which she deftly evaded. After deftly evading 10 consecutive strikes, Lan Qi lifted her right foot and delivered a powerful kick to Broly's chest, sending him hurtling away. "Ah!" Broly bellowed. His inflated right hand raised as he unleashed a devastating energy blast aimed at Lan Qi. With a resounding boom, the energy blast was propelled forward at an astonishing speed. Lan Qi effortlessly deflected Broly's energy attack, simultaneously retaliating with her own energy blast directed at him. Boom! Broly, unable to dodge in time, was struck by the energy blast, yet it inflicted minimal damage upon him, a testament to Lan Qi's restraint and power. As Xue Tian had previously instructed her to refrain from using her full strength at the outset to avoid killing him, concerned that a single energy blast might prove fatal, she observed Broly's formidable defensive capabilities. She realized that even if she amplified her energy significantly, she would not be able to slay him. The impact of the energy blast merely slowed Broly down, and at that moment, he charged towards Lan Qi, his fists erupting with force, disrupting the already thin air with a sizzling sound. Xue Tian hovered in midair, observing Broly's condition with a satisfied smile. Just a few movements had markedly increased Broly's combat prowess, truly living up to the legendary status of a Super Saiyan, an existence akin to a bug in the system. While Broly's combat strength was indeed escalating rapidly, it was only significant when compared to Lan Qi. If Xue Tian were the benchmark, Broly's growth would appear trivial. After all, Xue Tian possessed the Void bloodline, a lineage far superior to the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Had Xue Tian been endowed with the Super Saiyan bloodline instead, his combat power would have increased in battle against Beerus, but it would not have reached its current extraordinary level. Imagine, could the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, with a foundational combat power of several billion, truly elevate to a level that could contend evenly with Beerus, provided Beerus refrained from utilizing his destructive abilities? Such a scenario was evidently implausible. Only the unique Void bloodline could achieve such heights. In midair, Broly was once again sent flying by Lan Qi's kick. This time, she did not relent. She surged forward, launching a relentless barrage of punches while he was still off balance, raining blows upon Broly's chest and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. With another fierce strike, Broly was sent crashing down onto a hillside. The hillside, unable to withstand the tremendous impact, crumbled instantly. Lan Qi joined her hands together, aiming at the collapsing hill, and shouted, "Ha!" Boom! An enhanced energy blast was unleashed upon the fallen hill, which instantly transformed into billowing clouds of smoke, rising swiftly and obscuring the surroundings. In that moment, the air was thick with smoke, obscuring the view of onlookers. However, with Xue Tian's keen perception, he could discern the movements within. There was a principle in the Dragon Ball universe, the law of smoke and injury. The denser the smoke, the lesser the damage. Thus, in such swirling clouds, serious harm was highly unlikely. As anticipated, with a fierce roar, a disheveled Broly emerged from the shattered hillside, his muscular hand reaching out towards Lan Qi as if to grasp her like a chick. Yet, Lan Qi was not so easily captured. She deftly evaded Broly's grasp and unleashed a series of punches that sent him reeling once more. In a swift motion, she appeared behind Broly and delivered a powerful kick towards another hillside, for the planet of Champa was abundant with hills. Paragus, witnessing Broly being continuously overpowered, was taken aback. If he recalled correctly, the mysterious young man had previously stated that this woman was merely his disciple. If even a disciple possessed such strength, how formidable must the master be? Fearing Broly's inability to secure victory, and consequently his own inability to escape, he hastily interjected, "Excuse me, sir. Broly has never undergone any formal training. It seems rather challenging for him to defeat your disciple. Perhaps we could consider a victory based on how long he withstands the blows without being defeated? Xue Tian, aware of Paragus's thoughts, responded coolly. I possess another method to enhance Broly's combat abilities, but I wonder if you would be amenable to it? What method? Paragus instinctively inquired. However, upon seeing Xue Tian's insidious grin, he sensed that the proposed method might be rather unsettling. As expected, Xue Tian stated nonchalantly, that would be to kill you. He continued, as long as you perish, it will thoroughly enrage the devoted Broly, unleashing the wild potential within him and causing his combat power to surge dramatically. Paragus felt a chill run down his neck at these words and quickly waved his hands in denial. No. Let Broly continue fighting as he is. He might still defeat your disciple without any provocation. Xue Tian, observing Paragus's cowardly demeanor, merely smiled faintly, finding it rather dull. His previous words were indeed truthful. Should Paragus be eliminated, Broly would undoubtedly be provoked into unleashing his full potential. However, Xue Tian needed to accept Broly as a disciple. And killing Paragus would instill a sense of resistance in Broly, making it challenging to mentor him. Continuing to observe the duel, half an hour passed. With each passing moment, Broly adapted to the combat, no longer being effortlessly knocked back by Lan Qi's punches. In fact, he managed to land several blows that nearly harmed her. Lan Qi, too, began to regain her focus, her strength steadily amplifying. Within just half an hour, she had maximized her foundational combat power. If Broly continued to grow stronger, Lan Qi would no longer be an opponent even without transforming. Boom. The two exchanged a strike, both Lan Qi and Broly staggering back several meters. Before Lan Qi could stabilize her stance, Broly lunged at her once more, seemingly unaffected by the previous impact. Xue Tian observed this scene, pondering silently. Broly's foundational combat power was nearing Lan Qi's level. The legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was no jest. No wonder it began with a combat power of 10,000. As Broly surged forward again, he unleashed a punch, while simultaneously manifesting a massive energy blast from his palm. Lan Qi retaliated with her own punch. But upon seeing the energy blast in his hand, she suddenly realized she had fallen into a trap. Desperate to evade, she found Broly's speed matched her own. But she could still defend herself, maneuvering her hands to form an energy shield. Boom. The energy blast shattered Lan Qi's shield, although she sustained no injury. She emerged looking somewhat disheveled, a bit of embarrassment creeping in. Though gentle and kind-hearted by nature, at that moment, Lan Qi felt a flicker of anger rising within her. At this moment, Xue Tian remarked, Lan Qi, there is no need for any reservations. His fundamental combat strength is not significantly different from yours. It all comes down to your skills now. Having received a blow, Lan Qi's beautiful visage was marred with dust, inciting her ire. With the approval of her master, Xue Tian, she realized that there was no need to hold back any longer. She clenched her fist, and with a mere thought, the battle suit bestowed upon her by Xue Tian materialized instantly. Activate. Speed mode. Under Lan Qi's command, the suit transformed into a brilliant blue, greatly enhancing her speed while diminishing her strength. This was one of the defining features of her battle suit, which possessed 3 distinct forms: speed mode, power mode, and radiant mode, each with its unique advantages. Naturally, the most formidable was radiant mode, albeit at the cost of considerable stamina. In Lan Qi's estimation, although Broly's power had surged, her transformation into speed mode would allow her to outpace him, enabling her to exploit her speed to secure victory. With a furious roar, Broly lunged, delivering a punch that unleashed a torrent of energy, overwhelming everything in its path. Yet, Lan Qi's speed had multiplied several times, allowing her to effortlessly evade his assault. In a swift motion, she appeared behind Broly and unleashed a powerful kick to his back. Just as she prepared to advance, Broly opened his mouth, unleashing a massive green energy blast aimed directly at her. Ultimate technique. Lan Qi deftly dodged, the colossal energy blast obliterating a nearby hill, reducing it to ashes. At that moment, she soared above Broly, her hands overlapping. Overlapping impact. With a resounding crash, the energy from her attack collided with Broly, creating a gaping pit hundreds of meters deep. Broly lay within it, shrouded in wisps of smoke. Chapter 83. The Colossal Power of Broly the Ape. As Lan Qi gazed down at Broly in the pit, a look of relaxation washed over her. She felt certain that she had defeated him. Paragus, too, was disheartened, believing his son had been vanquished. Despair set in as he realized his chance of escape from this desolate place was slipping away. He knew that only by leaving could he and Broly hope to unleash their full potential. Just as he prepared to plead with Xue Tian, a deafening roar erupted. Roar! Broly, rising from the depths of the pit, slammed his palm into the ground and shot upward, simultaneously launching a ki blast with his left hand. The force was overwhelming. In speed mode, Lan Shi effortlessly avoided the ki blast, sidestepping it and preparing for another assault against Broly. However, Broly's speed had noticeably increased as well. He conjured a massive green ki blast in his right hand and hurled it at her. Lan Shi brought her hands together, boom. The overlapping ki blasts surged forth. Boom. The two blasts detonated upon collision, releasing a torrent of energy that rippled through the air. Paragus, nearly knocked off his feet by the explosion of energy, retreated several hundred meters for safety. He couldn't help but admire Lan Shi's prowess. This woman was truly formidable, matching Broly's might even in his berserk state, where his battle power skyrocketed. For so long, he had believed no one could rival his son, not even the tyrant Frieza. Yet witnessing Lan Shi's abilities opened his eyes to the existence of such powerful individuals in the universe. It seemed the landscape had changed significantly over the decades. With a thunderous crash, the battle between Broly and Lan Shi raged on. Yet, Lan Shi maintained her advantage in speed, landing blow after blow upon Broly, sending him reeling as ki blasts struck him relentlessly, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Speed provided her with a distinct advantage, even though her attacks were somewhat weaker. She could strike unscathed. Bang, bang. Several punches landed upon Broly's head, sending him into a haze of pain and injury. Though Broly had lost much of his rationality, the agony coursing through him ignited an inferno of rage. Suddenly, he halted midair, resisting the urge to recklessly charge at Lan Shi. He clenched his fists tightly and let out a primal roar. Ah! His voice echoed, a wave of sound energy surging skyward as the power within him expanded. The atmosphere crackled with intensity as Broly's aura surged, creating swirling cyclones around him. Xue Tian, observing this transformation, smiled knowingly. Was he about to evolve? This first stage must be the ape form. Broly's ape form, known as the power of rage, differed from the transformations of Goku and Vegeta. Instead of becoming a colossal ape, his body merely swelled 2 to 3 times in size. However, the strength he gained was formidable, surpassing that of both Goku and Vegeta in their ape forms, potentially amplifying his power exponentially. Xue Tian mused, if memory serves. Broly in this form was stronger than Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta, yet weaker than Super Saiyan God. Eventually, he adapted and surpassed Super Saiyan God, but could not match Super Saiyan Blue Goku. However, with true mastery, he could certainly contest with Super Saiyan Blue. Broly let out a thunderous roar, his pupils devoid of reason, fixating on Lan Shi with an expression of intense animosity. He struck his chest and charged at her, unleashing a flurry of punches. Lan Shi sensed Broly's newfound power but felt no fear. She continued to utilize her speed advantage to evade his strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She dodged his attacks, delivering a kick aimed at him. To her surprise, Broly did not attempt to evade. Instead, he allowed her kick to connect while simultaneously seizing her foot and forcefully throwing her downward. Lan Shi plummeted, and Broly raised his hand high, conjuring an enormous green ki blast. Super explosive wave. Without a moment's hesitation, the colossal super explosive bomb descended. Lan Shi gazed upon the immense energy sphere, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. Without daring to hesitate, she unleashed her full speed, deftly evading the bomb's lethal radius. A thunderous roar erupted as the super explosive bomb struck the surface of Vampistar, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sound. The entire planet trembled violently as mountains crumbled, glaciers shattered, volcanoes erupted, and tsunamis surged forth, only to be instantaneously devoured by the ensuing chaos. Within less than a minute, Vampistar resembled a fiery orb, ablaze with flames and molten lava. Paragus, witnessing this cataclysmic scene, muttered to himself, "It's over. Vampistar is utterly doomed. Survival here is impossible. I must escape this place." He understood that if he remained, death would soon follow. Thus, he resolved to accompany Xue Tian and his companion away from this desolation. Meanwhile, the battle between Broly and Lan Shi raged on. Enraged that his super explosive bomb had missed its target, Broly directed both hands towards Lan Shi. Rat-a-tat-tat. Energy meteor. Countless green energy spheres rained down upon her, resembling a tempest of emerald droplets, each moving with astonishing swiftness. Chapter 84. The legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. Upon witnessing the overwhelming barrage of energy spheres, Lan Shi realized that no matter how swift she was, evasion was futile. Resolutely, she summoned her will. A radiant silver aura enveloped her, and in an instant, her hair transformed into shimmering silver, adorned with twinkling silver stars. Utilizing the Ultra Instinct technique, Xue Tian floated in midair, entirely unsurprised by Lan Shi's activation of this ability, for without it, evading Broly's energy meteor would be impossible. Although the sheer number of energy spheres was formidable, Lan Shi's swift form lacked sufficient defense. A direct hit from the energy meteor would be disastrous. Thus, Employing Ultra Instinct was undoubtedly the optimal choice. With the power of Ultra Instinct, Lan Xi effortlessly evaded the onslaught of energy spheres resembling raindrops, reappearing before Broly. A powerful punch landed squarely on Broly's chest, propelling him into the lava below. The searing heat did not melt Broly. With a mighty wave of his hand, he redirected the molten lava into energy spheres aimed at Lan Xi. However, strengthened by Ultra Instinct, Lan Xi deftly evaded once more, reappearing before Broly and delivering another series of punishing blows, overwhelming him. Time and again, Broly was driven into the lava, yet he continuously rose again, undeterred. With a fierce roar, Broly emerged once more from the magma, arms outstretched, bellowing, energy sphere impact. 2 energy spheres surged towards Lan Xi. She clasped her hands together, unleashing a combined energy blast. Boom! The overlapping energy sphere penetrated Broly's attack, crashing into his chest and causing his attire to shred, reverting his primal form back to normal. Like a kite cut from its string, his body plummeted downward. Broly! Paragus shouted desperately. Broly, fatigued, closed his eyes, acknowledging the formidable strength of his opponent. Suddenly, upon hearing his father's call, a flicker of determination ignited within him. He resolved to defeat this woman and escape. As Lan Xi watched Broly descend, she contemplated, finally. It is over. This wild man is indeed formidable. He appears untrained, yet grows stronger with each clash. If this continues, I may not stand a chance. Intent on retracting her Ultra Instinct, she suddenly noticed something amiss. Locking her gaze on Broly, she observed his power surging rapidly, his fighting spirit rekindling. Broly's pupils lost focus once again, and his previously descending body began to right itself. With a ferocious roar, he shook the very foundation of Vampistar, causing the ground to tremble violently. The lava erupted, shooting hundreds of meters into the air, turning Vampistar into a spectacle of molten fireworks. Around Broly, swirling green energy spiraled as he transformed into his ape form, then swiftly ascended into an entirely new state. His hair and brows turned golden, his pupils vanished, leaving behind an absence of reason. Paragus, astonished by Broly's transformation, exclaimed, "What is this form?" He had never witnessed Broly in this state, having only seen his muscular ape form, which he already deemed terrifying enough to threaten the universe. Now, in this golden-haired state, though he had yet to see Broly in action, the aura radiating from him was palpable, suffocating the very air around him, even from a distance of several kilometers. Xue Tian, with a satisfied smile, declared, "He has attained the Super Saiyan form." Super Saiyan? Paragus questioned, perplexed. Xue Tian, momentarily casting aside his disdain for Paragus, explained, "Indeed. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, a combat prodigy who appears once every millennium. His transformation into this form will undoubtedly not disappoint." Seeing Xue Tian's apparent excitement, Paragus could not contain his concern. "Aren't you afraid Broly might kill you?" he pressed. "I know you are formidable, but Broly's growth is rapid. Your disciple previously suppressed him. Yet I have a premonition that in this form, Broly will not be significantly weaker than your disciple, and he may even turn the tide. Are you truly unconcerned that he might kill both your disciple and you? Take me away now. I possess a way to stop Broly." In response, Xue Tian laughed disdainfully. "You have a method? What method? The controller you used on Broly has already been destroyed by me. What else can you possibly do?" Paragus spread his hands in explanation. "True, the controller is destroyed, but Broly listens to me. He is a very obedient child. I believe that in my presence, he will regain some of his rationality. At that point, you could ambush him and incapacitate him, allowing him to return to normal." Xue Tian, suddenly taken aback, contemplated the possibility. Indeed, if Paragus stood before Broly, he might indeed restore some of his reason. If that were the case, then he could take Broly as his disciple and guide him down a different path. The path of Super Saiyan 4, not the divine route. All along, Xue Tian has been eager to ascertain whether, under equivalent foundational combat power, the Super Saiyan God surpasses the might of Super Saiyan 4, or whether the latter stages, such as Super Saiyan 5 or 6 and beyond, are indeed more formidable. His curiosity was piqued while perusing the Dragon Ball manga in real life, yet he had long lamented the absence of concrete data to substantiate his musings. However, he now senses an opportunity to discover the truth, knowing that a mere attempt would yield answers. Furthermore, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, transforms into a Super Saiyan 4 that is undoubtedly extraordinary. The more he contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes. Paragus, noticing Xue Tian's silence, could not restrain his inquiry. "What are your thoughts?" Chapter 85. The Ultra Instinct of the Golden-Haired State. "What are your thoughts?" Paragus asked, perplexed, as he assumed Xue Tian was engrossed in contemplation. Xue Tian replied coolly, "Not much. If you wish for him to calm down, feel free to persuade him yourself. I have no inclination towards ambushing others. Why would he need to resort to stealth when he could easily contend with Broly? It was entirely unnecessary. Paragus' expression twitched. He indeed had confidence in his ability to bring Broly to a more rational state, yet achieving complete rationality was beyond his grasp. It required cooperation to incapacitate Broly, and this partner needed to possess strength comparable to Broly's. Otherwise, failing to subdue him would spell disaster. As Broly's transformation into Super Saiyan concluded, he was enveloped in a swirling golden aura, emanating waves of terrifying pressure. Lan Shi, aware of Broly's legendary status, was unsurprised by his ability to transform. However, she was utterly unprepared for the sheer ferocity of his newfound presence. Based on her understanding of Super Saiyans, Broly's current form was merely considered Super Saiyan Stage 1. If Stage 1 was this formidable, what could be expected from Stage 2 and 3? Yet, this was not the moment for such reflections. Once Broly's transformation completed, he surged towards Lan Shi like a bolt of green light. With a whoosh, he delivered a punch aimed at her. Lan Shi, employing the automatic evasion of Ultra Instinct, narrowly dodged Broly's blow, but he pressed on with several rapid punches, his speed astonishingly fast. Bolstered by Ultra Instinct, Lan Shi evaded his strikes, seizing the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks upon Broly. Despite pushing him back, it appeared as though Broly remained unscathed. Swiftly regaining his footing and charging at Lan Shi once more, relentless as a machine devoid of fatigue. After countless exchanges, Lan Shi could distinctly feel her stamina waning, while Broly seemed to operate like a tireless automaton, moving perpetually as long as he drew breath. Moreover, Broly's combat prowess was escalating rapidly. Although Lan Shi could still evade with Ultra Instinct, it was becoming increasingly arduous. Signs of an impending inability to dodge were beginning to manifest. While Ultra Instinct significantly enhanced her evasive capabilities, it did not guarantee unconditioned avoidance in every scenario. Should her opponent's speed surpass her own, evasion would become an insurmountable challenge. This divine technique reduces the instantaneous thought process of the brain, allowing the body to react autonomously, as if it possessed its own consciousness to evade attacks, thus minimizing reaction time. However, if that time is reduced and one's speed is outmatched, the adversary can strike true. Contemplating her predicament for a moment, Lan Shi recognized that she could not continue in this manner and must defeat Broly before her stamina depleted. With this resolve, she willed herself to relinquish the Ultra Instinct state, transforming from her gentle blue-haired form into a golden-haired state, embracing a ferocious demeanor. In that instant, her gaze turned savage, exuding disdain and arrogance as she regarded Broly. Huh! Clenching her fists, she unleashed a fierce roar, sending Broly hurtling away, while purple flames surged around her, her eyes aglow with a violet light. An aura of annihilation permeated the surroundings, radiating outward, causing Broly's father to feel an overwhelming urge to kneel, succumbing to the fear that erupted within him. Lan Shi proclaimed boldly, "Little Broly, you dare challenge me, Lan Shi? Allow me to demonstrate the might of Ultra Instinct." Paragus paused, perplexed by the term Ultra Instinct, a concept he had never encountered. Although this woman had previously seemed composed, exuding a gentle and nurturing aura, her transformation into this state had rendered her personality utterly chaotic. Broly, witnessing Lan Shi beckon him with a dismissive gesture, felt a surge of rage, though devoid of reason. He sensed the mockery directed at him. Most infuriating was Lan Shi's brazen expression, an affront that ignited his fury. With a thunderous crash, he raised his right hand high. Super explosive wave. A colossal energy sphere hurtled towards Lan Shi, who showed no inclination to evade. With a smirk of contempt gracing her lips, she stacked her hands and declared, "Overlapping energy wave." The two energy attacks collided with a resounding explosion. The resultant shockwave shook the already battered planet Vampa once more, yet neither combatant relented. Charging at one another, Broly with his massive fists, and Lan Shi with her seemingly gentle yet powerful strikes. Bang! The two fists met in a titanic clash. A cataclysmic wave of energy surged outward, sending shockwaves that ignited volcanic eruptions and upheaved molten rock, fracturing the ground from hundreds of meters deep to 1,000. Paragus, witnessing the devastation beneath his feet, could not suppress his anxiety, exclaiming to Xue Tian, "Esteemed sir, they cannot continue this fight. The entire planet Vampa is on the brink of annihilation." Yet, Xue Tian remained unconcerned about the fate of planet Vampa. His focus lay solely on the escalation of Broly and Lan Shi's combat abilities. In this battle, while Lan Shi's enhancement paled in comparison to Broly's terrifying growth, she nonetheless reaped substantial rewards, enriching her combat experience and augmenting her prowess. Despite the significant improvements Xue Tian had imparted upon her, she had never truly engaged in a real battle. Without such experience, even the highest combat power could not be effectively harnessed. This was one of the reasons Xue Tian brought Lan Shi here, to ensure that, despite being his disciple, she would not bring him disgrace. Paragus, observing Xue Tian's silence, felt a surge of anxiety, yet found himself powerless, watching the duel unfold. Bang, bang, bang. Lan Shi and Broly exchanged powerful blows, each strike triggering monumental shifts across the planet Wampa. The terrain buckled and collapsed, and within mere minutes, the entire surface of Wampa was engulfed in molten lava. Aside from the creatures capable of withstanding the searing heat, no other life remained on the planet. Chapter 86. Who? Bang, bang. However, their battle was far from over. Both Lan Shi and Broly gradually acclimated to the intensity of the confrontation. Exploding meteor. Broly unleashed a torrential barrage of energy blasts, akin to a rainstorm. Unfazed, Lan Shi enveloped herself in a protective energy shield and charged at Broly, taunting, "Is that all you've got, little Broly? You're still too weak." In midair, Xue Tian observed Lan Shi's arrogant demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. In this golden-haired form, she bore a striking resemblance to the boisterous nature of the transformed Saiyans. It is well known that upon transformation, Saiyans often exhibit an unusually brash and domineering attitude. Although Lan Shi is not a Saiyan, her golden-haired state imbues her with a similar persona. Her mastery of the self-extremity technique and the autonomous extremity technique was quite impressive, particularly the former, which showcased a distinct flair. Previously, while employing the autonomous extremity technique in battle, Lan Shi primarily focused on evasion before seizing opportunities to counterattack. In contrast, the self-extremity technique was all about resilience, disregarding the strength of her opponent. Both techniques held their unique merits. Nevertheless, Xue Tian found the self-extremity technique far more gratifying to observe. After all, evasion was something he could execute in combat himself, while watching others employ it was simply unsatisfying. Boom, boom. Lan Shi effortlessly navigated through the rain of energy blasts, closing the distance to Broly. She delivered a powerful punch, which Broly naturally did not shy away from. Bang, boom. Their fists collided once more, sending sprays of energy cascading across the surface of Wampa. Sizzle. Wampa could no longer withstand the immense pressure exerted by their clash. Fissures several meters deep formed, and the explosions continued, outpacing the naked eye. One could even observe molten rock, cascading into a peculiar abyss, seemingly without end. In reality, this abyss was not a true chasm but an entry into the cosmos, signifying that the planet had utterly disintegrated, like a balloon bursting, with the next stage being complete annihilation. Paragus was thrown into a panic. Should Wampa explode, he would perish alongside it, and he had no knowledge of whether the mysterious young man would survive. But his own fate was certain. He immediately shouted at Broly, "Broly, cease your attacks. Wampa is on the brink of destruction." Yet Broly had already succumbed to madness, lost in a state of irrationality. Even upon hearing Paragus's cries, he could not heed them, nor could he even perceive the shouts. Paragus swiftly flew before Xue Tian, kneeling midair, and pleaded, "Respected sir, I implore you, make them stop. I know you can do it. Wampa is about to explode." Xue Tian assessed the situation and confirmed that Wampa indeed had limited time before it would detonate. At most, it could withstand a few more of their combined forces. This planet was simply too diminutive to endure such energy. The repercussions of their battle were beyond its capacity. Bang, bang, bang. The two continued to clash, retreating several hundred meters, yet showing no signs of relenting. As both warriors prepared to unleash their most potent strikes, Xue Tian's figure flickered, suddenly appearing between them. Extending his arms, he blocked their attacks, calmly stating, "Enough." Despite Lan Shi's frenzied state, she respected Xue Tian's authority, even in her brazen and fierce demeanor. She recognized that before Xue Tian, she was merely a disciple. Once a teacher, forever a father. No matter how ruthless or arrogant one may be, one cannot harm their own progenitor. To do so would not signify mere arrogance, but a moral downfall into depravity. Lan Shi's consciousness shifted, returning to her gentle blue-haired state. Surveying the expanse of lava surrounding her, she exclaimed, "Ah, is all this the result of my clash with Broly?" Broly, his fist caught in Xue Tian's grip, roared in indignation, preparing to retaliate with another punch aimed at Xue Tian. Bang! However, Xue Tian was not to be so easily dispatched. Without flinching, he preemptively struck with a swift chop to Broly's shoulder, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing Xue Tian's prowess, Paragus was astounded. To subdue Broly with a single move was nothing short of terrifying. He had initially considered distracting Broly to allow for a sneak attack, but now realized such a strategy was entirely unnecessary. Paragus flew closer, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Internally, he resolved that in his quest for universal dominance, he must avoid crossing paths with this individual. Should he encounter Xue Tian, he could never hope to contend with him. Even a seemingly unremarkable chop held an overwhelming aura and strength. Xue Tian spoke coolly. Place your hands on my shoulder. I will take you away from here. Paragus, perplexed, pondered how resting his hands on someone's shoulder could facilitate their escape. However, he sensed that Xue Tian bore no ill intent. If he wished to eliminate Paragus, a mere energy blast would suffice, requiring no elaborate schemes. Without further doubt, he placed his hands on Xue Tian's shoulder. Cosmic instant transmission. Whoosh. Paragus felt his vision blur for a moment, his surroundings shifting seamlessly as his body became weightless. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, he found himself inside a villa. Baffled, he inquired, Where's this place? Xue Tian offered no response. He held little interest in Paragus and thus refrained from engaging in conversation. Lan Qi chimed in. This is Master S' home. Your Master S' home? What planet is this? Paragus asked, bewildered. This is Earth, Lan Qi replied with a smile. Suddenly recalling something, she added, Oh, there are other Scions on Earth. Other Scions on Earth? Paragus exclaimed in shock. Xue Tian intended to say something, but ultimately chose silence. Lan Qi, unaware of the prior enmity between them, cheerfully elaborated, Yes. Goku and Vegeta are both on Earth. Paragus' pupils dilated in astonishment. Chapter 87. The Ones Who Defeated Frieza. Who? Paragus' spirits surged with excitement, questioning eagerly. Vegeta and Goku. Yes, and their descendants as well. They've been on Earth for many years. Goku grew up here, while Vegeta arrived later in life. Lan Qi recounted in detail, oblivious to any potential animosity between Paragus and Vegeta. Vegeta. Paragus clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage as he muttered to himself. Vegeta. Oh Vegeta, why can't you stay on planet Vegeta as you ought to, and instead venture to Earth? This sudden outburst startled Lan Qi, who, filled with perplexity, inquired. What is wrong with you? Unfazed by Lan Qi's curiosity regarding his enmity with Vegeta, Paragus recounted, Years ago, King Vegeta, upon witnessing the extraordinary combat prowess of my son Broly, recognized him as a rare talent in battle. Fearing that my son would eclipse his own legacy, he exiled Broly to the distant planet Vampa, nearly sealing our fates. This vendetta shall be avenged against King Vegeta, but since his son is here on this planet, I shall initially seek retribution against him. At that moment, Lan Qi recalled a conversation with her master, Xue Tian, who had mentioned this very matter. However, she had not pieced it together until now. King Vegeta was indeed the one responsible for Broly's banishment. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she realized she had inadvertently revealed crucial information. Casting a hopeful glance at her master Xue Tian, she silently pleaded for his intervention, regretting her words. Had she known, perhaps Paragus would have remained oblivious to Vegeta's presence on Earth. Seeing the desperation in his apprentice's eyes, Xue Tian was compelled to intervene, not with force, but with words. He glanced at Paragus and calmly stated, There is no need for you to seek vengeance against King Vegeta. What do you mean? Paragus asked in despair. Are you suggesting you will aid King Vegeta? He was acutely aware of Xue Tian's formidable power. If he were to assist Vegeta, the prospect of revenge for him and Broly would be utterly hopeless. Yet, the thought of relinquishing his long-held grudge felt unbearable. 40 years of suffering should not be in vain. He aspired to become the Emperor of the universe, and his first step towards that goal was to annihilate King Vegeta. To show him the folly of exiling Broly. This scene had haunted him for 4 decades, and the idea of letting it go seemed unfathomable. However, if Xue Tian were indeed to support King Vegeta, the prospect of revenge would be extinguished. Even if he was reluctant to let go of his animosity, he would have to suppress those thoughts until Broly possessed the strength to confront King Vegeta. Xue Tian, sensing Paragus' inner turmoil, remarked coolly, I harbor no intention of aiding King Vegeta, nor do I wish to assist Vegeta. I merely inform you that King Vegeta has been dead for many years, and your planet, Planet Vegeta, has long since been destroyed. What? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Paragus exclaimed, astonished. Xue Tian smirked enigmatically. What? Do you doubt my words? Do you remember Frieza? Upon hearing Frieza's name, Paragus nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Yes, he is the cosmic tyrant. Even King Vegeta was in his service. Many of our Saiyan endeavors were conducted through him, as we were effectively his subordinates. Your planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza, and it was Frieza who killed King Vegeta. Vegeta survived only by a twist of fate, serving Frieza. Though Paragus was taken aback by this revelation, Xue Tian's earnestness suggested he was not deceiving him, and there was no motive for him to do so, as he was not seeking vengeance. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists once more. King Vegeta, I did not expect your demise to come so swiftly. I had intended to seek vengeance, but it appears that is no longer feasible. I shall have to settle for your son Vegeta instead. Since you exiled my son, I trust you would not object to me ending his life. Thus, it would be a fitting tit for tat. Xue Tian ceased to speak and reclined in his chair. Upon hearing his mutterings, Lan Shi quickly interjected, "Wait, you intend to kill Vegeta?" Paragus affirmed with certainty, "Of course. Now that his father is dead, it is only fitting that he repays the debt. Vegeta has changed. He is no longer a villain. You cannot kill him, and even if you tried, you might not succeed," Lan Shi argued vehemently. Regret washed over her, realizing that had she not spoken, none of this turmoil would have arisen. She felt a pressing need to rectify the situation, unwilling to allow her careless words to ignite a conflict. Paragus immediately retorted, "Not a villain? King Vegeta was the epitome of evil, and his son must surely inherit that wickedness. As for defeating Vegeta, I believe with enough effort, Broly could triumph over him. Perhaps even now, with his strength, he could vanquish him." Lan Shi fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Based on Broly's combat prowess, it was indeed conceivable that he could defeat Vegeta. She was uncertain of her own strength compared to Vegeta's, but given her encounters with Broly, if he had sufficient time to continue training, he would undoubtedly surpass her. This was beyond question. Would Broly, then, also find himself equally formidable against Vegeta? The answer was likely affirmative. Yet, she could not allow Broly and Vegeta to clash. Lan Shi urged Paragus, "Your desire for vengeance does not equate to Broly's wish for revenge. You cannot impose your vendetta upon him. That would be exceedingly cruel and unjust. Furthermore, should Broly confront Vegeta, Goku would undoubtedly intervene, turning the confrontation into a 2-against-1 scenario where Broly would be outmatched." This was not the first time Paragus had heard of Goku. He inquired with curiosity, "Who is Goku?" Unsure of how to explain, Lan Shi pondered for a moment before stating earnestly, "You know of Frieza, correct? He is the one who defeated Frieza." Paragus' eyes widened in shock. "What? The one who defeated Frieza?" He understood the magnitude of Frieza's power, the true cosmic tyrant. Now, after 40 years, Goku would be even more formidable. The realization that this Goku had vanquished Frieza left him in a state of bewilderment. With Vegeta receiving assistance from this Goku, should he still pursue vengeance against them both? As he regained his composure, Lan Shi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just then, Broly, lying on the ground, stirred awake, bewildered by his unfamiliar surroundings. Upon spotting his father and Lan Shi, he curiously asked, "Where is this place?" He then rose to his feet. Lan Shi explained that they were on Earth, in her master's home. Broly then noticed Xue Tian reclining in a chair and politely greeted him. "Hello, thank you for bringing us here." He understood that their arrival was entirely due to Xue Tian's intervention. According to his earlier words, if Broly could defeat his disciple, he would bring him to Earth. Had he truly managed to defeat Xue Tian's disciple? After careful contemplation, he recalled that he had not actually defeated Lan Shi. It had merely been a stalemate. Moreover, he discerned that Lan Shi had not initially exerted her full strength against him. Had she unleashed her complete power, he would have been no match for her. It seemed that Lan Shi's master had instructed her not to fully engage in their confrontation. They had never intended to conquer him, but rather to gauge his capabilities. With this realization, his heart swelled with gratitude. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he respectfully inquired, "Might you consider taking me as your disciple?" Paragus looked on with keen interest, secretly contemplating that if this enigmatic figure were to accept Broly as a disciple, then Broly might indeed have the potential to surpass Son Goku and Vegeta. Xue Tian sat up and calmly responded, "Of course." He didn't put on airs, as his original intention had always been to take Broly under his wing. Had Broly not spoken first, he would have found an opportunity to broach the subject himself. Broly knelt with a thud, exclaiming, "Master." Upon hearing Xue Tian's affirmative response, Paragus was elated. It appeared that the prospect of vengeance was now within reach, and eliminating Vegeta and Son Goku no longer seemed a distant dream. How could Xue Tian not recognize the ulterior motives swirling in Paragus' mind? However, to Xue Tian, Paragus was merely a figure of little consequence, easily disregarded, and he had no desire to involve himself in their quest for revenge. After all, that was their affair. As long as Broly was available to assist him when needed, that sufficed. Otherwise, what he provided Broly could just as easily be reclaimed. "Very well, rise." A notification from the system echoed in Xue Tian's consciousness. Hidden choice completed, 10 consecutive draws obtained. Hidden choice? Such a thing exists? I had assumed all options were laid bare before me. 10 consecutive draws? Quite intriguing. The last time I conducted a 10 draw, I acquired the Void Bloodline. What wonders might this next draw unveil? The thought sent a thrill through him. Without further ado, he initiated the 10 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws activated. Senzu Beans X3. System Upgrade X1. Thank You Lottery X2. Clear Heart Technique X1. Super Saiyan Level 2 X1. Glass Clan Bloodline X2. Upon seeing the rewards, Xue Tian was taken aback. A system upgrade? What could that entail? Could it mean that his system might evolve after use? What transformations would follow such an upgrade? A wave of anticipation washed over him. Yet regarding the other rewards, he felt a slight headache. Among them, only the Glass Clan bloodline piqued his interest. Xue Tian distinctly remembered that the representatives of the Glass Clan were two individuals, Ragusi and Bidale. Ragusi, the last warrior from the core region of Prison Planet, possessed the abilities of glassification and glass generation. Trained rigorously from a young age due to this rare talent, she boasted formidable combat prowess. Capable of effortlessly crafting glass into spaceships, blades, shields, and even colossal dragons. Similarly, Bidale also wielded the powers of glassification and glass generation, able to summon 2 clone manifestations and a legion of glass soldiers. She had been one of the 4 cloaked warriors serving under the previous Kaioshin, Ios, and had participated in the grandiose time-space tournament. When he first encountered the Glass Clan, Xue Tian mused that they were quite an intriguing race. However, both representatives he had seen thus far were female. He wondered if any male still existed. Returning to the present, he turned to Broly, saying, "Broly, since you have chosen to be my disciple, I shall bestow upon you the Clear Heart technique. This technique will allow you to maintain clarity of mind upon transformation, significantly enhancing your combat abilities in a certain sense." Broly's heart soared with joy. He understood that his mental confusion post-transformation limited his formidable strength, reducing him to mere brute force. In such a state, it was challenging to harness his true potential. Yet if he retained clarity, he could engage in battle according to his own strategy, thereby greatly amplifying his combat prowess. "Thank you, Master," Broly exclaimed with elation, while Paragus was even more delighted, as this solution seemed to alleviate a significant dilemma. He had thought that he would have to rely solely on electric shocks to control the uncontrollable Broly throughout his life. But now it appeared that Broly could also manage himself with a clear mind. However, a pang of regret lingered within him. He could no longer expect Broly to obey him unconditionally. Previously, Broly had always complied with his commands, and even when disobedient, Paragus could enforce compliance through electric means. Now, without that, there was a possibility of insubordination. Contemplating this, he wondered if he should devise a way to create an electric shock collar for Broly. Yet, it seemed there was no longer a pretext for it. He could no longer use the excuse of controlling Broly's rampages, as he wouldn't be rampaging anymore. After pondering for a while, Xue Tian placed his hand on Broly's forehead, focusing his intent, murmuring, "Utilize the Clear Heart technique on Broly." Ding. Usage successful. In an instant, Broly felt waves of memories flooding into his mind, merging with his consciousness. He carefully attuned to the sensation. The Clear Heart technique unfolded within his mind. Clear as water, the heart is like the tranquil stream. Gentle breezes stir not, the waves remain untroubled. In the secluded bamboo grove, I sit alone, serenely playing the zither. Even without entering a rampage, merely reciting this technique brought him profound peace, enhancing his clarity. Xue Tian, sensing his transformation, smiled and turned to Lan Shi, proclaiming, "Lan Shi, your prowess in battle has earned you the Glass Clan bloodline." Chapter 89, System Upgrade. Lan Shi, your prowess in battle has earned you the Glass Clan bloodline. Although Lan Shi was unaware of what the Glass Clan bloodline entailed, she understood one thing. Whatever Master Xue Tian bestowed would undoubtedly be remarkable. She promptly expressed her gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." In a similar manner, Xue Tian placed his hand on Lan Shi's forehead, invoking the Glass Clan bloodline within her. He had acquired 2 Glass Clan bloodlines, one for his own Void bloodline to absorb and the other for Lan Shi. Xue Tian realized that upon absorbing other bloodlines, his Void bloodline could utilize their effects while simultaneously enhancing its own efficacy, proving to be exceedingly advantageous, truly befitting the essence of the Void. Ding. Glass Clan bloodline has been integrated into Lan Shi. Following the System's announcement, Lan Shi felt her body undergoing a gradual transformation. Patches of glass emerged across her limbs, which she could control at will. Initially astonished, she soon grasped the means of control, retracting the glass with a thought. With a flick of her wrist, a glass orb materialized, which she then transformed into a dagger, and subsequently into a fan, capable of assuming any form according to her whim. "How delightful!" Lan Shi exclaimed with excitement. "Now, you both should solidify your enhancements," Xue Tian stated calmly, as he intended to investigate the nature of this system upgrade. Observing Paragus and Broly heading toward the villa, Xue Tian contemplated, "Paragus, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Broly wished to stay, yet he was dispatched by Xue Tian to the courtyard for training. Having recently endured a fierce battle, his power had significantly surged, necessitating the stabilization of his body. With the acquisition of the Clear Heart technique, he needed to familiarize himself with it, enabling him to transform at will without fear of losing control. Paragus, perplexed, inquired, "Sir, is there something you wish to discuss?" He was greatly bewildered as to why Xue Tian had summoned him. Was it to persuade him against seeking vengeance? It seemed plausible, given that both he and Vegeta resided on Earth, possibly sharing a connection. If there was a bond, persuasion might indeed be within the realm of possibility. Should Xue Tian attempt to dissuade him, he would have to suppress his desire for revenge temporarily, awaiting Broly's mastery of the technique before proceeding. As if reading his thoughts, Xue Tian replied coolly, "Your quest for vengeance against Vegeta concerns me not. Do not overthink it. Seek vengeance if you desire, or refrain if you choose. My invitation to you was solely on account of Broly. I brought you from planet Vampa purely for his sake. Thus, Broly may reside in my home, while you, on the other hand, would do well to depart." Paragus was momentarily taken aback. He understood that Xue Tian harbored little affection for him. Yet he had not anticipated being cast out so swiftly. There is no cause for astonishment. Do not harbor thoughts of Broly pleading on your behalf. Leave at once. Xue Tian commanded. With a pained expression, Paragus implored, "Sir, please do not act thus. I cannot bear to be separated from Broly. I beseech you, do not part us." Xue Tian immediately gestured for silence, his demeanor icy. "Enough. Conceal that repulsive facade. Am I unaware of your true intentions? Over the decades, have you cared for Broly out of paternal obligation? Is it not your desire for him to conquer the universe? To become the emperor of the cosmos? The shock collar you placed upon him was merely a means of control through pain. These crude tactics may deceive Broly, but they do not fool me." Paragus's face turned ashen, clearly struck by the truth of his motives being laid bare. "I have no interest in severing the bonds of affection. If you truly cannot bear to be apart from Broly, then you may take him with you," Xue Tian said with indifference. He was content with Broly as a disciple, but he would not resort to desperate measures to keep him. If Broly chose to follow Paragus, it would be his decision, and Xue Tian had no authority to dictate his path. For a moment, Paragus regained his composure. If he wished for Broly to aid him in conquering the universe, he must ensure Broly acquired the necessary skills. Without such abilities, even if he took Broly away, universal domination would remain elusive. Presently, he lacked the resources to initiate such an endeavor and needed to first ascertain the nature of Earth, potentially establishing it as a base of operations. After contemplating these matters, he sighed, "Very well, I shall depart, allowing Broly to continue his training with you. However, I wish to bid him farewell." "That is permissible," Xue Tian replied, disregarding Paragus further as he closed his eyes, initiating communication with the system. "System, what is the nature of this recent upgrade that I have drawn?" "The host may opt for an upgrade or choose to forego it," the system responded. "Will the rewards be more substantial post-upgrade?" "That is assured," Xue Tian stated decisively. Directing his will, engage system upgrade. Beep. Progress of the system upgrade, 20. 44. 89. 100. Upgrade complete. The upgrade enhanced the reward effect prompts. For instance, upon reaching Super Saiyan level 1, a notification will appear, allowing transformation and significantly boosting battle power. Additionally, the system's random selection has evolved into hidden trigger choices. In a sense, it is no longer solely the host's decision, but rather a concealed activation, potentially triggered even during sleep, though one might never trigger it throughout their lifetime. The quality of rewards gained from hidden triggers will be elevated, with a higher probability of acquiring valuable items. Upon digesting these notifications, Xue Tian realized, so that is the case. The 10 consecutive draws I just acquired were merely the completion of a hidden task, correct? System, is that accurate? Yes, future choices will be less overt. It will rely entirely on the host's fortune, the system clarified. Xue Tian mused, "I can't shake the feeling of having emerged from the novice village." That is quite apt. Xue Tian found it inconsequential. As long as the quality of rewards improved, the nature of their acquisition was of little concern. He could hardly believe that, as the system claimed, he would never trigger a reward in his lifetime. Chapter 90. Additional funding. The following day, Xue Tian awoke to the midday sun, stretching leisurely. Life was indeed pleasant. Lan Qi, noticing her master had risen from his chair, promptly brought him wash water and breakfast. Life was exceedingly delightful. "Master, the junior brother has taken his father to find a place to stay," Lan Qi said gently after tidying up. Xue Tian paid little heed. Based on Broly's portrayal in Dragon Ball Super, he was undoubtedly a filial son. Having expelled his father, he would certainly assist in seeking new accommodations. However, given Paragus's cunning, he would not admit to being driven away, but would likely claim it was inconvenient to remain here, as he intended to keep Broly close for training. This mattered little. Oh, suddenly, Xue Tian sensed a spaceship approaching Earth's outer space, deliberately emitting energy towards his villa, clearly seeking an audience with him. "Lan Qi, I need to step out for a moment." "Certainly, Master," she replied. Utilizing the cosmic instant transport, Xue Tian appeared in the void of outer space, where indeed a colossal spaceship hovered. He approached the vessel, where a blue-skinned soldier awaited at the entrance. "Excuse me, Are you Mr. Xue Tian? Indeed, he affirmed. The soldier bowed respectfully. Please, come inside. Xue Tian mused inwardly. What manner of individuals are these? They seem purposefully here to seek me out, fully aware of my identity. Clearly, they have conducted thorough investigations. He followed the soldier into the spaceship's grand hall. Within the hall, a man clad in a red coat, with blue skin and hair styled upright, occupied the central seat. Beside him stood 3 individuals, 2 blue-skinned companions, 1 male and 1 female, and on the opposite side, a striking green-haired man with a patch over one eye. Upon recognizing them, Xue Tian quickly identified the blue-skinned trio as members of the Frisia force. The man seated at the head was none other than Elec, the leader of the force, while the 2 standing beside him were his trusted aides, named Gas and Maki. As for the green-haired man with the eye patch, he was none other than Granola, the bounty hunter from Universe 7. Granola, a bounty hunter not affiliated with the Zeno organization, is driven solely by monetary compensation for his services. However, he possesses a unique disposition. Should his mood sour, he is unlikely to comply. After fulfilling a task commissioned by the Zeno leader, Elec, Granola intended to depart immediately. Yet, Elec extended an invitation for him to visit Earth, to witness the spectacle of Xue Tian's prowess in slaying Oyer. Although Elec had no genuine interest in such trivialities, he offered Granola a substantial sum to accompany him, not to engage in combat, merely to observe. Given the generous compensation, Granola, as a bounty hunter, naturally relished the financial reward and was inclined to accept such an easy task. He perceived Elec's invitation as an opportunity for him to serve as a mere facade, enhancing Elec's stature. Elec approached Granola with a warm smile, reminiscent of a long-lost friend, yet Granola discerned the cunning and ambition lurking beneath Elec's congenial exterior. To Elec, every relationship was transactional. He harbored disdain for the seemingly powerful Frisia and Psiots, believing that only through the amalgamation of intellect and strength could one truly dominate the cosmos and ascend as its sovereign. Elec was convinced that he would one day usurp Frisia and reign supreme over the 7th universe. Thus, his current demeanor was merely a facade, driven by the likelihood that he required Granola's assistance, prompting him to feign enthusiasm and respect. Upon reaching Granola, Elec jovially exclaimed, "Greetings, my friend." To which Granola retorted coolly, "I am not your friend. In fact, I should be your foe, for I have slain Oyer." Elec's expression shifted from surprise to cold detachment. "Granola, I welcomed you with open arms, and rather than gratitude, you dare to bring up this matter?" Elec and his associates were aware of Granola's act of killing Oyer. Initially, Jas and Maki had suggested eliminating Granola. However, Elec perceived that since Granola had the capability to defeat Oyer, he must possess considerable strength. If he could be persuaded to join the Zeta organization as a pawn, it would be advantageous. After all, Oyer was deceased, and Granola's elimination would not resurrect him. Yet, he had not anticipated Granola's blatant disregard for the social niceties, exposing Elec's intentions before all. Granola boldly challenged, "What are your intentions? Do you believe I would allow myself to be used as a pawn?" At that moment, the previously silent Jas surged forward, attempting to strike Granola, only to be halted by Elec. "Stand down." Jas, despite his irritation towards Granola, complied with Elec's authoritative command. Elec's tone turned icy. "It seems our negotiations have reached an impasse, Granola." "Indeed," Elec reiterated, "you must consider carefully. Your slaying of Oyer will not be so easily dismissed unless you align with us." Granola remained unfazed by Elec's threats. With a swift retreat, Elec resumed his seat, admonishing, "You possess remarkable audacity, disregarding the authority of the Zeta organization. I had valued you as an asset, but it appears that is no longer warranted. Granola, I shall offer you 50 cosmic jewels. Eliminate him." Granola scrutinized Granola. Although he sensed no formidable aura emanating from him, akin to an ordinary being, he understood that Granola was far from typical. However, the absence of any detectable energy puzzled him. Could he be vastly superior to me? This thought instilled a sense of caution in him, though he held no fear. "No, I require more compensation." "Absolutely not. You are taking advantage of the situation." Jas interjected irritably. Just as he prepared to continue, Elec gestured for silence. "Very well, I shall double your remuneration. Now eliminate him." He produced half of the promised reward and tossed it to Granola, adhering to the customary practice of receiving partial payment up front, with the remainder to be disbursed upon successful completion of the task. Satisfied with the payment, Granola stepped forward, casting a steady gaze at Xue Tian. "I apologize. I must fulfill my obligations." "Granola, what are you waiting for? Hurry and kill him. The doubled reward is not for idle chatter." Jas barked, growing increasingly impatient with Granola's delay. Granola shot Jas a glare, internally begrudging the need to serve the Zeta organization. Nevertheless, bounty hunters adhered to a strict code of conduct. Having accepted payment, they were bound to see the task through. With a sudden burst of speed, Granola lunged at Xue Tian, his fist coalescing with an explosive force, resembling a black dragon descending upon its prey. However, Xue Tian effortlessly intercepted the blow with a casual lift of his hand, as though repelling a mere mortal strike. Granola's initial combat prowess was not particularly formidable, his ascension to the rank of the universe's strongest, below the deities, excluding the Kaishins, had been granted through the wish made upon the two-star Dragon Ball. Currently, his strength was subpar, eclipsed by the likes of Goku and Vegeta. How could such a power possibly inflict harm upon Xue Tian? Surprise etched across Granola's face as his attack was effortlessly thwarted, and astonishment mirrored by Alec and his companions, who were acutely aware of Granola's capabilities, only slightly weaker than Jas. The ease with which Xue Tian had neutralized his strike left them dumbfounded. Recovering from his shock, Granola unleashed another punch, only to meet the same fate, blocked with equal ease. Attempting to retract his hand, Granola found it ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him unable to withdraw. He prepared to deliver a kick. Yet, before he could initiate the movement, Xue Tian struck first, thrusting his hand forward, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent Granola hurtling away. He crashed heavily against the wall, propelled several dozen meters back, his safety owing to the spacious confines of the spacecraft. Otherwise, he would have collided violently with the structure. Certainly, this is also due to Xue Tian holding back. Otherwise, Granola would have been effortlessly sent flying. Alec was taken aback, witnessing the utter inadequacy of Granola before him. It was no wonder he could slay oil. Indeed, he possessed considerable strength. If only our Sigma group could recruit such talent, domination of the universe would be within our grasp, and we would no longer need to fear Frisia. At this moment, Alec was already aware of Frisia's resurrection and the formation of the Frisia Force. It was precisely for this reason that he was so eager to bring Xue Tian under his command. Had Frisia not returned, he would not have felt such urgency, for their current combat strength was already sufficient. Granola rose, his eyes reflecting disbelief. The power of the individual before him exceeded his wildest expectations. He had previously considered that he might not be a match, yet he never imagined the disparity would be so vast. However, he still had one card left to play. He extended his hand, preparing to remove his eye patch. Alec interjected, "Wait." Granola was perplexed by the sudden interruption. Did he not wish for Granola to eliminate Xue Tian? Nevertheless, since his employer requested he halt, he chose to comply without further protest. Alec once again extended an olive branch. "Xue Tian, if you join our Sigma group, I assure you, you will ascend to become the Emperor of the universe, the supreme being of existence." Internally, he mused that once he had utilized Xue Tian to the fullest, he could devise a way to dispose of him. Dreaming of being the Emperor of the universe was foolish. Xue Tian naturally held no belief in Alec's words and had no interest in the notion of becoming a cosmic emperor. If he truly desired to be the sovereign of the seventh universe, it would be a matter of mere moments, yet it was entirely unnecessary. "Alec, you are an ambitious and cunning individual. Do you truly believe I would trust you to relinquish the title of emperor to me?" Alec was momentarily stunned. How did Xue Tian possess such insight into the Sigma group? Did he somehow have prior dealings with him, or conduct an investigation? Despite these thoughts, he did not concede, for acknowledging such matters was not advantageous. "As I have stated, as long as you are willing, our Sigma group can assist you in becoming the Emperor of the universe. The entirety of this cosmos shall belong to you. This is my promise to you." Xue Tian scoffed dismissively, not interested. Upon witnessing the disdain in his gaze, Alec realized that there was no chance of Xue Tian joining the Sigma group. Since friendship was unattainable, enmity would have to suffice. "Now, eliminate him, Granola, with your utmost prowess." Upon hearing Alec's command, Granola wasted no time and swiftly removed his right eye patch, revealing a peculiar right eye, crimson and unlike his left, imbued with an almost mechanical quality. This was the innate ability of the Cerulean race, known as the sniper's specialized right eye. This eye could lock onto an enemy's vital points from a distance, enabling precise targeting. Xue Tian cast a glance but remained unfazed. To others, the Cerulean's right eye ability might pose a threat, but to Xue Tian, it was inconsequential, for he bore no vulnerabilities. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Upon activating his right eye, Granola scrutinized Xue Tian, seeking any weaknesses, and was taken aback to find that every perceived flaw was merely a defensive point. Such a scenario was unprecedented for him. Chapter 92. Let us see how you choose. Granola was momentarily stunned. Alec, noticing his prolonged silence and inaction after revealing his right eye, was perplexed. What was this fellow doing? He knew that Granola's left eye was a specialized eye capable of revealing a person's vulnerabilities. Activating it would significantly enhance his combat prowess. This was precisely why Granola had gained notoriety as a bounty hunter, and the Sigma group had consistently collaborated with him. Unable to contain himself, Alec exclaimed, Granola. What are you doing? If you wish to fight, then fight. What is with this hesitation? Granola, upon hearing this, ceased his deliberation, whether it was vulnerabilities or whatever else. He had to charge forward, or he risked losing his esteemed title as the premier bounty hunter. He leapt high, like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Xue Tian. With a thunderous crash, he delivered a powerful punch. Xue Tian remained composed, seemingly unimpressed by Granola's presence. Indeed, given Granola's strength, he did not warrant serious consideration. Perhaps once he wished for the title of the strongest in the universe, he would treat it with more gravity. But for now, that was impossible. With a swift motion, he effortlessly blocked the incoming blow. Xue Tian casually tossed Granola aside and remarked, Granola, your strength is far too feeble. If you persist in these futile struggles, do not blame me for dispatching you. Though his tone was calm, Xue Tian infused his words with a measure of energy, striking directly at Granola's heart, causing him to instinctively shudder, his face paling. He could not help but ponder, who was this person? How could his strength be so terrifying? He had never heard of such an individual existing in the cosmos. Alec and the others now recognized that Xue Tian's power was indeed formidable, to the extent that even their combined forces might falter against him. While Granola may not have equaled their strength, he was not far behind. Yet such a person was subjected to such ridicule. The most alarming part was not merely the derision, but the fact that he genuinely possessed the capability to subdue Granola with such ease. It was remarkable. What a pity it was that someone of his caliber could not be utilized by the Sigma group. Now, eliminating him proved to be a daunting task. What should he do? What could be done? Alec, the leader of Sigma, was consumed by these thoughts, desperately seeking a novel strategy to contend with Xue Tian. Yet no immediate solutions came to mind. If he truly found himself unable to deal with Xue Tian, he would have to turn to Frisia. If Frisia was willing to intervene, perhaps matters would become manageable. He had heard that the latter was already training, but he wondered what results would manifest from such efforts. The Frost Demon race seldom engaged in training, and Frisia, prior to encountering those individuals on Earth, had not trained either. It was only after his defeat that he began to do so. In a moment of indecision, Alec found himself wishing for Frisia to become stronger while simultaneously hoping he would not. If he were powerful, he could assist in eliminating Xue Tian, yet afterward, Alec would find himself at a disadvantage. Conversely, if Frisia were not strong enough, there would be no means to handle Xue Tian. Alec took a deep breath, turning his gaze toward Granola, hoping to prompt him to test Xue Tian's true strength once more. Granola, you have accepted my payment. Are you merely going to cease your efforts? Have you forgotten the code of conduct for bounty hunters? Granola coldly replied, of course not. He understood Alec harbored no benevolent intentions. He was fully aware that he could not prevail, yet was still compelled to push him forward. Having just received remuneration from another, it would indeed be ill-advised to retract one's commitment unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances or matters that contravene one's own volition. Xue Tian cast a sidelong glance at Alec, inquiring, are you preparing to cast him into the inferno? Yet, upon reflection, it is true that Granola is merely a pawn in your grand design, Alec. Now that you deem him of little utility, it is only natural for you to discard him. Alternatively, you may choose to abandon him at any moment. For the demise of one bounty hunter is inconsequential when others abound. Alec coldly retorted, Xue Tian, do not speak so harshly. I do not coerce him. That is Granola's own moral code. Once compensation is received, he is obliged to fulfill his duties. It is the creed of all bounty hunters, unless he no longer wishes to be one. A playful smirk graced Xue Tian's lips as he replied, oh, how intriguing. I shall be most curious to observe the choices Granola makes henceforth. What do you mean? Both Alec and Granola were perplexed by his words. What choice could there be? Shouldn't accepting the payment equate to a commitment to proceed resolutely? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Alec felt an unsettling premonition. Why this feeling? Were they destined to be vanquished by Xue Tian? Surely not. While they may not prevail against him, he could not easily dispatch the three of them. After all, they possessed their own trump cards. Xue Tian turned his gaze towards Granola, stating earnestly, Granola, of the Cyril people, 40 years past, your planet was invaded by Frisia's forces, and the transformed scions laid it to waste. At merely 10 years of age, you sought your estranged mother, Manit, only to be pursued by the rampaging scion apes, which rendered you unconscious in terror. Granola gazed at Xue Tian in astonishment, stammering, how do you know this? His surprise was mirrored by Alec, the leader of the Zeta, who was equally astounded. How could this individual possess such knowledge? Did he also uncover the dark truths hidden behind the scenes? If that were the case, would Granola not turn against him? Taking a deep breath, Alec resigned himself to the situation. There was no turning back now. Even if Granola became aware, it would matter little. Xue Tian, calm and composed, continued, the reason I am aware is that I possess knowledge of both the past and the future. Your journey to becoming a bounty hunter was primarily driven by your dire need for currency to support the very Manit who raised you. Had it not been for her, you would have perished long ago. You have always believed that Frisia and the Scions were the architects of your planet's destruction. Thus, you harbored a profound animosity towards them, longing to vanquish Frisia and those Scions of yesteryear. However, upon learning of the Scions' demise and the obliteration of planet Vegeta, your focus shifted entirely to Frisia, did it not? Granola affirmed. Indeed, you speak the truth. A fervent glimmer ignited within his eyes, as if a flicker of hope had emerged. You truly possess knowledge of the past and future? Indeed.